Breakdown. Breakdown.
Don't stop.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to One Win Bombshell Vol.6, the deadlock tournament that everyone in the family should be watching, Blank, because the action has been incredible. Mate, we finally made it to playoffs. We've got through the group stage, and it was a blaze of glory. Some exciting upsets towards the end as well, Blank, that I'm sure we'll start to give the viewers at home some information on.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this entire tournament's been so hyped so far. New patch, new heroes, new metas forming right before our very eyes. Get everyone involved, get the dog watching, get the cat watching. It's got to be done.
Yeah.
Get the kid learning, right? He's got to go pro in
Get
this
him
game
started early.
Get
Get him started early. It's time. It's time. Get the dog on it, Blank. Maybe the paws can acclimatize to the keyboard and mouse in enough time.
I had a great idea, by the way. You know, if we ever do a LAN for Deadlock, what we should do is I should come out on the back of your shoulders.
Well, like
and
Mo
we
and
should
Krill.
just shout Mo and Krill.
That's gold. Don't give that one away for free. God, that would be Jason instead, dressed up as a mole. Jason, no!
No! It's my idea, Jason. Stop it!
God damn, man. We'll have that to look forward
Imagine
to. But we also
ZP
have
on
some
Jason's
incredible
head.
games, mate. Oh, don't even. That's a hell of an image, man. Right. Compartmentalize the mole antics, and for the moment we'll focus up on the playoffs, as obviously it's been a bit of a run, Blank. We've had some great games. I think, like you say, bro, it was fun that we got the changeover from the Rescue Beam meta into the new patch Horizon. We've kind of seen how teams have adapted. We've had some crash outs, we've had some step ups, and in the end we've resulted with our top teams that have made it through to the playoff bracket.
Yeah, Fearless Furies made it in the end, after all, you know, in fourth place, actually ahead of Lotos in the group standings, which is nice to see. Let's take a look at our schedule coming up for the day, because we have two banger matches to start things off. One Win team versus Virtus Pro, and Abrahams playing up against the winner. We know the Virtus Pro do have a little bit of difficulty when it comes to One Win. We'll see how they want to play this one out. But here are our standings so far. One Win team currently in the top, you know, after the tiebreakers all came through. Virtus Pro underneath, Abrahams just one under. And Lotos there as Fearless Furies also tied up. But yeah, glad to see Fearless Furies go through. I think we were talking a lot yesterday how they were a very much improved team and looked, you know, a lot more quick on the court, let's say.
Absolutely, dude. It was very impressive watching them play and sort of gelling more. We had some insightful best of twos yesterday with them under the microscope. And I think it's actually quite impressive, of course, as well. You've pulled ahead of Grigger Gaming. Grigger Gaming aside, that I think initially as well, as soon as the patch released and even on that first day of the competition, had a lot to get us excited about. So the fact you've been able to lap them and Fearless Furies make it through, that's really exciting for that roster, Blank. Obviously, it's going to be a bit of a rematch from hell for them, as that is Lotos. And you remember the action we saw between these two teams just a little while ago.
Yeah, man. I mean, for Lotos and Fearless Furies, this should be a very, very fun matchup to watch. We'll be happening a little bit later. So we've got these two matches to start things off with. One Win team versus Virtus Pro. We'll see how that does pan out. Virtus Pro, you know, typically one of the best teams in the world currently. We can say One Win team doing fairly decently as well. Abraham's also a bit of a kryptonite on that side. So we'll see exactly who does go through, who wins out on those matchups, because I think that's what we're excited to see today. But the Virtus Pro, it is going to be a test to start things off. Overall, very, very good team. One Win team, I would say similar level. A little bit of back and forth there throughout the history of Deadlock. But this is a high pressure scenario now, right? You got to bring out all the big guns.
Yeah, this is it, right? Like, it's playoff time now. It's all on the line. So we want to see the best Deadlock possible and kind of really gel with how everyone's feeling, which is why I think it's fun. The matchups we've got today, we're in for a bit of a treat, Blank. And of course, the reason why you're going to be showing your absolute best in the Cursed Apple is due to the substantial prize pool that One Win have put on the line. $10,000 with a first prize of $5K. It's a decent chunk of change.
It's juicy. It's very, very juicy. 5 grand at the top here. That's what it's all to play for. But it's not just that first place. 3 grand for second, 1,500 for third, and fourth place even goes home with a juicy $500. So it's not all doom and gloom. For anyone who doesn't make it to that top spot, you are making a lot of money off the back of this one, no matter what happens now if you are placing in that top 3. So one of our teams likely will be dropping down in towards the 4th place. Probably Lotus or Fearless Furies if it's anything to go by the rest of the tournament, but they could show something different here. They could come out swinging.
There's a possibility for it, and you'd hope so, especially with them firing up a bit towards the end of the group stage. But obviously, like we were saying, man, you've got some big names ahead of you. It doesn't get any easier. You've been through the gauntlet of the group stage, but now you're basically on a sprint to the finish. But the problem is, One Win, VP, Abrahams, they've all got baseball bats, which I don't think are legal in marathons normally.
No, they do not. Not always legal, but effective. Very, very effective. If you can use it properly. But I wouldn't recommend it. Likely you will be chased down by the security and disqualified. And then likely end up in some kind of cell somewhere. Not sure exactly where.
The warden
though.
will get you.
Yeah.
The warden.
Yeah.
You'll be here.
Your world will be changed. And not for the better.
Absolutely not, bro. I think after today's games, though, the world of Deadlock will certainly be changed for the better, as we'll have a great understanding of what we're working with, of course, those games, the last 2 games that we'll have at the event. And it's been a long old week of action, so it's kind of incredible, right? We're into playoffs territory now. Grand Finals is just on the horizon, that best of 5. It's all very tantalizing. So, yeah, we're in for a treat. If you haven't been able to watch due to kind of work commitments and stuff, definitely make sure you schedule in the time for One Win over the course of this weekend, Blank, because this is going to be damn good.
I mean, any game you tune in for here is going to be a good game. Let's start things off a little bit of backstory here, though, because for One Win, their 2 recent matches, they went 0-2 versus Abrahams, 0-2 versus VP. So for both the teams they're potentially going up against, it hasn't been a good set for them. So I think for One Win, it's feeling a little bit scary. We've enjoyed their play throughout this tournament. Overseas, I would say, kind of popularized the bebop a little bit. People were seeing on him. Taz, though, you can't understate how good he is on the beep when he came out swinging with it. But Overseas, definitely first to bring it out and first to look extremely good on it as well, alongside with that Moan Krill way back on day 1, I think, actually. So yeah, it's an interesting one, but for One Win, definitely a little bit of a difficult start for them here, considering recent performance. For Virtus Pro, I think they've been getting a lot more comfortable on this patch, and I think that for Virtus Pro, the big thing for them, in my opinion, is that they were very quick to adapt off from the Rescue Beam meta. It didn't really matter to them. I think for the Rescue Beam meta, it was sort of a thing they had to fit into their play style. They're like, it's so strong, we have to use it, but without it, they're just as strong.
No, absolutely. I think that's a good way to kind of analyze it, because it was almost a crutch where all teams had to rely on it due to the very strong nature of it. But moving away from it has completely changed the compositions that we're seeing become more viable. The hero pool has had the lid taken off it again, and it's been so much more enjoyable to watch because of it. So let's have a look at the top 5 most picked heroes over the course of the event. Of course, factoring in day 1 pre-patch and then the rest of the tournament post-patch. Shiv up there with 39 picks, close second being Holiday. It makes sense, Blank. If you've been tuning in for the event, you've seen the quality of play and the mileage you've been getting out of Holiday, especially with that lasso potential.
Yeah, massive turnaround yesterday for Fearless Furies with that Holiday alone on Yano, getting massive amount of picks over towards tracks, shutting down that frozen shelter, which was one of the major factors that was keeping Drakkar alive in those scenarios. So for Holiday, yeah, been a massive boon. Getting those steals off. Again, she can be shut down. We have seen yesterday a little bit where Holiday didn't find as much value as people were looking for. But realistically, just even in lane, a very, very strong hero. You're looking to bully out those lanes, get those Guardians down early so you can start working on that first flex slot. And Holiday's very good not only at that early laning phase, which we now see is so important, but also going into that mid to late game. Yes, she does a lot of damage mid game, then transitions over towards that lasso, towards that late game, but still just very viable throughout. Shiv, our most picked hero by far, which makes total sense because we have seen that Shiv Kelvin lane being so popular. Kelvin's not here on this top 5 most picked heroes as he started to come in a little bit later, I would say around about day 3. A lot more picked where he's building the rescue beam. That frozen shelter is so strong at delaying fights where you wanted that reset. that you weren't typically getting from Rescue Beam anymore. So yeah, really, really good stuff. For Warden as well, a lot of different builds we've seen on him. Seems like the gun build is still more popular, but we saw Hydration bringing out the Spirit Warden, which worked quite well.
It did, which is fun to see. Obviously, a little bit more risky now with the use of Last Stand because you don't get the half reset on the cooldown, but the scaling is pretty damn good with Spirit, so it's been fun to see a little bit more viability again in different flavors. Let's have a look on the other side of the coin, though. Our top 5 most banned heroes. Of course, taking the top spot still, it's Calico. The nerfs really did not affect her in professional play. It feels like there's still so much you can do with her viability to gank early game. You're still getting good damage output. You're slightly squishier, but for what it's worth, it's been great seeing a lot of the aggression when we have had Calico first picks. Outside of that, of course, though, most rosters just trying to keep her on the bench.
It's interesting seeing like our top 3 bans are the most survivable out of anything. And that's what you really want in a lot of the scenarios, because Calico's unbelievable against that front line, doing a lot of damage and then living for a long time and delaying. Because Return to Shadow is effective from the minute it's picked up. Yamato, on the other hand, with a high win rate, Shadow Transformation doesn't start to make you into a tanky demon until you get that tier 5. And usually you are maxing out your 1 first here. So it's a little bit more towards that mid game where Yamato starts to come alive. Mirage, a 66% win rate, despite having being our most banned hero in that 5th spot. It's very, very interesting. And Bebop up there, a 65% win rate as well, is not unsurprising considering how much he's been effective. You start to get those back-to-back hooks, and the enemy team's crying.
Yeah. They really are a river of tears that Bebop is sailing a big mechanical boat on, mate, like Steamboat Bebop. It's mad, dude. I think, it's really cool to see, of course, as well, Paradox and Bebop up there, just with the potential for how many fights you can get engaged in your favor with those pulls. We've seen some great use of the combinations from Paradox, full use of the kit with some incredible hurty-verties as well, where you're hitting some really hard to actually land once into the combo with wall and bombs. It's been quite impressive. But I'm right there with you in terms of at least like some of the different viability we've seen from Bebop, where you've had a little bit more supportive from Piggy at times. You've had Overseas with kind of a hybrid ult build as well, where he's hitting sick hooks, but he's being able to control lanes very proactively and help out in fights. It's fun seeing more Bebop actually have that impact where you're like, all right, this is the Bebop I want to see when I can just watch and not get hooked.
Yeah, I think for Bebop is specifically the issue with him at the moment is just that hook cooldown, because it's on CD so often. Getting the reset on it as well after the uppercut, it becomes very, very overwhelming towards that late game. It's also sort of interesting look at the win rates there for all our heroes in terms of a few of those in there, like the Bebop, like the McGinnis, like the Yamato. They're played by only a few teams, right? That like to pick them up often. So the win rate is a bit bloated by teams that are able to effectively utilize those heroes and are very good on them. Because I think that although Bebop is very strong, it is a skill in of itself, hitting those hooks. Yes, they're very forgiving at the moment. Please don't shout at me in chat. But still, you do have to have the timing just right. And some players do hit much, much better on them than others.
I think it's the predictive hooks as well. Those are the ones that get you the most excited, man. Like some of the risky shots we see thrown out where it's just a gross hook through a veil or dropping down, factoring in the gravity. Like it's really cool the way you can use the velocity around the hook. And it's been fun to watch. But yeah, bro, obviously avoid stairs. That's kind of like the counter right now. Stairs don't exist. Ironically for Yamato as well. I mean, walls don't exist. You just get grappled through half the map.
Yeah, the chase down potential is unbelievably good. And I think that is also another thing to talk about very quickly here, because the backlines have been extremely important. I mean, we see the Infernus picked up where, having him as a solo carry doesn't really work out because we have so many characters that can get into the backline quickly and assassinate those type of heroes. So once your carry's gone, that's it. It's over. So we are seeing a lot more. I think it's a free carry pickup. So you're seeing like a Shiv, Mirage, and an Infernus all on one team, or a Shiv, Mirage, and a Yamato. That's a very, very strong pickup here. So I think we're going to start to see a lot more, especially coming into these playoffs, where you're trying to deny a team from having too many carries on side. Because I think that is always the issue, because we are seeing a lot of times at the moment where the draft typically ends up where you've got one team that's quite pick heavy, and another team with plenty of carry heroes has one strong pick hero, good support, and they typically win out towards that late game. But it's speaking of drafts, let's move into our very first one here. Virtus Pro versus OneWin.
Yeah, hell of a game. This should be very exciting. Of course, it's playoff times now, guys, so we're moving away from the BO2s. It's all BO3s, pure bracket play. Let's see what the first bands are going to be like. Lady Geist instantly makes sense. It's a classic. Obviously, post-nerfs hasn't really affected the wave clear. No rescue beam to quickly dip you away from her as well for the soul exchange. She's been super viable still, so just trying to remove her from that early flow.
Yeah, I think ABL is an incredible player. Incredible player. Getting him off the Geist as well is very, very important. We know he's got a decent Yamato in the back pocket and sort of was the one that really made Yamato so devastating, especially when we had mid lane have that big high ground. You had tactical bomber Yamato in the matchup. Virtus Pro will first pick out onto a Warden, which seems to be always a very decent pick. OneWin team with their first man being Sinclair, and you can't blame them. Getting Demov off that Sinclair is very important. He has been so unbelievably disgusting when it comes to corralling teams back towards their spawn, where it did actually open up not only a load of space on the map, but open up a load of opportunity for Virtus Pro to just steal the entirety of your jungle and starve you out of farm because you just couldn't leave base. Very, very cool stuff.
Yeah, like the harassment potential was ridiculous from him, right? The constant use of the assistant into the hex, just basically making it feel uncomfortable to step anywhere outside of the base, bro. Like it was mad how good he was in terms of the macro to just keep the APM high with it. So yeah, very cool to see, but not going to be seeing that here today, like you said, getting rid of the Sinclair pickup.
Yeah, and it feels like Virtus Pro's not too worried about the Bebop pick. I think that might come in later. This is what sort of I expected here is Zanya on the Yamato as well as Xenon over on Mirage for OneWin. We're talking about those carry heroes early and getting them online nice and early. And I think having second pick is actually quite nice because the Virtus Pro and plenty of other teams, you are kind of forced to ban out that Geist. Otherwise, that's going to be first pick potential coming through for you. So I think for OneWin team, they're very, very pleased how this draft's already going. Being able to pick up Mirage and Yamato, that's already a terrifying combo because you have a character that can get into the backline with Yamato, create a load of space for the Mirage to just plink away with Ricochet, Inhibitor, do a ton of damage just off Jin's mark alone. So yeah, that's a very, very nice start for OneWin team.
Yeah, chase for the execute's fantastic already. And like you say, man, Mirage, I think as well, especially, he was already very viable before, but now just some of the builds with the sheer amount of damage you can stack in terms of the dots, just feels uncomfortable. Like early laning phase, even into late game, there's never a moment where it's like, oh, we finally get some respite. But there is a little bit of rest and relaxation back over for VP. Okay, so Kelvin picked there, the self-sustain, you get the block off as well from Frozen Shelter, and Vindicta picked up, so Tether's coming online.
Yeah, an interesting one there as well, because now you're sort of wondering what OneWin team's going to pick up, because they could grab an Infernus, but I think if you're a OneWin team, you might be wanting to deny away the Shiv from Virtus Pro, because likely you probably see Listic on that one there, and he is very, very good to just do a ton of damage towards that front line, delay for a lot of time as well, and being able to execute some of these high-priority characters like the Mirage will be very, very useful to them. But again, I think it is, you get that prior pick over towards the Warden Vindicta lane, which has been so disgusting. Again, we are seeing a lot of hero pickups at the moment where you are putting a significant emphasis on the laning phase, right? You want that killer lane to cause significant issues over towards any team, so you can start picking up those Guardians, start to roam a bit more as well. OneWin team, though, they get Viscous, and that's a big one. Also banning out the Shiv to prevent the Shiv Kelvin lane. I like that. That's really, really nice coming through from OneWin.
Yeah, no Shiv, no Seven, and then a Viscous secured for OneWin. So extra survivability, Viscous as well, still getting loads of play, looks very good right now in terms of the usability for him. And I think, again, as well, like it kind of works for the early game advantage, what you were saying, where you can keep yourself from going down, but massively harass inside of lane. With those additional bounties now, it's been turning into a big punch-up consistently, where teams pull ahead massively just off the back of the frag potential and the soul count. So starving yourself out, having the cube in the back pocket always helps alleviate some of the pressure.
You're sort of wondering as well, like on the 7 ban coming from Virtus Pro, if that is a pick specifically to prevent the 7 ult build coming out to deny those urn hand-ins. Because with the Kelvin, you already have a massive advantage just being able to hand in under Frozen Shelter. But the 7 would have been a great tool for OneWin team to delay out that hand in for a lot of time because it does last, I think, probably 50% longer than the frozen shelter. So you can just hover that over the urn hand in and really cause a lot of problems where you can't really run in. The lightning strike itself to deny the placement too as the Kelvin's getting on the point. A lot of interesting stuff there. So Virtus Pro, likely we're going to see a bit more emphasis over towards getting that earn in quite frequently. But 3 carries already picked up by one win team. We were talking about this area, it's getting those priority picks out. So Yamato, Infernus, and Mirage. That is a lot of backline damage, a lot of poke across the team. So massively strong team fight there coming through for 1 win already. So it will have to be a lot of strong gameplay for Virtus Pro in that early game to manage that mid game realistically. And you're imagining that 1 win team is going to pick up the Bebop, but no, actually taken away by Virtus Pro and a Calico and a Bebop pick there. I like that. Getting that out of overseas hands as well is really big news.
Yeah, I think this is really slick. Like you say, for one reason, it's already the counter pick where you're starving them out. You don't have the viability for the overseas pickup. It's also the extra grab potential now into both of the lockdowns that you've got with Vindicta and Warden. Hell, even Kelvin as well, if you want to isolate a target for individual fights. Yeah, okay, mate, this is looking kind of spicy. Calico comes through as well, so you've also got the backup there.
Yeah, so Demo's on the Calico now. Wondering what he was going to pick up, considering you got that Sinclair ban. But this is a pretty typical pick for Demov. But we'll see. We'll see. So 1 final pick remaining for Virtus Pro. And they have that nice pick hero. Holiday is still open.
True.
And that could be a potential. But I think for Virtus Pro, maybe they go for a Lash here, potentially, to finish things out. But, you know, Holiday, Lash immediately picked up by a 1 win team. So you're denying that as well. And Virtus Pro goes for the Abrams pickup. Yeah, so I think likely Listic on the Abrams, Zergy Warden. That would make sense to me. But yeah, that's a nice lineup coming from Virtus Pro. It does have pick potential. Its late game is suffering a little bit compared to 1 wins. So Virtus Pro is going to have to be very, very quick out the gates here.
Yeah, we've seen as well the matter of spacing and communication late fights between when we've had the Lash picks into Kelvin as well. It's very important that we actually do see a lot of those successful lassos in terms of the timings, get the right choreography to break up the fight so that VP can't use that frozen shelter for the direct counter. Yeah. So it's interesting how we're going to see the use of Death Slam come in on this one. But I like this, mate. For a first game and a best of 3, this is a fun direction to take it, at least with the picks we've got.
Yeah, again, I think they have a lot of control over towards mid lane as well for 1 win team because it's likely we'll see the Lash Holiday mid lane. It's very strong, has a lot of pick potential once you get that 3.4k pick up your ultimate. I am curious for Virtus Pro how they're going to manage their lanes here though, because you realistically want that Warden with the Vindicta. You could place the Kelvin with the Bebop, then you're like a very melee heavy lane there coming through for the Calico and Abrams. Could get bullied out a little bit unless there's some mistakes. It will really require Demov to be quite aggressive in that lane early on. A lot of interesting stuff. I wonder if 1 win's able to maybe even go for a lane swap versus the Warden Vindicta, because the Goo Cube could be unreal at preventing that Tether binding word combination.
Yeah, that early survivability especially, just to nullify it. Yeah, it could be unreal, mate. All right, well, this is a fun draft. Again, I think we've had some interesting compositions over the flow, but obviously this is where it really does heat up a bit more. Playoff territory now, no more room for error. You know, we've moved away the possibility of ties, blanks. Raw best of 3s, classic vintage deadlock. A lot of money
Someone's
on the line
winning
as well. Yeah, someone is actually going to take the win and move on. And obviously that's where it gets risky as well, right? You don't want to be in a position now where, I think especially for both of these 2 teams, very high up in the seeding, for an opening game, maybe with 1 win being a little bit of kryptonite for VP at times, this is kind of you need a full stop, like perfect punctuation on this one, but no mistakes.
Yeah. I think from recent performance, at least, though, it has looked very good for Virtus Pro. Looks very good for Virtus Pro. I think Abrahams is where they really dropped the ball, Jackie. And I don't know what it is, but Virtus Pro just don't know how to really play into Abrahams. But if they win this game, which I have a feeling that they should, at least the series, they might lose this one. But I feel like Virtus Pro has a good chance to win this series. Going up against Abrahams, that'll be the big test for Virtus Pro, right? Because I think no matter what Abrahams does, it just seems to tilt Virtus Pro off the planet. You've got 3 matches to make it work instead of just the 2 this time around. But it will require that 1-1, right? Before you get that last match.
Yeah, worst case scenario, tie the series, and then it's all for glory at the end, which is good, actually, mate. It's quite nice. I enjoyed the group stage format. It was a bit different, obviously, having a perspective at a round-robin best-of-2s, but there is something special about a little bit of playoff BO3 action. Just, gives it a bit more emphasis.
Yeah, it does. It does. Because, like you said, emphasis is a great way to put it, where, you can tie that series up with a nice, neat bow and say that we have officially won against you. We're not ahead of you in the standings, but we have won against you. Like, it's over.
Yeah, you've been bested.
Yeah, you have been bested.
It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground.
It's funny to me looking at, VP's previous history, where it's just all first places across the board. I mean, to be honest with you, you look towards yesterday, and I think that it was a slight bit of comeback from Virtus Pro versus Abrahams, but I'm getting ahead of myself, right? I'm getting ahead of myself. We're not quite there yet. Right now, it's 1 win versus Virtus Pro, and that's where we've got to keep our eyes on. I like the fact they get rid of the bebop. I am scared by the holiday lash. We know how potent that has been in the past, and I just think the 1 win, they have a much better transition towards that late game. And like I said, there's going to have to be a huge amount of control over towards those urns. Huge amount of control over towards those objectives. I think with Frozen Shelter, with the slam coming through from the Abrams as well, they do have very, very decent confirmation over towards Rejuvenate as well. So they haven't forgot about that either.
Yeah.
So I do think, although the comp a little bit different for Virtus Pro, a little bit spicy, we still have like some of the usual picks in there for them. This could be very, very good for them. But yeah, this is just going to be how well can you play that early game versus 1-win team. And I think the scary thing is that holiday and lash, because I think that's a very neat way to finish out your roster.
Yeah, you've got good shutdown potential against a lot of the picks there, at least. It also gives them a little bit more grab that I was getting a bit worried about over the course of the draft. So at least having that viability makes it more fair. It'll be interesting. It will be interesting. There's been some good Abrams plays throughout the event as well.
Yeah.
And I think, again, this is another environment where you could actually see it shine. Like, the use of the seismic impact has actually been pretty on point in this event.
Yeah, I think that for Abrams, it's a case of you can dominate that early game in a big way if you get ahead. And we have seen like a lot of the Abram plays so far been more or less like the Abram sort of is just that meat shield in the front line, not necessarily completely taking the game away. But I'm excited to see Virtus Pro if they can make it work where he becomes a bit more of a carry in that early game. But here it is, into the first match of playoffs, Virtus Pro versus 1-win in a best-of-3 format for the first time in this tournament.
That's what we've been waiting for. Anticipation has been reaching critical mass. So let's see what we get out of it as we get in lane and kick off this best of 3.
Yamato on the side there, and it is the Warden Kelvin, and this is what I was sort of wondering about, because we have seen the Abrams Vindicta lane as well before in the past. It's worked out quite well. Warden Kelvin, even just Frozen Shelter into Last Stand. We've seen that plenty of times during the tournament. Works out fairly nicely. I think at the moment, though, you are just trying to play it a little bit safer. Right? A lot of this comes online for the Warden Kelvin roughly around that ultimate level, where you start to have a massive amount of survivability. Getting the healing from Last Stand. In goes an initial pickoff. Team-off, quick with the leaping slash. Nice.
Nice first hook. Getting the extra damage out, building up the bomb stacks early. Similar story in Greenwich as well. I mean, Empty Dreams taking a wide burst of damage there off the engage from the KLS with a backup.
Another hook comes through.
Another one. Good parry, at least.
And there's some clapback there as well, Jackie, which is nice. And I think this is what Sharek as well as Dimov have been trying to do. Cool to see Dimov on the bebop. So Sharek flexes off onto the Calico in this instance.
hooks have been shining so far. See what sort of potential we're looking at with the overall build-up of bomb stacks if you can maintain this the whole way through. Xenon does get a little bit of leeway to just build up back the gym mark stacks. Xenon, especially on that Mirage, man, so good with a harass potential. Listic in with a shoulder charge, slap straight to the face and take away some HP from ABL.
It's a bold melee as well. Like, you don't have enough timing on that stun to go for the heavy melee, but you're just going for it anyway. I think a lot of times it is dependent on the surface that you're charging them into, which is weird the way it changes it up. I do like this though. I mean, for Xenon at the moment on the Mirage, as well as the Lash, there's a lot of sustain in that lane, right? With Flog, as well as Mystic Regeneration with the Jin's Mark, consistently applying that. You can have a lot of survivability there. And the big thing with the Bebop lane is a lot of chunk damage coming through from Leaping Slash as well as Bebop. If you can comfortably heal that back up again, you're living pretty. The slow.
Force you back, yeah. Thankfully, you had the bounce pad from overseas for the getaway, or it could have been a hell of a lockdown off the binding word and the slow. Quite a clap back at least. I mean, you're losing a lot of HP in the lane, so having to play postured behind the Guardian. Throws the grenade back out for the wave clear as well. Slash in, near miss, couple flasks coming your way.
Again, this is always the difficulty of this lane, right? Is there's a lot of lane clear coming through from the Holiday and the Yamato. And they do chunk Guardians quite a lot. And they know that, you know, as soon as... Damn, get straight out of the way. And Reactive Barrier bought first item as well. Flame Dash doing a hell of a lot of damage into the Goo Cube, gets them back to safety. Yeah, they're doing a lot of damage there, so, but they know they need to pressure over towards Warden as well as Overkin. If they don't and they get ult online before there's any picks off, suddenly that lane becomes pretty immovable.
Yeah, start building those cinder blocks and stop them from getting anywhere near the old Guardian. So early game going to be very influential on this one. Meanwhile, at Greenwich, of course, you've had these back and forth fights with Listic consistently engaging off the good shoulder charges, getting the DPS back over onto Empty Dreams, so it's harder for him to actually get too much stock on the old Infernus. Still shoving deep on York, though.
Yeah, this is really, really tough. I mean, it has been somewhat alleviated just by the aiming coming through from Zergi. I mean, he's had to be crisp on these headshots. Damage goes through. Immediately, Reactive Barrier popped into Combustive Concussion. As that comes through, Listic taking a heck of a lot of damage and will go down. The first to fall on the side of Virtus Pro.
First blood secured. It's a nice sequence. Good use of the combustion into the deep dive. Meanwhile, Dimov as well, taken out. So the Bebop that's just been building up the stacks on Broadway finally bites off more than he can chew. You see that slight lead already starting to bubble up. 2 kills in the back pocket, 23k, starting to get a deep shove as well onto York here, being able to commit far more comfortably. Ultimate's online though, so it turns the tide, and that's why. Dive in. Kelvin pops the frozen shelter, clap back from the lasso, trying to keep him pinned as the shadow transformation into the grapple. You can run, but you can't hide. He might just get away though.
Last stands out, and Keles will actually find the pickup over towards Empty Dreams, which is nice for them. They desperately needed a little bit of something coming back their way. And Listic just going to brutalize this Guardian, but not going so well over towards blue lane. Broadway not looking like a show at the moment.
Guardian taken on Greenwich. Worth the trade with any Listic going down, just enabling the KLS on the Vindicta to have so much damage output, just keeping the focus on the Abrams. Big dive, nice parry, getting a bit of a chase off, but doesn't want to overcommit on it. Guardian targets back and Empty Dream scarpers. York still continuous to be a bit of an aggressive bout between these two. Use of the ults just to keep the fight extended time and time again. Dive over the top. Looking for the stomp down from overseas on that Holiday. Constantly been stuck behind the Guardian. Crack shot on cooldown for another 6 seconds here. Overseas just looking to wait for the right timing. Get a snap back with the burst damage. See if they could find a pick from it. Here's Dimov throwing out the Hyper Beam for the first time behind the barrels. viscous, being lit up, no room to move. You always just feel so claustrophobic.
Place to go.
That's a nice pickup. So we do get a bit of a back and forth here, which is nice. One win taking a little bit of a lead nice and early, but quickly put a stop to. It was tough here for Zergy as well as Oberkim. Forcing out both ults early on there in Last Stand as well as Frozen Shelter because they wanted to get themselves a pick and make things a little bit nicer, but sneaky maneuver here. Potentially the parry into the punch on the Guardian. Instant response though.
Still gets what you want and actually tries to get away with it. Tracing from the Warden. Oh, mate. Unless there's a distant grenade on that, that's freedom. That's perfectly played, actually. Parry into taking the York Guardian and still breathing with the support of Overseas for the sideline distract.
Yeah, a really, really nice pickup there. A heist, pretty much. From Zanya. Getting that Guardian down is pretty massive because, again, the hope was to use Frozen Shelter time and time again just to hold on to these things. In comes the Shadow Transformation. There's plenty of damage going through. The Lash ult as well as the Frozen Shelter ends. There is a bit of a barrier coming through, but not near enough.
Backup arriving in the nick of time. And from the dive, hoping to force the fight, win the duel, and then be able to take control of the Guardian again. Both of you sent back to base. This is a hell of a maneuver, though. Hello. Xenon on the chase. You're inside my lane, homie.
Back down towards Subway.
Of the Jinn.
But yeah, doing a lot of damage early on already. Like I said, that Mystic Regeneration. Quicksilver Reload as well. Popped on the Jinn mark. That's going to start to pop you hard. A nice plays so far, I would say, from One Win. Quick understanding of what they needed to do in this early game. Really put the pressure on before those key ults came online. And like I was going to say before, you know, that Frozen Shelter and Last Stand was used earlier on to try and get a pick, to try and delay the lane a little bit longer. They don't get either of them. It was somewhat unlucky for both Zergy and Oberkim, but that's how the game goes.
It's been a bit unfortunate with both of the use cases we've seen so far. That time being far more aggressive, previously a little bit more defensive, just off the back of the chase from the damage that was done. Broadway continuing to be pushed here. Cut over to Listic's POV, and again, it's a deep shoulder charge. Throwing out the punches, he's got backup. The beam comes in, you rip your way through one, but the ball is there. It's AVL with a quick roll. The Baroness, there's a scrap as well with Lash backing up. Oh, pop into the ultimate. You also get the catch with the freeze. Frozen Shelter goes up. They are pinned on the tier 1 jungle. Should be a cleanup from it. Getting the beam on target as well. Dive back in for the leaping slash. And you can say goodbye to Lash.
That's a lovely Frozen Shelter coming through. You do not want to be trapped in a tight space there with the Calico. Very nicely played there coming through from Oberkim. And just one Guardian, I believe, remaining now for One Win team, which is the one that currently Zergy's looking to push. Might even pop Last Stand on it. You have Zanya coming in to try and assist, but Oberkim's there too. Still 2 on the death timers, so not a lot of map presence currently. I mean, Last Stand could just do the trick, picking themselves up that first flex slot, and all the while, Virtus Pro hang on to their most important Guardian in Broadway.
Yeah, mid lane still standing, nice and reinforced. And it's a good sequence, at least, with the split attention off the rotations, being able to shove out here on York side with the backup coming in from Oberkim. There's a lot you could potentially do. It does go down. Finding word thrown out. It's going to be a troublesome twosome here in a minute, and it's actually the earn run. Grab on that, pop the Last Stand, keep them distracted to buy time, forces out the Shadow Transformation, grapple into the backline, trying to burst them down. And Zergy will fall, but look at the space this has given you. You've run that earn already past Broadway.
Oberkim though with Frozen Shelter to grab it up, but there's 2 players on the other side of the map. No Traveler available either, so map presence just not there for One Win team, and they have to give it. Sadly, they look to get some good damage over towards this Walker, but there's an instant response coming through. Death Slam in, only finds Sharik.
Zanya down. 16 seconds on the respawn. Lash being chased. That's flammable, about half HP, trying to make it back towards safety with a lore accurate matchup between him and Dimov on the Bebop. Bit of burst over from MKLS, locking down the mid lane. Enough space between, so you've got to call it quits on the chase. Head back towards the farm, punch out the Sinners, and grab the golden buffs.
Yeah, although it looked nice for one win team earlier on, we're suddenly at a 10k deficit in terms of the soul count. It's good stuff. Again, that Bebop, as well as the Calico lane, does really keep that Guardian in check for a long, long time, which is gorgeous to see. Return to Shadow's forced out, but how likely is it Sharek gets away here?
The ball down the stairs, the sheer speed and velocity, but it's actually the powder keg over the top, overseas, blowing them back to the water.
A nice prediction on that one. We'll pick him up. But again, I think that the space was delivered and gained. Looking like they're putting a lot of pressure over there. Gets the hook off mid-combustion and continues to push this in. He's quite squishy at this point in time, and it should result in a kill here. That's big, though.
At least off the space created, you finally control back towards the objective on Broadway, getting that Guardian. Big dive, Listic, throwing out the punches, surrounded now.
What is Listic's sense, by the way? Turning 180, basically got 360 vision on that, man.
He's slick with it.
That's why you don't copy Pro Sense, for that exact reason. They work with some weird stuff.
Is under attack.
Yeah, what's your sense listed? Yours have been maxed out. Straight 100.
Bro. What works for some doesn't work for others.
This thing's still on the prowl at the moment. For Picos where he can find them. Long range picked up now, or Xenon, which is a nice little spike coming through for the Mirage. Especially if you want to be taking shots from that backline a lot of times. But a bit of a stall now. Probably just waiting for the next urn to come up. Continue to maintain presence over a lot of the jungle. Picks where you can find them. I mean, Sharek's great at these little one-on-one trades, right? Just coming through now and again, keeping the health bars nice and low. Listic taking no prisoners, just grabs that Sinners off him. -3 there for one win.
Yeah, denying the farm, denying the buffs. And that's where we're actually starting to see them pull ahead now as well. You know, it's been a good response back in the objective controls, a little bit risky potentially in some of the opening lane matchups with how it was favouring one win. But the longer this has developed, you're building a good soul lead, 6k ahead now, equal stature with all Guardians going down for either side, so not starved out for the flex slots. That's why the potential additional farm goes the extra mile as well. Being able to spend an extra chunk of change. Broadway here, quick cut over, it's Dimov taking a bit of damage.
This is where we said that kind of Virtus Pro needed to accelerate things though a little bit. Yes, they're waiting for Urn, but we know that one win, you get to that 40-minute mark, they're going to start shredding. The damage on their side is going to start to skyrocket. Nice death slam, we'll find two, but not a lot of follow-up on top of it. And that's out as Urn spawns as well, Jackie. That's a big deal.
Yeah, that's the thing. You had the backup there posturing around the urn. The fact they forced him into a bit of a rough fight off the back of it. You lose both ball and death slam. The actual hand in, losing that possibility for a good defensive play. It's more aggressive from Empty Dreams. They took the opportunity with the split attention to shove back onto Yorkside. Done a ton of damage on that yellow walker. Concussive combustion in for the stun
Nice.
onto Warden, so there's issues there for Zergi. They group up to try and fight back onto it. Enough burst damage to shut down Zanya. So at least the Yamato won't get away, but nor does your walker exist anymore. Greenwich POV here. Deep dive back over from overseas. At least there's a quick trade.
Yeah, it's a really good value pickup coming through for one win team. Being able to grab that Walker in the process and understand, you know, we don't have the capability right now without Death Slam to fight for that earn. So let's just make a quick shift over to the other side of the map. We talked about how those flex slots can be so influential, especially this stage of the game. But Uzanya down early, I think that they're quite happy to go for this. They know that he just used Shadow Transformation, take the Walker, perfect timing to pick up Rejuve. Death Slam's still not up yet either.
Economy, man. It's just the Traveler. That's the only ult you had up at this point. Viability to run the risk of going for a steal just isn't there, so it's safely in the hands of VP. And cleaning up off the back of the overstep from Xenon. That's going to be another pick with a 30-second stagger. Everyone keeps those rejuves. You can push the initiative here and see if you can seize the opening opportunity to get down Broadway, find another frag, and dump damage on towards that Walker. Quick top up back over from Kelvin. Wrap round the sideline into the jungle. Chase onto Empty Dreams. Still kind of fighting inside of their territory right now. They're comfortable. They don't have to push too deep into the jungle towards base side either. So giving them a lot of room to get the chip damage off. Xenon's at least respawning now. But hell, only a few seconds burnt off that rejuve. They've got time to take control of the map, farm back up. It's an early clean take.
I mean, over towards Rejuvenate, I mean, it's a nice opportunity to go for it. It did feel a little bit like, in that scenario, there was a couple of steps ahead that you saw. Goes back out, gets a quick light melee in. Empty Dreams suffering, might live off the back of that flame dash. He's able to get away.
It's a bomb, though. There we go. Ooh. Lash with a slam back. It's Flammable that picks them up and tries to flambe them with the moves. 2 dead? They've got a lot of control to play with here. Still all 6 of the Rejuvenators in play. No one's been reset. Not a single one burned. But that Walker on Broadway has been raised down to the ground. Swing back in as well.
I love it for Virtus Pro because it does feel like there's no scenario where you're getting anything for free. You want to take our Walker? You're going to force Shadow Transformation for that? Fine, you could have come back later, but we're going to go take Rejuvenator and we'll grab Broadway Walker off the back of that one, which is by far a much more influential pick to have for Virtus Pro. The macro is lovely from this team.
It's really nicely done. You're getting so much value off of this rejuve. I mean, it's Listic that's only just gone down. The frozen shelter to keep them absolutely pinned inside of your domain and continue to shatter them like icicles. There goes Zergy at least on the Warden. They're trying to make a bit of a better comeback on this fight, knowing they need to turn the tide somewhat. There's a good pickup. Back-to-back frags. You shut down 3 of them, but the rejuve's still there, so they'll come straight back into the flow in the next 10 seconds. That is 2 Walkers off the back of it, though.
Yeah, and you're happy for it. You're very, very happy for it. It's sort of this, you're essentially in a trading economy at the moment where you're just looking for the more high-value picks, and those enhanced troopers really do a whole world of work for you. Being able to push those lanes out. Yeah, just 3 steps ahead at the moment is Virtus Pro. Earn should be coming up shortly, and once again, should be decent. This time around, at least 1 win will have the ult economy to try and challenge for it. But only 1 Walker to focus on. Zanya with a heck of a lot of damage headed over. Shadow Transformation burn this early as well, Jackie's not good news.
Caught out too far ahead from the bridge side by the rest of the team, so being isolated, it's the risky runs, has to pop that ultimate. And this is what's become problematic for them. Ooh, that's a good grab though. Lasso in deep. Zergy's been pinned and pulled back. Last stand popped. He's feeling confident on this one. Big chase round the back. Should be able to at least clean up onto the Yamato. Further damage being dumped. He's called in for the backup. Death Slam. Throws him straight back into the Walker. The rescue beam timing avoids the stun. They keep the fight going. This is on VP's terms. It doesn't matter that 1 win fought. They engage the fight. Oh no!
Sharp plays like ice at the moment, and this is looking terrible for 1 win team. Just out of the radius of the stun on the rescue, Oberkim, resident medic in the building.
That is despicable. Hell of a response. The last stand, confidence into that clutch rescue beam. The Iceman just could not afford to let it go. And Zergy stays alive, taking control of that last walker. And this is the problem we've seen teams running into as well, Blank. Suddenly, as soon as we get into this point now, with the flex slots being gated behind the third walker, you just do not have that room for the map control to be split. Battle for the urn, though. Everyone's parrying. Dive back in. Good dot damage output from Empty Dreams on the Infernus. But it's looking a little bit south. It's a 1-for-1 trade with both Kelvin and ABL going down. Last stand's back off cooldown. Zergy's in, and he's ripping them to pieces. They're all grouped up, Blank. It's so much free damage. The pulse annihilating them. Assist by MKLS into the parry. It's nearly the full house.
For one win, mentally boomed at this point in time. The hook just barely misses. And an urn to be placed in on one win side the map feels brutal at this stage of the game. Zergy running the server with this last stand, withstanding the force coming through from one win team into a hook from up on high.
Oh, mate. Flammable is gone. You can smell the carcinogens in the air as he's been burnt down to the ground. Hell of a hook from Dimov. That's a fantastic play, and he does it again. Onto the Viscous. ABL, you are in a world of hurt. All the bullet resistance in the world can't save you from the hook of Dimov.
Oh, you want to be a ball, do you? A bigger ball, bigger target for me to hit with this hook. Thank you. Yes, please. There's another sent through at the moment. Dimov is on a streak right now. Gorilla grip on this man. Oh my days!
It just keeps doing it, Blank. It's disgusting. Nuts and bolts, because this man's got huge ones in this round. Incredible maneuvers from him. Empty Dreams will be having full nightmares. Just cannot stop this team. Death Slam from Flammable looking to alleviate some of the stress, because your base is being ripped to pieces. Patrons about to fall. Reset on the respawns. Can they really do anything to contest this one?
No Death Slam available. Shadow Transformations down. Easy pickup onto Zanya at the 19k, and the soul count just keeps on leading. The Patrons weakened. Soul economy doesn't look great right now for Virtus Pro, but they're happy just to sit in the pit.
Damage output's good. Focusing fire, 2 picks back over. Flammable still not alive and kicking, and no Death Slam as he's already thrown it out. So having that delay potential just isn't there for them. Split attention across the targets. They can't shut them down. It's only 1 kill on Talistic. Ults are coming back up as well. Halfway chipped through the Patron, at least forcing them out of the pit. With the respawn back onto Flammable, you get the assist over the top. Flog into them. Frozen Shelter up, trying to sustain the team. They catch onto the Lash. 4 versus 3, fighting them back towards the site. They get the dump of damage onto the Patron, and it looks like VP are here for the victory.
They'll kidnap Zergy, but it's just not enough. The Sapphire Patron goes down, and they're one up in the series in a confident beginner. And they played that comp perfectly, Jackie.
Man, no, that was sick, dude. The turnaround of the game, like the only moments where we saw the real control from one win, making it feel like it was destabilizing the game, was the early lanes, right? Good shove onto York, a bit of a back and forth over on Greenwich side with Listic just playing to set up MKLS with the aggressive shoulder charges. Following that, as soon as we get into mid-game, everything snapped. 10k Soul League keeps going up. The macro with the Soul and the macro with the Rejuve into just completely remove any objective on the map. Really good decision making, bud. Like the comms look clean and snappy today.
Absolutely. I think you look at Oberkim as well on that. Kelvin had a massive impact towards that early game. Looked incredible throughout with those frozen shelters. The slows as well were criminal. Hard to really play up against him. And I think it was a really good showcase of you don't need the Shiv Kelvin lane to make Kelvin work. He is phenomenal throughout. The rescue beams as well were nasty. Zergy living in scenarios where he absolutely should not have done.
Mate, they call it last stand, but in his hands, it's always standing. He just did not drop. Great use of the ultimate, the pulse damage consistently ticking him down, and the spacing on it as well. Like, there was no room to breathe for one win with a warehouse fight, just consistently ruining them. And like you say, it's so nice seeing a clutch, picture-perfect rescue beam now, where it feels like it really means something. That 60-second cooldown to save him, it's coming up here. You would have been stunned by the Walker. Instead, saves him from the Death Slam, saves him from the actual Walker, and then they go on to just roll them and take control of the objective. Like, so cleanly played. But
it's so nice because then they get the overcommit into the frozen shelter. Really, really good stuff. And again, I think the cool thing watching Zergy play this Warden was just the sheer confidence. A lot of times you just have to go up in their face. It's a beautiful parry as well, preventing him from going down. Through the ice path. What?
This was the sequence, right? Just back to back to back to back hooks. He did not miss. Dimov showing you how to do the bebop maneuvers there.
I mean, honestly, I believe, 100% believe that the reason he's got so many sources is just purely off the assists that were coming through. 19 in the game there. Gorgeous stuff. Empty Dreams comes away with the most damage in the server with 31k, but the rest of the team's a little bit lacking. He's quite easy to get that damage popping up with the Infernus, but still shows how strong of a character Infernus is right now. But yeah, really, really well played. And I love the way we watched Listic play this game. I think, and it is the way you have to play Abrams. It's just with massive balls, honestly. He was up in their face the entire time. It was very, very hard to shut him down. He was quick in and out. Brazilians giving him just that potential to keep on fighting. And never was that point where you could really ignore him as a hero. I think you get towards that mid game, and a lot of Abrams you watch play, it's just they're very ignorable. But Listic, he demanded that attention.
No, exactly, dude. You bigger balls than Viscous on that one. He was just always in their face, consistently punching you to bits. Great chase, good use of the shoulder charge as well to always break up fights, swing it back into their favor. It was nice. It was a really good combination to watch, especially towards the mid-game battles that we saw there. That's a hell of a first game between these two, Blank. Great sequence. You know, following the rejuve, I think it is just, you got to give them props for the way they actually had the map rotations on lock and just kept finding success, building into it, squeezing the most potential they could get out of that one rejuve.
Yeah, again, it is a very, very nice sequence of events where they're seeing exactly how the old economy is breaking down, when it's a good time to go for that rejuvenate. And again, they had a lot of confirm onto it. So as soon as they see that shadow transformation down, they're like, well, we're happy. Listic has got the maxed out seismic impact, so he's getting unstoppable off the back of it, so he can confirm if things get dicey, we can always frozen shelter. And it's just those pinpoint plays where it's like, there is 17 seconds left before that character comes out of spawn. We can do this. We have enough time. So in the camp of VP, big props to the shot calling throughout this entire match.
Absolutely, bro. I mean, that's the thing as well. Like, when we say ult economy, sometimes it is like you look for the key ults, but in that situation, the fact that it was literally Traveler, like you had nothing, no usability for deny, no usability to go in. Like, at most, we can do with that, try and distract me. Oh, I've seen some purple sparkles. Oh, no. Like, yeah, it's mad, bro. And it was uncomfortable as well, because obviously that's the thing. Like, you try and posture up. So it's like, got to do something in this sort of situation. I know this is going to unfold into all of my objectives being rolled. So it just resulted in, like, 3 dead off the back of it. So already it was a 30-second stagger with slight muddying on the spawns. Just constant cycling on the kills. And it was good. Like, no overcommit as well. Like, the Broadway fight was actually super nicely spaced, where you saw them making a heads-up call of, like, we do not cross this line. We take the push in towards backline, towards tier 2, get another pick. Suddenly we can split attention, start to focus on York as well. Yeah, it's cool. Like, it's one of those. If you go back, you sort of break down that demo. There's a lot you can dissect and sort of take into your own games where you sort of realize the flow of how you want to be playing around the objectives.
It's really tough as well, because it is those minor mistakes that are coming back to bite our teams inside this lobby. And I think that the mistake there for one win was just a case of, yeah, I can make a mad play. I can drop Shadow Transformation. I can just punch the hell out of this Walker and get our first flex slot. You got to be thinking ahead of that. And it would have been a case of that Walker's very low. They go for another earn play later on. we can just go pick that one up easy. But using Shadow Transformation there was just the domino that toppled it all. In isolation, it's an absolutely fine play as well. That's the annoying thing for one win. But for versus pro, it's a case of we smell blood in the water now, and we're going to capitalize off the back of that. Losing Broadway Walker because of that Rejuvenator really hurts you. It really does hurt you. You lose a lot of map control.
I was thinking as well with that, man, like obviously timing on it for the Earn fight with the posturing that you had. I don't know really what it was. I think it was a survivable defensive death slam where it was an isolated one-on-one just to get out. But then the reset time on that, I think we were rocking with about 32-second respawns at the time he died. So it's kind of one of those where it feels a bit more sort of rough of a decision where you're like, was it worth just tanking the death, hoping off respawn you could at least help out on the contest for the rejuve with death slam still being up?
Yeah, it's hard. And I think that the majority of the last shots we saw in that game, they were all defensive. We saw maybe one or two which were offensive, which were picking up one player, and it's really hard getting death slams off versus a Kelvin in the first place. And yeah, you deny the lash, you deny the holiday, but did you really get that much value out of it? Even in the case where they were able to get the lasso off over towards the Warden, didn't matter. Zergy was just popping last stand, and if anything, you were giving him the lead into that team. So yeah, very, very rough.
See, that's the thing. Sometimes it does feel like it's one of those where if you kind of just have like the frontline potential of Warden popping the last stand before you can get the interrupt in, you just help him out. Like sometimes it's a blessing where it's like, please death slam me, please lasso me. I would love it. I'd love it. But anyway, that's enough reminiscing on what was a great first map in the series because it's the best of three, homies. We got more to get through. We get some damn good deadlock here today, and already it's delivering. Let's have a look at the draft this time around, see what the alterations are, if there's going to be any more mind games in the picks. Opening bans, 1 win, getting rid of Geist, fair enough. Moving over, VP, they're not going to have the Warden in play. They shut it down themselves this time.
Yeah, so that's going to get in the head of 1-win team, in my opinion. You know, you've just won an insane game where Zergy was so prominent on that Warden. Now Virtus.pro's banning it. What's going on here? So what are they going to build into now? You don't have the Sinclair banning coming out early. Virtus.pro likely want to pick up a couple of carries to start off with, though it's not unusual to see a Sinclair first pick, especially because they're going to be picking with 2 to start off with. So we'll see how this does pan out. But for Virtus.pro, already throwing a spanner into the works here of how they want to play this one. We've seen they can still have very good effectiveness with Michaelis over on that Vindicta and Listic playing in the same lane. The blue lane, we like to call it. Not always in Broadway,
blue
though.
Only.
Yeah,
no. Commonly Greenwich for some reason.
Yeah.
But maybe if you're colorblind, they kind of have the same hue.
It's Green Abrams.
Yeah, it could throw you off. Green Abrams and Blue Viscous coming this summer to cinemas near you.
I've probably been a little bit hesitant on the pick here, so we'll get the Mirage out to start things off with, which is fair enough. Very, very good pick. We saw 1-win team do good damage of it. I mean, it is overwhelming in lane. If you get a Mirage Sinclair lane, 1-win's going to hate their life. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, early burst damage on the poke, the amount of early kill potential as well with the new bounties. Like, enjoy that one, bro. You sat there buying monster rounds, just kind of cowering behind Guardian.
Yeah. It is hard for Virtus.pro, though, to justify that Sinclair second pick because they might want something a little bit more priority on their side. So 1-win aren't just taking away everything that's important because you literally sort out one of your lanes. One of your lanes is going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. Mirage, Sinclair, but then you're not scrambling. I don't want to say, but you are a little bit tight on your other picks because you've already got Geist and Warden out the way, which leaves the Infernus. It leaves the Yamato, which is already picked. So there you go. We do get the Infernus for the Virtus.pro.
Makes sense. A lot of damage potential. We've seen consistently, nearly every matchup we've had with the compositions. Infern is always topping the damage output. You can just rip people to shreds, especially late game, man. Like just the dot potential. You get Ricochet online. Suddenly everyone's bleeding. You just feel like you don't have enough bandages to keep yourself alive. Yeah, it's a good pick. It's a good pick. Again, already like 2 very aggressive heroes that can just harass the hell out of you. So for first picks, that's not bad at all for VP.
No, I think for VP, they're quite happy with how that went down. Like we were saying, pretty much all the carries are gone other than Shiv now. with Yamato, Geist, Warden, Mirage, and Infernus. So for 1-win team, potentially they're picking themselves up a Shiv Kelvin. That would be decent, in my opinion. That would round out the initial start of your roster and prevent Virtus Pro from having that Kelvin on board, which Oberkin was doing so much work on. I think that's the difficulty. There you go. Sinclair, Shiv actually is insane. That works out quite well. But yeah, I think Oberkin was already drastically difficult to play against on the Kelvin that you'd want to take it off him. But you do open it back up now for Virtus Pro to pick that one, which will be nice, other than the fact that Sinclair's likely going to be copying that ultimate away from you. We'll be able to delay out a lot of those fights. So yeah, a lot of mind games at the moment. And most of the carries are just now gone. Just how do you want to round out your roster now? I think the Sinclair is a disgusting pickup either way for 1-win team. No one likes playing against that character. I've never met anyone who's like, yeah, Sinclair lane, I could do that. That works out well for me. I reckon I could win that lane. Everyone's like, well, Sinclair lane, I'm going to have a tough time. Probably going to lose.
I'm a rabbit for 15 minutes. I keep getting punched. And, would you look at that assistant vexing bolt again and again and again. Yeah, it's rough, bro. It's rough. But obviously, that's why it's so bloody viable, like especially in comp play. Just the harass potential is strong. A little bit of lockdown back over. Again, man, the Vindictor plays were relatively useful. We saw good use of the snipe, even just to soften players up so you could actually get the executes off. You combo that with some of the other dot damage you've already got here. Like, it's good burst. But a lot of nice use of Vindictor throughout this tournament as well for the deep shoves onto lane, where you can just keep them pushed out even from high ground advantages. So you're still being able to find impact and build up the assassinates. So you're still ticking up the net worth, which feels like actually a far more viable way to play it. But yeah, it is a little bit worrying, of course, that I feel like you've got a ton of firepower already on the 1-win side, but it is that counter potential where, like you say, if you get the Kelvin in, suddenly it's not as free. That frozen shelter can just be direct countered, where as long as Sinclair's in there, it's like, please frozen shelter me. Here's one of my own. Now it just nullifies everything. Also removes the free potential of the urn run. And I think that macro was pretty key as well. The way they were playing around the urn and using that side objective as a delay tactic did kind of throw off the placement across the map for 1-win. Like, their map positioning wasn't as good as it could have been due to always being worried about the free urn takes.
So I like this on the bans as well. So we get the Abrams ban from 1-win team. They do not want the listic on Abrams. That Abrams Vindictor lane actually did look pretty tremendous. They played it phenomenally well. But Virtus Pro, similarly, they don't want overseas on the Bebop, so they will just ban that away. Bebop into Sinclair. Hex is pretty much just a free kill, right? No matter what happens. Getting that out of the way early is good. You're still going to have to deal with the Yamato Sinclair lane, which I think most people would agree is the most egregious lane in the entire game at the moment. Get Dimov on the Calico, potentially. We saw Sharik actually flexing off on towards Calico last game, and Dimov on the Bebop. But I'd imagine this time you get Dimov on the Calico, probably a Lash pick, maybe a Lash Kelvin to finish things out. Be able to steal specific heroes, throw them into the Kelvin Dome, and then with all this damage, all this lockdown, Alk Fire from MKLS into Tether, into Combustive Concussion, trapped in a small space with the Calico, that would work out quite well.
Yeah, that's a good point, bro. Like, the stack potential of just being able to combine all of this together inside a frozen shelter does compound very quickly. Getting pinned with a tether, like you say as well, that's why it was so viable with shoving lanes with the Crow Alkfire build. So he's probably going to have it in the back pocket. You can just condense that on top. Then it really does become far more influential, where if we do get a Kelvin, of course, it's up to the Sinclair to be able to counter that, or you just leave yourself high and dry. Fair enough, they get rid of the Bebop. Okay, actually, this is pretty cool. All right, we get both Holiday and Kelvin secured on the side of 1-win, though. They're going to grab both of them. So good pick, added to the roster already. Lasso's been so influential. That's going to be there. And you kind of get a bit of a sort of freebie on this, where not only have you now got the real Kelvin, you've got Sinclair that then can prioritize other opponents depending on what we see picked from VP here. If there is a Lash, suddenly Death Slam's on the menu.
Yeah, I mean, right now there isn't an amazing amount of potential to steal. I mean, Combustive Concussion potentially could be nice. Return to Shouters to get away. I mean, there's a little bit of utility in there for the Sinclair, but nothing crazy. I will say, though, for 1-win, a lot of this draft has been denying Virtus Pro from playing what they want, as opposed to building a composition that they want to play.
It doesn't feel like you're playing to your strengths as much as you're playing to counter them.
Yeah, and I think that this is a good comp coming through from one win team, absolutely, and it does work. But yeah, it's not one win though, is it?
No, it is a bit different. It's win one.
Win one,
which is what they do need to do. Ironically,
they win one,
they
guys.
need to win one. Yeah.
I totally forgot about the Viscous dude. Yeah,
VP, man. Yeah, he's still in. He was still in. So big goo boy. He's back. Look at him.
Yeah. So realistically, the Virtus Pro, what they're lacking is pick. Right. That's what they're lacking at the moment.
Yeah.
Paradox is in play. I'll be curious to see who plays that if it does come out, and it's realistically just the Lash as well that you've got. Maybe a Moen Krill. Maybe a Haze from Oberkim, just to lock down. I think they had some success before with the Calico Haze roam. A thinker. Definitely a thinker.
Yeah, a bit of a head scratcher. That's why you're probably taking a little bit more time to ponder it with the last picks. Is you got some bumps in the road. Didn't expect that one as much, but fair enough. Actually, I mean, for the anti-heal potential, again, this just reeks to me that with them picking into Kelvin, you're looking for the stack damage of where if you do Frozen Shelter us, you can just get comboed down with so much that you've got to bail out, nullify basically the free heal from that Frozen Shelter with Pocket.
I think the terrifying thing is that it's very unlikely that you're going to be Frozen Sheltering Vindicta with flight. Unless you're Phantom Striking as a Kelvin, which we're not doing, are we? We're not doing that. You're unlikely to get the Vindicta, but you trap the Mirage is pretty much your trap target. But you trap the Infernus, Combustive Concussion, Return to Shadows, Goo Cube available, Goo Balls roll around it, Affliction as well inside of there. There's not many good targets, at least in a team fight. If you can trap one or two, amazing. That's going to work out well. I feel like we were looking for another pick hero, and yeah, we do go for Paradox. Don't go for the Lash. The Lash did not work out last game at all, especially here with the amount of escape potential with Enchanter's Satchel, Goo Cube, Return to Shadows, Flight. Throwing a Combustive Concussion into your own team isn't very fun. I think that does round it out fairly decently. So a massive amount of pick potential, but do they have the damage to follow up on that with the Shiv and the Yamato?
I suppose that's the interesting thing, right? Is because it is one of those, like you say, like the opportunity to initiate fights on your terms is far better from the base comp. But what worries me more so is now it does go back to the magnificent Sinclair, all capital letters, where I feel like you don't really have that much that you can viability sort of just steal away in every fight. Like maybe
Affliction's nice. Yeah, Affliction is nice. I think you take that, but that's like that's the big target now.
And again, dude, it's also just like catching them with Pocket's getaway potential. You are pretty slippery. Like you can be a bit annoying. It'd have to be quite a dive.
By the time that the Pocket's gone and afflicted you do not have time to grab the Affliction beforehand, right? Because he's going to be Majestic leaping in or Cloak satcheling in.
Yeah, and then out.
So likely a case of the Affliction comes through, Pocket dips, waits for that to work his magic, and then come back into the fight with Barrage. I think the Virtus Pro, this is definitely a high skill cap game for them, where things will have to be played pretty perfectly because they aren't running with a pick hero, which is somewhat odd, right? It is somewhat odd.
I don't know, man. We'll see. I suppose it comes down to potentially a bit more of a defensive play style. But let's see. We're into it. It's our second game of the best of three. This has already been quite an interesting one. Is the damage output going to be enough? Can VP just use their self-sustain and stacking damage to burst them down? A lot to answer, but we'll only have one winner at the end of this next game. We're back into the Cursed Apple, opening it up over on Greenwich side. Let's see what the lane matchups are looking like and if there's any surprises in store for this one.
I think the cool thing is here, Jackie, at least, is that Virtus Pro, their main goal here is to blow up and act like they don't know nobody. But the main goal is to fight for the pickups, right, on the urns, because they can't be fighting for the hand-ins. But they do have a really good team when it comes to fighting in enclosed spaces. So all they really need is for one win to come to them. And those pickup locations are definitely a significant moment for that. They have fantastic reju fight as well. That's scary. That is the scary part. So you're right. I completely agree. This is going to be definitely a much more of a defensive Virtus Pro we're seeing here, as opposed to the very aggressive mid game we saw from Virtus Pro last game.
Yeah, you know, usually, especially with the early game, bro, they love those high APM fights where it's just non-stop, burn them down, make sure you're always harassing. So let's see what we get out of it. We're into the action already. Had a bit of a shove deep initially towards Broadway lane, seeing if they can get a little bit of momentum off the back of this. ABL on the Paradox as well. Well-placed swap early on in lane. Once that bad boy comes off cooldown, you do have a lot where you could potentially find yourself some early picks and build up from it. Good carbine for the opening damage. Cutting over to Listic's POV, though. That's the Calico. Nearly going to go to the funeral home, but still alive for now, actually. Dodging the crack shot. Doesn't get it off. No proc.
No, just bullies a trooper instead. But yeah, a lot of push here coming through. There is some good potential here for Demov as well as Listed to get some damage done. But the poke is so unbelievable coming through from Xenon at the moment that it's hard to really get too much done. And Listic, living on borrowed time at the moment. Offing on that life support right now. Does need a bit of a heal. Likely going to be picking up some green items to start things off.
Early monster rounds as well in play for overseas, so you get the good shove onto the lane. Use of the Hex for the pre-fire, hoping that as Listic comes out, you can shut him down. But instead, it's a revolving door, courtesy of overseas. Say goodbye to Listic in lane.
That was a really nice combination of Hex whilst in the goo cube, coming out as the rabbit into the powder keg. Yeah, this lane becomes a bit brutal. Immediately Listic gets back in, tries to do some good damage. Just chunk him down by about half here.
Oh, burst on that is clean.
Dead again.
Yeah, hyper aggro. Obviously, it does fit his playstyle, man. Like, he's always just trying to get in your face and shove. But for the Calico early, going down quite a few times towards Broadway lane, that's the compounding of the new soul bounties with that higher base increase. So you're going to be taking a lot from this. You can see it already. You're a K ahead on overseas, close to actually hitting your ult first on the server.
He's just trying to clear this wave as soon as possible. 600 damage done in a blink of an eye. Walker down at 4, Guardian down at 4 minutes really feels rough, especially on your blue Guardian.
Good dive on that. Tether's really clean. Pins him in place, so the Flame Dash is able to stack extra damage. Build yourself a pathway up to the heavens. If Flammable's got the high ground, avoid the dot on the ground and just pepper some bullets back. Sergi takes a bit of a hit. They squeeze a lot out of that dive onto York. Meanwhile, overseas, setting up the powder kegs, bounce pad into launching it towards them. Just a bit of a harass to apply additional pressure and keep them guessing. Quick rotate back with the bounce pads to assist on Broadway.
There's a big push. I think the overseas wanting to go for the buff there, but there is a massive push happening on Broadway, like you're saying. That's it, the Flame Dash. Listic's down again. He's ramping. You know, he's just ramping up.
That's the thing about ramps. You know, you've got to start at the bottom and work your way towards the top line. But when you get there, God, are you fast.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Listic's only just got his ult as well, which is really rough. Could be decent damage over towards Empty Dreams. Doesn't get the proc on the afterburn, though. And will force out the Kelvin, at the very least.
So
there's a lot of time Freds and Shelter's back on CD, so if you did want to dive off the back of it with a combustion, far more viability to play with. They've got the backup though. Sinclair comes over, trying to throw out the Hex. There's the combustion for the engage. Good dive back on the Shiv. Doesn't actually get what they wanted from it at all, so Empty Dreams is able to keep himself in a good, healthy position. Just tuck in behind the Guardian. It's a big fight on the wave. 2 rounds in the Assassinate as well. Robokim, plenty of opportunity to chunk them down or execute if they linger for too long. But this fight on York's going a little bit south. You're looking for the wrap off. Listic makes the move back over towards Broadway.
I respect the fact that they are trying to just roam this one out. No one's over towards Blue Guardian right now. Both players left, which means that Dimov as well as Listic are just happy to pull off of that objective, which I think is a really smart maneuver here, because they need to start setting the pace. Killing Blow will go through though, and Oberkim steps a little bit too far forward.
That's the thing as well. It felt like Dimov was basically saying, like, I'll just clear the wave towards the Walker, keep shoving. We need to get that Guardian at least for some clash back over on York's side. But in the downtime where you've had to rotate back over for Listic, it's given them more room to chip. Now they even go in for a good steal. The heist off the back of the lasso. And Overseas is the captain of Greenwich right now. There's at least a trade. Snipe back from the Vindicta. But this could be quite problematic already. I mean, at least here, you're going to be able to push up somewhat, get a bit of damage off on towards that Greenwich Guardian. There is a trade on York's side. It's taken them a while. So this is the knock-on effect. You finally get 1, but they've already claimed 2.
It's not the end of the world just yet. I mean, you haven't lost your final Guardian there. There's still opportunity to push more around the map as more and more players are allowed to roam. Nasty swap, though, onto Oberkim. Does go down in the moment. Not feel good. Oberkim not having a massive amount of success right now on the Vindicta.
Going from what was quite a passive early game, other than quite a lot of aggression shown on Broadway, to a whole lot of roaming the minute you lost that Broadway Guardian. Ooh, trying to get the moves off for the quick jump up. Has to use the defensive Hex. Ooh, good Vexing Bolt on the fadeaway, though.
Could have been naughty.
Yeah.
Fearless trying to get out of there. But there is a powder keg in play and absolutely no cooldowns to work with. That's another Guardian found, so first flex slot on board now for 1 win, looking a lot better this match.
Yeah, it's working well for them. A lot of bully potential. And again, this time around, you know, it is the macro for them where it's worked well off the back of the early rotates. Their split's been a bit more effective. You've seen the use of Overseas with the quick engages, just keeping them low or assisting enough to shove out the waves. They've got to rotate someone else. A lot of early presence, and it's resulting in quite a nice soul lead as well. You know, just shy of 10k, you're building it up, keeping your heads above water, and like you say, having that flex slot from taking all 3 of the Guardians now alleviates a lot of the early game pressure. Means that the splits don't have to be as substantial, so that you can starve out VP from being able to clap back onto the remaining Guardians you've got up.
Yeah, you're seeing the effectiveness of the pick heroes coming through from 1 win. Overseas already getting a huge amount of work done. ABL with some nasty swaps so far. And Virtus Pro, we were speculating that basically running into this game with a bit much more defensive composition. And so far, the defense has just been completely broken apart. Cracked breastplate for Virtus Pro.
Hell in a cell on Broadway. Viscous rolling around, the backup arrives as well, and there's more cavalry coming. You've got Shiv making the move over. It's Empty Dreams that looks to assist. Peels up at just the right time. Good damage done onto Listic. He's trying to bail. They call it right, though. Oh, instant pop on the ult. Nullify the execute. And give yourself just enough space to fade back away towards the base.
I mean,
you see the follow-up there as well onto Overseas. There's still even a pick for them.
Which is nice. I want to try and get this Walker down. Dimov getting taken out by ABL here. In comes Listic once again, tries to prevent the pickup on the urn. And this is what we talked about earlier. They had to fight for these pickups, but because there's so much control over the map, they just haven't been able to. At least flex slots online now. The boys on Virtus Pro. Big group up now, Jackie.
Yeah, man. Kind of thankful at least the fight is over towards Greenwich side with that last Guardian still remaining as well. It's Listic that was attempting to run the urn. That's going to be caught. You hear the lasso go off, and it is a snatch and grab. Vindicta down and out. She's back to being a ghost all over again. Quick top up with the healing. In a good position here. They can defend towards that Greenwich Guardian, secure themselves the additional souls off the urn. Living their movie right now with some of the response back.
Yeah, one win looking far, far and away ahead here. Virtus Pro hasn't been able to handle the amount of pick potential coming out from them. Oberkin getting caught out in some pretty awkward scenarios too. Could be a hard game to get back into. At least Shark has been farming up. 10k right now. Sitting even with Zania at least. Empty Dreams getting further and further ahead on this Shiv at the moment. Will be dangerous.
Oh, mate. Makes sense as well. Like, capitalize off the back. You've already got the shove and the defense of that added Guardian on Greenwich lane. They group up to try and shove it out as a team, see if they can inflict some damage back onto the Walker. Good grapple up top side. Chase onto Listic, looking for the damage output. That one's going to tag Dimov back over on the Viscous. A lot of attention turned from VP towards Greenwich, trying to force them out. But look at the split on the map. You've got Shiv of Empty Dreams wrapping back over to clear onto Yorkside. Meanwhile, Broadway's taking a big hit as well. And all of your focus is being burned just on Flammable. Missed shot from the Assassinate towards the back line of Kelvin. So yes, you finally pushed it back towards the Guardian, but they've shoved the whole map on this. Oh, the stun comes over. Forces out the shadow transformation. Everyone's on top of you. Listic gets dove back upon though. Throws out the parry. Still goes down.
Shadow transformation completely nullifying the parry as well. They're looking to finish him off. They will find it. Big damage on the other side of the map as once again Zergy goes down on the Infernus. It has been tough and still yet to find this Guardian actually. I thought it had gone down a little while ago, but still up.
Finally falls, man. And that's the problem, right? That's the issue. You've only just got yourself that flex slot. It's been sat there sleeping. And that's what I'm saying. It's a good maneuver to like shove that out off the urn fight where you just stay grouped on Greenwich knowing you've got a good delay at least where they can't even counter it on a run back up towards your Walker to get some chip damage in. Just slows them down so much more. Blessing is, though, of course, they will be able to spend some of those additional souls. It's been a fairly consistent, just shy of like 10k lead for one win, though. It's still just about 7k up at the moment.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world for Virtus Pro. And I will say that despite everything, you know, Oberkim's getting caught out a lot, but that's because he's having to do a huge amount of work around the map alongside with Listic and Dimov. It's pretty much these three players at the moment that are trying to maintain control around the map, giving breathing room towards Zergy and Sharik just to get farmed up and stay relatively level with the highest soul count over on one win, which is Empty Dreams on 15k, because that absolutely has to happen. If your Mirage and your Inferno starts to fall behind, your late game is going to be in the bin. So there's a huge amount of work having to be front-loaded back over towards Listic, back over towards Oberkim, while they manage this mid-game, essentially, for the rest of the team.
Oh, nearly the aggressive lasso. You felt that one in your chest. Battle over the gun buff on the bridge. It's going to be snatched. Oh, drop down as well. Looking for the DPS output. You're going to pop that shadow transformation. Everyone's on top of you. Hex back over, but smooth moves for the getaway. Looks like the Affliction also going to be thrown out. McKay LS looking for the dive back over. He pops out the briefcase and looks to run away. QQ catching Listic, but it's still going to leave him susceptible to be executed. Shiv will take that one as Empty Dreams cuts him open.
at least you're quite happy with the fact that Zergy's able to pick up the urn in the midst of all that. Overkim, make the smooth moves. Not enough though, as ABL comes around the corner, will pick him up in the process. But yeah, you're happy that Zergy's able to get the pickup. We were talking about how they had to fight for these urn pickups. So it wasn't just free for 1win to hand these ones in over and over again. Having flashbacks to that last game though. Alright, I'll have to make a quick getaway over towards the Walker, using that moment whilst the urn is in the hands. Pressure.
Heal potential through the roof. Flammable uses the frozen shelter to keep them tanked up. It's a dive in, explosive Zergy maneuver. The bomb bursting in air and chasing back on the air vents. The dot damage is enough to shut down Kelvin. So the battle of the elements is certainly heating up in favor of this man. The aim's always on point. Chase back onto the Holiday. Return to sender as she tries to get towards base. He's done enough.
And they lose the Walker though in the midst of all that, Jackie. Sadly, it was a good engage, or a great engage in fact, coming from Virtus Pro. Try and maintain control, but nice macro on 1win. They take a Walker in the process. They're going to look to try and get this urn in now though. It's been in the hands of Virtus Pro for a long while. No lasso. Shadow transformation is available. That's Listic down again. I'm getting very bored of saying that.
Yeah, it is the way it goes right now. At least there's a fair trade back onto overseas, so the Holiday won't be able to drag them off onto a forced vacation with the lasso. Pressure applied as well from Zanya on the pushback over, finally able to get that grasp onto the Walker. So that's 2 of them gone. Yorkside defenseless, Greenwich defenseless, Big X on Broadway suddenly.
Yeah, and we're in that position now where ABL's at 20k, Empty Dreams at 20k, and Zergy's starting to fall behind. It was that big moment where he goes in for that team fight where they were really hoping to turn things around. The fact they don't get too many kills off the back of it, I think it was just the one towards Slammable, means that it was just not that valuable for them. Falling behind by a lot of souls now, though. This is where it starts to get really rough, and I think at this point in time, Virtus Pro has to hope for a mistake from 1win team, a poorly played team fight. But again, for 1win, all they have to do is really just wait for these picks to come through from ABL, from overseas with the lasso.
That's why we're seeing the power of the mid-fight resets as well for Flammable on the Kelvin. Just using it to top them up and self-sustain. Oh, the grab onto Listic. I mean, the burst damage is there. Cooldowns, though, on the rest of the kit, so you're not going to be able to get the bomb off to shut him down, trapped inside of the TP. But good rotation over. Holiday in position to assist. You're forced to use the ult, just trying to get away with Shadow Transformation. But you are sent back to the shadows. Nothing to be done for Listic. Dimov trapped inside of the teleporter. Uses the defensive goo cube, so at least he can stay nice and warm and safe.
At least one foul. Michaelis actually doing a pretty big amount of work. 20k right now in the game. Does find Empty Dreams, but Oberkim falls off the top of that. So that's a 1-for-3 trade and an easy rejuvenated call coming through for the boys on 1win team. And this is where I kind of feel like you hope for a Hail Mary with Shadow Transformation still up and available. It's unlikely, Jackie. It's unlikely they're going to be stealing this.
Yeah, I mean, you can see from the posturing, like, it's not even really a thought right now of running the risk of going for it. Staggered spawns and the 2 players coming back up as well with McKLS and Oberkim slightly further off from one another. You go for the heads-up call of at least knowing most of them are down towards the rejuve pit. We can fight for control of one of the walkers and start trying to get some objectives out of this. It's the smarter play that you can go for, but the problem is you are now going to run into the entire team on the getaway. They go up the stairs and you're thrown into an uncomfortable spot. If they split too much on the escape, you could lose isolated players with staggered deaths, then the rejuve becomes even more lucrative. Great movement though, trying to get out a dodge and stay alive. You get pinned in the end. It is going to be a nice catch from ABL on the swap to keep the kill streak going.
At the very least, they scarper on it, right? So they split the attention to ensure at least most of their players get out. But the fact that Listic is still here, still taking damage, needs to get back to the safety of the rest of his team. We're at the stage now where the urn is on the side of Virtus Pro's map, which always feels pretty terrible. Careless has been having some pretty good moments this game so far, but not quite able to keep the team alive here just yet. Zergy getting back into it though, 21k, which is nice. Sits you a little bit better in the grand scheme of things. I think the fact that he got up to 21k is pretty mad, the amount of farming he was able to do in that moment.
The cult sacrifice paying off. Damage being dumped though. This is what they were waiting for. Obviously still a decent chunk of time left on that rejuvenator, so you get a bit of burst off from the back door onto the walker, bring it down to half HP. If they force themselves into an uncomfortable fight without quick rotations in terms of the spacing, that's where it's going to benefit one win. Take those picks, cycle through them. It was ABL that makes the quick dip down to the Sudway and just pieces out through the teleporter, so he's back in safety. There's no risk of at least finding one and taking the rejuve off. Ooh, investment into Echo Shard as well. If he wasn't annoying before, it's only going to get worse. We might see it right now as well. Double bomb down on the ground. You get the pin off. Vindicta trying to hold them in place to assist, but that's going to run out. They can back off from it and create some distance. Snipe back over, hoping to chunk your way through Flammable to make it easy for Dimov to convert the kill, but there's no real DPS output. They in fact think, you know what, you've burnt a lot of CD on this, let's go back in, dive over the top. Powder keg thrown straight into the face, sends them scarpering behind that walker.
Daniel though, there's a chase coming through over towards him at the moment on the Yamato. Should be finished. Buys a lot of time with the Shadow Transformation inside the TP. Might just get through in time. Does the Afterburn tick through? It does. Trusts in the toxic bullets.
That's what he wanted. The dot was enough. And at least you force out one of the rejuves. But isn't it mad that it's still only one of the rejuvenators? There goes a second. It's finally Flammable is finished. They chain them together. They seize the advantage and start to push the initiative further now, getting a couple of picks back and potentially can offset these respawns. It's a good grab towards the mid-boss arena. Zergy with the tracing. Oh, man. He's like first-class post-blank. Track and trace. Big bag on display.
Yeah, they were really hungry for that kill as well because they'd seen him just picking up all the souls from mid-room on those boxes. So they knew he was carrying. They knew he was carrying. Great little Enchanter's Satchel as well there. Denies the Hex coming through. Spirit Burns online for Michaelis as well, which is a huge item to be picking up this early now. For Virtus Pro, going to be denying a lot of the healing going through onto Unwim. The first time in a long time, Zergy's actually ahead of Empty Dreams. ABL on the double bomb build though. Interesting stuff to see, but he is the highest soul count.
It's a scary pickup. Well, that Echo Shark can be so bloody annoying to deal with, and already he's been playing a great game.
Now, of course, that was the Rejuvenator finally being burnt off them. Ooh, similar story for Xenon as well. Second Echo Shard for the roster being brought out to play.
Double Hex, double bomb. Damn.
Yeah. That's gross, dude. The channel downtime on that, where it's just stacking on you and you just can't do anything about it, is actually really huge for the utility. I will say, at least, though, you know, glad to see at least a bit of a shove back in the right direction with that fight from VP, because you were in dire straits. This is one where it could have snowballed very, very badly for you. At least they alleviated some of the pressure as well going into it, of course, with that big dive onto Greenwich side, where you got one of the walkers. So it makes it a little bit easier to try and squeeze out map control. But obviously, key word there is a little bit easier. It's still going to be hard to actually force one win to over-rotate too much.
So, one win right now, as well as Virtus Pro, is just popped. This urn matters a lot. Quite far into the game here. It'll be very, very valued. Should be in the Virtus Pro camp as well when it's picked up. They're searching. They're searching right now for any kind of targets that they can find. Get a pick off. The initial grab on the urn is there, and they're going to delay this one out as much as possible. It's awkward now for Virtus Pro. Very, very awkward. They need a pick, basically, from someone.
With the lurking Calico underneath the bounce pads. Oberkim was trying to get the catch off on the Vindicta, but instead it's up high with the tether. Lasso drags him in straight round the back towards the frozen center. Try and drag out the time on that for as long as possible. Compounding on top, you get the affliction thrown out from McKLS. Dive away on the holiday and look for the chase back towards Xenon as he's so low. Sinclair could be slain. They're battling it out towards that tier 1. It's an awkward fight with Zergy being the first to fall. So Infernus out of commission for a minute straight, but they do get an objective from it. Split on the attention, fight back towards Yorkside. One of the walkers is gone.
That's an okay trade, and they pick up the urn in the process. Really, really good for Virtus Pro. In the midst of all that, you know, Zergy applies a huge amount of pressure in that front line, and One Win feels good that they take him out. He's done, but you grab the urn, you grab a walker. Incredible macro coming through on the boys over on Virtus Pro, but there is mid. This should be an immediate collapse over towards that side. No Zergy alive, no combustive concussion. Affliction's up in 10. Do they challenge for it or just happy with what they get off the back of that? Only 10k behind now.
It's going to be an influential choice, no matter what they decide to go for. Let's see if they posture for it. They're moving in close. You can see the positioning. They're going to drop down instantly. Just show the hand of Listic. Try and draw the attention. In comes the goo cube. The double bomb on top. Tether thrown out. Last second. You use that frozen shelter to buy time. The wall's there. Everyone brawling on top of one another. Keeping them off with a parry. It's the grab for Zanya. They get it with the complete shutdown. 4 dead off the back. Only 2 remaining as VP are losing grip on the game. And the attempt to snatch away the rejuve might just be them losing out on this map.
They tried to grab it, and you can understand the thought process is that you do have Shadow Transformation offline at that point of the game. And for Flammable, a great decision is made there, where he delays the frozen shelter after the parries come through, which were clutch from One Win. Then he drops frozen shelter, gives time for Zania to get off the Shadow Transformation and confirm onto the rejuve. It was a nightmarish possibility that One Win loses that rejuvenator, but they play it to perfection and will now start to obliterate the base now.
And the sheer output of damage you've got here, you're going to rip through this in seconds. Even with the reduction on the cooldown, yes, they'll get one final opportunity to fight from this with nigh on full ultimate economy available to them, blank. But it's going to be so hard to keep yourself in this game now. They can make the safe play if we don't even need to attempt to run the risk of finishing it here. Back out, clear all the jungle, use the extra viability they have with the flex slots to buy up, have full builds nearly going back into this now. And then you just need a single clean team fight, and that's game. You'll be able to shut it down.
Inhibitors picked up now by Zergy, at least. A lot of damage reduction in these coming team fights. But it feels like you're in a position where they are far ahead. Zergy's your big main carry. Sharik's not been doing too badly. And honestly, for Dimov, McKLS, Oberkim, as well as Listic, the build count that they've got on right now and the soul count they're running with, that's fine. That'll do the trick, and they will be able to do their jobs in this fight. I mean, Oberkim's been suffering the most here, where he's had to really just make do with absolutely no farm, so a lot of it can be shifted across over towards Michaelis, Zergy, and Sharik. But he right now is that outfire, using the added damage coming through. Oh my god. Using the added damage coming through from Assassinate. That's the only way he keeps himself up. And I think this might just be the ball going down.
Yeah, that's the grab they were looking for. They just wanted VP to wait one mistake when they know they still had just shy of about half the time left on the Rejuvenator. Then you can take the fights one man up and just seize the initiative from that. Keep pushing it out and play for the equal trades. And as soon as you get in base, it's going to be turned to rubble quickly. I don't necessarily need to dive too deep on this, so a little bit of space between them as they back up, get eyes on another target as it's Listic on the Calico, trying to make the move back towards the front base Guardians. Can't get the grab off with the Shadow Transformation coming out.
Still, I mean, just shy of about a minute there on the respawn for Dimov as well. And another chance to run an earn with this. Still getting the buys in. Arctic Blast picked up for Empty Dreams. Money to be spent.
It's a hard game now. I think that earn was really important. Virtus Pro to be able to challenge where they're all in one spot. Good damage from Zergy though. Debuff removal will keep him alive a little bit longer. Solan returned. Lots of damage over towards Xenon.
2 dead. Long cycle on the spawn as well. I mean, Affliction was thrown out at least to try and make your lives a little bit easier. There's 2 picks back with both Xenon and Overseas going down, but quicker spawns with a Rejuvenator to play with on at least one of them. There's the Frozen Shelter from Flammable. A bit of a scrap, but it's not looking clean at all. 4 versus 3. Slowly edging closer towards the Patron pit to set themselves up to close it. Ball rolling at you with Dimov coming back alive and at least getting the stuns off. No Rejuvenator to work with now either, so it becomes a lot more costly if you do start to lose out on this fight. Good damage back on the Flammable. Vobakin can get a snipe off here. It could be sick. The tag's there, but that's all it is. Just the tag, no frag.
Near miss on the Tether as well, and Danji's coming back with the help of Fortitude, giving him that all-important healing. In comes the long grapple, and Dimov's in a whole world of hurt, not able to get out of it.
And with that, you've got space. They can get in the pit. They know there's only 2 alive with no real CC to knock them off of this and slow them down. Hell, you'll even grab Zergy's ultimate and use it against them to leave them pinned in base and add insult to injury. As 1 win look like they should get 1 win out of this blank and tie up the series 1-1 apiece.
Virtus Pro not looking in a great spot there at all. Kind of went from bad to worse in that game. Again, just that peak potential. They never had those fights that they were looking for. And I think 1 win plays out really nicely where the only real team fights we had on the cards were over Rejuvenator. And that was always when there was at least 1 player down on the side of Virtus Pro. So very, very difficult stuff for them. But we have one more match to decide this one up. And Virtus Pro's got to be good on the draft here because having the Holiday, having the Paradox, ABL plays a very cool double bomb build there. And it just worked. It just works. I think that they just could not get online early enough. And I think that a lot of that early laning phase where there was a huge amount of pressure over towards those Guardians that 1 was able to use, it was no longer any real follow-up where we had that Bebop last game coming through for Virtus Pro to enable them to get some picks off, to enable to get some kills, and just here, it wasn't happening. Virtus Pro constantly playing into the hands of 1 win.
Yeah, and that was the scary thing, you know, when you looked at it, it was a bit more defensive in the way they were going to have to play this. So 1 win just consistently being able to go in, snatch away a single player, break down the fights. The staggering of the spawns the entire game is what also made it feel a bit rough, where there was large portions where it always felt you were in like 5 versus 6s and just couldn't actually use the combinations that they had set up with some of the ultimate synergies. This was really rough as well. The mid-fight, perfect timing on that Frozen Shelter. Everything in the world just went their way. You see the mass parry into the claim by Zanya. Just unbelievable. And fair enough, dude. Like, giving the highlight there to ABL, he was so far ahead in solo lead relatively consistently the entire game, and it felt like he was just making the right call with the swap every time. Never really missed a combo. It was always on the money. And then towards the end, you get Echo Shard. Like, still 10 minutes of game time available before they won that one. Just the double bomb compounding was so horrific. Even if you had resist, it didn't feel like it with how much that was stacking.
Yeah, getting the added damage amplification on those bombs, like you even see it here, is brutal. And especially over towards mid-boss. I mean, double bomb into Kelvin Frozen Shelter is a nasty switch up, right? So you're not really able to get out of that one at all. ABL ends the game with 10 kills up, only 1 death throughout the entirety of this one. That's why a lot of people consider him one of the talented names, one of the most talented names within Deadlock currently. Yeah, really, really good stuff. It's sad to see, honestly, for Virtus Pro, but their comp just didn't work out the way they wanted it to. Listic wasn't able to put on enough pressure. I mean, 1 in 10, that's rough. That's very, very rough.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, like trying to get himself activated early game, always throwing into the scrap, set the teammates up. But yeah, just a slippery slope where by the time he kind of had like the viability with the itemization, it was just so rough for him, where he was getting targeted, couldn't ever really use the damage output from the ultimate. It was always sort of a more passive escape play with Shadow, Return to Shadows there. So many names to work with. I was gonna say as well, but like it is mad actually how some of these fights, the difference of Zergy being able to get the initiate off into clean engages that they did follow up on, but the macro was just always ready for the back door. Like they'd squeeze away an objective. Even when they did win a fight, where like arguably they actually did win it, they were still losing out in the flow of the game. So it's mad actually kind of flipped the script a little bit there, sort of praising the macro of what we saw last time around from Virtus Pro. Now it is one win, sort of doing the same thing to them.
Yeah, again, I think that you just can't really run without a pick hero anymore. It's hard. It's hard to make work unless you're winning those early games really significantly. Letting the Sinclair go through as well, Virtus Pro, that's tough. It's really tough. I mean, letting Sinclair and Kelvin go over to Virtus Pro was pretty rough. And I like the way that One Win set up their draft as well, where they denied a lot of the carries early, in which case Virtus Pro has to respond in kind where they're like, well, we have to pick up Mirage and Inferno straight away to make sure we at least have some damage in this composition. But in doing that, you let through the gaps. The Sinclair, you let through the gaps. The Kelvin, it's tough. It's very, very tough. There's a lot of picks at the moment which are extremely strong, where it's hard to ban out absolutely everything you want and also be able to pick. So yeah, definitely interesting where, you know, having the first ban, having the first pick can completely change how you're running any draft.
Yeah, especially at this level as well, where you've got so much experience between one another, there is a good sort of benchmark of understanding exactly how to counter each other. And I think that's the other reason why the round robin format was so interesting, because you saw sort of adaptations for especially some sort of the younger teams in terms of life cycle of the roster, how they were being able to make more educated bans just from having the extra viability of consistent games to look over, with so many being played throughout the group stage. Yeah, it feels a little bit more spicy now as well with drafts, dude, where it just isn't as easy to have the crutch of the rescue beam countering out some of the picks where, you know, like, oh, it's fine. We don't need to worry about a holiday. We don't need to worry about this. You actually, like, your choices matter a whole lot more again, which is cool.
Yeah, definitely. I think for Virtus Pro, we need to see something a little bit better from them coming out in this next game. For one win, though, they come back absolutely swinging. You know, this would be a really, really nice turnout for one win if they're able to beat VP, because I think then they have an easier stand-up going into Abrahams, which typically they are better at playing against. I mean, VP is who they struggle versus a lot of times in these matchups. So for one win to win here would be incredible for their standings. For VP, tough though, very, very tough. So because they're coming off a game where realistically they have the upper hand, and it's their next matchup versus Abrahams, if they make it to it, where they need to bring something out of the bag. So, yeah, already a scary, scary proposition.
Yeah, it gets a whole lot more spicy because it is sort of that dynamic of you've got the triangle of who can beat who. So if we start adjusting this, you know what I mean? We've rotated it, Blank. It's less triangle, more upside down triangle.
Yeah.
Which is a different shape in size.
It is, yeah. It's incredibly intelligent, Jackie. Thank you.
Thank you, mate. I've been working on it. I've been taking my Omega-3.
Yeah, you've been on those smart apps, you know, ones that keep you young for longer.
Mr. Miyagi's brain training on the Nintendo DS. Yeah,
I banged that out.
Smashing it, dude. Wii Fit thinks I've got the age of a 20-year-old, so I'm killing it right now.
Wii Fit told me I was going to die.
You. Did it? That's a nightmare. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty aggro for Nintendo as well. You must have really struggled.
I had a rough time. But yeah, we're not going to have a rough time if you go follow our channels over here at One Win. Make sure you're keeping up to date with all the games. Yes,
one
correct.
of the shapes is down here. This way.
I'm going to put my hands up and then move one hand slowly. There, it's that one. It's that one. It's that right there.
Down
right
that
there,
way.
right there. Right there.
Down there. It's right there.
Yeah, make sure you keep up to date with us because we will be posting all the playoffs results. So if you do miss one here and there, or you've got to go, you know, a dog needs taken out or whatever, you can keep up to date with the games, the clips.
Hopefully for a walk, like out back.
No, you take the dog out. Yeah, I'm taking the dog out for a walk. Yeah.
That's
Never heard that
yeah.
before?
I'd be like, I'm taking the dog on a walk.
Oh,
Not
no.
I'm taking the dog out. Like, who are you, John Wick?
But that's like a common thing. That's a common thing, taking the dog out. I'm taking the dog out.
God damn, mate. Bloody hell.
Take him
It's
out.
aggro, bro. Yeah, I'm taking the dog out. Like, all right,
Take
mate,
the shot.
Jesus. Yeah, shut him down. Shut him down. Hopefully none of that. Get the dog on. Get him watching the games. I'm sure
Yeah.
they'll love it. A lot happening. A lot of colours in Denmark.
Give him the
Dogs
treadmill.
must love that, even though they can't see colours. I'm sure they would if they could. They'd
Yeah.
love it.
Look at all these blue heroes.
Yeah. Probably all just looks a bit grey, really.
I think
to
it's like it's
dogs,
blue vision for dogs, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think they see blue.
Dog vision
That sounds
is
mental.
blue. Yeah, dogs do have dichromatic vision, meaning they can only see two primary colors, blue and yellow.
Oh, fair enough. Maybe they actually would love Abrams then.
Yeah, they'd love him. Get a little bit of Severin, they can see a bit of his yellow going on. Yeah,
Yeah, true.
Vindicta and Abrams would make the most sense to the
They would
to
be
dogs,
the
though.
favourites
Yeah.
for dogs, yeah. Wow. Well, you learn something new every day. Every day's a school day. So let's see who's going to be getting schooled when it comes to the professor level plays in the draft. Has anyone done their homework? Have they got their little elbow patches on? We'll find out. First bands, relatively classic, mate. Warden and Geist, shut down.
Yeah, get ABL off Geist, get Zergi off the Warden. Both were problematic in previous series. Warden specifically in our first match. But yeah, 1-1 in this best of 3, which is really, really, really nice to see. I thought this might be a sweep. It was a sweep from Abrahams over towards VP, but no, we're giving it something spicy here.
No mop and bucket, mate.
Wow.
No mop and bucket today.
Yeah, it's good. It's very, very good. But for Virtus Pro, we need to see something different, right? Definitely need to see something different here. I think even if it's hard, right? Because the priority picks, there they are, right? Sinclair, Mirage, Yamato. I like them. But it's a case of you can't pick the Bebop too early because you need these types of characters like the Sinclair, like the Yamato, like the Mirage. You can't pick the Holiday too early. It's tough. It's definitely tough. But getting the Yamato off of 1 win is a pretty big deal. I think Zanya was very effective. And having Shadow Transformation up certainly turned the tide of a lot of fights and a lot of engagements.
No, definitely. It's so super viable right now. I think that alleviates some of the pressure as well. VP being able to secure that one, actually have the Yamato viable into this matchup compared to the last draft. So that is nice for them. They'll be happy with that. Both good pickups. 1 win keeping the Sinclair going as well, especially late game, man. Like the Hex potential with how much extra money they had to work with the Soul net worth. Like as soon as you were seeing the double Hex into fights, nullifying an awful lot. So that was cool to see. Wow, really, really similar draft already for the opening picks. I mean, it makes sense, right? You get the Kelvin in, you get the Shiv. These are good picks. These are good picks for 1 win. They're not going to be upset with this, with how the last game went, especially.
No, I think Sinclair, Kelvin, as well as Shiv, all really, really potent picks here. I think Virtus Pro is happy with their first 2 pick. They're able to get away with grabbing the Yamato and the Mirage at least. Yeah, not easy. Not easy. Wondering what the 3rd pick is going to be for Virtus Pro before we get into those second bans. But right now, 1 win team running with something that they had a lot of success with. When Empty Dreams, I would say that it wasn't the front and center, right? He wasn't the lead singer of 1 win team. I think that a lot more of that went over towards ABL. As well as the Holiday. Both of them were incredible. I mean, the Holiday Sinclair lane, it shredded. It ripped, right? That was wild. That was hard to play against for Virtus Pro. But getting the Yamato off as well is important for them because it means you're not going to have that incredible shove from 1 win, which did make those early lanes awkward. Banning the Holiday, great news. We just talked about it. Sinclair Holiday lane, that was hard to play against Virtus Pro. So getting that off of them nice and early is good news. But you do now open up overseas to pick up the Bebop potentially on these next coming picks.
Yeah, that's the thing. Take away one of the pick heroes, there's always another one in line. And obviously viability there for him, very strong on the Bebop, has a nice style of play to it, so it wouldn't be too surprising to see that come back through. But at least you have got rid of the Holiday. Those lassos, especially in that matchup, with some of the key grabs that you got, did really set an off-kilter balance on a lot of the team fights. It was hard for him to be able to fight from the back foot with how many times you either lost a player entirely or were just so far out of position, it forced the rest of the team to be off balance. So, yeah, definitely a good ban.
Yeah, it was big as well because you had that pickup happening where you'd have the holiday come through, and it was very, very strong early to mid on the roaming, and then ABL was kind of able to pick up the slack on the Paradox towards that end game. So Bebop is taken by Virtus.pro. They don't ban it, so they will pick it. You get rid of the Abrams too, so you don't want that on board. Bebop hook into Tether into Charge is a really nasty combination. So I think one win team sort of have Virtus.pro's number. So they're going to have to figure out something a little bit different. Would not be surprised to see the Calico come through again for Virtus.pro, potentially even a Viscous. I think that would be a nice way to finish things out. Having Tether and Hook alone usually is enough. For one win team, Infernus Shiv. Do they want a second carry? We'll wait and see. Maybe they just come out of a pocket of their own to deny that away from Virtus.pro, because Michaelis was very good on it on that last game. And there's a huge amount of healing for one win team currently with Kelvin, Shiv, and Infernus. Taking a pocket as your last pick would deny that from Virtus.pro, which was very effective.
Okay, so Calico as well into a VP pickup on Lash. Is the Kelvin there? Yes. Can it still be useful? Yes. Obviously, just depends on actually how they isolate a lot of these fights. Does open up a little bit of steal potential again over onto Sinclair. This time around, alt economy more favorable, right? You have a couple of choices here where you could go for the steal on the Bebop, the Lash. At times, if forced into an uncomfortable spot, potentially the Shadow transformation as well. So a little bit more there to work with Sinclair outside of just his base kit for damage output and harass potential. Don't mind it, though. I think this is a little bit more interesting with the last picks we're getting here, with the bans coming in.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. I think for the Lash, yes. I think in the past, I've said a lot of times that it is difficult to play into a Kelvin. There's also a lot of escape potential from one win just with Flame Dash, with Slice and Dice, with Return to Shadows. We were sort of expecting that Paradox to come back through for one win team. ABL was really effective on it the last game. And as well, we were expecting the pocket. So yeah, things kind of end up where we expect them. The chips fall where we thought they would lie. So this is nice.
Yeah, no, this is giving us what we expected, just in a slightly more roundabout way with how we got there. Again, I think that is ideal for ABL, especially just with how we saw really the approach to the game for him. Not just even the picks, but also like the harass potential in terms of team fights. He was very good at keeping them guessing with his movement, his strafing into his clambers. Like it was good to see how he approaches fights. Great aim, but just always keeping you guessing, man. Feels like it's hard to like pin him down. That's where literally you would have to with maybe a Vindicta, you know?
Yeah, I think when you look at the double bomb effectiveness inside of Frozen Shell, it really does skyrocket. I think that the range on it he was getting, because I think he was just buying Mystic Reach earlier. I don't think he even got into Mystic Expansion until a little bit later in the game, but he was already very effective. So I kind of like the transition there, especially effective towards mid-boss. Obviously, this time around, you will be able to deal with Yamato at least, but the sheer amount of damage from Return to Shadows, Combustive Concussion, Frozen Shelter, as well as those time bombs, that's gonna go through the roof a little bit, and I think it is a scary proposition for Virtus.pro. They will need a pick, and that pick likely will have to be on ABL to ensure they get a safe mid boss.
Yeah, I think that is kind of your timeline there, where you know the uncomfortable ones are always going to be there. Like getting rid of the Kelvin, forcing out the Frozen Shelter as well could be the difference of making your life easier when it comes to actually getting a clean take. Not even a steal, just outright. Like if he wants to try and harass a bit. But yeah, ABL always going to be a nightmare. Always going to be a nightmare with a potential there for some of those pull-ins. But hey, bro, I suppose we'll see how it goes. At this point, glad we've gotten a third game out of it. It's nice we've actually been able to drag it out and get 1-1. Both sides showing us some different flavors, right? Like great macro early game from VP in the first. And you see the comeback with the twists and turns from one win with some really clean fights overall. Yeah, I think this is going to be a banger. Lot on the line.
I'm pressing the button. I'm pressing the button right now. I'm trying to get the game.
You're trying to start the game.
Yeah, I'm trying to start the
Give
game.
it a go. Give it,
Yeah, it's not
rapidly
working.
push him.
It's not working.
Sometimes you have to really try. You know what I mean? And then it'll
break
then
it.
it'll start, mate. Then it will go
gonna
through. It's like a
smash
panic
it.
button in a bank. Just silent alarm, please.
You'd hope that thing worked first time, by the way.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. What happens if it doesn't? Or what happens if for some reason
Panic.
they said it was a silent alarm, but
Actual
then it
panic.
just starts blaring an alarm physically?
Yeah.
Did you press the alarm? No.
No,
I promise.
It wasn't me.
Someone else has done it.
I might have nudged it accidentally.
You can have the money. I don't mean it.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that would be
dude.
bad. That would be bad.
No, that'd be a nightmare. That would suck.
Oh,
Yeah. You know, they actually have in most hotels, they have like a hidden silent alarm in the bathrooms for the cleaners to press in case anything ever goes wrong.
what could go wrong?
Don't know, mate, but that exists in most hotels.
Guess you lock yourself in there. You know, you drop the silent
I
alarm.
suppose, yeah, panic.
Good to go.
I remember once I had it where I was given like an accessibility room and they had the red cords, but obviously all the
Yeah.
lights were also dangly cords that you had to pull to turn them on. So I was pulling the cord blanket and then a man turned up at my door and said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, bro, really tired.
Yeah, I don't know where I don't know where the lights are. I'm so sorry.
I'm just trying to get some light.
I'm
in
just
here." But
pulling.
the lights
I'm pulling
are on,
cords.
mate.
I'm pulling cords.
The lights are on and we're home, ready for some deadlock. Blank has successfully started the game. Let's get into it. Let's see how it goes. Third game in the series. We got a full free mapper out of this. Let's dial in and see what we get as we can kick it off over on luscious Greenwich. That green lane looking beautiful. But there is blood all over Broadway. It's just starting off with some aggressive Yamato bombs straight to the face from the alt fire. And you're looking for an up-close early bomb. Try snatch away a stack instantly here from the Bebop placement.
Nice hook, Amija. I mean, he really was looking for it there. He was certainly giving it. Come on, man. Flame dashes directly into his teammates. That stacks.
That's the classic, dude. Sorry, bro. Sorry.
Sorry.
Why have you run into me? I'm sorry.
Sorry, trying to get away.
Just didn't want to take any more damage. My bad. You've given him another stack.
That is probably one of the most annoying things to do, is having to manage Bebop stacks.
Yeah.
Every time you get hooked, not only have you made a mistake, you've made your lane worse.
The longer it goes on, the harder it gets. The bigger the damage is. Yeah, it's kind of brutal. It's kind of brutal. You do have nice shove, at least, you know, on the other side of things. Having overseas there with the Paradox bombs, just casting those out off the back of Empty Dreams, consistently bringing you down with the dot damage. It can be quite a good way to shove it back. It is just the risky run of feeling like you could never really play in an advantage aggressive angle. You have to play like off angles to avoid the hook in, because it's just gross. It just gets so awkward to play around this Bebop. But we'll see how the lane develops. Early on, it's been good shove from them. It's a VP being able to keep you pushed back towards the Guardian. Listic feeling comfortable as well, of course, on this Yamato. We know how good he is with it, especially towards Broadway. Like the map control, how he plays around the cover.
Yeah.
Super good at harassing. Like he feels so smooth here.
What you're saying is get him off the Calico.
Yeah, man, give him more Yamato. More Yamato, less Calico.
Don't want to see him on Calico again.
Calano, Yama yes.
Yes, exactly. Right now, this is going fairly well. Again, you don't have a massive amount of pressure. I mean, Paradox is not a terrible laner just because of a gun overall and time wall, but doesn't come massively online until you get that paradoxical swap. Good damage coming through from a KLS on the pocket.
Yeah, really shoving it out. Good amp from the barrage. Gets the shots on target. Forces out a Hex back from Xenon to buy a bit of time. This is a good dive, though. Arctic Beam right on target. Oh, follow-up nade as well. Pinning him. Bounce the head off the wall. Try and get back. Turns on him. Actually builds up the stacks enough so that he can pop down the Kelvin. So Flammable's out. Throws you into a bit of a rough spot here, ABL. The Shiv taking shots from all over the place as Oberkim comes in to get a couple tags off. And they have to just calm this one down. Wait for the respawn. Kelvin's on his way back.
It's great damage from ABL as well. I mean, that looked pretty dastardly where it was going to get a lot of free damage his way, but beautiful slicing dice through the air into a hook, into an uppercut. Should be a kill on that one. Overseas is down.
And this is 4 minutes with that Broadway Guardian nearly being completely crumbled. Good damage output as well. Smooth moves into the parry. Dive back with a flame dash, at least trying to get the dot off. You grab him back, pull him in, drop the bomb, but he's got one of his own. And his bomb's far bigger. The combustion goes off, slap over the back. Drops the bomb on him for the fadeaway, but it's not enough to confirm the kill. And they've got a healing right to make sure Fern is nice and happy in lane.
Oh, Guardian Ivern, 4.3k now on Empty Dreams on what lane was kind of going in your favor. There's some good farm coming through from Empty Dreams early on just to get a combustive concussion online. I actually think it came on fine as he killed Listic. He got that extra bump in gold. He's able to pick up his ult and use it very nicely mid-fight.
It was nice choreography for the response back. Obviously, the downside is, of course, as much as you cycled the spawns and got a little bit of extra value from those kills in the nature of the souls, they got that Guardian so low they can just commit back to the dive and make sure they claim it. They also split off a little bit here with the posturing so they can assist towards some of the other outer lanes. Big dive in! Oh, the affliction! Absolutely ruining them. You are covered in frogs and you feel queasy. Lash with the dive towards the back as well. Chasing them down. He wants to take a chunk out. Ooh, tuck in just on the off angle by the cover. Didn't actually spot him there, so you can re-engage. This could work out for the Calico. The Death Slam! Oh, mate, that's mad.
Point blank. Always looks so silly. Death Slam just on the floor. Attempts to get out. The Sharik with the flogs. Not meant to be. Michaelis will be just leaving off the back of this one. But Empty Dreams pumping out a whole lot of damage here.
God damn, that York fight's got me giggling. That was a funny one. But hey, the battle continues, and at least in terms of the early kills, there's been some nice trades back. It's one win being able to put two of them down. Yeah, long cooldown on that bad boy, mate, after the panic up close dive from the Calico. Which was a nice play from Zanya, actually. Sometimes the difference in Deadlock of just cutting noise and tucking into an off angle, like, people do overlook you.
Yeah, I mean, he was around the corner. They thought he'd gone back, but he goes down there to Listic. Now start to work on another Guardian, which was already fairly low, and this game's looking a lot nicer already for Virtus Pro. Listic getting nice and ahead, 6.5k. Michaelis in a similar scenario. That's aggressive.
That is a bit. Waiter, I would love some more Hyper Beam. Here you are. Bit early of a course, though. Response back around, you get the Lash diving in. Dive strike straight on top. Supported by Listic going ballistic on the Yamato. Oh, punch on the Clamber. You're trying to get away, are you, ABL? That's overseas, down and out. Removed from the equation. It's getting a whole lot more aggressive now, turning into a scrappy game as we reach the 7-minute mark. A lot of fights in these lanes, big dives, being able to push off the back of it, though. One win still taking objective control on that York side. Finally, one trade, Michaelis with the parry. You just want a quick hit off, no cooldown though, so it's got to be the raw gun. And the magic trick from Xenon will make Pocket disappear.
I did like that, though. You know, in that moment, Shark's trying to body block for him, knowing he doesn't have anything else left. So he's just trying to body block the shot. So he's forced to actually go forward there on the dash. Nice pause. I was wondering where he was. He's literally just engulfed in light right now.
God, look at this kick, though. It's a hell of a kick to the back of the head. Lash has got those big size 12 boots on, man.
That's concussion.
It is, yeah. Your head will be rattled. Watch this. You ready?
Ground strike's not
hang
off.
on.
Oh, it's a double pauser.
Hang on.
We're having a discussion.
Give it a minute. Give it a minute.
Tack pause.
Slow it down, guys. So, Lash, what are you going to do? I'm going to stomp him.
That's the hope, right? That is the hope. Shaq already 5-1-3. You know?
Yeah, he's looking good, bro.
It's the first time in a while I've actually seen a Fed Lash earlier on. And a Fed Lash can start to really run the serve. I think ABL had to go for a little bit there. It seems like he's just sat back down.
I don't know, mate. I've seen Lash's belly. I'm pretty sure he's well fed most of the time.
That's true. He's got a little paunch to him.
Yeah.
He's had his breakfast.
For a pregnant man, like he's pretty smooth on the moves.
It's true. Yeah. People are going to be very upset with you for that, bringing pregnant Lash back.
It's a good meme, but I think it's still funny.
I think it's up there. I remember the days of it just being spammed in the Deadlock Discord until it was literally banned.
Forcibly removed due to everyone hating it so much.
Anyway, here we go. He did try and get the instant slap to the back of the head, and dive strike comes off, cooldown, and there you go. That's the result you wanted with Xenon being taken out of commission. Less magnificent, more dead, Sinclair. Meanwhile, at Greenwich, a bit of a duo bout breaking out, but Zergy is chopped down. Fruit Ninja plays from the Shiv as he slices his way through them, and now Overseas is about to receive more damage as well. Big alt fire for a final chunk of damage as they chase them back out of lane and clean up on the troop. Going back in though, hello, over the top rope with a Hex.
Overkim, how do you find that shot? That's a nice assassinate from there in the back line. Able to pick up ABL on the Shiv. Now clean out this Guardian. Traveler to get immediately back into the fight. Listic will go down because of it. It's all gone wrong.
Yeah, dude. This is a big turnaround. Surprised how much stock they're actually getting out of this. Should be another follow-up as well, as Zergy's Mirage is now literally that. Just a Mirage. Say goodbye for Vindicta as well, as Kelvin's on point. Flammable, ironically, on the Iceman. Will deal with her. And that should be the Guardian. Even with Hyper Beam from Dimov, you've got so much cover to play with, and they're so split, you're gonna get that objective. And that's all three of them down, so flex slot secure.
Still fighting this as well. Has the grapple. Stolen Shadow Transformation. Still the damage is fairly decent. Tries to get the escape there through the time wall. Will hit you hard, and it's a nice hook. This has been a long fight. I think Zergy's been alive for basically 30 seconds at a time here.
Yeah, you get a few minutes of being back in action and then taken down again. Ooh. Throws out the cloak for the reposition. He's trying it. ABL falls in the meantime. That's Oberkim getting the snipe off.
Please upgrade.
Damage back over into Listic as well, but... what a pause.
Oh, what a pause. That's sad. Overkim's going to reconnect, but Zanya's going to have to reconnect back into this game shortly after he dies.
Here we go. You ready for this one? Yeah, you can try. Parry's thrown out, but Lash, with a Lash back, making money for his charity there. Black belt, you know. He's always good. Has his own dojo blank. He's good at the old karate. Showing us the hand-to-hand combat, but hand-to-rabbit combat here from Xenon. Dives in, using the assistant for the quick dip back up to harass them off the urn at least, and make it a bit more uncomfortable. Decision-making on who's going to grab it. And it's Overkim that will get his hands on it and start to make a move around the back, taking the safe path.
Yeah, a little bit squishy is Overkim, 7.6k again. When you're playing that Vindicta, just giving a lot of the souls back across your teammates. Trying to get the majority of your souls off those assassinates. It's where the Vindicta starts to snowball a lot more. Yeah, not putting it on Sharek probably the best idea, especially because he's got the Death Slam up. Wants to be able to use that to defend.
God, Greenwich really has been red lane with how much blood has been spilled. Yeah, and they're back here again. You've caught whiff, though, of a potential target, knowing the execute is prime onto Lash. So great movement. You get into the back line, slice him in half. Lose out on a key piece of this team. So VP feeling the damage from that one. At least quite a few denies, actually. Using the up roof there towards the theater, you get the shots back over and shut down some of the additional souls from the urn. So soul lead relatively close, only 1k ahead for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, slight mistake there, honestly, coming from Virtus Pro. Not able to confirm on the soul urn. Does feel pretty bad for them. And no real advantageous map control. Both teams don't have Guardians left remaining. Very even Stevens at the moment. Shark 7, 2, and 3. Listic getting ahead as well up to 10k, looking fairly nice. I think your rough part here is that ABL's on 9.2. Your Shiv's still yet to really start coming online and bullying. Despite all that, ABL's been pretty effective in a lot of these fights, just finishing up a lot of those kills using Killing Blow.
Yeah, it's been nice decision making from ABL with the dives he's been going for. Like a lion, mate. The second he sees like a low HP target, you will not stop him. He's just sprinting towards you until he gets that execute off. Ooh, Def Slam into the weight. It's a good read. You saw the assistant. You knew he'd have to TP back to Savannah, so catch onto Xenon with a Def Slam. Worth it to burst him down, giving you an advantage in the overall team fight if it breaks out here. Big dive back around, use the Shadow Transformation to try and have extra survivability inside of the Frozen Shelter. Arctic Beam slowing you, and the snowball straight to the lips. Listic goes down. They've got more to dive on here as well. About 10 seconds shy of the execute coming back up for ABL. But with the backup here and this fight being delayed longer, if he can do a bit more work, you could execute another player, try and squeeze a Walker out of this.
Nice.
They want to isolate him. Big affliction. This time around, it really has reverberations on the plays. ABL cannot get any more from this. No value left to be gained. Chase back down into the subway. Empty Dreams with a Fist of Fury. Hits him with a Wu-Tang play.
Should be kill here onto Flammable as well. That's a really, really nice set of pickups coming through from Virtus Pro, which really does swing things around a little bit. Yet to find too much map control off the back of that one, though. And Empty Dreams still continues to get ahead. 16k in the server at the moment. So letting Empty Dreams start really ramping up on this Mirage.
Our blue walker is under attack.
When you look at it, though, it really has been even across the board. No real winners here, and Sharik's trying to get a lot of damage done, but an instant clapback coming through from the Calico. Still not good for Sharik. 16k losing with 11k Calico. Oh no.
Uh-oh. No dive strike, had to use it to make sure he got the mantle off on towards the roof, at least because you were already at a slightly higher level of map geometry. You can't chase into the subway, the backup from overseas, and the paradoxical swap gets what they wanted. Lash is dead and gone. Force out the Frozen Shelter as well. Break up the rotate for the backup. I mean, Zergy wanted to assist there. It just can't get near them for love nor money, so they can try and get away cleanly on this one. Hell, even take some of the jungle with them as they go.
Okay, Les, though, not happy to give up the chase. Finds another, and like you're saying, jungle is being cleared. Empty Dream gets away with it. Good movement, almost hits the hook there. That was dangerously close, dude.
Yeah, terrifying stuff. Dimov has really been quite useful in this bebop. Consistently trying to build up those bomb stacks as well. Get the big boom. C4 on the door. He won't be breathing no more when Dimov turns up to the party.
A bit of a difficulty at the moment, though. Just purely because Owen's very tanky in a lot of these fights. And Listic's not quite hit that moment where he's building into those greens. Prioritizing a lot of damage right now. But if he gets trapped inside those Trojan shelters, you know, so many grenades coming through. Healing up the team. So much potential to keep ABL alive here. But borrow time a little bit at the moment. Kind of lost in this fight he was.
Yeah, he's been forced into a really uncomfortable spot, right? Dove down into the subway. He basically forced to just throw out his entire kit to see if he could do some additional chip damage to help out the rest of the team. But the rest of the team is still being blown away. VP have grabbed 4 of the 6 players. And Empty Dreams is barely alive. Trying to scarper on the Sinclair whilst Empty Dreams went down towards the teleporter by Secret Shop. He's finished off. Parry back over onto Xenon as well. Oh dear, you've opened them up for the urn and a mid-boss.
A full team wipe. Shadow Transformation wasn't even used that fight, so even if they do get back into this, it's not meant to be. Great hook, though, coming from Dimov in the middle of that fight, where we did see Empty Dreams with potentially a 3-man concussive concussion. It doesn't happen because Dimov actually hooks him away into him, tanks it, the rest of the squad.
No room to try and go for a play. You can see Kelvin was slightly closer on the mini-map, making a bit of noise to put their backs up. But of course, you just throw out that tether towards the treasure room. If he was up there, would have locked him down, so no room for the frozen shelter. But they never really felt comfortable to try and contest this one. Ult economy's in a rough spot. Respawns were awkward. Bit of a chase here as well. And that's Dimov being able to squeeze even more value out of this with an isolated ABL found on the Shiv. The longer they can cool him off as well and stop him from chaining kills together with a succession of impact he was finding, his value starts to go down. Stuck on 14k.
Yeah, for ABL, he was doing incredible work, but they have been isolating him a lot. A massive amount of time just stopping him from getting too much work done. They don't hang on to the Walker, though. Will go to the hands of 1win, but 2 pickups should be a free one for them. On one side of the map, at least. Yeah, it has been really good because at the moment, it's been Flammable kind of just pocketing ABL the entirety of this game, and now he's having to put a lot more stock over towards Empty Dreams to keep their Fed and Furnace alive, and in that moment, they're very quick to just abandon ABL there, in which case the massive focus is happening and coming through. This is one of the few times we've actually seen him on top of ABL here, understanding they need to keep that Shiv alive.
Yeah, you got to have him finding impact again. The execute has been so lucrative, so let's see if there's much to be done this time around with Overseas throwing out the paradoxical swap, but he's been popped straight out of the server like a big balloon. Zergy as well, finished. The Mirage is down to 1-for-1 trades made, and pressure being applied back on York. You're pushing up towards that Walker. A lot of an attention split. 1win's map control deviating here. And they can still keep the damage on. Have the assistant for the quick TP back, but they've bursted so much through this Walker. I mean, 50% health left on it. Only 2 of the Walkers alive, being Broadway and York. Obviously, Rejuve's still up as well, just shy of half the time on it, with 5 of the 6 players having that in the back pocket.
Yeah, they just pull off from that Walker a little bit. They don't want to spend too much time on it, where they were allowing a little bit more time for 1win to regroup, get it back into position. Instead, they just pull back, steal away some of the Sinner's sacrifices, which is always big money. And value, denying that away from the other team. But a group up now. Empty Dreams isn't really close by, and if they can find a catch here, it would be big news for them.
That's what they're hoping for. Just get a fight on their terms, an isolated pick, and see if you can filter through these rejuvenators. Walker gone, though. The consistent pressure, they never stopped applying it. Dive into the TP, but you'll be dead before it even procs. Whole team focusing fire on him there. So again, ABL being the first to fall inside of these firefights. It's problematic for them. They lose out on a lot of their damage output and execute potential. Everyone's grouped up inside of the warehouse, throwing fists at one another. Shadow transformation called in from the Magician. The steal to use the ult against them and try and stay alive for Xenon, but his team are dying. Flammable, barely left breathing at this point. Obikim up in the air as well. Snipe is not available right now. Can't try and assassinate the knock onto the zipline. The damage stack should be enough. A single pop from Zergy here, and you'll shut down the Infernus, claiming the bag as well. Nearly the full wipe on them, with only ABL coming back up from the staggered spawns.
Yeah, on the tail end, right on the tail end of Rejuvenate as well, and they're very happy just to keep this push going. That's all 3 Walkers down, earning the hands of Virtus Pro, and this is the type of lead where you can kind of call it a little bit, barring a massive mistake. Zergy's going to finish off these base guardians, get that last flex slot online for the team.
Feel the fury of the Jinn.
Free earn, free base guardians, no objectives really left on the map. Just the base, all you've got left to play with. And they can amply use this time to just go clean up on the jungle as well, get their purchases in, use those flex slots that have now been cracked wide open for the extra itemization. Inhibitor being bought out for Zergy as well. Dimov on the Siphon bullets. They're living their movie right now.
Yeah, this is good stuff. You lose one, It was a really nice draft coming through from one win into a very good capitalization of the heroes they had on board. But at this point in time, it's tough because you try and ban out some of the heroes that Virtus Pro are having so much success on. But not getting Dimov off of this Bebop is such a big deal. No matter the hero he's playing as well, always has such massive impact over towards that mid game. Really good on the plays too.
Big group just off to the side, not showing on map here towards Broadway, and the hook kicks it off. Warpstone's forced to be used. The Kelvin can back up, and Flammable's trying to stay alive. Good use of the cover as well, under the bridge with a hyper beam, getting it on target for the extra compounding of damage inside of that frozen shelter.
It's close.
Mate, dive back over. Shiv comes in. There's ABL. Can he actually raise hell this time? He's getting what he wants, chunking his way through one. Dimov should go down as he chops him open. Again, though, the fight continues. Dive over the top rope from the KLS. Bit of burst damage there from Listic assisting, and you're up by 2. 4v2 on the fight, so low on health, applying the Jin's marks to absolutely everyone, and with the assist from Pocket, they're all down.
Enchanter's Satchel putting him back in the briefcase to finish off the game business-like here. It has been surgical from Virtus Pro. Sure, they lose Dimov in that instance, but he's already done enough. KLS, though, cannot understate the amount of times he had some clutch Enchanter Satchels, some massive burst damage into these fights, hitting multiple players with the Affliction as well, just making it really difficult for One Win to live out these team fights. It's been way better from Virtus Pro overall.
No, massive return to form. The nuke potential as soon as they get into these fights. You can see the way they're prioritizing their targets, just bursting them down. It's really, really alleviated some of that stress. And it's unfortunate as well, because obviously you can see where the first domino is always falling. Be it by his own hand or by being thrown into them. It's ABL that's gone down consistently. Great early game, but the longer it went on, the more he's become the weakened knee that they've been capitalizing upon. Oh, up top. Lash looking to throw them back and see if he can shut them down. Zergi on the smooth moves, round the corner, gets the adjustments off. Tornado up top, Hyper Beam, battling them down as well. Forces out the concussive combustion. Lash comes in from the top rope. Return to Shadows thrown out from the Calico, but ABL's got to go back to base as he's been removed, and they keep on shoving with this one. 4 dead now.
And they just keep going. Another hook over towards Empty Dreams. And the dream might be dead here for One Win. Another kill goes through, and this should be an easy cleanup. The lanes aren't quite pushed out, but they have time. Likely they'll go for the Rejuvenator here. It is a weakened Patron, but you can see the timers are a little bit off for him. Most lanes are pushed in, but for Virtus Pro, this has just gone from strength to strength. Hard to deal with. And KLS put on the pressure every single time with these Afflictions. They're just going to send it directly in.
Yeah, no need. Don't waste the time. Group up on it. Respawn so broken. Creep Wave making its move up towards the base as well so they can end this one. In comes the Death Slam. The final flare to wave bye-bye in this series. One Win have let it slip. And VP are back on top. A 2-1 in our first series of the day here to kick off playoffs.
A great game overall from Virtus Pro. A lot better. And again, getting Dimov back on that Bebop, which just shows how much they love having him on it, really creates some big opportunities for him. Yeah. And only having the one pick hero really as well. I mean, the Tether, you could argue in a way, is part of the pick potential. But it's just really nice. It's very, very nicely played. Effective from minute 1. And again, I think Zergi had looked a little bit lackluster on those last 2 games. I think because they were focusing him quite a lot after he had such success on that Warden. And again, you've got to give props to Zergi. He did force out a Warden ban every single game. And that was one ban that potentially you could have used for the Bebop instead. So Zergy was so prominent on that Warden that OneWin was like, we have to get rid of it every single match from going. We can't let that go through. So just, presence alone from Zergy was there. But yeah, really, really nice set of matches. I think 1 win. They looked much better. It's just not meant to be. Here's some of the highlights from that match. There's some brutalization on ABL. And yeah, you're right. There was a lot of focus over towards ABL, Jackie, where they just weren't able to keep him alive there. And Flammable had so many targets to juggle on 1 win team. Who does he keep alive? Who does he want to prioritize staying up? Because they were all just falling like flies there. With Spirit Burn online from Michaelis as well, you are getting 80% minus healing reduction, because I think he had at least a free man every single time he was throwing out those afflictions.
Yeah, bro, it's so rough, right? It goes from just kind of being the somewhat support Kelvin to basically the raid healer, where everyone's life is in your hands with some of the sheer damage you had here from VP, the amount of dots, the amount of stacks that were on top of you. There's only so much you can do. And obviously you give props to Zergy there. Yeah, fair play, bro. It's classic Zergy, right? With the aim that we were seeing, how many times he was able to rapidly build up stacks to make it uncomfortable. You're always fighting on the back foot, feeling like if I even show a little bit of skin, he's going to light me up. Great movement as well with the strafe. It's always fun to watch how he goes into fights with his strafe. It's quite unique where he throws it in. Just catches them off guard, makes it slightly harder to get the hits off on the hitbox. This was obviously the last big fight that we had here. Resulted in 4 dead. Not much you could really do. Tried to get a bit of a shove on the way from the Magician, but they're in your base, and from that point it was GG.
Yeah, it's cool as well, because I think when you look at the soul count here, Listic, Michaelis, Dimov, Zergy, and Sharik are all pretty high on the soul count. And Oberkim really just does forgive a lot of that soul over towards the rest of his team. So it means that not only are you getting your Yamato and your Mirage pumped up, likely you would have had your Pocket like getting a lot of souls just because they're able to farm so quickly. But Sharik's also able to get into a position where he's getting a huge amount of souls in this game. So you have a much nicer spread over the heroes that matter, with Oberkim basically giving up all soul count and relying off that assassinate. I think this comp works quite well when you get that early game lead as well, because it does allow Oberkim to get most of his money just off of assassinate in the first place. But yeah, really, really cool team comp. Does require you to be a little bit on the ball towards the early game, but they're really, really... they know that Dimov's very reliable at getting some of those picks off in the early game on the Bebop to make it happen.
Yeah, dude, he was really good with the well-timed hooks, especially early on as well. Like the lane bullying with the aggressive setups to build up bomb stacks. He was getting some freebies in where you could just see the confidence from him. I think the fun thing as well about Dimov is how he was using the hyper beam, where he'd set himself up in kind of early angles to have additional cover, knowing obviously kind of like head hitbox wise, if you tuck yourself into some of the more awkward map geometry, you still get full use of the hyper beam, which is way harder to actually get anything back onto towards him. So it's a really good full understanding of the character. It's fun to watch, man. But there you go, bro. That's the first series wrapped up. Playoffs is heating up, and boy, is it warm. But we'll have a brief break, and then we will be back with even more action here at 1 Win Bombshell Volume 6. So don't go anywhere if you like Deadlock. Welcome back to One Win Bombshell Volume 6, a premier deadlock tournament featuring some of the best and brightest teams in the scene. Blank, already we've had some intense action unfolding today. Full 3-game series there, resulting of course in VP edging it out over One Win and moving ahead to our next game of the day. But their opponents are a bit of a force to be reckoned with. Thoughts on this one, mate? I think it's going to be explosive, right?
I think so too. I think that, Abrahams just gets in the head of VP and they're not really trying to play around. The jam side throwing out the beginners as well recently, having a lot of success on that. We'll see if he continues to play it here today. I think it kind of didn't work out against one of the games versus One Win. So we'll see if he wants to pull that one out again. But Abrahams overall, very, very, very strong team. A lot of previous players over on Paravision. But yeah, very, very, very good team. He's Abrahams. And I think coming off the back of that game for VP, we were sort of expecting maybe a 2-0 after that first match, but One Win's able to bring it back in a big way. And it did force VP to really think quite hard about their drafts. I mean, beforehand in our best of twos, Jackie, we saw those drafts coming through thick and fast. This time there was a lot of thought, a lot of deliberation going on.
No, exactly. You could see the sort of counter picks, counter bans, the full flow of how the veto is shaping up throughout the series with some interesting adjustments here and there thrown into the mix. In the end, One Win playing a really good setup from the comps they were able to get, but obviously just the macro towards that final game, a bit of a fall off towards the late game. ABL not having as much stock as he had previously on the Paradox. But hey, that's enough about the past. We can focus up on what's yet to come and get into the draft for our next game. Virtus Pro taking on Abrahams, and they have been going ham, Blank.
That they have. So like you say, out of the past into the draft. I mean, we do have Virtus Pro being able to pick up onto the Warden straight away, though. So Abrahams prioritizing getting rid of that Viscous. So a lot of potential for saves with the Viscous on the Goo Cube. So maybe Abrahams is looking for something a little bit more aggressive in terms of their comps, where they don't want fights being delayed out by that Goo Cube, but response with the Guy Span from Virtus Pro. Already, we're pretty sure to see Zergy on that Warden, who was amazing, like we said. Yeah. One Win really prioritized getting him off that Warden after that first game, but he's a best of 3. So for Abrahams, they can put their big toe in the water. They could test it out, see how they feel about it. Shiv, Sinclair, start things off. Nasty combination. Saw Virtus Pro not have the greatest time versus that Sinclair either. So we'll see how they want to play against it here. Mainly, it's just those pick heroes on top of it. But Virtus Pro, with the Viscous ban, the Guy Span, there is a lot of options still available to them. It's a question of whether Abrahams lets the Bebop go through, because ideally, they'd like to pick that up as well. Right, Taz on the Bebop has been an unbelievable spearhead to the team of Abrahams. But yeah, it depends who's going to grab it.
No, absolutely. Like, he has been a bit of a devil on it, spinning into action with the Bebop, winding up those hooks and reeling in victory. So maybe there's some potential for that. I think there is a lot of good overlap here between both teams, which is why it's kind of interesting when they go head to head with what that expansive hero pool, which is what it really is between both of these teams, because there's a lot of viability, different sort of hero sets they can run out any given time. So it makes the draft a bit more interesting. We do get 2 picks back there from VP, and that's going to be Kelvin and the Mirage as well. A lot of options again for Zergy there, right? Obviously we were saying the Warden pickup was great from him. Good use of the Spirit build on the ultimate, tons of damage, very good understanding of how to just cause carnage, thriving in it in the front line and just bursting them down. But even his Mirage, mate, like incredibly sick with the actual movement he was able to throw into the mix to constantly keep you guessing whilst hitting those shots time and time again. Doesn't miss with that ball, does he?
No, he does not. He does not. Trackball mania for Mr. Zergy. But Virtus Pro with the Kelvin and Mirage, very similar, I'd say, comp-wise, than what we've seen in the past. For Abrahams now, they got 2 picks to go for. This is where you could see a Bebop being picked out, which does get Demoff off of a lot of the preferred heroes we like to see him on, which is the Bebop and the Sinclair, which we've seen him head over towards that Calico pick beforehand, which did work out. It wasn't terrible. But for Abrahams, there's a lot of opportunity now to steal away a lot of those key components that we've seen Virtus Pro find most of their success on. Again, they already have the Kelvin and the Warden. which is, I would say, a really good start and was very potent in their matches. You also take the Kelvin away from Abraham, so they don't get the shove Kelvin lane. So I don't mind it. I don't mind it so far.
No, it's not too bad whatsoever. Again, kind of classic flow. Curious about what the bans are going to be, though. I think that's the interesting part now is what are you trying to take off of Abrahams? What do you not want them really running comfortably here? Same for VP. Obviously, you have had the blessing, at least, Blank, that you've had the second set of games. So you're coming in here a little bit later. You would have been able to watch the opening series and see if there's anything you can deduce from that on top of the benchmarks they've already played. All right, here they come. So 7 pickup for Abrahams, alongside banning out the Bebop for VPs. They don't want them picking it on the other side. Of course, there's knock on to them as well, not having it as a pick potential. And then Lash taken out as well.
Yeah, so getting Sharik off the Lash, which he's been flexing onto a lot recently and finding a huge amount of success on it as well. I mean, he was brutal to play against on that last game. But yeah, overall, getting the 7 pickup, we talked about earlier in terms of, getting the pickups and the hand-ins on that urn. Being able to fight for pickups and hand-ins with 7 on that ult build is really quite tremendously good. So I think that's a very, very nice counter in terms of urn play, even towards mid as well. I think for Virtus Pro, maybe you want to pick yourself up a Yamato now for Listic, maybe even an Abrams. I mean, you are open to that Abrams Vindicta, which we saw Overkin find a lot of success on that Vindicta as well, and Listic was feeling very comfortable on the Abrams. But you're right. Abrahams do have the added benefit of watching the games and kind of deduce what's happened. Plus, they got to see a third match, which is very important here. So you get to see even more of the secrets that maybe Virtus Pro was keeping in the back locker. But I think for Virtus Pro, likely you'd see the Vindicta, likely you see the Abrams, maybe you'd see the Yamato thrown in as well. And I think you'd have a nice, decent comp. But again, you are now lacking pick. So you don't have the Lash, you don't have the Bebop, you don't have the Holiday. Do you want to pick up into the Paradox? And this is what Virtus Pro fell into the trap of, is just trying to run without that dedicated pick hero and trying to make that work. So you are going to see a little bit of deliberation here from Virtus Pro side.
Yeah, I think I would like to see the Yamato and the Paradox, be floated here as potential picks for them. I think Listic was looking really good on the Yamato. A lot of understanding of just how to consistently push out, always key in fights with the rotations. And just having that Paradox would be fun, but completely left field from that. We get the double Bluey. So Vindicta back in, synergize the lockdown. KLS obviously looking very crisp when he's thrown it out in terms of the lane shove and the actual execute potential. Makes sense as well if you're not going for the Yamato on Listic. Abraham's back in for him.
Yeah, Abrams back in for Virtus Pro. They're quite happy with it. This is what we were saying. Probably going to pick up on the Vindicta and the Abrams. They are lacking that pick hero now. For Abrahams, how they want to clean this one out. Right now, quite a squishy team, I would say. Barring, obviously, Bloodletting coming through from Shiv, which is a bit of a nightmare. But yeah, quite a squishy team so far with Sinclair, 7, as well as the Holiday. But for the 7, right now, he's not too worried. Not too worried on that 7 because there isn't a Holiday, there isn't a Paradox in play for Virtus Pro and to really cause a mass amount of panic for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, some difficult lanes, Virtus Pro looking just to finish things out. Infernus and Calico. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Frontline slightly lacking. I think that with Calico being a bit squishier in the early game as well, if you don't get ahead, suddenly Abraham's in this position where there is a lot of viable targets for a Teva. We're going to see how they play this one out, really. I think they're going to have to be very, very aggressive early. Again, they have a lot of the lanes to make it happen as well. 7 Infernus lane could be very good. You get the Holiday and Sinclair lane, also really strong. What do Virtus Pro go for their last pick? Because they do need pick potential. That's what they need.
Yeah, you need something to alleviate the stress on this one. We saw before how much it could potentially cripple them in some of the fights if they don't have it. Obviously, it's playing a little bit more defensive. Again, as well, it kind of works out where even though you've got the Kelvin, you can nullify it now with a 7. All right, so Yamato actually being the pickup there. I mean, again, right, you're going into them versus they come into you. But yeah. It's not bad, at least in terms of the hero overlap. I think it's a nice one to give more comfort picks to the team.
It's quite interesting, actually, because I think for Virtus Pro, they don't have pick potential, but what they do have is unbelievable dive potential. So basically, they have the ability just to immediately get on top of the enemy team with the catches from the frozen shelter. With Zerg, you want to be up in their face anyway on the Warden. But yeah, Warden, Mirage, Yamato is your carries there. And then Vindicta, Abrams, Kelvin. All right, I like it. I do like it. Abrahams go with the Calico as well, so some good roam potential with Holiday, Calico, and Sinclair. That's nice.
Yeah, I guess at this point then, it's kind of more if we can lock down the squishier heroes and then dive on, like you say, get the pin off with the Kelvin, potentially the seismic impact. You've got the tornado for the quick distance. Obviously, Yamato as well, just grapple in. Could be one way to actually alleviate maybe not being able to break up the fight as much in terms of disrupting their positioning, rather than just throwing them off and locking them down off a misplay. Again, that does rely a little bit on Abrahams having sort of poor macro on some of the rotations, overstep too far, and then VP will be on you.
And I think for VP, they have really, really strong lane matchups at the moment, honestly. Like, you've got the Vindicta Abrams, they're going to play the Kelvin Warden. Likely it's going to be the Mirage Yamato lane, which is pretty significant. Like, those are very, very, very strong laners across the board. We saw that beforehand, though, there was that slight caveat for the Kelvin Warden lane is that if he gets bullied early on, it does struggle. So again, for Abrahams, if they were watching that previous game, that's how they're going to shut down Zergi as well as Oberkim on that Kelvin Warden, is just try and take that Guardian as fast as possible, not allow them to get the frozen shelter, not allow them to get the last stand online. I think that the main thing that allows that lane to work for Virtus Pro is the fact that Zergi is so crisp on the aiming that he can be pretty significant with the headshots on Warden, who does have high bullet scaling in the early game. But that's what was keeping them in it. I think he picked up a early Quicksilver reload as well, popped that on flash, so he was getting quite a lot of burst damage, but it did come a little bit later into the lane.
Yeah, it's super strong. It is super strong. Specifically, just of course, obviously, with how short that cooldown is, like you can always kind of get it off just when you need it. So it's very viable. And like we've been saying, like that was one of the things that didn't really get adjusted. Mid-game Warden gun damage just feels super chunky. But yeah, if you're on point with it, like headshot damage feels super viable even early game. It's more just kind of leading the shot somewhat. But he's kind of got it down, bro. Mechanically for aiming, doesn't matter. If he's got a trace, if he's got a lead bullet, if it's more snap reactions with a kind of hit scan, just knows what he's doing. Just quite crisp. Don't know how he gets his fingers around that ball so quickly.
Dude, the thing I enjoy the most is just because he's got the hand cam. Is just him occasionally vaselining up the trackball. Like, what is this? What in the 1980s am I watching? It's crazy.
It is mad. Works though, doesn't it? I mean, I do love the idea of maybe, a couple of years from now it spawns like a whole generation of players that are like, I'm going to trackball it just to see if the cultural impact is there. Would be a good meme.
I think it's the genuine thing that you have to start on it, really. I think
you got to be there. You've got to be there from birth, man. Get in on the flight sims. Yeah, it's mad. It's mad. There's some people that have it, bro. You see some people who are like the crazy binds where it's like, what do you like? How do you even play this game? It's like, oh, my dad used to play Quake, so I just used the family PC. So yeah, I moved by putting my head through the keyboard. But hey ho, that's what you get. But
I rebound WSD to 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, it just feels more natural for me. Oh, mate. Well, that's enough about keybinds. Let's get into the game and see how it goes. We're here with our second series of the day. Hopefully, this one should be just as exciting as what we saw in our opening step into the playoffs. Virtus Pro taking on Abrahams, potentially their kryptonite. So let's see if the Polar Bear can go full Superman or if it is going to be a bit of a rough end today.
Already some good poke coming through in the blue lane over towards Sinclair and a Holiday. And we know that you can't let this combo get ahead. You can't let them get up in your face because so that's become pretty dangerous lane, especially winning early on here versus Crackshot versus Vexing Bolt. That's nice. It's very, very nice. Likely starting with Savannah though on the Magician. Yeah, this is the lane we're definitely curious about. And already they're getting ahead, pushing into the Guardian. Good headshot damage as well, and this is what we were talking about from Zergy.
Yeah, that potential for the early damage output can feel very, very chunky if you can consistently get those shots off. Always so much harass potential early lane for a Warden. Very fun hero if you can wrap your head around the full use of the laning bullying that goes on. Flask into lockdown, into I've shot you to bits. Good lineup as well. Gets the chuck back over towards shop side.
Nice.
Consistently keeps the HP down for Shiv. Meanwhile, whilst the attention is turned, it's Saint that takes the brunt of the damage. So 7 forced back to the graveyard. Going to be respawning on that one. Already a good chunk of damage, Blank, dumped onto that Guardian. You've got him pushed back towards the stairs. It's half HP, and we're 2 minutes in.
Yeah, this is nuts, dude. Killer nade, by the way, straight into shop. Daytown Saint. And we talked about how, you know, that lane really doesn't come online until you picking up the 2 walls. 2 minutes 30. 2 minutes 30 on the Guardians. That is something else.
That's mad, bro.
Stop it.
Right, well, there you go. First Guardian's fallen at 2 minutes 30. This is a bit more classic, isn't it? Confidence on that one. Absolutely annihilating the early laning stage. Well, laning stage for that lane. Who needs it?
You might be able to get some swap-offs now going through. Moment, nice movement from Dimov on this Yamato. Even more damage been poured through here. Sharek's immediately in with the assist on the Mirage. Shaft incredibly low. Look at that. Abraham's absolutely having a rough time here. Saf goes down too. Taz has to head back to base. This is criminal behavior. Not only that is that watching Zergy stealing away the farm, taking the tier 1 early. Now looking over towards the mid Guardian. Huge amounts of damage being poured in over towards it.
It's gonna go. It's gonna pop. Mate, daylight robbery on these Guardians. Absolutely annihilating them in the lane matchups. I mean, Broadway's about to crumble. Good damage output back as well. They're trying to group for this, but you've got a bit of an assist coming in with Oberkim there on the Kelvin to make sure they can guarantee it as he's rotated off. Don't need him. You can just leave Zergy to get the free farm in lane towards Greenwich, and he can then continue his pathway all the way over to York. If they get all 3 of the Guardians and a flex slot off the back of this, that seamlessly, mate, this would be unbelievable.
Yeah, that's a quick win. Into a double tether as well, Jackie.
The Vindicta coming into full effect. So MKLS gets the tether off. And you did actually see Oberkim as well go out the back line, parry onto the Guardian, and assist for the damage output. They have to call in for the cavalry. You need backup. 17 seconds at least on the snowball for the quick top up over onto MKLS. And from the back line, it's Tass firing out warning shots. This is their last Guardian already. Here we see Dimov with a big dive as well. Mate, it's insane. Like, everyone can just group for this because they know suddenly all pressure on York.
This is fantastic. Zergy's just getting free farm. We'll head back over. Getting him pinged. Do your job. Keep that Guardian alive.
Oh, it's such a harass as well. You go up onto the roof, try and play on the warehouse to have some more survivability. Static charge goes off, but you know what? I might as well just use my ultimate and make sure the team can push it out. And there it goes. At 5 minutes and 22 seconds, all 3 of Abraham's Guardians have not been guarded. They are dead.
Yeah, it's a disgusting turnaround here coming through from Virtus Pro. 5 minutes on the first flex slot is unheard of in this new patch. This is crazy. Going from watching them play against 1win to this, it really does feel like Abraham sort of gave them this comp that they love to play, not banning out the Warden as well, allowing Zergy to go sicko mode immediately onto the Guardian. Takes a big amount of damage there from the stun. We'll have to get out of there.
Zergy pinned. Oberkim as well going down inside of the frozen shelter. A little bit of the Tetleys being given out. And God, mate, they need something to get the mental back in. Must be a frustrating start on this one.
Yeah, incredibly so. Paz just getting chased down by the Mirage into the trans-dimensional grapple.
They destroyed the Guardian on Greenwich.
I think if you hit that with a Mystic shot, that might have been a kill.
It's always so funny to me, the Kelvin Chase gameplay of just, I'm slowly shooting snow at you, bop, 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 yeah, and you're dead. Saf, remove the non-existent E because he is not safe. He's dead. Down and out again. The Sinclair taken out of commission. All the map control in the world. Lane so far shoved as well. And it's just uncomfortable. For Abraham's early game, it just feels like you can't do anything right, man. You've got to try and find an option where the over-rotation's there, where VP makes a mistake. But having the extra flex slot and all this room to breathe, they can pick you off when you have to try and shove the lane back. Anytime you overextend even slightly, they're on you right now.
Yeah, the difficulty is you're so far ahead in the pacing of this game as well, is that you can trade 2 Guardians for a Walker, right? That's the difficulty, because you have so much time to make it happen. Not only that, is that look at the invade on the jungle. It's too easy right now for Virtus Pro. So although they didn't have that pick potential, like we were saying at the start, their laning phases were unbelievably strong.
Little Hex thrown on to Dimov. Bit of a chase in as well. I'm going to see if you can actually get some stock here. Broadway's been so far shoved for so long, but of course, using that Storm Cloud, it allows you to actually dump damage onto it. Oh, the snipe comes over. They do still grab what they wanted, so finally, another Guardian taken. One still stands, though. Virtus Pro still have Yorkside alive and kicking. And they trade back onto the kills, getting a little bit more soul value in response. Calico has dove in from the rotation over to assist on Broadway. She's already making her move, so you can't catch onto Hoop.
Honestly, even though Satan and Saf both go down there, it's actually a good play, in my opinion, for them. This is the best time to be going for suicide plays like that, where your soul count isn't going to be giving over a huge amount over towards VP, and you going down doesn't result in the urn being taken, because it's not even up yet, right? We're still 30 seconds off that urn spawning on the map and second bus being in play. So yeah, I think that actually is a very nice play coming through from Saf and Saint. They totally understood that that was going to result in deaths, but better to be using this time now to suicide for Guardians than later when it's going to result in you losing a Walker or losing urn control.
Don't give them too much to play with. Heads up call. Power of the Storm Cloud makes it so uncomfortable. Big fight, though, potentially on this one. Slowing Hex over the top. Bit of a chase in. Zergy nipping at the heels. Static charge pops off. Abrams is stunned for a few seconds there. Solistic turns tail and wraps back towards the rest of the team. Buffs coming up. Nade in over the top. Overkim hitting that one. Good snowball straight to the back of the head. Knocks the hat off of Sinclair. Mystic looking like he might want a big dive on this. Slam over the top towards the urn with the seismic impact. A single ball thrown back in response, but he's got the urn.
That's my urn. Crazy seismic impact to that. This has been easy. It feels really easy right now for Virtus Pro. Almost too simple at this stage of the game. Not quite able to pick up that Guardian yet either, and a free hand in on the urn. Looking to pick off Zergy here. There is a Traveler coming in. Mirage is coming to help. Baits in with the last stand also available. Nothing found off the back of it. At least you bait out the last stand. Goes on cooldown for 100 seconds. There isn't any objectives to find right now. At the moment, it's Sharek going loco on Saf.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, there's a Big old Sharek coming at you. Those teeth bite down as Mirage has got claws on this one. So 2 dead, Saint and Saf. Slight staggered spawns there, about 5 seconds between the both of them. You see a nice distribution of the VP players across the map. So a lot of presence right now. Resetting those lanes, getting them shoved back across, up towards the walkers. Hoop with a quick reconnect as well. So slight pause thrown into the mix.
Yeah, tough thing as well right now is that you look at MKLS, I mean, he's built Cultist Sacrifice, and it's not something you want to go for too often this early into the game, but well, you do want it early, but I'm saying that it's weird seeing him with the Cultist Sacrifice already. I think they realize they're so far ahead that they can just try and snowball this one now. MKLS currently the highest soul count, so although we have seen a lot of times on Virtus Pro, the Vindicta giving a lot of the souls across, he's already finding a lot of money just off the back of the assassinates.
Again, those fat stacks, mate. The mad Skrilla on the Vindicta. Surprised as well, Blank, how dominant of an early game that was. And that can't be understated. You know what I mean? Like, first Walker at 3 minutes 20 is one thing, but taking the entire map just before we even hit like the 5-minute 45 mark, that's crazy clean. Since then, of course, a bit of a shove back from the Abrahams boys. They've gone for the Guardian dives, been able to clean off the back of them, losing a few players, but worth it for the objectives. Still, though, it's about 11k behind in soul value. 2 dead at the minute for the viewers joining us. A couple pauses thrown in, but it looks like everything's all sorted now. And that's the crazy thing. We are only 11 minutes in to this first game of our second series of the day. Obviously set this one up with the idea of Abrahams being the kind of kryptonite to VP. But at the minute, they are all full Superman. Clark Kent not in the building. Don't need him.
Not at all. Not required. This moment in time, take off the glasses and just get things done. I love the way the Virtus Pros played this out. Really interesting. They're just trying to play a lot less pick and working basically a lot more high impact heroes. And again, just in terms of that laning phase, the laning phase goes absolutely insane. And it does feel like they've been preparing for a while for this big rematch versus Abrahams. And it's paid off. It has paid off in a big way.
I see Mirage.
The pings being thrown out there. Getting the info as they spot on the Sharek playing the Mirage. Close grouping run towards the warehouse. There's 3 players there with rotation underneath the subway 4-7. Trying to figure out where exactly they're going to be grouping. Get themselves in position ahead of the punch.
Yeah. It just feels like Saint right now, like when you're building into ult this early, again, against Virtus Pro, a lot of times we're seeing now more 3 carries than ever, but this isn't a typical carry build. This is just Saint playing ult build, hoping to get some presence over these matches. That's the first lasso in quite some time. Static charge to follow up as well. It will find Sharek off the back of that. Ballistic's lurking.
Ballistic is lurking indeed. Warpstone shoulder charge combination smooth so that he can get towards the backside of the church. Dip in through the air vents and make sure he gets back safely towards the comfort of the walker. Meanwhile, though, it's Saf that's been blown to bits. Another pick onto Sinclair, struggling to find too much impact throughout the course of the early game right now.
Kind of odd the way Saf's playing it too, because he's just getting caught time and time again. I mean, a lot of the times when we've seen, for instance, Demo play the character, there's a lot of emphasis on just using Assistant to basically be an annoyance, be sort of like how Hayes has currently played the meta, which is a bit more like a roaming scout for the team. But Saf just consistently getting shut down is really rough. There's not much to say about this game. It's just a total stomp from the start, really, Jackie.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been in cruise control, haven't they? You won out the lanes. It's been simple. Hasn't really been much of a big response on the fights. Not even really summarized as fights, to be fair, mate. It's like one guy out of position gets caught, generally been sat, unfortunately, at the minute for him. At least here, there's a bit of a room in terms of the grouping to maybe make something out of this. You catch Obikim down to the subway by the secret shop. Smooth moves back out. He's got a bit of backup there as well. Pops the healing rights. They can't exactly dive on him. Urn comes up. You're up top on the bridge, so you've got the buff for free and also overview of the Urn pickup location. In comes Saf, bouncing his way over, but you're being peppered. Ooh, Sharek getting some good tags out, forces the ultimate from Saint up top with the Storm Cloud. There's the use of the Lightning Bolt to try and displace them. See if he can get an advantage on this. It's good chip damage. Zergi's incredibly low. And together goes in, makes the play on the execute to shut him down. Static charge over the chop. Forces out the shadow transformation, but Infernus has been burnt down to the ground. Should be 2 kills back as well. Saint was hoping for an escape path, but not meant to be. So 1 for the price of 2. They at least grab that urn in the carnage.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is as well is that all this while, Obakim's been pushing on this lane. Traveler comes through to provide some extra support. Heads back in, looks to try and get the urn off him. Will deny a little bit with the ice beam. And another frozen shelter comes through. Should be Obakim going down? No, surely.
Wait, how has he got away with this? The movement up the top for the escape. By the way, I'm pretty sure he actually denied nearly every soul from that. That's crazy, bro. That's a hell of an adjustment. So not only do they get more stock out of the fight, only losing Zergi, who's now comfortably back alive with nearly last standoff cooldown again, but you also control the earned delivery point, put yourself up again by like another 11k in the game now. Saint finally invests into Unstoppable, so you can't force him out of the ultimate anymore, no way to drag him down. We'll have that in the back pocket, could be lucrative, especially with him investing quite heavily into the ult at the moment.
Again, it's been tough. I mean, there's really at this point in time not an amazing target for Lasso, other than let's say Michaelis, but he's gonna be so far in the sky you can barely see the guy without sunglasses. I mean, we saw what Saint wanted to do. I mean, we talked about it right at the start where we're saying, you know, Saint's job sort of in this composition is for the urn pickups, challenge over towards Rejuvenate, and he did a significant amount of damage over towards Zergi. Zergi just tanking it to the face, essentially. Trying to up his immunity on the shocks.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If you take lots of damage from smaller shocks, you can tank bigger shocks. It's just how that works. It's like bullets. You get shot with lots of little ones, the big ones won't matter. But right now, the big ones certainly matter as they are hitting the back of Mirage. Sharek saved there by the use of the frozen shelter. Tanks him right back up. He's got the regen. He's good to go. Concussive combustion in response, thrown back over from Jam side. Trying to slow down the chase on this. Michaelis. Bullet to the back of the head as Hoot is not having fun. Calico down and out. Dive onto their objectives as well. You claim the first Walker, but would you like a second helping of Walker?
And a third Walker. There's one was found a little bit earlier by Michaelis, and that's another flex slot in the back pocket. Meantime, Obakim trying to get out of dodge, but Michaelis is doing an obscene amount of damage with the assassinates, up to 23k. Highest in the lobby, getting a lot of value of those additional souls, and the entire the team is also benefiting alongside him because, like we said, he's not taking too much of the jungle. I'm gonna walk away. Oh no, Listic's gonna get right up there.
Oh,
give him the judo chop.
Yeah, you might have Unstoppable, buddy, but try stop this fist. Listic going ballistic. Hits him straight in the face. Couple teeth knocked on the ground from 7. And they dive straight down to the mid-boss arena. Set their focus on getting control of the Rejuvenator. The game has already looked so clean from them. But this could be nice to set them up for even more dominance. No one possibly could contest. It's a free rejuve. All players in good position. Spawns coming back up soon for both 7 and the Holiday.
It's so tough as well because you're getting hit by so much damage when you drop that ult from Saint. And not only that, like the target priority from Virtus Pro has been unreal.
From anywhere.
But Michaelis so far ahead should have maxed out Crow by now as well. So not only is he getting the masses amount of damage out of the Assassinate, but also getting the Shred on board with the tier 3 coming through from Crow. You are just getting torn to shreds here. Story duration as well on the Crow. So sad.
It's really, really rough.
I see Calico.
What are you meant to do, man? Just force back.
Earn again, going to be run in favor of VP. Zergy's got that one on his back. He's going to have to group for this. Likelihood of getting away from this one with a really clean adjustment from the fight is going to be so hard. Mileage is going to vary incredibly. With everyone having that rejuvenator and good position in terms of the ults, you can see Michaelis even taking out the pot shots to try and soften them up right now. So before the fight even starts, you're feeling a bit uncomfortable. Saint nearly picked off because of it. A sliver of health on 7. Oh, the dive in towards the warehouse, looking to scrap over control of the urn. Double frozen shelter, one thrown out from either side, looking to try and keep them pinned in. Arctic Beam nipping at your heels. They all dive together. Jam side has been removed as the top comes off. So much damage back. The DPS from the gun is enough to slay Saint, as he will not be Saint-like with the plays on that one. Silenced instead, and their team is fragmented blank. 2 of them dying, the urn being claimed, all the rejuve still in play. You can say bye-bye to your base Guardians.
Last flex slot at 20 minutes. Kind of nuts stuff, honestly. Hoot struggling. Right now for Virtus Pro, I mean, there's good games thrown out by Michaelis.
in the good game. Was it Vindicta? It sounded like
Vindicta. It's Vindicta.
Oh, mate, it's BM.
Unbelievable. The Finnish game are looking to finish the game quick.
Yeah, fair play. Fair play. I mean, they've owned it. Like, you know, from start to finish, you've absolutely owned it.
It's been disgusting. It's honestly been a disgusting game coming out from VP. We talk about mental boom, but this is an explosion of a half going off in the heads of Abrahams. They're going to have to rethink what they're going to be doing into the second set here, because this has been diabolical.
Yeah. I don't know, bro. I don't know how else you can really summarize that one. Like, it was just disgusting. You control the lanes and then some. Like, absolutely run through them, make the Guardians look like they're made of paper, and they just didn't stop.
Well, they got Taz off the B-bot. Taz goes on holiday. Try and make it work. The 7 third pick was pretty wild to me. I mean, we've seen a lot of last pick 7s, but third pick 7 was wild. And yes, Saint just couldn't get anything done. I think he was useful at one time over Earn, and that was it. I mean, they have so much focus fire over towards him. By the time that he was getting any kind of resistances on the ult, I mean, bought on softball early. Cool. Cool.
Didn't help though, did it? Like,
no.
That's the thing, mate. Really didn't help. Just the sheer rate of fire. Like, everyone was just focus firing on him. Even trying to go for the ult build. I think there was like, you got Broadway Guardian with it, I suppose. That was
yeah.
fun.
I mean, they had a desperate hurrah trying to get back into that game, and props to Abrahams to attempt to try and bring it back after the 2 minutes that. Let me reiterate: 2 minutes 30 Guardian in blue. Like, that's disgusting. I like what Virtus Pro did there, and obviously that's what they attempted to do versus One Win. It didn't quite work out for them. Where One Win was effectively able to kind of win out in that early game a lot quicker. I think the difficulty came when you're playing that. I think it was the Shiv 7 lane. No, I think you need a really, really strong lane to go up against the Warden Kelvin and be able to bully them early on and try and take their Guardian, because the fact they were able to get into a position where, you know, Zergy had his ult online, so did Oberkim. They were just impossible to get out that lane at that point, and were able to start roaming, do damage. Oberkim just was all over the map.
Oh, it was gross, mate. Like, for context, literally, like you say, at 3 minutes 30, you've taken Greenwich, and then Obi Kim went to Broadway, took the Guardian, and then went to York, took the Guardian. Oh, and by the way, they got enough kills that the entirety of Virtus Pro had all ultimates online before a single player and Abrahams did. Like, if that doesn't summarize how, like, crippling of an early game that was, I don't know what would, you know what I mean? Just made it so hard for him to get back into the flow of things, just to like throw your lives away to get any kind of objective control to build from. It was just done. Like, even the highlights are too short, you know what I mean? There wasn't enough. It's like, I don't know how to fill this one out. It's just over, guys.
I mean, 3 out of your 6 players going flawless in that match for VP. I think this is a pretty bad showing from Abrahams. This is probably
it's not normal.
The worst.
Like, it's
not
normal.
normal.
It's
the worst they've looked this entire tournament, and VP just sort of puts them in the dumpster and closes the lid on them. I mean, the series isn't over yet. Potentially, they can be, they can just climb their way back out of that one, dust themselves off, pull the banana off the top of their head, and go again. Because this is not good, Jackie.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. It's one of those that like is a bitter pill to swallow. But in the nature of a best of 3 series like this, with how good of a kind of group stage you've had, you've got to shake it off. You can't let it affect you, bud. And that's harder done than it is said with that opening performance from VP. So let's see what the draft lends us towards, if there's going to be any changes in the veto here. Already we get the Viscous ban out from Abrahams, and Virtus Pro remove the Warden again. So if we're not going to play it, neither are you.
This is the first time we'll see guys today, actually.
Yes.
So Virtus Pro ban out Warden for themselves, because they want to play something slightly different, show Abrahams a different hand. But for Abrahams getting the Geist early, that's nice for them. They'll be happy with that. Yeah, for Virtus Pro, we'll see what they want to go for the first picks. We've been seeing a lot of the Mirage been picked out first. They understand the value of the Mirage as well as the Kelvin. I think, honestly, that is pretty much on the money for me right there. I think right now, in my mind, Kelvin, Mirage, massively up there. I think whichever team does get that Kelvin typically does quite well. Abrahams, I think they will run it back on Saf on the Sinclair. I think you can't give it across to Dimov.
No, I don't think so. He's been looking really good right now. He's been giving it the big one, mate. So letting him feel comfortable, that's not going to help you out whatsoever. Already, though, kind of thinking, man, like, the Kelvin plays that we've seen have been so useful in terms of utility for Virtus Pro. Like, macro's been through the roof, the healing potential for the fight resets, but also like the aggressive ults, bro. It's just been disgusting. So
I mean, both drafts have been so nice as well, because you ban Warden, you open Geist, so the Abrahams are like, well, we have to pick the Geist here. For Virtus Pro, they're like, well, now we're just going to grab Kelvin Mirage. Like, easy pickup for us. You can't play the Warden. They'll try it again on the Shiv. Yeah, Virtus Pro's it's a maddening couple of drafts here that they've thrown out. I think likely Virtus Pro's second ban will still be Bebop. Get Taz off of that. See what Virtus Pro want to bring out next. I mean, I would not be surprised to see the Yamato or the Infernus dropped in.
yeah, could be good picks. A lot of mileage from Yamato for VP today, especially. I think it has definitely helped them out in some key fights, so it wouldn't be that bad whatsoever. You know, Listic's been showing us a lot of different looks in the way he's been approaching it with the hero pool he's been playing today.
Yeah.
I think that's the
A
fun
lot
thing
more
about
blue
it.
steel on the Abrams, though, recently.
Yeah, kind of loving it. Always pouting and just slapping them in the face.
It's been good. There you go. So there's the Bebop Bam and the Sinclair. The third pick 7 again. I'm concerned now.
Yeah. So you go back to basics with it, man. Like, maybe this time it'll be different. You know what I mean? Like, maybe the 7 will get a chance to have some impact late game if we ever see the late game. But of course, VP can steal the ult as well, so it goes both ways. Can't have a Bebop, not there for you.
Oh, it's nasty. It's nasty. What's your ban going to be, though? At this point, I think Virtus Pro's kind of they've got the Exodia out already, right?
Yeah.
You've got the Kelvin, you've got the Mirage, you've got the Magician. What's your fourth ban? Show us the hand, Abrahams. Let us know what you don't want them to play. I mean, you could ban the Abrams. They banned the Yamato instead. I think you're going to see an Abrams pickup here coming through from Virtus Pro real soon, though.
Yeah, it's one or the other, really, isn't it? Like, can only ban one, homie. So get rid of the Yamato. Already Vindicta back out. Been very, very lucrative for them the whole day. It's been super viable, so it makes sense.
You know, I could see Oberkim Kelvin, Zergi on the Mirage. You got Dimov on the Magician, Michaelis on Vindicta. Listic's going to pick Abrams, then Sharik on the Lash. I mean, that just makes sense to me in terms of the comp. Let's see how Abrahams deals with it. When you get the Lash, you have an instant shutdown over towards the 7 early game, so those first pickups on the urn will be decent until Saint picks up the Unstoppable. Man. You just let him get away with it, I guess.
They've done it again, haven't they? Come in, done it all over again. All right, then. Well, there's the Lash. So Abraham's at least getting a bit of Jacob on the server.
Yeah, taking that away from Virtus Pros is smart. That's the smart thing to be doing here. I think if Virtus Pro cleaned out with an Abrams Lash, like, it'd be pretty mad.
Yeah. That would have been the full heist. Like, we've got everything we want and then some.
I think so we would definitely likely to see the Abrams come out from Virtus Pro. I'm still unsure on the last pick. Likely not going to play the pocket because you got Michaelis on the Vindicta, Oberkim on the Kelvin. Kind of depends on what Sharik wants to flex off onto. I mean, Sharik, we know he already plays Mirage, so I don't know. Maybe we get like an Infernus in there as well. Who knows?
I'm curious, really. Mate, I do hope though, like, no matter where we go with this veto, there's a bit of a different showing, because that was just disgusting to think back on. Right, we get some of the other picks starting to come through now. So, again, Abrams for Virtus Pro, fair enough. No Yamato, we'll take the big blue boy instead. Calico to close it out there for the comp, and then we'll take Infernus on the side of Abrahams.
It just feels like a slightly weird comp, honestly. I think it works out well, though. I mean, they have a decent front line for Abrahams. I mean, Shiv Geist is always nice to throw in your face. 7 as well for the ults. The Death Slam should be decent. Infernus thrown into the mix there as well. Good backline. They don't have to worry about the Yamato grappling onto them to initiate a lot of these fights, so that dive potential is not as egregious, but you're still working with the Sinclair, the Calico, Oberkim on the roam. If you ever get a Tether onto you, there is quick follow-up there, Jackie. And yeah, I think closing out with a Holiday is a pretty good option for Taz, at least.
No, definitely. I think you needed some kind of pick to assist a little bit there. Like, you do have the Lash, fair enough, that can work, but obviously more consistently, the Lasso, slightly cooler, lower cooldowns, it's more viable. Get in there, not running the risk of burning the Death Slam if you want to keep it for defensive plays or for the objectives as well, so fair enough. Again, you are right though, man. Like, there is still a decent chunk of viable dive, like leaping slash into your face, tornado from down low. Again, I think the only other thing that worries me is you've now given potential for, it's been avoided for so long, but now Dimov can play Sinclair, which it's already a pain in the backside off the backs of just how good he is at harassing with it, using that assistant to just be in your face, hex. But also you're playing into his hands with a lot of viability for ult mileage. Like, he could steal so many of these where it's good. You want a lasso? Have a lasso. You want a combustion? Have a combustion.
Actually, that's so true. I've not even thought about this.
Like,
I've not even thought about this. It's actually hilarious. It's actually hilarious. Oh my God. How is that? I've not put one and one together. I've been too focused on the Virtus Pro comp. You're so right. It has Stormcloud, has Concussive Combustion, has Lasso, has Death Slam, has Swap.
Bro, you could basically just steal from anyone in any situation and have the cooldown be far shorter. Like, that's the thing. I was looking at it where it's just like, you've not only let Dimov play what he wants to play, like, He's already been sick the whole day.
Here's some ults as well, by
And
the
then
way.
have
You
like,
can have them.
do you want some ults? I can't physically hold all these ults. Sorry. Like, there you go. Have those.
Yeah, I think I even remember like a game that we played during this tournament. I can't remember exactly which one, but it was Dimov versus a 7, where Oberkim would literally just fly up into the sky when a 7 ulted, go with Dimov. Dimov would steal ult and just ult at the same time. As the 7.
I used to say, like, I think it was him again
scared.
where Dimov had the stolen lasso for like an unbelievably clutch lasso. Like, he's got such a varied hero pool. He's super talented mechanically. And now you've just said, oh, play a hero you really enjoy and also take any ult.
Yeah. And he works, you know. This is the type of game where it just wouldn't surprise me to see Dimov buy a magic carpet as well and just have fun with it, really.
You know what? In for a penny, in for a pound, mate. Might as well. Like, to have the dedicated Dimov POV as a picture-in-picture. Just audience participation the whole game.
You're going to get 6 additional ults out during this match, guys. So have fun with that. Yeah. Okay. So for Abrahams, and what's the play here as well? Because I do think that like laning phase at least as well, it's still in the favor of Virtus Pro. Mirage Sinclair lane, pretty rough. We'll see if they put the Kelvin with the Calico. But they might want to even. I think if you are Virtus Pro, and I think they've been doing this quite a lot recently, is instead of like having the Mirage Sinclair lane, which is pretty rough to play against, they like to like even it out. So it might be Mirage Kelvin and Sinclair Calico. So you have like a little bit of offense across the map.
Bro, I feel like what we need is realistically, you know, like those speed run streams where you got the little counter with the checkpoints, like first Guardian, second Guardian, third Guardian. We should just have one.
Well, it's got the timers. Yeah,
and we'll like lap it depending on how they do. We'll see if they can beat their previous speed run. Like 3 minutes 30 is time to beat for Greenwich. Let's see if they can do it.
Do you remember in the past when I think like 4 minutes was outrageous to take a Guardian?
That was like, whoa, how have they done this? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
2 minutes 30 is just
it.
stupid. Yeah, it's just
mad.
stupid. But yeah, we're just waiting to get into the game. I'm pressing my start game button.
Press that button, bud.
I'm pressing
the game
it.
blank. Start the game. Come on.
I think for Abrahams, they'd rather I didn't. I think that they still want to think about how they want to play this out. Maybe think about the mistakes they've made.
I don't think you want to think about the mistakes you've made. I think you want to forget. Just press the button blank. I'm begging you. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. I've done it.
He's done it. Proud of you, mate. Proud of you.
It's still one of those games where I feel like, barring some unusual circumstances, maybe Abrahams were able to get back into this one. There's already well play's been thrown out.
Okay, let's see. Could be some spice on this one. Might be off the Scoville scale, but let's see who's going to be the biggest chili pepper at the end of this matchup. We're back into it. Second map of the series. VP lead by 1 with an incredibly clean game, shutting it down within 20 minutes of their outing versus Abrahams. We're back now, though, and of course we get the legend himself, Dimov, mid lane on Boulevard. Man's in there giving it with the Magician.
Furnace Lash lane over towards the side versus the slightly different matchup here. We've got Vindicta Calico instead of being with the blue man. It's Kelvin Abrams. Again, Abrams in a dome. Not too nice to deal with. Saint starting off with static charge here, getting some stuns done over towards the Calico, preventing him from getting too much value off this early laning phase.
Hey, there you go. Here's a better turnaround. Opening kill, first blood claimed by Saf as he's able to get the shutdown onto Listix Abrams and remove him from the equation.
Yeah, a nice scrap there, honestly. Listic down early is always feeling good, and with that, you got 1.2k, 1.4k on the Infernus and the Lash. Listic still on 800. A little bit of a rougher lane on that side of things. Always was going to be. I think Lash Infernus, Lash usually a little bit weaker in that early game, but overall, flog damage does go through the roof once you pick up that Quicksilver reload. Should be able to harass quite nicely over towards Listic. At least he has the Infernal Resilience to mitigate some of that poke damage coming through from the Infernus.
Tass looking for a bit of a push up there on the holiday, getting the good shots off to keep the lane pushed before he retreats back. Off angle by the tier 1 jungle there, Felistic just taking pot shots in, keep the lane pushed.
Gotta be ready to jump in.
Relatively low HP on Saf as well, he's down to about half.
Ready to get some airtime.
So group up for the push back in the air. Ooh, powder keg nearly on target. Almost felt the power of the wood on that one.
Nice ground strike there. Does a huge amount of damage over towards Listig, but immediately starts to tick back up again. Once he gets that melee life still on board, might be a little bit easier. Yeah, much calmer laning phase. I mean, 30 seconds ago, we'd already lost a Guardian in our previous match. Good damage done over towards the Calico Vindictor lane. Already half HP on that Guardian and starting to work it a little bit more. Saint and Together having a tough time.
And for Saint, it's rough as well, because obviously in the previous matchup, I don't think we really saw a true test of his capabilities on the 7. Forced him to kind of just play an aggressive ult build, rushed out. Before he was really powerful on the character. So we'll see if that changes around here, and he can actually have time to cook with it. Parry's good, DPS is out, Saint is ticking, might actually fall here. Yeah, shut down by Sharik on the Calico, able to get the last hit off. Gloom to you.
A lot of damage done over towards this Guardian. Together's pretty low. There should be a cleanup surely over towards the Guardian. Quick leaping slashes, the return to shadows with the overwhelming burst damage will completely delete Together.
Right, well on the speed run, they've not beaten their time. It was a little bit slower, but only about a couple seconds really. Still getting themselves that Greenwich Guardian quite early into the action here.
The nice thing is though is that you get the Vindictor out of the lane, right, on the roam, which is really, really good news. Holistic's down again. Dimov will find Tass. Oh my god, there's another. I mean, Dimov, he's really damn good on the Magician. It's hard to ban out everything you want. I think Dimov has just had so much impact over on Virtus Pro. There is a big storm cloud though.
It is good, but the nature of that new blue lane, so much cover to actually break line of sight. Crack shot right on target. Skull's been removed. Vindictor down. Blown away by the holiday revolver of Tass, and with the backup here, as much as they've lost control of the lane, they can quickly clamber back to grab it. Oof, fighting towards the vent, Siphon Life going out. You peace out from the bounce pad. And Listic realistically can't chase. Being lit up as well. Jamside getting the shots back over from the Infernus. And he gets to the safety of the Guardian.
Yeah, so only one Guardian down is over towards Abraham's side. In comes the Vindictor. Good tether. Will keep the Geist in place. Unfortunately, Soul Exchange is good though. No clapback from Dimov will mean he goes down.
That lasso, you can feel that one in your teeth. Dragged down again, so second back-to-back connection there onto MKLS from Tass, bullying him a little bit towards Broadway Lane. Meanwhile, York, things are heating up. Dimov still finding tons of impact on the Magician, harassing and removing control of Broadway. Guardian's going to go down. That's the second to fall. Only one remains on York Lane, and they are already shoving deep on it. We cut over to that part of the map right now. Here's Abrams, Listic, up top, seismic impact. He's got backup as well towards the edge of the frozen shelter. Save jam side with the use of the Death Slam into the radius of the Guardian. So Listic has got to slip back to safety, tucks in towards the Veil. But as a byproduct, his teammate is dying. Doesn't matter though, Listic on the return. The Fist of Fury saves the day. Up top, Kelvin's still alive, and look who's here. In comes Calico, Sharik dealing damage. Good leaping slash to force them further back.
Infernal Resilience just keeping Listic in the fight as well for a heck of a lot of time, and Sate's trying to get value around the map. I think his Stormcloud just came back off cooldown, so could be a good time to be using it. That's a decent usage of the shoulder charge. We'll get him inside. Out comes Stormcloud, and it should be game over here for Listic, surely.
Zergy as well, lucky to get out there. Very low off the back of it. Pieces out and stays alive at least. But goddamn, battle's heating up right now. Audience participation off cooldown, grabs the lasso. Oh, Dimov, you cheeky boy.
Ever well placed as well, but just gets in towards the stairway. Dimov's chasing, and Tass is extremely low HP, and he's back in lane.
So clean with it, man. It's unbelievable. Mop and bucket plays from Dimov, wiping the floor with him on the Sinclair.
They never quite shut him down either. I mean, the way it's a completely different playstyle to what we saw from Saf last game, where he's just constantly in there. I mean, there is the argument to be made that Saf never really had the opportunity in the first place to make these kind of plays. But yeah, it certainly looks good. Right now, Listic just taking your farm as well at this point in time. Yeah, I'm just in your base. What can you do about it?
You'll be taking control, stealing your farm. Sharik's on the trace. Ooh, feels like maybe he's got the upper hand to kick off a bit of a fight on this one. They still want to get that last Guardian, and it is losing an awful lot of health here. Should crumble away. Don't necessarily need to convert anything off the back of this as well. Just getting the Guardian and then piecing out to build up the additional souls and use that first flex slot is more than enough.
Yeah, and a bit more roam potential. And this is kind of how we saw things go down that last game, where it was 2 Guardians still alive here for Virtus Pro, none to the side of Abraham's. They need to force pressure out. It's just nice stuff. Right up in your face still, into the frozen shelter. What a nasty place to be in. Return to Shadows will do the trick.
Caught on the edge as well, Blank. It's the worst part, bro. That dome spreading around the edge of the building. No room to get away for Saf. So Lash gets blown to bits. Big dive again as well. Follow-up frags from this. I mean, you've converted 2 players, shutting down Saint as well.
Oh, chasing over towards Tass. And a nice beam onto who. Trying to get away. Struggling massively. And a conversion over towards this walker. I mean, they've got players on it. Zergy's here, blinking away from distance.
Ooh. Stab into the back of Listic. There's at least one saving grace, is that in the meantime, Tass was able to start running the urn and successfully deposits that one. So what was otherwise beginning to build in favor of VP has been reset here, keeping it a whole lot closer. Use of that ult as well from Saint. Storm Cloud. Look at it go. See you later, Guardian.
That's actually funny how much damage that does now with the spirit resistance being reduced slightly on objectives. Just rips that Guardian apart. It's one way to use the ult, I guess.
Makes sense.
One Guardian remaining.
Him and Jamside just compounding the damage, just melting you. Oh, Dimov. He's always in there. Knows he has the quick TP out with the assistant if he wants it as well, but he's full focus on getting the slay on Hoot. Oh, no.
Punched him right in the top of his cranium. That's me. They go to a hospital with that one.
She's lost her wig.
Looking forward to
Yeah, the reverse soul exchange too. No seismic slam, but also they know the storm cloud is down. There's no death slam either. Concussive combustion is basically the big marker here, and he's nowhere nearby. A 12-minute rejuve.
Big static charge, but too little, too late. Dimov was already ready with the punch. Smashes into the rejuvenator and guarantees it for the team. Saint will be back up in 18 seconds, so it's not the worst gamble in the world, but still, the VP, they're finding their form on this one now. Hitting a good high note quite early in the flow of things as well. I mean, 12 minutes in, you've got the rejuve, building a bit of a soul lead. Only about 2k ahead, so it's not drastic. There is still room for a comeback. Lasso's clean. Tash showing the impact there. Snatch and grab. Oh no! The turnaround into the parry and the getaway.
Oh, MKLS, not as easy as the targets you initially thought. Group up over towards the Walker, though, currently.
my own
You
opportunity.
can do a lot of damage. Oberkim's getting shredded. Now by Jam side. But yeah, the confidence plays here coming through from VP. I mean, they knew exactly what they need, when they need it, to be able to take those mid bosses comfortably, even with players still up.
Oh, Shiv. Trying to add insult to injury. Together wanted to set himself up for the execute. Straight up into the sky. It's Saint popping the storm cloud, but we've got a frozen shelter. Battle of the elements, though. We've had fire, electricity, and ice. As now Oberkim goes down. Left ice cold. No blood in his veins. Finished there by the Infernus. Oh, mate. Saf. Down for another 2 seconds on the respawn, and in all this commotion, you've just had Sinclair with Dimov pushing out Broadway, getting consistent chip damage back off onto the Walker. Oof, it's so awkward. Still, 5 of the 6 rejuvenators up as well. It's only Oberkim that was traded there.
Finally get their first flex slot online, at least. The boys over on Abraham's. Averse Pro, they've been working all the walkers so far, half HP. Both lane 1 and mid.
I see Vindicta. I see the sniper.
Yeah, much closer game this time around, 76k to 75. Realistically, it's just the objective game. Currently, VP's winning on.
Ooh, so lucky. Tas, Tokyo drifting around the corner. You got the ult steal off, but the near miss from the Dimov lasso couldn't quite snatch her down. So good moves from the Holiday there. That'll be the pickup on the gun buff as well. So Vindicta, that's MKLS getting extra burst potential from the gun. Boot with a push up. Always so clean to watch on the Geist. Problem is here, you can't realistically go too deep on it. They grab the urn as well and start to make the move over towards yellow side.
Mark them.
It's good stuff. Picking up the urn, Oberkim looking for the hand in. Has the frozen shower just in case. Don't know if they'll even need it. Potentially though, because Stormcloud is still up and available, and that's what we talked about beforehand. That's the strength of the Stormcloud. You are pretty much just ult bot at this point though. Walker trade incoming though. Never mind. Who goes down? I thought that was going a lot better than it in fact was.
Yeah, no, apparently not. Trying to just get away with your life as well. These are such staggered deaths, and off the back of it, you'll also probably be able to start to smash and grab through that yellow Walker. At least you've got a bit of backup from the Infernus up high, so firing out the dot damage to burn down some of the self-heal. Flash on the move. Oh, front of the bonnet, mate. Punched on mantle, quick stun. does
It's
not
been
like
really
that.
bad. And there's the lasso pickup as well. Won't quite finish off onto task, but doesn't matter. They were far more focused over towards the Walker. Another Walker likely to go down soon. Hoot's doing his damnedest to keep themselves in this one because of combustion. Starts to put the pain over towards Listic. Warp Stone up on high, trying to get out of there. Solo HP. Scotty, beam him up.
Yeah, he needs some help right now, mate. It's not going well. Dimov again, finding impact. 2 dead for 30 seconds with VP still alive and kicking. All 6 players finding their form. You've lost that yellow side walker. You've lost that Broadway walker. It's only Greenwich that's left. And what is Dimov doing? His absolute classic maneuver. I'm going to come in with the assistant, get the slap in the face with the Hex. You just can't leave base for love nor money.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get frightening because they can leave just Dimov on shepherd duty, right? Where he keeps the entirety of the team at bay in that front line, tries to go shove Caesar grenades like, nope, I'm out of here.
Lasso's almost ready.
Everyone grouping, knowing that in reality you've just got one location to defend. Oh, Soul Exchange used up close, but pops the assistant and dips out of there. You don't get much value from it, just burns the cooldown. And Dimov can happily top himself back up before his next encounter. They were quite worried about the group from VP into a fight round towards that Greenwich Walker. But they're keeping it safe. Back off, clear the farm, make sure they start to establish an even larger Soul lead. As that is ticking up. You can see the net worth really starting to bloat here. Spot onto Calico, dive in. Tass has been clean with the lassos, tried to grab that one, but just round the corner, Sharrock gets out.
You know, rabbited once again. You can see him pinging on the lasso as well. They're looking for some kind of pick off. Same backs off. Arcane Surge available. Make that Storm Cloud a little bit heftier. Max out on the static charge now as well, so increased stun duration on that bad boy. But we are now getting to the state where I think should be 1 more minute and the Rejuvenator should be back up again.
Exit to green.
I think it was roughly like 12 minute 32, so it should be...
There you go.
Yeah, now. Ish. It's been 12 minute 12.
Yeah, it was very early. Like 2 minutes post-spawn, they were straight in there. Makes sense. I mean, if they can chain together a second one, value would be unfathomable.
Oh, and swap me,
Swap
I dare
off
you.
for the Soul Exchange.
Oh,
Oh,
mate.
thank you. Comes in from the back line, takes that from Jam side. Oh, that's the worst case scenario.
Oh, he doesn't have to use it on Hoot Jam side. He can use it on someone else. Dear me.
And that's what I was
Very,
saying.
very
dude. Like,
rough.
the steal potential they've given him is so good. Like, Dimov's living his movie. Doesn't matter where he is, he's just able to comfortably get snatches off on various ults, consistently kept you pushed in. Oh, man. Big plays, big plays. Back down towards mid-boss, though. This is what we assumed they'd be building into. You get the 1 kill over, and they feel comfortable knowing they're pushed onto the back foot. It would have to be a rapid change of decision here. They'd need to be fast on the response. They do have some of the viable ults up. Death Slam, also the Storm Cloud, but no lasso. Oh, there's the Storm Cloud in. Death Slam blocked off. You've used that frozen shelter, but you don't have the viability to connect onto it. Dimov's clean on the punch. And one by one, they're going down. Dimov with a Death Slam of his own, and you've been finished off. They all die together, only 2 alive to defend the base.
Dimov is dining on ults tonight. This is crazy stuff, and it's so hard to deny a Rejuvenator versus Frozen Shelter and Hex at the same time. Two desperately difficult abilities, and it happened exactly like we said, where you see Saint ult, Obakim's just going to head straight up on high. Hoot's in a bad position. They're desperately trying to keep things up. I mean, Listic has been so frustrating to deal with in the front line, living for such a long period, only to hit a warp stone and get straight back out of there. Luckily, Jamside's able to get a pick over towards MKLS, but he's already done his job towards this early game. Good tethers, good crows in the team fights, getting the shred on board, and that's his only prerogative right now.
Crazy, man. such a large lead. Almost everything on the map smashed to bits. You cannot pin him off now. He is all over the shop. Good use of the frozen shelter at least. You get there, dive in to try pin them, top the team back up, and then isolate the fights. They're all scarpering, trying to cheese it back towards the base, but we'll just take the shrines instead. One of them's about to fall. Hoot up top, bounces over, being chased down, looking for the stun from the Hex at least to slow them. All the rabbits running into the wall. Oh mate, it's not looking good. Shrines are about to pop, Patron is open, and it's gone in a matter of seconds.
Demon's down, but they're happy to trade these kills, man. They're happy to trade them. They've got Rejuve online. They can just back this up and go once more. And again, the difficulty is they put so much emphasis on trying to get Jamside into a position where he could potentially get some damage done towards that back line that for Overkim, it's such an easy decision just to drop a frozen shelter on him and trap him in as a solo and use that ultimate offensively. Because if they get rid of Jamside, he's very confident that the team can easily win out against some of these other players.
Here we go. The stolen concussive combustion.
my days.
It gets the double stun off. Yo, parry's clean from Jamside, but it's not enough. No HP, no chance. See you later, Infernus, and potentially hello to VP taking the 2-0 right here, right now, with no room to respond. 7 bounces out. That's Saint throwing out the ultimate, but he craters down to the ground, and they set themselves up for the victory. VP looking dominant today.
Taking a 2-0 versus Abrahams. It looks so clean here. This Vindictor's done work. Listic on the Abrams. Made such a big difference overall. And they're instantly all out there. I mean, it's hard. It's hard, man. Dimov just had pick of the litter that entire game.
Yeah.
It's rough. It's rough.
Mate, there's nothing you can do. Like, he's just so slick with it. The combination on the timing, the harass potential, giving him so many ults that he could steal from. Like the mukbang of ultimates that he was dreaming of going into this game. And it took so long to finally actually get that pick of Sinclair. Like, we saw a vast array of heroes that he looks incredibly talented on. But there's something that hits different about when you get him out on the magnificent Sinclair.
Yeah, the Dimov Magician is just something else. I mean, even on the Bebop, though, he was significantly strong on that one. And it's nice to see that, like, if they're not playing up against a team like, for instance, Abrahams, who have a very, very good pocket pick on the Bebop with Taz, they can ban that away and just happily get him on the Sinclair. And even if he's not on the Sinclair, he's still doing work on other heroes within the roster. It's super cool to see. And an impressive display from Virtus Pro. A really impressive display from Virtus Pro.
No, super clean, super clean. Some crazy games, right? Like, they've kept some secrets for us, I guess. They didn't share all their secrets, Blank, in the group stage. Knew that they could afford to take a couple games on the chin. We get to playoffs, and they crack the knuckles and do what they do best. Running through both of the other big names in the competition at this point. You've shut down OneWin. You've shut down Abrahams. I mean, they're in a great spot to take the whole event now.
It's very deathbally, though, isn't it, for Virtus Pro, where all they want to do is just, they don't need to prioritize these pick heroes as much anymore. And what they just want to get done is just objective control. Because as soon as they're able to have 3 lanes with all 3 strong laners, one of those lanes is going to lose, right? One of those lanes is going to lose. And instantly after that, they have a roamer in every single one of those lanes. The Dictor, they had the Kelvin, and they had the Sinclair. This is the cool thing, right? Is every single lane has roam potential. So no matter which lane wins first, they're able to roam across the other lanes, leave one person to anchor on one of those lanes, and just start to get work done over towards the other objectives. And it was just overwhelming, I think. That's the problem that Abrahams ran into. Whereas, you know, they're prioritizing having those pick heroes. They're prioritizing having Earn. But for VP, they were all completely playing a different game where it was all just about overwhelming force to the objectives. Very cool.
Yeah, no, absolutely insane stuff. Like, very confident early lanes, great control of the map, super fun to watch, bro. That was an incredible run from them. So really, really good. 2-0, clean stuff. taking a 2-1 in the previous series, shutting down their opponents, even with like some aggressive early lanes against them. Like TAS was diving massively, trying to always counter MKLS on Broadway. But as the game developed, they just got themselves back into that flow state and locked it down. Very early mid-boss as well. That was the one addition this time that was quite an interesting mid-boss.
Yeah. Mid-ball, a 12-minute mid-ball was very, very nice to see. And again, it's just really good understanding of the old economy on the other side of the team of when they can go for those mid bosses overall. And just in terms of like the roster that VP have available to them, there's a lot of flex picks happening there where everyone's comfortable on something. That no matter what happens, they're getting into a pretty reasonable position.
Yeah, absolutely. Damn. Well, that was a hell of a way to round out our first 2 games of the day here, Blank.
Yeah.
Still, obviously, more action to go through. Jason Kaplan and ZP will be on screen soon, guiding you through the rest of the game. So make sure you're not going anywhere. We've got some other things in store. I believe we're just getting set up for an interview as well that Listic is going to be joining us for. So that'd be quite nice, bro. Get some insight on how this has gone down for the team.
I mean, I feel bad for Listic a little bit because he's going to be coming into this one and basically breaking down how they just stomped versus Abrahams. I felt good for him. I think that letting Listic on the Abrams twice in a row is unbelievable. I think the first question we have to ask him is what his sense is. Honestly, I want to know how he's doing.
Yeah, what's he playing on?
Hitting some crazy 180s, dude.
I'm curious, you know? He's got me
Or
wondering.
he's just got a massive desk. I don't know.
Well, you never know, maybe. Like gigantic mouse mat chained together, just whipping his wrists. Could be the case.
Oh, you're sellotaping mouse mats together, are we? That's crazy.
Yeah,
business.
on the underside, I suppose, you know. Maybe that'd be the way to do it. Get the
Awkward
overlap.
bumps. Yeah, you wouldn't want it there.
No.
You'd have to like cut off the edges as well, wouldn't you?
Probably. Maybe he's just got a custom one. He's had it handmade.
Can I get a custom meter-long mouse mat? I'd really
Only a
appreciate
meter?
it, please.
Probably a bit more. Maybe
2 meters. How long is this guy's arms?
That's
All
why you
right.
never know, bro. You never know.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just really talented, quite flexible, like doesn't have that many joints, just flinging. We'll find out.
Mr.
We'll ask him.
Incredible. What are you talking about?
Well, no, he's quite strong. It would be Mrs. Incredible, isn't it? It's quite stretchy.
Yeah, true. I'm thinking the Fantastic Four right now.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Oh,
Is it?
silly me.
What's he called? And they name like straight, just like Mr. Stretchy.
Uh,
I don't think it is Mr. Stretchy. To be fair.
Fantastic Four stretch guy.
Yeah, we'll find out. We've got Mr. Stretchy himself.
Mr.
on the other
Fantastic.
line. Yeah, there you go. That's accurate. Let's chat the Listic. He's here. He should be here. Listic, are you there, brother? Are you in the space?
Hello?
He is
Hello?
here. How you doing, homie? How you
He's
doing?
in the building.
Good, man. Doing good.
Happy
bet.
days. Finally winning versus Abrahams comfortably. Basically a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah.
Did you expect them just to let you go Abrams twice in a row? Because I did. I thought they would ban it out at some point.
I don't think Abrams, to be honest, had anything to do with the win. It was okay. It was just, yeah, we sharpened up our lanes and we banned some of their comfort characters, so we were looking pretty comfortable ourselves.
It's an interesting one because right now, I think a lot of us are wondering like why you weren't going any pick heroes. You just have massive dive potential on the team. And it felt almost like we're going back to the death ball meta, almost, with the way you guys are just trampling the walkers.
Yeah, I think it's somewhat of a death ball meta. I mean, pick heroes have always been strong, but the rescue beam meta and everything. And now it's more,
Shakes his head.
it's more about kill bounties more than anything now. So picks aren't mattering as much because you have to wait for like such a long cooldown every single time you go for a pick. There's other characters that can just get more active like permanently, you know?
Yeah. No, that's fair. I was going to ask as well, like personal opinion, just in terms of the current patch with the changes. Are you enjoying it? Do you feel like it's a little bit too snowbally, less comeback potential, specifically with the flex slots as well? Like, what's your take on that right now, requiring the free Guardians, free Walkers?
I love it, to be honest. I think it's the most player interaction we've had in the game for a while, which is, you know, what I'm playing a PvP game for, so don't want to sit in my jungle and farm all
yeah.
game.
No, that's
Yeah.
sick. I'm kind of the same way. I'm glad that's your opinion. I've seen a bit of mixed rhetoric on it, so I wondered what you were thinking, Listic. But that's good to hear. See, I knew you had it figured out.
This guy loves free flex slots.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. It's kind of interesting what you were saying before about pick heroes aren't as big anymore because of the long cooldowns. And I guess that's why you have Dimov on Bebop when you can, because 7
Bebop.
seconds cooldown.
I mean, I said it last interview. That character is just like a criminal. He just has like a 10-second "you're dead" cooldown. It's not. I don't think it's fair for
not cool.
the stats he has as well.
Well, congratulations, man. It's been unreal. Been unreal watching you guys.
Hey, thank you, man.
Yeah, dude. Really good talking to you, Listic. Good luck with the rest of the event, bro, and keep it up. Keep taking them flex slots, homie.
Hell yeah. I'm taking all the flex slots. All right, catch you guys.
See you later,
Clear, man.
brother. Hey, that's sick. That's
we
nice,
didn't ask
dude.
you what his sense was.
Oh,
no.
we've forgotten. That's the... Listic, please, if you somehow have tuned into the broadcast, that's the one question we did want to ask. What is your sensitivity? Send me a message,
right now.
bro. Yeah, type it in. Send me the values.
Oh, we're going to be saying goodbye soon as well. We need to know this sense before he goes.
What a nightmare.
At
I can't believe
Listic.
we've forgotten. Oh, bro.
Oh,
I'll tweet at him.
him.
We'll solve
Yeah.
it. We'll tweet at him. But anyway, guys, I hope you've enjoyed the first half of the show today with myself and Blank. Much more action to come up. So don't go anywhere. Please stay tuned. We're going to be back with more games here at the One Win Bombshell Volume 6, the collection of greatest hits in Deadlock. See you after the break, homies.
Welcome back here to One Win Bombshell Volume 6. ZP here with Jason Kaplan. And Jason, it's now time for the lower bracket where it is win or go home. Gonna be kicking things off in the lower bracket with Fearless Furies versus Lodos.
Huh? Sorry, what?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Jason's had a little bit of hearing stuff. He'll hear us
I expect
a little
you
bit
to just
there,
jump straight
Jason,
into that with me, ZP, of like, can you hear me, Jason? Because, yeah, it's been a week of a double ear infection. Both my ears completely swelling up. So that was not fun, but I'm back. I'm excited, man. At least I get to cast some Deadlock here this week. I had to miss out on everything going on, but seeing the Fearless Furies take on Lodos, which we did have a lot of these players in One Wheel Bombshell Volume 5 participate. It's great to see them back once again and finally actually have a better performance here than they did previously.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really interesting where even though at the very top we did have the true EU trio in all possible ways, you know, look, this is still the rest of EU is still growing. They're adapting. And look, I mean, you know, some of these teams have had some reasonable showings, even if they haven't been able to put it together for a full match. It's made for a very entertaining week of Deadlock.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny to see, even at the top now, we're starting to see some mix-ups because we've had this weird rock, paper, scissors kind of situation between One Win, Abrahams, and Virtus Pro, where Virtus Pro could beat One Win, but they couldn't beat Abrahams. Abrahams could beat VP, but they couldn't beat One Win. One Win could beat Abrahams, but they couldn't beat VP. And finally, some of that has been broken here with that very clean 2-0 victory we just saw with Virtus Pro over Abrahams. So a nice little mix-up towards the top, but also a little bit of a mix-up towards the bottom as well. I'm kind of surprised to see some teams like Griga Gaming not have that great a performance when it came to the group stage, because this was a team who has a lot of like tried and tested top players over the last 6 months of Deadlock.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I mean, with Griga Gaming, you think about it, right? You had a lot of the old Aegis Aurora players on there. You had Wolfie on Griga, and the way I kind of described it when I was casting with Zombie Grub yesterday is like, look, Griga was a team that had champions on it across the board, teams that have been on top of the EU scene, but realistically speaking, the team shuffles have been a little bit tough, and they weren't quite able to put it all together, even though there were some individually good moments. I think probably the biggest standout when you look back at Griga, who's now out of it, was probably what Bandwise was doing on Yamato. It was absolutely ridiculous, his output on that hero, which also means you kind of look at it as like, look, these players will be back in different formats, and just exciting to see how things evolve.
Yeah, and I think evolving is definitely like the perfect term to describe the whole Deadlock situation ever since it finally went into the public eye. I mean, the latest patch, I haven't been able to cast a single match onto it, but the change of flex slots has been super interesting, as we just heard Listic talk about how he really loves the change in it because it's more PvP oriented, but also the change to the soul income you can get from solo in a walker, which I know we had be very prevalent in a couple of the One Win Bombshell group stage games. And then on top of that, something you've mentioned on DFN, and I'm sure you've mentioned here as well, is the ability point changes and how you can't max all of your abilities unless you do earn turn-ins and you get those additional 3 points you need, which is something I think has yet to be really fully tapped into. But speaking of tapping into things, ZP, we do have our draft kicking off.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting here, where I really don't love this from Lodos, is that the entire idea of, having first pick and then not going with a Warden when the Geist is already banned. Mirage is really good right now, but I think the overall totality of games we've seen kind of lends the idea that you need Warden or Geist as a general rule, or it's like if the other team is trying to position to get one of them, you ban it out, where, if you're a first pick team and you ban one, the second pick team should ban the other one. But having first pick, letting Geist go to the wayside or Warden go to the wayside and focus on Mirage, I don't think is the play right now.
And just for, I can notice chat really quickly here. Sometimes there is double audio. I'm not allowed to put anything in my ears and I can't put headphones on. So I'm having to use speakers, but we're trying to tweak it on our side. So you only hear my voice when talking. You don't hear ZP come through it, but hopefully that'll be sorted very shortly. But, ZP in this matchup, I'm going to take a step back from the draft really quickly. After rewatching some of the games we've had between these two teams, or the game we did have in that best of two, it did go 1-1. It did get split between the two teams, but it honestly shouldn't have. I remember Fearless Furies, they went for a mid-boss with 5 players live and Lodos only having 1. And Rake on the Haze from Lodos ends up stealing away that Ryuju, which helped them bounce back into the game and actually take it and split it down 1-for-1. But one of the most interesting things I've noticed within I believe it was the Fearless Furies, is that they went for, sorry, it was actually Lotus, my bad. For Lotus was really interesting, is that they went for like really big switches in heroes. Like their hero pools bleed really heavily, I feel like, in towards each other as players. You would see Pyro on Warden in the first map, and then he would actually swap to Force playing Warden in the next map. You had similar switches with like Pocket as well, with Psy playing Pocket in the first match, and then Kakarzo took it over in the second. Really interesting to see like them swap so many different things within the roster, but it does lead me to wonder, are going to all be equally as good at every single one of these heroes that you do bleed into with your pools, or is it simply like you play this one better, so I should play the other one this time? But the picks have come through, and Bebop, man, he's really come into prevalence this last week again.
Like I've always been kind of joking when it comes to the Bebop, is the Bebop fan base is actually terrified by this, because all of a sudden Bebop's getting picked a lot. It's like, no, don't nerf us, where previously it's like, hey, Bebop's pretty bad, you should buff us, kind of the bellwether. But what I'll say here from Lotus, the thing I don't love about their drafts, which was also a thing yesterday, is that they're basically going for comps oftentimes that are pretty bad at having decent late game scaling or frontline. And it's putting them in this situation where they're running compositions that effectively have to dominate the lane phase, because if they don't dominate the lane phase and get ahead early, they don't really have a lot of outs to have even team fights after. And, here they get something that, Infernus goes a little bit more with that with Mirage, but you take a look at this, Jason, the quote, an old American industry slogan, "Where's the beef?"
where's the meat, right? Where's the front line? I guess we go with it. Exactly. I was trying to think, is there like a cow hero in Deadlock for some reason? No. Yeah, like where is that front line? But the thing is, what they have though, at least to kind of caveat that, is you do have like 3 really good engages with the lasso, with the hook, with the death slam, that if you have enough damage behind it, you're gonna have a 6v5 pretty quickly off that fight if you can pull it off correctly. Obviously, the one downside is with Sinclair on the other side, he can kind of do something similar where he can steal some of those away and use it for their own engagement. But I do like so far, at least with Lotus, the Infernus used as a decent counter to Warden, because you can really minimize the amount of damage you can do in a last stand. And we've seen Warden so heavily picked over the course of this week. But also, one thing to note, ZP, and maybe you can give me some insight on, Shiv, up until today, at the start of the day, was the most picked hero in Bombshell Vol.6. And that kind of surprised me, because we've seen a lot of teams start to stray away from Shiv overall. And obviously Geist has gone down in pick, but mostly due to just being banned out.
Yeah, I mean, I would say part of that is probably Abraham's, where Abraham's will overly prioritize Shiv because they just really like running together on it at all times. Most of their wins in recent memory have come from together being on Shiv, and they actually overpick the Shiv. Most of the other teams, when it comes to Shiv, if they do add it, it's kind of a late draft pick. So it's kind of, he's in the zone where teams have been seeing him as valuable to add, but not so valuable as to get in the first round unless your team name is Abraham's.
Yeah, I mean, even that is definitely a talking point and potentially a weakness out of Abraham's, that if they really only have success if together take Shiv, then maybe they need to rethink his pool a little bit. But taking a look at like kind of the picks in the last time these two teams met, I mean, we did see Fargo Echo playing Sinclair, so it's not like too uncommon to see him playing it yet again here. But with the Ivy coming in as like a last pick for Lotus, you're going to have to say it once again. Where's the beef? They don't have that front line.
Again, they're running this sort of comp here where if they can dominate lane and get really, really far ahead, it'll be fine. But even in terms of lane power, it's not really that much better of an early the mid game comp. In fact, you take a look here, you got Sinclair, Vindicta, Pocket, Calico on the other team. You can make a very strong argument that Fearless Furies is running a comp that is not only better in the late game, but also better in the early game. I just do not love the Lotus comp here. And look, I'm willing to keep an open mind, and anything can sort of work with the right execution at times, but this sort of feels like you've walked into a boxing match with one arm tied behind your back.
I mean, so one thing I did also want to touch on is that I feel like Fearless Furies have a better extended fight composition as well, but they also have a Yamato who can get away from a death slam. They have a Calico who can get away from a death slam, or like a lasso, right? Like the instant kill potential. Sorry, there's like a ambulance going by. They have like a much better like long engagement kind of team fight. And then on their opponents for Lotus, it's like if you don't get that pick early, if you don't get that like perfect wombo combo set up, I don't think you're going to win these team fights. But But at the same rate, it comes down to how the game starts, man. If you pull off a 10K lead, 5 to 10 minutes in, obviously your comp isn't going to matter too much because you're hitting that stat check potential.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I just know that the last game I saw from Lodos yesterday did not feel like a particularly cohesive game. It kind of felt like Lodos was trying stuff to see if it would work. It didn't work. And they've come back the next day with the same approach that feels like it's not going to work. Now, obviously, it's a little bit of a difference in execution relative to when they tried this against teams that are play stronger in the overall group stage. But even still, on paper, I feel like there's very few competitive Deadlock players that would go like, "Hey, draft-wise, Lodos, you've done a good thing here."
I mean, if we see VP doing this, are we going to be as critical on them? You think? I would think so. To be fair.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. There's the easy answer.
Directly, I would probably DM Lightbringer and be like, "Hello, sir. What have you done here? Like, why is this your approach?"
Well, the funniest thing for me is like looking at these two teams playing is that like look at their history from Volume 5. It's like a mixing of players. Like Nakaman was on Lodos originally. Now he's playing with Fearless Furies. Then you had 3 players in CS Rejects who I guess became Fearless Furies. But then you have Force, who's on Lodos, who played originally with Apocycle Fargareco and Epplefine. So it's so weird to kind of see like a mixing of the rosters within like the tier 2 scene, but it does kind of make sense overall, considering you need to kind of find that perfect mix for things to actually work out for you. But I believe we're about to head into our first game. We do have 2 matches coming your way today. We're going to be getting a very interesting matchup. The winner of this up against OneWin. And we saw obviously OneWin having a really subpar performance in their last match where they played against VP, but there's definitely a chance for them to come back into this. And I'm also curious, can anyone take down Virtus.pro, considering they are the 5-time winner of OneWin Bombshell? This could be number 6 for them. ZP's currently missing and cannot hear me, which is why I'm solo affiliate. Oh, and he's kind of disappeared off the camera as well. So this has become the Jason Kaplan Show, ladies and gentlemen. I guess, to be fair, considering I haven't been here the whole week due to double ear infections, it kind of makes sense that I need to step in and do it all here for myself. But you guys make sure, while you're in chat here, make sure you guys sub to the channel or follow to the channel. Make sure to check out OneWin as well over on Twitter and on YouTube. They continue to put on these amazing events because they have been fantastic to see. And more importantly, it's been nice to see the teams who are kind of like in the lower bracket of Deadlock right now have a chance to show what they can do and have a chance to kind of make name for themselves. So I did get confirmation. ZP did crash. He is restarting. So I guess we'll go full solo caster mode here. And while he gets back into the mix, as we do load into the Cursed Apple, see how things are going to be breaking down. Remember, the loser of this best of 3 will be out of the entire event. And the winner will move on to play against OneWin to see if they can keep their hopes alive here. But taking a look at some of these lanes, we do have, it looks like Yamato going to be sticking off in the mid lane, up with a Vindicta up against the Lash and the Holiday. So a lot of damage could be dealt their way in a very difficult lane, I would say, for them. Then you see things chimed up over in the right-hand side for Fearless Furies running the Warden and the Pocket together up against the Mirage and the Bebop, which honestly, I kind of like that combo. I kind of like how you can hook someone in and tornado, and then if you delay your knock up, or if you knock up then tornado, you have a lot of like control in that lane, a lot of control and potential for kills. But the problem is hitting a Pocket isn't going to be the ideal target. You really have to look towards that Warden if you want to have any real kill potential. On the left-hand side, Infernus and an Ivy, I mean, not going to be one of the strongest of lanes, probably going to be sitting back at their Guardian for the most part. So now see Bebop going for the dive here initially on that right-hand side, really trying to, or sorry, it's actually the other way around. It's Pocket diving on that right-hand side, looking for some early damage. But so far off the bat, Fearless Furies have been able to push Lodos back to their own Guardians for the most part here, really trying to put their foot down in dominance here in these lanes. I wouldn't be too surprised to see as well maybe some early towers coming through in these matches. Looking back at the last time they played, it wasn't too surprising to see them come in, between that 5 to 8 minute mark. And already Applefine comes up strong here, taking on Rake. The Holiday, again, I was kind of pitted towards the Lash and the Holiday being a stronger combo, but it seems like with just having Applefine there on the Yamato might just be enough here to deal with it. And a lot of the individual players I was looking at when it came to the last matchup was Apocycle actually being probably one of the stronger carries of the team on the Calico, and with the recent nerfs, still has the potential to really carry things through. I know his Mirage in the first match when they met up against each other just yesterday was insanely strong. And you want to see the confidence out of the Fearless Furies here to take away some of the box maxing as well. But ZP going to be back here on the mic to join me. As I say, ZP, during that, I feel like I had to, you know, make up for lost time considering I missed out on every single group stage game.
Yeah, you had to let you, take a little bit of the work back. But apparently my Discord just wanted to explode. But it's fine. It's back. I've defeated the evil, and we're getting into the game. And so far here, Jason, take a look at it. What lane matchup is most interesting to you as this is quickly developed?
I mean, originally I was kind of like, I think interesting in terms of fun for me is definitely going to be this Coffin on Bebop tag team with Pyro on the Mirage in the right lane, because I love that kind of combo you can pull off of hooking someone in, knocking them up, tornadoing them. There's a lot of like CC you can apply to a person. Just the downside is Pocket isn't necessarily going to be the ideal target for that. But I think in terms of like looking for that dominance, I'm gonna be looking towards that left lane with the Sinclair and the Calico matchup, because that's so much poke, that's so much damage you can do, and up against an Infernus and an Ivy, I feel like you should be able to take a very early Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, Infernus Ivy, at most, that's kind of one of those lanes where it's objective survive. And oh my word, the flask value actually pretty high here in the moment, where Knockman just a reasonable job here in lane, where it's interesting how things have evolved, where Warden went from at times one of the weaker laners to in present day part of a decent amount of the higher powered lanes in the game.
Yeah, and so far we have seen at least a kill come back here for Lodos. We saw the first one coming out of Applefime onto Rayake was the initial start to kick things off. I was actually surprised to see the mid lane losing with the Lash and the Holiday, but I guess when we get to those ultimates online, that's when we can expect to see them be able to bounce back and fight back, especially if IMO overextends here on that Vindicta.
Looking at the middle, one thing I'm actually a little bit surprised at too for Lodos is that when you pick the Mirage and the Holiday and then you split them up. I mean, not that Mirage Holiday, or rather Mirage Bebop is necessarily bad, but I just feel like we've seen so many of the top teams just run with Mirage Holiday in middle, and it doesn't lose all that often. But
I mean,
right
if we're
in
talking
a little
about
bit of trouble and just barely gets away after the power slash.
If we talk about like S tier lane or like lane comps, right? We talk a lot about like Abrams Vindicta. We talked a lot about Kelvin Shiv. I mean, I think we put Kelvin Abrams like A tier. Do you have like a tier you would actually put Mirage Holiday in?
I think it's definitely top of A tier, maybe S tier, from what we've just seen in results. Where, because teams just put it in middle a lot, and what'll happen is that if you run Mirage Holiday middle, oftentimes you'll be the first to get mid Guardian, and then the Holiday is just free to roam about the map and be a huge problem. But speaking of problems, Bebop in the top, Hyper Beam, gonna find Nakamen, nowhere to go.
And also pushing me on the left-hand side, forcing them back. As you're talking about just survive in the lane, they're actually saying, you know what, maybe we'll actually write our own script here and actually look for the aggression, looking for that early damage onto the Guardian. Theirs is already about half HP. With the ultimates coming online, and at least the upside with no Guardians being down, they don't have to really worry about anyone entering their lane. But I would say though, one thing that can be very deadly is like Force. If he does die in lane, he could just show up in another lane with his Death Slime ready to go to look for a kill. But also at the same time, ZP, it's been weird to see that Force, who was originally like the carry player with CIS Rejects last Bombshell, like he was playing like 7. He's actually switched things up quite heavily, playing like Warden, and now seeing him on Lash. He's kind of changed his role within the team.
Well, either that or he's stuck in the Shriek role, which is filled for everything else that's there. Because Shriek has also been in the instance of, okay, I'm going to do a little bit of Warden, I'm going to do a little bit of Lash also at the same time, or Mirage historically. But Shriek has had the fill basically the most on the VP roster, where sometimes it just works out where one player has to not play 3 of their mains in the game because it just happens to be the case that he'll be the only one that can play a Lash.
I wonder if that makes him valuable or makes him a liability, because you're not allowing him to like show his true potential playing like heroes that you kind of can carry on. But at the same time, it's like it's valuable to have someone who can play the crap roll within the team and still, be able to get as many wins as Virtus Pro has in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a testament to Shriek's versatility, nothing else, but Assassinate in just a little bit off as once more seeing Rayek just forced back in the middle lane.
A testament to his versatility or his like discipline and mentality.
Or the part of just being the one person on your team that says, guess I'll do it. Where everyone's debating on who's going to play this. And it's like, I could stand my ground on playing this hero, but you just realize for the good of the team, you're just going to be the one to flex.
To be fair, I would play Mo and Krill every game and hold the Urn back at base if I had to, if it meant we won like every event we played.
Jason, what's made you the most winningest championship player in Deadlock history over time? I'm the only player of the team willing to grab the Urn and just wait back at base. It's not about me, it's about the team.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's about being selfless. Oh, do you see a little bit of a push come through? Looking for a Hex onto the Ivy, but Sai's just going to escape that one relative ease. To be honest, I'm surprised that like so little actions happen in this left lane. It's breaking down the right-hand side as we see Warden going for the dive and Knockerman able to take down Pyro. And this should be the first guard of the game fallen as well, with losing both players for Lotus in this right-hand side. I didn't expect this to actually be like the lane that took the tower first.
Honestly, it's become more and more of a thing. Again, I just think that it's worked out that as itemization has improved, as changes have sort of changed around. If you've been watching Deadlock from the beginning, it's a little bit jarring, but I do think Warden has become one of the more powerful laning heroes. And part of it is just the fact that when you are ahead in the lane, you also do just pump damage onto the Guardian.
And now like the fall off of this, or the fallout of it, is you allow Knockerman now to have a solo lane potentially, to allow him to get all the solo farm, to really become that Warden beast that everyone out there really fears when you see a Warden picked on the enemy side. And they don't have to worry about a Sinclair at all because they have the Sinclair on their own team. But at least they're sticking as a duo in that lane to make sure they don't lose the Guardian, at least for now. And I think they're losing things. Aino's going to go down and gets chased by Force. And I think they're going to be able to back away in relative safety here. But this is where I think a big breaking point could come in out of both these two teams, because this lead could continue to extend for Fearless Furies if they can continue to get kills like they are on the right-hand lane.
I also think allocation is going to be particularly scary here for Lotus, where if we just end up in a situation where Knockerman and Eplifine are a little bit ahead of the game, realistically speaking, Fearless Furies, their game plan for any major objective, whether it be Urn, mid-boss fights, etc., is just team fight. And you're almost guaranteed to win, because Lotus, with their composition, the way they win fights here, Jason, they're going to have to basically, shoot from all angles.
Well, they at least do with the gun buff to help shooting from all the different angles. Yep. And combustion came through as well. I think that was a stolen one just to make sure to protect his teammate. I'm really happy though that you did mention resource allocation, because one big gripe I did have looking at Lotus in the matchup against Fearless Furies yesterday was the resource allocation. In match 2, like they were allocating the wrong souls to like the worst heroes you would want to give them to, and it really made me wonder, like, how are they supposed to win this game, or how do they actually split this series with the way things were going? They needed to put things in the right hands to make sure. So actually, it was actually Fearless Furies. Never mind, I have to correct myself there of where they were allocating things, because you had an Ivy by Fargareco who was the leader in souls. Why would you give that to an Ivy when you have a Shiv, you have a Mirage, you have a Holiday, you have a Lash, you have a Viscus, you have so many other heroes that could value so much more off the souls? That's something that honestly for this Furies have to be very careful of, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason there, I guess, would be if you're trying to angle towards Gun Ivy, but I also think trying to go Gun Ivy right now is probably a bad idea. There was a period of time where people are advocating for it and saying, look, the math supports that Gun Ivy is good, but even just on the eye test alone, I'm never really a big fan, and even if you're not going by the eye test, the ramp up just takes too long, but right now, everyone's trying to get away and just gonna get caught by Force.
Yeah, I think Zergy was the only one advocating for that, to be fair. And that was
you know
because
who's more meta? You know who's more meta than Gun Ivy right now? Gun Guinness, objectively, from matches we've seen so far.
I was looking for my moment to talk about Gun Guinness, and that was my moment to really crap on Naked in chat, because now after Naked seeing Jamside play it, Naked's like, oh, I think Guinness is actually like silently OP. I think she's actually probably one of the best heroes in the game right now. And I think he got debated super hard into that.
You know what? I never thought I'd see the day where Naked would be taking marching orders on McGinnis from Jam side.
Yeah, right.
That's wild. That is not the timeline I ever expected to be in. But here we go. Up on top, Ivy. Quick trip back to spawn. Just caught out on the rooftops.
And we're at 2 apiece in Guardians too. And with that kill coming through, this would be the perfect time to pick up a flex slot, though you don't necessarily need it at this moment, but the control would be ideal. You can already see Fearless Furies have grouped up in that left-hand side to look for that push, leaving it all onto Coffin and Catarzo to defend against, and that's going to be very difficult to do as you're going to retreat back towards the Walker. I think Coffin, yeah, he won't have the chance, and he will be eliminated, and that will be the Guardian going down in the first flex slot of the game, being it over to Fearless Furies.
Curious to see how long the middle Guardian is going to be able to be defended here, because now that you do need all 3 for the flex slot, I do think as a team you can allocate more resources to just defense. Now, you see them going for the flex slot here in middle at the moment, but you got the turn in here from Fearless Furies. Shot transformation going to come out, flash just slashed out of the sky. And I feel like if you're Fearless Furies here, Jason, you can put a decent amount of effort at defending this final Guardian and make it really painful for Lodos.
Yeah, I think so. I think right now, like 12.5 minutes in, I mean, we can take a look at the items that are currently there. That's actually a great lasso to come in to stop any sort of change in the world. Is not coming will fall. But you can see the slots. Like technically right now, okay, we will have, you know, Coffin. He's gonna be at the point where he does need a flex slot. I thought from what I saw not too long ago, there was still like a lot of slots available. As you see, Kakarza there still still sitting on 2 slots. That the slot isn't as valuable, but I think it's more about like that control to keep things a little bit more equal, because jungle's going to become more and more important. As we do have a Death Slam trying to go through the Hyper Beam on top of that as well, but it looks like Upafine was able to get around the corner in time.
Also, we got the copied Hyper Beam coming in here from Fearless Furies. Take your enemy's power, send it all around. Bebop super low, going to be taken on down. Gets a bomb as a parting shot. And yeah, we're seeing this in Fearless Furies where Lodos comes in, tries to just sort of hyper beam, take down the mid tower, and gets denied. So definitely a stronger effort to defend it here. And okay, this keeps happening where we're seeing Eplifine kind of able to do whatever. Every time we go on Yamato, it's flying strike into death. But then you look at the Lodos lineup, most of their heroes at this point can't really fight Yamato in these frontline battles, and you know, the best chance we've seen is, you know, Kakarzo just, you know, turning on the afterburner and just leaving effectively.
And honestly, if you're itemizing with Knock'em in the right way, like a slowing hex I think would be pretty good here to deal with Force, to deal with Kakarzo, to deal with Pyro, to just allow you to confirm these into kills. I think there's a couple of heroes right now that Lotus should not be able to fight in these situations, and that's a perfect opportunity to really start to deny and choke away a lot of the souls on the map that you could be getting, that you're going to need as Lodos, because this lead, ZP, it's starting to grow, currently sitting at about 7 to 8k right now in favor of Fearless Furies.
Yeah, and the problem is that it doesn't get any better. Like, there's no part of Lodos where you go, well, okay, they just need to hold on for a while and they will scale over this. Fearless Furies has a far better scaling late game.
Yeah,
I feel like Lodos has effectively already missed their window. Like, they needed to be super far ahead and stay far ahead. That is not the case, and they just don't have many comeback options now.
Well, if they're given opportunities, at least, as we do see them get a kill into Ayano, then maybe they can get back into it, but it would take a lot of feed coming their way for them to be able to pull this off. And the Hyper Beam coming through, doing some okay damage, but again, Far Greco comes in, gets an initial kill into Rayig. That's going to be the Holiday now down. And now with the urn, on the second urn coming through, it looks like we're going to start to see a little bit of control. I don't know why you just blindly melee into that. You saw the parry there, and Far Greco's going to look to... Oh, it actually baits the escape here, but he needs his teammates there to help him out, but there's no one there just yet.
Yeah, Far Greco kind of deserved that. But that was the biggest just pub game maneuver. It's just like, I'm a swing. I'm just going to swing. And yeah, I mean, sometimes you're just going to get parried in turn. So, a few mistakes being made here by Fearless Furies. And also, while this is going on, they just go, okay, take our middle Guardian. They went from defending it to different priorities, I suppose. But yeah, questionable rotations on the whole.
I mean, at least we do have Lotus with their hands on the urn, and they're already set up for a turn-in on top of it, too. I think they're going to lose Pyro in the midst of all this, but I mean, they have like Lash there, they have Infernos, they have Bebop. It's only a cow cut of Apis Cycle to defend. Should be a clean turn-in. It's about Fearless Furies. What are they going to do as a response? And we can see Overlord in the right-hand lane going to be looking for a walker. Even Apocycle to defend that left-hand side, and Lotus are going to make the decision, it looks like, to defend against this. So I would imagine they just would have went back on their own zip lines and teleported over. Instead, they're going to go farm jungle. They're going to lose a walker from the ZP. This is a massive blunder.
Just Walker going down, no big deal. Not quite the response we are used to here, although you have a bit of a split off here. Ivy getting hunted down side right now, just trying to get away from Eplefine, who is on deep dive duty, but also maybe getting collapsed on here. The rest of Fearless Furies is left, and it was just Eplefine here, just on the one-man chase down of Ivy, getting baited to oblivion. I don't know what I just witnessed. That should not have happened for many reasons.
I think then even like Knockerman went back in too to help out Eplefine. They lose 2 players. I kind of misjudged how much damage they would do to that walker, to be honest. Maybe because I haven't been able to cast any of the games with the recent like health buffs that the walkers got. But hey, credit to Lotus picking up 2 kills. They lost Kakarzo on the left-hand side though to Apocycle. They at least defend against that walker. Might be able to get their own damage done on the right-hand side as they're still pushing on up, only with Ayano to defend.
Let's get to work, Henry.
Oh, Clone Blasto coming on out. One of the things that Holiday just does not enjoy against Sinclair, where it's like Sinclair sees you, instantly copies, drops a lasso, and you may just be dead.
You know, it's cool though to me to see ZP, as I talked about, like there has been like roster changes and we're seeing like more of like the tier 2 teams actually show some like really cool like plays, and they've definitely shown some improvement. Fargareco, I remember talking a lot about as being a very good Paradox player last Bombshell, but to see him kind of like branch out now in a couple of different heroes, like seeing his pocket, he's had a pretty solid pocket so far, ignoring the punch into the obvious parry and then the death after that. But it's been really cool to see like they've really worked on their pools since we last saw him.
Pocket going all the way up top, dropping the frogs, Affliction there, and away he goes. Just a quick hit and run, and that sets the stage up potentially pretty nicely here for Fearless Furies to come on in. Eplefine knocking down what is set up by Fargareco.
I mean, just as we were starting to talk about Lotus making some good decisions, getting themselves back into the game, they immediately go to lose out on 2 with Force and Coffin. At least for Lotus, they take down Knockerman. I believe that's over on the right-hand side. And there is the potential for a push, but with Fearless Fury still keeping the rest of their 5 players towards this left-hand side, it's about Kakarzo, if he can escape this and not lose too much damage onto that walker. You see the flying strike coming through ZP, and usually when Eplefine finds a target, he gets the kill.
Gets saved for maybe 2 more seconds from the walker, but that is also the power of the comp that Fearless Furies is running at the moment. It is incredibly good at diving and getting in your face, and Lotus, by comparison, they don't really have much to get involved and stymie that. They're running a comp that effectively just has to play off angles, has to essentially be prepared to run even at equal strength. But once again, they're now getting to an area where it's not equal strength, where the Warden is quite farmed, the Amato is pretty decent. Well, the Amato isn't super well farmed relative to, say, the Mirage. It's not the point where they can dive everyone in the game, but
yeah,
it's still, just in terms of how these fights break down, the actual way that Lotus has to play the win is very, very scattered and erratic.
Yeah, I mean, I know exactly what you mean with especially like the Yamato and the Mirage matchup, that you necessarily can't 100% stomp him in a 1v1, but also he's not strong enough right now to carry his team when we get to these team fights. Like he's gonna need to see like Ricochet come online to really have that effectiveness, and if they keep losing players, then that effectiveness isn't really gonna matter. But we can see, speaking of losing players, Fearless Furies gonna lose out Ayano once again here. Force, I mean, able to provide and open up some potential kills, but he might not survive himself.
Right now, trying to run away. Very low HP. Getting pursued here by Knockerman. Drops the last stand. Walks on forward. And some may consider that, Jason, that the world was changed.
Yeah. At least while this is happening, Kakarzo was able to push down the right lane walker. So he gets himself something. They get the urn picked up once again. But I think this decision out of Fearless Furies is very smart. Just go for mid boss. You can have the urn turn in. We're going to take the Rejuvenator against you, and if you're going to go for the contest, I mean, you're going into a very difficult situation. That Hex is going to shut you down. They also do have the Shadow Transformation up for Eplefine, so realistically, you're not going to steal this away. You shouldn't be able to, and I hope they don't commit to it, because you cannot afford to lose players at this point.
I mean, Ivy was thinking about the idea of a steal, and yeah, that would not have been a good idea. Fargareco, though, getting caught on the outskirts in the middle of this. Overall, though, Fearless Furies still in a very good spot. And again, scaling just is the boogeyman right now for Lowe's. And okay, Flying Strike is not fair at times. That just most ridiculous ability, especially when you start warping through walls and all sorts of ridiculous stuff. But you know, if you're amplifying, you got plenty of dive targets here, Jason. You're not really afraid of going in on really anyone at the moment.
That distance that Flying Strike just took is as long as Yamato's forehead is. Like that's insanely far.
No, not quite that long. Nothing is that big. Like,
True. Well, the urn will be picked up for Fearless Furies. Able to. I don't even know how they stole it away actually, because it was in the hands of Lodos. I wasn't paying attention. Oh no, because Lodos dropped it to go fight actually, because they got the kill onto, I think it was like Fargareka, who was trying to stall him away from the mid boss. But they lose mid boss, then they lose Urn for 1 kill. That's a misstep, I think, in my opinion. And Fearless Furies had built up, you know, a 10k lead. Honestly, I feel like the lead should be more than it actually is, but I feel like they haven't been doing their due diligence of taking away a lot of these jungle camps to deny them away from Lodos, so they can continue to build up that advantage.
Also, I think Fearless Furies has given away picks that they shouldn't at times. Like Fargareko in particular, I think has died like 2 or 3 times this game, where it's just your pocket and you have to get yourself in a really, really bad position to get picked off, generally speaking. But it's happened a few times, so it's been a little surprising here and there.
Also, really good to see, really enjoyable to see right now that we've hit this point in the game, 22.5, almost 23 minutes in. And we're seeing the Fearless Furies are kind of limited on slots right now. They really need to open up another flex slot, taking on these last 2 walkers, but that's not going to be so easy, even with that Rejuvenator in hand. As you see, initial catch on Ayano is going to have to fall back. And looking for another one. I think that's Fargareko. Actually, no, wait, how did they get him? Did they hook him? Ayano, you just escaped. What happened?
Oh boy, losing Ayano went back in and yeah, just gone in that case. But also, while the pickoff comes in, it's like, okay, Fearless Furies, you still got the Rejuvenator, will be back up in a moment. And what we got going on here, the old double dive, Calico and Yamato connecting again on the coffin, where, you know, that's kind of one of the better inherent ways of dealing with Bebop. Just run at him. Like, actually, you know, he's trying to hook you into him. If you see Bebop especially not supported and you're running a comp like this, you can just kind of go in.
He's more scared of you than you are of him if you just run at him. And these kills are just turning into more, getting 3 now in total. This is for sure going to be a push onto these last 2 remaining walkers. It's even the dive beyond that alpha cycle, looking for some more kills, hungry for blood. And that hunger won't be satiated for now. As we can see in the mini-map, Lotus were able to back away and escape, but that walker's not going to live. And you know this transition out of Fearless Furies is going to be perfect onto this right lane walker. Get themselves the last walker of the game, but more importantly, that flex slot that, honestly, as we can see, they kind of need.
Yeah, they got income. They need to spend it. And Jason, it is unreal how things can snowball out of control at times in Deadlock, where this was reasonably close. Fearless Furies was about up 10k.
Yeah.
Now it's ballooned to 30k after some walkers, a little bit of jungling, and what's soon to be some base guardians. And you look at the team comps here, Fearless Furies is a composition that uses farm drastically better. There's almost no real win condition left for Lodos at this point in the game.
Yeah, you know, you want to stay positive as a caster, but I think we both find it very hard to see an avenue back into this game. I mean, Coffin's at 19k, Rakes at 20k. I mean, you're looking at almost like 10k behind most players on the opposing team for those 2 in particular. Yeah, your hook is going to be great if you can hit him, which, to be fair, he's been hitting. But I don't think you have the damage anymore to kill the person you hook in. If it's one of like the big carries, if it's Knockaman, if it's Applefine, if it's Oppocycle, if it's Fargareko, I don't think you have the damage to kill any of those 4 players. And those are the 4 players you really need to punish right now, because they're the ones that are able to dive so deeply against your roster.
I mean, the main person you can hook in and have it be effective would be Ayano, where, I mean, that has happened quite a bit this game. But, okay, even you hook Ayano and kill them. I still feel like you lose the rest of the fight if everyone else from Fearless Furies is there now. So it's not actually the win condition you'd think it is at the moment. And you take a look, realistically, the only way Lodos could come back here would be Fearless Furies making multiple key mistakes, and then Rayek getting massive pickoffs over and over again, and Kikarzo getting super farmed and, you know, playing a Lefeteer in Furnace. All of these things coming together in the rest of this game, very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, I would almost wanted to say we need to wait till like the 40-minute mark, but even then, like Fearless Furies have the way better late game carries. Like I know Infernus can do a hell of a lot, especially if you pick up that Ricochet inhibitor combo. Even Suppress on top of that, go for the debuff build. But we're not going to see the fights last too much longer than this. A little bit of a lasso, stolen lasso used to keep Sight out of the fight, but it's still going to be going all the way of the blue. Fearless Furies. Shot transformation comes through. The dive on top of this, and Pyro, one of the most fed players on your team, but with one power slash almost takes down a half HP. That's not a good sign, but at least he's able to secure the kill. And with the Rejuvenator not being there anymore, ZP, I mean, at least the timing will kind of benefit Lodos a bit here, but with them only having 2 players left alive up against the 4, there's not much you can do to defend now up against these Guardians.
Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that Lotus was able to get 2 in this fight.
Yeah.
And I think you kind of get into the idea of like, what is the difference between a Fearless Furies and a Virtus Pro? And I feel like the difference is that if you have Virtus Pro up 30k, they're not losing 2 people in this fight. Like, it's going to be a clean 6-0. So some of the execution in team fights and how people are going in, it's not all there. Just like Pyro is not all there at this point. Back to spawn.
A great Hex coming through, though, so he had no chance to escape. They take the base Guardians and they back away. I don't hate this, actually. I don't think you need to commit to the Shrines. I don't think you need to commit to that first stage Patron, because honestly, you take away their jungle, you extend that lead from like 30 to 40k, you push out the lanes, you're going to have mid-boss spawning in again in about a minute and a half time. I think that's your opportunity to finish the game. I don't think you worry about the respawns that can come through by taking on that first stage Patron. I think if you take the rejuve and you win a fight cleanly, you win the first map in the series.
Jason, are you still with me?
I am. Can you not hear me?
I can hear you now. It cut out for a second, but we're back. I was gonna say, is like, no, first they took his ears and then they took his voice.
No, please no.
The bacteria
please.
of Italy is just unstoppable.
And then they take my sight and I'm just like, why am I even here?
Well, at that point, you don't even know what country you're in at that point.
Just don't take away my taste buds. At least let me enjoy something in life, you know? But we do see the bait out of mid-boss being used and the immediate push directly into 2 players from Lotus' side. Kakarzo is just trying to escape, trying to survive, but there's nothing he can do with like 4 players barreling down against him.
Yeah, and Kakarzo, also your one hope for doing anything in this fight. So if you're losing your farmed Infernus at the very beginning, the rest of this fight is not going to end well with for you as Apocycle continues just hunting people down the Calico, where, I mean, one of the more fun things in Deadlock, when you're ahead of the game as a Calico and you're just cleaning people up, you're living your best life just slashing and jumping through the shadows as much as you want. But mid-boss gonna be grabbed here, and this should be the beginning of the end.
He's at 37,000. I didn't even notice when he got so far ahead of the rest of this team. I mean, I remember mentioning earlier on, like, he was the carry player in the first match against Lotus in that best of 2 when he was on Mirage. But man, 37k, like, he's really extended his lead. Kind of insane. And yeah, there's really nothing you can do to deal with him. I mean, he's 7k ahead of Pyro, he's 10k ahead of Force, he's beyond that. I'm not gonna do the math on air for Coffin. There's just really nothing you can do as Lotus here to defend against the onslaught that's coming your way. It's too dive heavy. Maybe a Kelvin would have been a slightly better pick to help like keep them out, help heal you up, and to allow you to have a refight. But honestly, right now, Fearless Furies, I think they're looking for the first map in the series here with the Shrine and that first stage Patron thereafter.
Now, when you take a look at this on reflection, I feel like, yes, there was probably a little bit of an execution difference in favor of Fearless Furies, but to me, Jason, this feels more so like a draft loss, first and foremost, where Lotus did not give themselves the best composition to have the ability to come back in.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, honestly, like, it wasn't that bad of a laning phase. Like, they did lose their first tower on the right lane, and then it started to get a little bit scary from there because they lost, like, more towers after. They lost mid tower, then they overwhelmed them on the left tower. It was just kind of like a very methodical way of taking an advantage in the game. But to be fair, at least the game's not over just yet. They were able to get a kill and to knock him in, but again, with the Rejuvenator, he's going to respawn in way quicker, 3 times faster than the rest of your 2 down teammates. That refight's going to most certainly come in just a few seconds. Epifine dies as well, but again, 30-second respawn timer. They actually might be able to pick up a couple of kills for ZP. Maybe the game's not over just yet.
Well, you get a few kills, but as you mentioned, the respawns are coming back in, and right now I think the Patron's actually getting beaten up by creeps. Fairly certain at the moment. Lost a little bit of HP there, but I mean, surely Fearless Furies could just regroup here and head back in. But you know, I'm looking at the movements all around.
No, sorry. Why are you taking Urn? Bro,
Yeah,
just go win. Like, what are you doing?
I do an earn. Just do an earn, Jason.
Hands on cooldown.
I'm
Who
aiming
knows
right
what sort
now.
of stat padding is going on right now?
Like, your whole
Wait.
team's up. They have 4 dead. Just go win the game. What are you just trying to be him, I guess? Bring the
Wait,
earn
this
to
is,
the base?
he's actually just bringing the earn to the patron? No, okay, drop the earn. I don't know. Okay, that was a pointless exercise. But the patron is going down. Fearless Furies victory over Lodos here in our first to 2, or best of 3. I can say best of 3. You can't draw on deadlock. Old habits die hard.
I mean, you're not wrong. First to 2 is technically a best of 3,
first
right?
to 2 no, it's both. It's accurate, but best of 3 is the. I feel like the terminology makes more sense in this instance.
That's fair. Oh man, I saw when I was watching him go back and pick up the urn, I was like, okay, he's gonna go get like the movement buff, or someone's gonna get the casting buff. But urn, never would have guessed you're going back for urn when you have your respawns coming up. But still, a very like strong game out of Fearless Furies. I think they definitely proved to be better when it came to the match. But I still would agree with you that the draft was a major factor of how that game turned out, for sure.
Yeah, and it's a little bit weird to me. I would love to get the perspective of Lodos of why they're drafting in the way they're drafting at the moment, just because it doesn't really make sense. It's one thing to experiment here and there, and I totally get experimenting in the group stages, like towards the end of group stage, right? Like if your position isn't going to change and you're in playoffs and you're up against one of the top 3 teams in the region, sure, see if you can get away with this sort of comp that's way different. But you are facing elimination. You lose one more map, you're out, and you're going with these comps that just reject the idea of having anything resembling a front line while giving up immense power to the other side.
I think it may be, the weird thing is, right, is maybe it has to do with hero pool, because we did see Lodos when they played map 2 against Fearless Furies yesterday. They ran Mo and Krill, Yamato, Warden, Pocket, Haze, and Calico. Like, they still had 4 frontline heroes in that matchup. And yet, obviously, they didn't win. Actually, they did win it on that one, but they shouldn't have won on that one, is what I should say. But they can play them, but all of those frontline heroes were on the other side, except the Mo. Like, that's the crazy part, is like, how don't you secure one of those, I guess, 3 remaining frontliners for your team and let, like, the opposing team get them?
Well, I'll say this when it comes to Mo, I sort of have I feel like, is Mo truly the way it works on law games, a true frontliner? Because I feel like when we do see Mo get played a lot of the time, Mo will end up on the under farm side, and is almost like it's sort of this weird like frontliner playmaker hybrid role where he becomes less of a frontliner and more of a playmaker as the game goes on, effectively.
I put him as a frontliner just in the sense that he's big and beefy and he's going to eat damage. And when he's eating damage, your carries aren't eating damage. That's just how I look at him, at least in that case. But I definitely think you're onto something with that. Take a look at the match stats though in this one. I mean, I don't know what else is really to say. Like, Pyro put up some really good player damage, 35k, pretty far ahead of most of his opponents. But again, like, he can't be the only one doing that. Like, if Rayake on your Holiday has more damage than your Infernus, that's not a good sign. And I'm not necessarily trying to like point out Kakarzo at all in particular, but like, you need more damage out of your Infernus. You need other people just to do more damage to match up to Pyro. But obviously, I know the game did have like a 30k soul deficit for quite a long time.
I think Kakarzo was stuck in that rough state where it's like, okay, I need more farm as Infernus, but also you have to balance your need for farm with the ability to participate in team fights. And when you see spreads like that where you're the most farmed on your team, but also the damage is too low, it means that you are missing from a lot of critical team fights. And that's usually not the best thing. But okay, we into the new draft here already, Jason. We got some bans, and Lodos decide to ban Yamato, prioritize the Viscous. But again, in terms of frontliners, I feel like this is just shooting yourself in the foot, where if you're not going to pick them and you're going to have 2 banned in the beginning, you know for a fact Fearless Furies is going to come in here with a Warden, and it may even be like a Warden Sinclair opening, realistically. Or Warden Mirage, probably.
Or Warden Calico, if you really want to like limit that front line. Like, once again, I don't know if that's actually the way they're going to go. I think what you're saying with the Sinclair or the Mirage would definitely be a stronger priority for sure.
I think it'll be Warden and Mirage, by the way, of the 2. Oh, no, Warden and Sinclair. Who knew?
But again, like, you have Calico open. I mean, I guess you don't necessarily like only want to have a Calico, but to see like a Vindicta picked over a Calico to me is a little bit worrying. And then maybe to me that shows that they're not as confident. I mean, Sai has played Calico for Lotus before, but I don't think a Vindicta should necessarily be a higher priority than a Calico. The Mirage I can be okay with. Mirage can do a ridiculous amount of damage in these games. But yeah, seeing Calico like not picked in the top 3 is kind of surprising.
Yeah, I mean, Calico's been since the change, it's really variable based on the teams that are playing, where Calico is kind of in the pocket position where every now and then you'll see Pocket or Calico picked on the early end, but also picked on the late end, or not in some games picked at all. To me, it shows the fact that it's a hero that it's probably, as you mentioned, a little bit of hero pool issues, but then also teams just kind of being divided on the level of strength, which is very different, say, compared to heroes like Warden or Geist that are just indisputable top tier at the moment.
I was actually going to say, it seems like things are pretty well balanced right now in the game with like the recent changes to Calico, but then again, I think Geist is still a bit of a problem, to be honest. Like Geist is still insanely strong. I would probably say, from my like limited time now with the new patch, that Geist strongest hero in the game.
Yeah, Geist, because here's the thing about Geist. She is not only one of the best carriers of farm in the game, where if your Geist is over farmed, you're really happy. That's good soul allocation. She's really good in the lane phase. She's good in the mid game. Unlike other heroes that have a ramp where they have periods that are not as good, Geist is consistently good from minute 0 to the very end of the game. There's never any point where you're like, well, we missed our Geist window. The Geist window is the entire game.
Yeah, well, no. I mean, you will hear that. We missed our Geist window if you lost the game.
Yeah.
I guess that's one way to go about it. But yeah, all the picks have come through pretty quickly here. I'm surprised to see them actually go like, machine gun like this. So maybe we should just jump into this one. So Viscus, I'm happy with. Like Viscus, I think has been a very like highly sought after pick because of the safety of that cube. He does a lot of damage as well. And obviously the ball is very frustrating to deal with it in these team fights. Seeing a Paradox behind that. I am a little bit worried though, again, a little bit squishy out of Lotus' side. I'm not sure if you have any direct thoughts about that.
It's super squishy, and it feels like Lotus just came out of a time capsule from about a month ago, between the Wraith and the Paradox picks coming in, because neither have really been super highly valued. Even though I do think the Paradox, great disappearance of Paradox, the only time it's actually happened in Deadlock history, is probably a little bit overblown. She's probably better than teams are giving her credit for. It's still kind of weak on general meta right now. It's weak on frontline, and Wraith feels incredibly bad right now from the little we've seen of her post-patch, is why she isn't getting picked. Meanwhile, Fearless Furies, they're going with what has been the Abraham special, which is a very, very powerful composition for taking good macro fights. Because what Abraham's was doing consistently, they would get both Bebop and Seven, and they would use Stormcloud and Hyperbeam as tools to oftentimes just take walkers or defend walkers, just ults that do really large area denial and make it inconvenient for the other team to either stay or engage. So Fearless Furies, if they get any sort of advantage, they're just going to be using the Bebop and Seven to help get objectives and put Lotus that much further behind.
And then you have like 3 pick potentials. You have the lasso, you have the hook, but you also have Sinclair, who could steal away a paradoxical swap if really needed too, and then has the ability to not need rescue beam to get away, just use the spectral assistant. So this is like a not necessarily frontline heavy comp at Fearless Furies, I mean, in any sense of the word, but it is, I think, a pretty decently thought out composition. And I think we've really seen Saint from Abraham's be such a big proponent of seeing Seven actually being played more often. And he's been playing it more in the support role. Support role, right? Saint is a support player for Abraham's, but he plays it in like an ult build kind of style.
Yeah, and again, I think it's a really cool style of Seven that Saint has sort of pioneered, where in a way it gets a little bit of derision from some players going, it's like, well, all Saint is doing is basically pressing Stormcloud in fights, but just using Stormcloud not as an immediate gotcha going for high value in a team fight, but more so using it as, we now have a safe zone to attack the walker, and if you try and prevent us from attacking the walker, you're going to eat Stormcloud and be in pain. is pretty smart, because what also goes along with that is rushing unstoppable on top of it. So even if you were to get knockdowns, your consistency in dealing with it is going to be a pain. And also the state of knockdown as an item at the moment is generally not that great. When you talk with players about, hey, why didn't you build a knockdown to deal with this? And the general response is, it feels awful to build a knockdown because of how much it just puts you behind on the rest of your build.
I think we've seen, honestly, I want to say like 1 or 2 in the last 2-3 weeks. Like it's been, I mean, it probably even goes even farther than that, to be honest. I remember seeing 1 in recent times, but that's pretty much it. But ZP, looks like we're heading into the game. Potentially could be the final map between these two teams. It could be Lotus, unfortunately, going home, or well, staying home and not advancing further on into the event. But we have 1 win waiting and hungry to take on the winner of this series.
Yeah, and 1 win, of course, will not be an easy task for whichever team gets through here. But I'll also say here, I think Fearless Furies is going to get contested a lot more in the draft for some of the picks they're going for when they go up against 1 win, should they win this match.
I see 7.
So we have Mirage and Viscous together in the right-hand side up against the Warden, and I believe that's... Actually, I couldn't even tell. The Warden and the Sinclair on the right. Well, that's actually pretty decent. That's a lot of like poke coming through, and I think maybe some decent potential with the Hex as well to like counterfight. But then, are you realistically going to kill anyone when you have a cube on the other side? Is going to be another question. So maybe we're not going to see Fearless Fury get the right-hand side Guardian as easily. But as I say that, they already have him down to close to half HP, and I've been able to push directly in towards that Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, taking inventory of health right now. Also, you know, take a look at middle. Kikarzo already pushed a little bit back. Pocket Holiday, kind of a scary lane within its own right for Fearless Furies. I mean, generally speaking, Holiday and middle, I will never disagree with, just because of the fact that if you are able to win middle lane early, we've just seen too many empirical examples of Holiday just being able to go around and have just disproportionate impact on the game.
Yeah, I mean, I do hope Lotus can take this to a 3, though. I don't want to see them just go out in 2-0 fashion, after I think they've shown some like really good improvements since Volume 5. And at least we do have like the aggression with them having the Calico on their own side, paired up with Rayek on the Vindicta. They're starting to be aggressive in the middle lane, but again, a Pocket Holiday, I think that's just going to be a lot of damage that could come your way and can make things very difficult. I think maybe one of the... I almost want to say one of the weakest lanes, but actually it could be, funny enough, one of the strongest lanes is on this left-hand side. If you can hit a hook out of Fargareko, ideally on the Coffin, with a static shock right after that, like you could realistically pull off a kill there.
My general view nowadays, any lane with Bebop is scary because you get stuck by the old MOBA rule of if you land hooks, you win. If you don't land hooks, you lose. And
yeah,
I feel like that's just been every hook hero in the history of ever, so long as they're not horrifically undertuned.
I think
although
the hook mechanic is always one of the more... It's not fun to play against, but it's always one of the most exciting things to watch as a spectator.
Yes. It's always been the case. It's also pretty fun yourself, especially when you're going for some of the gamble hooks, and sometimes it's all hitting. Ask Tass how he felt about things in recent memory against teams like VP.
Or ask Listic. He'll give you the different opinion on that.
Asking Listic is actually funnier, because Listic, you just see the rage just seething out.
Yeah.
But HP getting very low across the board here. Sinclair, of course, getting low on the right. But Sai finally flying. You just looked at Sai at low HP for such a long period of time, and finally the dam breaks.
I think that's what's going to happen maybe in this lane. I mean, I talked about the cube is like how you're going to kill anyone against the cube, but if you just keep poking with these Vexing Bolts, with these Alchemical Flasks, you can't cube both people. And you know what? I think with the way they're itemized currently, extra regen, it's not going to be enough healing for you to stay alive in this lane to allow the cube to come off cooldown. So this is actually turned out to be a very tough lane for Lotus at the moment.
Pyro is a madman for staying in lane at 90 HP versus Sinclair Warden. The fact is that the next time they look at him could just end with a death, even if a cube is in play. Yeah, you got Viscous back on over, but Sinclair's a little bit low. Pyro is still so ridiculously low that I feel like you need to do something about this. You cannot be visible at this point. I mean, it's playing so incredibly risky. And I'm just kind of looking at the minimap here, Jason, thinking, okay, they're going to walk forward and we're going to see Pyro dead shortly. But hey, sometimes the risk will pay off and you won't go down.
I mean, at least Iron was a little bit low on health as well. So the Vexian bolts weren't going to be as easy to really land when you have to play defensive. I think that was like Psy kind of giving the positional ground for Pyro to stick around in the lane. But we can see, actually, speaking of sticking in lanes, Rake has actually been forced to go back to base, leaving things all on Kakarzo to defend against Epelfine. And of course, the push coming through out of Iono here in that lane.
Yeah, things heating up a little bit, and Epelfine able to take down Kakarzo in the middle. Meanwhile, take a look here at Psy under pressure, and it's time to change the world. Last stand up over Gooball will be used here. Now diving through the tower. Look for extra damage here onto the Guardian. Really, overall, it's like, yeah, you can go in and chase down, or you can just put more of your pressure on to the Guardian. Taking a look overall, Guardian nearly down. Doesn't result in any eliminations. Probably generally happy about that from the Fearless Furies end. Even though, you know, if you're Apocycle, may want to consider healing. Being landed as a super low HP Warden, also not generally the greatest idea. Looking over to the left, it's interesting to me, even though it hasn't resulted in any Guardian damage, you got the Bebop Sun lane getting bullied back a little bit, but okay, Psy. Deep in territory here. Goes for the ball. Now looking for Warden. Warden diving back here over to the Guardian. Able to get the barrier up and get the finish onto Psy.
They really wanted that one. They really wanted those kills coming through and pushing out so deep. At least Pyro's able to get a lot of damage onto this Guardian while all this is happening. And they kind of need it. They lost out in their mid tower because of what happened right before this when we saw Rake go back to base. And this is kind of where I think Fearless Fury started to take a lot of ground in the last match, ZP. Is like once they got that first Guardian, they were able to start freeing up some players to start rotating into these other lanes to really look for more towers, more kills, and just more of an advantage overall.
I think what Lodos has to be careful of here again is that you think about scaling in the game. It's not quite as tilted as the last game was, but you know, I think about how things are going to look into the late game. I think if it were a few patches back or a patch back, you know, maybe late game wouldn't be that bad, even being light on the front line because of Wraith. I don't think Wraith right now has the carry power that she used to. Like, even if Force gets pretty farmed, we just haven't seen Wraith be able to crush people in the way she was previous patch.
I think there's a lot that Force would have to like fight through to be the carry. Like, he's got hooks to dodge, he's got binding words to get around, he's got lassos to deal with, he's got static shocks to deal with, he's got paradoxical swaps to have to worry about. There's just so many mines in this minefield that he has to avoid to be successful. But obviously gonna give him the chance if he can get there. We're going to see the Guardian be pushed on the right hand side, and even a gank coming in from Biano from behind them. I don't know why the teammates backed away. I mean, I don't know, he's chilling, he's ready for a kill here, ZP.
As moving on in, meanwhile, side just goo-balling, looking for a little bit of reprieve. Flask falling in his wake. Going back in a little bit more, and here this one ends, and yeah, it ends with Psy completely dead. Left lane, rather right lane. A little bit of rotations out now after all of that. 37k to 37k, and yeah, I mean, it's interesting. On one hand, you look at the aggregate right now, Jason, that it seems even, but it feels like we're slowly going into the same thing as we did last game, where Fearless Fury is dictating some of the fights, and also when you look at the team fights, generally able to dictate how they happen.
I think you're right. I think we are seeing exactly that. Fearless Furies are like the ones controlling the pace of the game, but I will give credit to Lotus this time. Take it back to the last game when they saw the urn being ran. They did like nothing to actually counter it. They knew that the push was going to come into that right lane walker, and it took them forever to get over there to actually stop that push to come through. At least this time, when the pushes were coming on the right lane and they were being overwhelmed, they did manage to get themselves a guard on the left-hand side to keep things at 2 apiece. So at least in my eyes for them, they're taking better advantage of the situations. But you're definitely right. Like, you don't want to be playing reactive the entire time. You want to be able to control the pace yourselves, and we can see here with the help of Ayano, he's able to do just that.
Also, Psy just kind of following the action the entire way through, got juked deep in the blue side of the map as Fearless Furies just dive middle, pick up another elimination. And you know, now you take a look at things here, Guardian wise, all Guardians down for Lodos. Fearless Furies still making a point here, Jason. This happened last time of defending middle a little bit harder. Middle Guardian completely healthy here still, and just more of an idea of locking down control of the map by keeping middle nice and healthy.
Yeah. I'm definitely calling for that like rotation when you do need it. Hexka does get a catch out. It's gonna be on to Sai, who's just gonna puddle punch himself to safety, but he's still so low on HP here. You can just see the brunt of damage they're able to do against him at the moment. And with only like, actually I was gonna say only a 5k lead, they've actually been able to take it up to 6k after we were tied at 37k apiece. I think a lot of that coming through with the farm lanes, some jungle being taken here or there, and maybe a fight on the right hand side could determine how things could go here for Lodos. And Warden Apocycle might be getting caught out here.
Okay, Warden gonna go for last stand, and this is, you know, the world did not care about this one. This was a bit of a zoning last stand, just saying, hey, don't dive on me.
I think Coffin's happy he didn't hit that swap, actually, because that would have put the last stand right next to the...
Well, right now, Urn being moved up and over. Full control of the Urn by Fearless Furies, and, you know, looking at the Urn fight here, Jason, how do you think this first Urn fight's going to turn out?
I mean, without last stand up, I think it's a little bit scary, but as we talked about before in the draft, like the zoning potential of a 7 and a Bebop together is going to be insane. Realistically, Lodos, I don't think you can contest this. Well, the Stormcloud actually has been popped here, but it could translate into a kill on the side. So at least you know you have one more player down. You also now see Wraith on the left-hand side, meaning it's a very easy turning because you're pushing the right-hand side. So there's not even going to be a fight for ZP, even though I would still give it to Fearless Furies if we did have the fight break out. They're going to take a lot of real estate around the map.
Yeah, I mean, not only do they get the Urn without a fight, but there's no Urn tax that usually happens, where if you're playing against a team like VP, even if VP doesn't want to fight you on the Urn, they're still going to tax you by going for another objective at the same time, and Lodos doesn't really manage to coordinate any of that. I mean, part of it's because Sai did get picked off, but if you're going to give up Urn, you need to get something in return. I think it's very, very clear when you look at teams trading on Deadlock, even if they're behind, like some of the moves they make to keep it close, and just doing absolutely nothing is not a good omen.
You know, I heard Blank and Jackie talking a lot about motivational posters. I feel like that could be one. If you're not going to get the Urn, you got to get something in return. And then insert some cat doing something, I guess, when it comes to motivational posters, because that sounds perfect. And yeah, they continued... Go ahead.
No, it's just the fight part. I did not intend to rhyme it. That just completely came out organically.
I liked it. But Rake's not going to like it. He goes down again, and nothing being picked up off the back of the Urn. The lead now has grown to about 13k, and it's looking to continue to do even more than that as we see Applefine. You know, he was on the Yamato last game. He's on the Pocket this game. Far Direct was on it previously, again, showing like the flexibility of their rosters, of their hero pools. He's having a pretty damn good game at 13,000 souls.
Yeah, things are looking very, very good right now for Fearless Furies. And on top of that now, you're getting pickoffs, and not only getting pickoffs, Jason, but they're doing something that at times even one-win team will struggle with, is get pickoffs, get objectives. And you see there, you get that, immediately turns into walker damage on the left-hand side. And the walkers are going to start taking more and more damage across the map. Look how things are set up as you get the parry over, static charge. Not going to be enough to save Knockman, though.
He almost kills Kakarzo there, like a 7 against a Calico. That was insane. He parries with the static charge right after that. Like, that should be, I feel like, a more of a one-sided win for Kakarzo. So great little turnaround of Knockman. But again, he buys time. They get the right lane walker, so they get another flex slot open up here for themselves. A pretty decent... like turn of events, considering losing one player but getting a walker. I would take that.
Yeah, I mean, the trades have been way, way better for Fearless Furies. I mean, again, some of the trades have been completely uncontested, where you get Urn, and it's like I will receive Urn, you will receive nothing, is what has gone on. And now this game, when it's gotten to this point where you're 16k behind, you have to start asking, what does a comeback look like at the moment for Lodos? And you take a look at their comp, Jason. Realistically speaking, the main thing they have to make things happen would be maybe Viscous plus a few others in the right situation, or a paradoxical swap, but it's not looking good, especially as Calico just gets roped in, and now very likely the Eat a Barrel immediately fall.
I think Enter the Shadows like just came up on the death too. Yeah, what's a comeback look like for Lodos? I don't know, man. I'm honestly having a hard time figuring out what that could be, because I wanted to say maybe, you know, Pyro split push you. But if Pyro's not there and you're left with the other 5, how can they defend again against like the initiation, the zone control that Fearless Furies has? I just feel like they've kind of fallen so far behind that there's no light at the end of the tunnel for them other than, you know, turn off their PCs and being able to go to bed. Like I don't want to say it's over, but it's so difficult to think of a way for them to get back into this with the way Fearless Furies are playing.
I mean, it starts going into the existential of hoping for the meteor, you know, some of the meteor, the crash into the player's internet, not the players themselves. You just need like a tactical meteor. Because, you know, we don't want anyone's house to actually explode, but you know, the routers of the players so they can't play the game, and you go from there. I mean,
this is decent though, at least CP. They get 2 walkers off this push that came from the left and the right hand side. Pretty decent to pull the lead back to 11k. But they have to continue to play like this, and without the objectives being there anymore because they took them, the extra souls they just got the influx of, it won't be there again.
Also starting to get to the point of the game where next decisive team fight for either team likely to end up in a mid boss if it's at all near middle. But Ern gonna be picked up here by the Furies, and you know, you look at this here, the defensive positioned Ern fight in theory should be good for Lodos, but with the comp they're running, they don't really have much of a defensive advantage on the whole. I mean, realistically, they're gonna have to try and like intercept Fearless Furies a little bit earlier with a swap and turn into a pick, but easier said than done.
Yeah, very much easier said than done, though. I don't know if we have any rescue being picked up for Fearless Furies. I haven't really looked into that in particular to see if they have a counter to it when it happens. And you know, we talked about Knockaman before. We talked about the 7. Definitely not going to support his style with the items he has picked up so far. He's looking for that upfront damage. Honestly, I don't think he needs to play support style with the way the game has been going. The Urn has been picked up. It's going to be a turn into enemy territory here for Fearless Furies. And somehow Knockaman's able to stay alive here up against Coffin, who's looking for that 1v1. But the fight, it's going to continue to break out here. And I think, is he just going to go for the dunk with the Urn right off the bat? There's no way she's able to get this in.
That would be ridiculous, especially for Ayano being the one to do it. Now shifting gears here, taking a look at Fargareko. Dropping on down, looking for Paradox, dropping the bomb. Coffin right now, again forced back. Urn, of course, still in motion nearby. Now looking for turning, perhaps. Fargareko right now, staying in. Calico deep in. Return the Shadow going to be popped. Fearless Furies, so you look at the HP here, Jason. They are absolutely, you know, getting hit on all sides. Lodos, same. Very low HP on all ends, but Sai's able to pick up the Urn and all the chaos. Urn now in control of Lodos. Wraith card's coming on out, and it's Sai who gets the Urn return, so Fearless Furies kind of flub part of the fight.
I don't know what Knockaman was doing, man. He needed to be there for the team fight. They get 2 kills. They get a 3rd to come through as well. I mean, they might win the fight, but they did lose the Urn. It could have been a much bigger lead for them off the back of this fight, but he was off farming the left-hand side. At least they did get the lane shoved up, which means they could go for the Walker right after this. Probably going to be the ideal choice, considering they lost a couple of players and mid-boss is far away. I guess in the end it works out, but I feel like that's something that can be punished so much better out of Lotus' side or another team's side up against Fearless Furies. But I can't knock them too hard here, ZP. They get the full squad wipe coming through. They get the last walker of the game, and the flex slot opened up, and that lead is continuing to grow.
Yeah, 116k to 99k, even giving up the Urn where, again, the prioritization on that fight, probably not ideal for Fearless Furies in terms of, as you say, you know, you've got a little bit of farm off onto the side while things were going down, but, you know, it's a problem act for Lotus too, where it's like, a lot of that fight went about as well as you could hope in the beginning, and you still find yourself in a spot where you're down 20k when all is said and done.
Yeah, and you're going to be down a player. It looks like Warpstone used just to get away from that binding word, but the fight isn't going to be over whatsoever. Last time coming in, looking to change the world. Getting some decent damage in. Again, he's forcing the entire enemy team to just kind of like split up here as well. They're fighting on 2 different fronts. 2 players left to themselves on this right-hand side of the mini-map, while the rest of Lotus are just trying to regroup back in. But funny enough, after all this breaks down, still no kills to come through. There's the Unstoppable that you're talking about before as an early pickup here out of Knockaman, but Unstoppable's not going to stop you from dying, son.
No, it's not actually in the criteria of things that it's going to stop. But things getting a little bit scrappy. Sai and Iron both going to fall. A little bit of trades from both sides as fights taking place on the rooftops here, there, and everywhere. Now taking a look at Fargareko, maybe in a bit of a jam here in the 1v2. Gonna go for the hook, grabs the bomb after. Mirage, quick tornado in. Still, Mirage looking healthy enough to chase down Fargareko, and yeah, Fargareko gonna fall, but not before Mirage gets hit from the other end.
I mean, Lotus won this fight, man. They lost 2 players and they got 4.
Yeah.
And they should be able to get a 5th. Okay, they lost 3 players. They should be able to get a 5th, though. I don't imagine he should be surviving this with Force going to be coming in at 21,000 souls and the telekinesis available. They just have to find exactly where he's. Oh my god, he escaped. Bro, how does he escape?
Well, just sometimes just gotta bounce on out is where it goes. Still though, Fearless Furies, even with again kind of two back-to-back rougher fights, 124k, the 113k, Lodos still trying to dig themselves out of what's been a bit of a tough hole. I will note though the difference in terms of resource allocation for Fearless Furies. I mean, you were kind of mentioning it being a pain point. I have to agree is that with the team comp you're running right now, Warden should not be on your low end, and 7 probably shouldn't be on your high end. With the style of 7 that people have been playing recently, where you play it more to deny areas, and otherwise, like you don't see Saint trying to grab tons of farm frame rates.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's I think been a somewhat of a hindrance for them having cleaner games of like where that farm is going for sure. You see Affliction come through. A big push out of Lodos here trying to catch out Apocycle, which they will get, but it's still at the end of the day, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. And actually, it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Fearless Furies. Able to get the follow-up and the catch. And now with the urn being in the hands of Irian, he's going to go for the turn-in. That should be a pretty clean take.
Yep. No contest there whatsoever at this point. Urn going to get them significantly further ahead, and not quite the area for an open mid-boss, at least not without significant risk, but do feel like that's where it's going to go.
Wait, what's Carzo? Okay, I was about to say, he's like kind of running directly into a trap. I think he just hit the shop. Might be hitting Epplefine here in a second. Epplifine's on 9 kills. It's kind of insane here on this pocket. The juke comes through. Majestic Leap as well. Gets back to the safety of his team. But I think kind of ZP with that urn being turned in, we're definitely at this point in the game where it's coming down to a mid boss for sure. Like you're looking for that one team to make a mistake, 1 or 2 kills to come in cleanly, and then probably a mid boss turn. And I think at least for Lotus' sake, they're using Kakarzo pretty well to just kind of scout things out. They're letting him go ahead in the front lines, trying to see if there's anyone there.
Okay, why? Why is that your target here with Swap? Yeah, it's not the longest cooldown, but you know the Sinclair you're chasing has assistant up. I don't get the attempt in that case. Like of all heroes to go for the swap against, I just feel like you note that the Sinclair is there, but otherwise, when you're looking for a pick, different target.
I'll give him one saving grace. His ultimate's almost off cooldown already, but I know what you mean. At least it's a quick cooldown.
Well, now it's getting into it. Telekinesis is going to come out here for force. Looking to make something happen, but last stand is out, and Apocycle gets a big value at the beginning. 3 in. Gun damage blaring. Looking for the Calico. Had to immediately use Return the Shadow. Viscous under fire. Nakamen over the top with the Storm Cloud lighting them up, and it is completely Lodos right now on the back foot.
That took a long time for Apocycle to get that kill, but at least he keeps Kakarzo out of the fight and does allow Fearless Furies to get that 3-for-1 trade and most likely a rejuve off the back of this. They are lacking a couple of decent ultimates. They could use to zone things out, but again, I don't realistically see a way for Lotus to contest this. I mean, you see the 3 players left alive, 17, 19, 28,000 souls, and the players are up against 28,000, 24,000, 25. It's too stat check territory, I think, to bother to go for contest unless you're throwing one person in. And I know Ray does have a warp stone, so that would, I guess, ideally be the person you throw into this one. But I think you're just throwing him into his own death.
Well, they're looking to rumble. I mean, they're in the area. They're at least looking for the option of trying to go for a steal. I mean, it's super risky, but you could go for the swap in, and Apocycle's there. Has already grabbed the Rejuvenator, and you've swapped yourself to your doom as we get the EU pause right on after. Again, in terms of decision-making coming in here, especially from Paradox, I don't necessarily get. I mean, that steal attempt, one of the lowest percentages I think you could imagine. Going on the last part where it's just like, okay, Sinclair, go for the swap. I get you're in these situations, you could maybe make a few arguments, but it hasn't felt like the most compelling gameplay decisions. However, this one may be. Telekinesis landing onto Nakamen, who is very out of position.
Whoa.
What?
Well, that cube is out of here. He's got hit like a home run. I don't know how the hell he got so high up on that. But he does get away. Okay, so they get themselves the Ryuju taken off of Nakamen. I think Fargreco was dead before they picked the Rejuvenator, if I'm not mistaken. Though I could be mistaken here, to be honest. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, sending in the Paradox to be honest, out of like all the heroes that were up, I think Paradox has the better chance for sure to steal it. But realistically, it shouldn't really be possible, especially with the way that Fearless Fury set themselves up to leaving Alpha Cycle kind of like back farther away. And then the person that we saw the swap come in and on out of Coffin just was too far away to even have a chance to parry.
I think the only time I'm down for the swaps that have the less than 1% chance is when it's way later in the game. You're on second stage Patron, and you know for a fact that if you give up mid boss, that it will absolutely end in the end of the game. But in this case, yes, you're behind, but you're not so behind that you have to go for these incredibly low percentage chances to get a rejuvenator. It's just, it is not a good play.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's very true. It's definitely too early on right now, and it's not looking grim enough for that to be the go-to play. At least like the one caveat, the one upside here, the silver lining is that we didn't see Fearless Furies take any ground off of that death. Coffin did respawn before they went for anything.
Okay, that was pretty funny. The buff steal aided by the carbine from downtown. It's just like, wait a second. Why my punch not in? It's like, oh yeah, you just got sniped from the carbine. Well, Jason, Urn is picked up here once more. Fearless Furies, last Urn fight did not go ultra well for them. We'll see if they've learned from their mistakes on this next one.
Oh, this is like the Urn fight to end the game, I think, looking at it. If Fearless Furies, if you're Lotus and you can test this, I think you've given up the game completely. There's way too much to have to deal with in this tight, closed space. There's too many big ultimates to have to fight against. They have Rejuvenator. There should be no way you win this fight.
Yeah, the Rejuvenator alone making this really deadly for Lotus, but here we go. We're in the middle of the fight. The Unstoppable already popped here by Knockaman. Last stand gonna be used, and Lotus a bit of a disengage here, and Fragareco dives a little bit too deeply. Half the team is turning in the Urn, half the team was back in the Urn room, and the split from Fearless Furies is a little bit baffling here, Jason. Giving up 2 picks in the moment. Ray, though, maybe getting caught here in the Vindictive. The rest of Fearless Fury is still quite strong. Apple Cycle, no last stand, no problem. Able to get in onto Ray. As we see Knockaman just holding back firm here in the Urn room.
What? How did that lasso hit Mirage of all people? Didn't even aim it at him. What the hell just happened? But he's Knockaman still alive here to ideally close this out. Let's get knocked up by Tornado. He's gonna fall, and actually, like, Lotus come out pretty well ahead in that fight. The problem is the Rejuvenator is gonna be there, and Fearless Furies are gonna respawn back in time before Lotus even get back up once again. But I did notice something in that fight, ZP. Knockaman does not have his ult maxed. He does not have his Storm Cloud maxed out, which, if you're going for zone control, is not the ideal play. I think he maxed his Power Surge here instead.
Oh, wow.
So he's gone for like the I mean, to be fair, with the farm he has, it kind of makes sense that he went that route. But yeah, I mean, it's not really the current, like, quote unquote meta of a 7.
I think the other thing I noticed in that fight too is just Fearless Furies is all over the place in their coordination and target focus in these fights, where they were just super split, where it felt like half the team didn't get the memo, where if the goal is to turn and earn, you don't need to go and chase as heavily into your death while this is happening. Just,
or if you are
not on the same page.
Yeah, exactly. Either you just stay with the Urn turn in and you don't lose anyone, or you send everyone except the Urn turn in to go get those kills. You don't lose anyone, then you can turn it into the base. So yeah, definitely a split call happening there for Fearless Furies. But the thing is, like, the upside is, like, they can make those mistakes right now because of the lead that they have. If they're doing these mistakes against OneWin, against Abrahams, against Virtus Pro, they're heavily going to be punished for it.
Yeah, you can't do it against those teams. The game will just be over. But let's take a look here at Knockaman again. Here on the right-hand side, all of Lodos showing up to play, looking to make any opportunity happen, but the lasso comes on in and drags him for a ride. Swap, though, in here from Coffin, trying to make something happen. It's enough to take down Knockaman. The engage here from Lodos is good, Jason, and Fearless Furies letting Lodos a bit back into the game, where Lodos gamble, they send everyone right, and it works out.
Are they backing off? I mean, I guess they have some lanes they have to deal with. The thing is, there's no Rejuvenator up anymore, so the lanes aren't going to be shoving that heavily. I thought maybe they would use that to turn into a push on the last walker of the game. But instead, they go back to just correct out the lanes. I don't know if I fully agree, but I also don't know if I fully disagree with what they're doing here on that.
Yeah, I mean, some of the decisions on both ends have been a little bit baffling in this game. I mean, the most I can say is that some of the consistency in play has been a bit lacking. You look at the general game state, and Fearless Furies is still very much ahead and running with a comp that should be, well, you know, I take a look at it. I'm not even sure I believe that, Jason. I mean, Kekarzo has actually gotten very, very big on the calendar.
Yeah.
I think there's now more room where Lodos can get some winning fights, especially if Kekarzo's able to get a good leap at the very beginning. It doesn't, you know, kick off with an Iano lasso.
Yeah, I didn't even notice he's at 40k. That actually might be the big turning point for them. You can see on the left-hand side of the minimap right now, looking for an engagement, maybe to save out on Force, who's been forced back on that Wraith. You can see his health just like dwindling away, so low on HP. But now Kekarzo, like, he's in a tough spot. He's up against quite a few players on the enemy side. And yeah, he might have 40k, but I don't think you can 1v3 right now.
Super interesting how this one has gone. Document just burning his Unstoppable, won't have it for the Stormcloud gear in just a moment. Both teams bouncing back and around. Bounce pad interrupted by the goo ball, and you know, looking at Iano just gonna rotate around, and it's a very spread out fight here again, Jason. Look at the minimap, and it feels like it's taking place on multiple different levels across a football field, effectively.
Yeah, Kekarzo escaped that too. They lost track of where he was. Also, a quick update. It looks like actually, I have to correct myself. The stack charge was leveled up first out of Knockaman. So he maxed it, the stun has a huge range, to be fair. So when it comes to these team fights, it's gonna be very hard to deal with that or escape with it. But Lodos, I mean, we were struggling to figure out a way to come back into this game, but I guess it was just get Kekarzo at 40k, get Pyro at 39k, get the farm to these two players, and hope that they can carry it. Because now they're taking a rejuve here, at least attempting.
It needs to go down quicker, though. If it doesn't go down quicker, Iron's gonna get back here, but that 1 second of difference may make all the change in the world. Here's what's gonna happen. All teams in here for the rejuvenated. Kekarzo secures it for Lodos. Fearless Fury is coming on in, but they're coming into the blender, Jason. 3 already down. It's discombobulated. It's not coordinated. And now Lodos is going to go right back on out. Look to go for some of the extras here, but 3 go down in turn. See how the last part of this fight goes. Fearless Fury is still down more.
Oh my god, all these bunnies just running around. Nairi, and I don't know if you're going to really survive much longer than this. I mean, yeah, you got a couple of kills, but you don't have the Rejuvenator, and Lotus have been able to bounce back here. They're still going to be behind in souls, but how the hell have they've been able to now put themselves in the driver's seat? This mid Walker's going to go down. They're finally going to get a flex slot. You can see, you know, Force is sitting on 6.8 thousand souls to spend, finally has a flex slot to use it for. And these are going to be some like really big items coming through for the team. They even take some base guardians as well over on the left-hand side from before. This is getting worrying now. Very worrying.
Oh, yeah, this is very winnable now for Lodos. They've come back alive. And I mean, I want to remind you, Fearless Furies was up about 30k at one point. They were significantly far ahead in this game. And Lodos just, it was the earn fights is where things really went wrong. Fearless Furies, both the earn fights in Lodos' territory when they had a big lead were just bad. They were split the entire way through. They gave Lodos some favorable fights, and now they're down to second stage Patron. One more bad fight, and Lodos are going to force map 3.
I think we're going to see map 3. Like, Pyro just got Siphon Bullets and Lucky Shots. Force just got Vampiric Burst. I think there's too many big items coming through right now with what just happened in the last couple of minutes of time. And it's been a 10,000 swing now in favor of Lodos. I mean, obviously, it's been a lot more souls than that in this swing. Alpha Cycle just doesn't have the damage at 37,000 souls with his last stand. Like, you would need a really good Affliction of Amplifying, but he's not going to have a chance to use it anymore with him going down and with still having 3 rejuves up for Lodos. I think this is the final push. I think this is the map 3 coming up.
Now see how this one pans out. Push coming up in. Rejuve still up. Fearless Furies, though, I mean, especially with Rabbit Hex, I think if they fight in pit, this is pretty defensible. Here we go. We're off into the pit. Amplifying. Down. Last stand coming on out. Gonna force motion out of the pit. Up and over. Cube gonna be dropped. Discus, goo ball, invested here by Lodos. Looking to fight here towards the fountain. Patron's still a bit vulnerable. Stormcloud gonna be dropped, and that is one way of clearing the space. Aryan, though, goes down at the same time. Fearless Fury's down the 2. The Stormcloud is over. Nakaman is dead. And with 3 down, Lodos have a brilliant opportunity to finish off this game. Apocycle is able to get 1. Fargreco goes on to 2. It's just Warden and Holiday versus the world. Patron getting lower and lower. Very low ability to clear this out. And Lodos, they're going to pull off the comeback. Force map 3 against Fearless Furies.
You know, I don't want to take it away from Lodos, but this just reminds me 100% of what happened in the series that they had yesterday. Like, that should be almost unlosable. 30K ahead with how far behind their opponents were. And yet Lotus found a way. I mean, CP, we couldn't think of a way for Lotus to get back into the game. We were both like a meteor hitting the internet of all the players out of Fearless Furies. There shouldn't be a way to get back into that.
Well, I think based on perfect play, that would probably be correct. But what happened is that we just saw some tortured urn fights. And there's no other way to describe it. I mean, think about it. You're way ahead. You have back-to-back urns that are like 2 key urn fights that both take place deep in enemy territory. And both times you split inexplicably in the middle of the fights. You don't all get on the same page where it's either all protect the urn or all team fight. You have half team fight, half go for the urn. And even when you get the urn, it goes bad. In one of those fights, you didn't even get the urn. It was such a bizarre positioning coming out from Fearless Furies. And I think that is truly what let Lodos back into the game, where, you know, eventually they were able to get very significantly farmed.
And I think this is one of those urn turns we're talking about where Sai was able to pick up the urn and just turn it in because they just overextended and they didn't have Nakaman there in time to pop a Stormcloud inside the building. And then we saw another play in that exact same turn and location when they were like 20-30K ahead. And they have that split decision of like turning in the urn / pushing into their opponents. They end up losing players. Yes, you get the urn turn in, then lose a lot of control around the map because of it. Yeah, just some mistakes being made for Fearless Furies, but I still feel like, as we saw across, you know, both maps so far in this best of 3, that FF is still technically, in my eyes, the stronger team. I think they just made way too many mistakes and didn't close out the game when they probably should have looked to do so to allow Lotus to get back into this.
I just think they took some things way too lightly, because it wasn't just the urn fights. I'm just thinking back to like the sequence of events. There were also times where Lodos did the Desperation Death Ball, Jason, where you send 6 one lane and try and go for a pickoff. But usually you're able to avoid it, just leave, and then take other things on the map, like take disproportionate amounts of jungle, keep the other lanes pushed up. But Fearless Furies, instead, in one of those times, they lose 2 people, and then the other remaining people didn't really take anything else on the map. It was very odd.
Yeah, and I think I'm not really that impressed with the Warden play in this game. Not necessarily because it was his fault, but as something that you touched on before of like where they're allocating the farm. Like Apocycle wasn't the focus of feeding farm 2. It was Nakaman on the 7. And I just don't think the 7 was played in a way for it to work out for them. I mean, you know, again, barring the mistakes, like those last stands, I felt like just did nothing. And also at the same point, Lotus did a great job of making it very ineffective. Like I think at most he's sitting like 1-2 players with last stand. You saw at the very end there, they force out the last stand and they back away to wait out that ultimate. Then they go for the re-engage and close out the map.
Yeah, and you look at the stats here. Obviously, Pyro coming alive at the end. I do wonder a little bit still about the Wraith. It felt like a quiet game from Force overall, where, you know, yeah, Force wasn't getting picked off or anything, but I still was not a believer in the Wraith by the fundamentals here. And even looking at the damage at the end kind of still points you a little bit in that direction. Because valuing the Wraith is like one of the key parts for me in this game. And it felt more like mistakes being made by the Furies than, you know, some sort of Wraith resurgence in this game.
I think Wraith maybe fits a similar role to like McGinnis at the moment of just like objective pushing. Because how important objectives being taken are now with obviously the soul split and of course the way that our flex slots work.
All right. Well, we've had 2 maps. We need to give the players a little bit of break. We need to give us a little bit of break. This is One Win Bombshell Volume 6. And we'll be back with the conclusion of the series right after this. The fight for survival continues here at One Win Bombshell Volume 6. Here in the lower bracket, Lodos shocking Fearless Furies with a huge comeback in Map 2 with their backs against the wall. It may have been a little bit sloppy, Jason, may have been unconventional, but you can't argue with the results. We got ourselves a Map 3 where the winner moves on to take on One Win team, and the loser, well, that's it. They're gone.
Yeah, and not even in the money. That's the unfortunate part. You have to get through this next match. No, actually, you have to win this match to get into the money because you're top 4, if I'm not mistaken. So a minimum of $500 for yourselves. You can look to grow that into 1,500 if you can take down One Win in the next game. That's gonna be very difficult to do so. And to be honest, if you're either of these teams right now and you play against One Win, the mistakes you've been making are going to be so much more heavily punished. I think we were discussing really quickly in the break. It wasn't necessarily like the biggest comeback. It wasn't like Lodos had to pull off some like amazing play that were like, oh, they got a sick rejuice steal, and then they had this individual player pull off like 4 kills in a situation you should never have been able to do so. It was just, okay, well, you made a mistake there. We took advantage.
Yeah.
You know, made another mistake, we took advantage. You made another mistake, we took advantage. It was just a very like textbook kind of comeback. It wasn't necessarily something that's going to be talked about for like years to come. But credits to Lodos to do so, at least those EP, because it's very difficult, I think, to see you're down 30K, you're down 1-0 in the series, to be able to hold yourself together as a team and take it back and take it to a Map 3.
I'll say there's probably a few other elements there too that probably didn't help Fearless Furies once they'd given up their lead. Like, they probably shouldn't have given up the lead to begin with, right? But on the same note, they were running a comp with Bebop. They did have a few heroes that weren't scaling quite as well as the draft they had in the first game. So technically speaking, with the comp they had, it was a little bit more losable in the late game relative to the first map where Lodos was almost all in on heroes that had no scaling and Fearless Furies was nothing but scaling. But we'll see how this draft changes up. Lodos, they decide they're going to open up with the Mirage ban. They also have first pick. So when I look at this here, Jason, if I'm Fearless Furies, the one pick I do kind of like here in the opening is the opening Sinclair ban. Because, okay, they don't go for it. They go for the Geist ban. And are they going to get Yamato Warden here at the beginning? I suppose so. But it's kind of weird that they banned Geist, because what I would have liked to have seen, Jason, is just ban Sinclair and then... or rather, ban Sinclair, and then you can just go, you're guaranteed to have a good choice with Warden no matter what.
I'm actually surprised to see them ban Mirage, considering they played it in both games now. That's the part that kind of surprised me. I know Opus-Cycle has a pretty good Mirage from the last time they met yesterday. But yeah, I mean, you did have that option, right? You could have like really throw a spanner in the works here with picking Sinclair first. I feel like that's like the really interesting, weird thing in my eyes, because I don't imagine a Sinclair as being first pick worthy right now, currently in the game.
Well, I think the idea here is that they're picking Sinclair first to basically try to get the Warden after the Geist got banned, is what I assume. Is that it's basically, it's deterrence. And Fearless Furies just goes, we don't care.
What's deterrence? Deter this. Like, they still, they can't deter him changing the world, it seems. And this is like Fearless Furies getting very close to a almost like picture perfect comp that they had in that first match as well. All they're really missing for that front line is that Calico they had for match 1.
Yeah, I mean, Lodos last time around, they banned the Yamato and it worked out. Like, it got rid of, what seems to be like Eplefine's like best hero. So I don't, the deviation here and going for the Mirage is it's a little weird to me. I mean, yes, Mirage is a good hero, but if you think about why you lost map 1, I think taking down the Yamato was a really good call. And, with the different draft order here, they said, nope, we don't want to do that.
I mean, to be fair, if I'm not mistaken, and I could very well be mistaken here, I'm not going to deny it. Is this the first time we're actually seeing Fearless Furies come in with the first 2 picks? Or did they have that last game?
I don't. I'm trying to think. I feel like that may be accurate, but also we got the picks coming on in here, and again, the early Lodos picks are a little bit surprising to me, because when most other teams will pick Holiday and Lash, you don't usually have to pick these heroes at this part of the draft. Like, it's not that these heroes don't get played, Jason, but in terms of what you value in the draft and what you feel like you need to secure early, it feels like an overreach.
I mean, didn't Lodos ban Lash in the turn? The second ban? Last game they did. and yeah, they're
yeah.
picking him before the turn of the first set of picks here. Yeah, I don't know. Really kind of weird to see how they've changed up their drafting style, because Fearless Fury is like, come on, ZP, you look at this, like a Viscus, a Warden, and a Yamato, like that's already the start to an insanely strong composition. I know like Lash and Holiday and Sinclair can individually be very, very big playmakers, but where's your damage? Where's your front line? Where's your carries? Like leaving all of that to come in after the round of second bans, to me blows my mind.
The space that Fearless Furies is going to have in this game with those three heroes in particular is pretty ridiculous. And they still have plenty of room on the back end. I mean, you think of options that are still available in terms of on the damage end. You got Vindicta still up and around for early the mid game. You have Haze still up and around. Like, you have plenty of good picks to round this out. I mean, Kelvin also still available somehow, not hit with the mid. Well, maybe Lodos would end up banning it, but still available, because it's going to be also, Jason, Fearless Furies has a first pick out of the mid-stage bans here, so they're going to be able to get something premium.
You mentioned Kelvin. I'm kind of like, Kelvin could be kind of sick, because then you have like I mean, I guess maybe it's a little bit overkill with the Viscus there, but like you're going to have so much safety for Yamato and for Warden. At least the Calico ban comes through out of Lotus, so they deny away that like ultra strong frontline dive comp we saw in match 1. I mean, still, Infernus pick is going to be strong for Fearless Furies. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm heavily favoring Fearless Furies once again, just of what we've seen. I think it comes down to like, what are Lotus going to pick? What's left for them to even pick at this point?
I mean, it's going to have to be stuff a little bit, I would say just not as favored overall. I mean, there's a world where they decide to come back and go with the Wraith, or, with Infernus gone, a lot of teams, if they don't get Infernus, will now go to something like the Gun Guinness. But in terms of frontline, okay, VP has been using Abrams to more success. You could, in theory, do a Abrams, but I feel like half of the success for the VP doing that is just his Listic's historical highest comfort hero, going back to the beginning of Deadlock. So I don't know how much you can replicate that. And instead, they're going to come out here with the Paradox and the Pocket, where again, there's even less frontline than before, because they don't have even the Calico option here, Jason.
To be fair, really quickly on the Abrams, unless I misheard, Listic even said like, I hate playing Abrams. So maybe no one in Lotus wants to play that selfless pick to be that front line. But the Paradox Pocket, the double Ps, I mean, you have Holiday already. Like, why do you want the Paradox? I mean, the Pocket, yeah. I can definitely get behind, because it obviously works really well with the Death Slam, works really well with the Last Stand as well, if you can kind of get the Affliction off relatively early in the fight. But the Paradox, I mean, to be fair, we've seen both teams now take double hooks. We've had the Bebop Paradox, I think it was, at a Lotus in the first game. We had Bebop Holiday picked for Fearless Furies in this last match. So it's kind of seems to be an ongoing style for them.
Jason, what about a triple hook with a Lash? Well, Lodos, okay, they're not going to get Bebop because it just went to Fearless Furies. But I was just thinking here, imagine if they grab the Bebop on top of it. Not because it's good, but just you stop and think about it. Essentially, they've gone 3 playmakers, and some people sometimes put Pocket in that same category. I mean, they're heavily investing in one particular type of role here, and I mean, we'll see how it works out, but I'm not super optimistic. Fearless Furies is definitely running the more standard composition by far.
I mean, I'm having flashbacks to, I think it was DFN 2 weeks ago. Whenever we had Lash played, there was a Bebop in one of these matches on the other side that was just hitting hooks constantly, pulling him out of the air. So there was no chance to allow those Death Slams to come through. I mean, I'm still kind of a little bit worried though for Lotus of like damage a little bit. I'm thinking like late game, like what do they have late game right now? And I know we've talked about like kind of Wraith and where she currently stands. I mean, maybe like ultra late game, she can still do an insane amount of damage if you fully get the build out on her, but it depends on how farm the Infernus gets, depends how farm the Warden and the Yamato get fed. And of course, you have to deal with the Viscus Cube. So Capacitor is definitely something you're going to have to build to at some point if you want to be able to like kill someone really quickly in these fights.
The Lotus comp, I am struggling to make sense of that. I feel like the comp they had, at least in the last game, they had, what was it? They had like Infernus and Mirage in it, and the Calico that got really farmed. Like, they had pretty good options, but now they've kind of drafted another comp here, Jason, where they don't have late game scaling. Not really. I mean, every now and then a Lash can be like scary if he gets super Omega far ahead. And, you know, Wraith previously was scary, but I'm not really convinced of her viability now in terms of super late game farms. So, I mean, Lotus has drafted a comp that, in my mind, has way less late game than what they had in the last match. Fearless Furies, meanwhile, has a lot more late game by comparison and way more balanced comp. And Lotus, again, it's sort of, they have to not only win the early game, but I feel like they can never let things go, or they have to hope for Fearless Furies to just split incoherently again, which I don't think will happen twice in a row.
And also, I'm thinking back to those last two games, Fearless Furies took the Guardians initially, I feel like every time. Like, they were the ones keeping the pressure up. And this is a comp that can definitely like kind of snowball, because you have like the safety out of Viscous to wherever you go. If you get those initial catches, you can leave the Yamato Warden and Furnace, like two of them, to go farm. You have the hooks out of Bebop to create these opportunities. It's definitely gonna be a tough one for Lotus, but I think in our eyes, ZP, if I were to be blunt about it, Fearless Furies are in the driver's seat, but we saw they can fumble in these matches.
Yeah.
It's about if Lotus can kind of hope for that fumble to happen and then pick up the pieces and turn it into a win for themselves.
Fearless Furies is not an airtight team in the way that a team like VP or Abrahams have been in recent memory. They're a team where they will get ahead, but they're not guaranteed to secure their advantage once they get ahead. And I think part of why we tend to go, okay, 30K lead, this team isn't coming back most of the time, is that a lot of the matches that we do watch in Deadlock, we see a disproportionate amount of the top three teams. And within the top three teams, when one of those teams gets ahead, short of one win team, which every now and then will fumble, usually you just don't see the other team come ahead, because the very top teams are just so good at securing their advantages. But you get into a matchup like this where, it's the number 4 versus number 5 here in one win Bombshell, and you definitely get a little bit more variability, even in situations that might otherwise seem unwinnable.
Yeah, I think there's definitely still like a pretty big gap between like our tier 2, tier 1 teams. But I feel like we generally, in pretty much almost every esport, there generally is a really big gap between those teams. But what we're currently, I think, seeing between like these teams and our like top 3 is like the closing out games, but also when you have an advantage of building off that advantage. I think we've seen multiple times now where they, get a decent position, they get pretty far ahead, but then like that lead, it doesn't continue to grow. And I feel like it should, but it's also very difficult to do so because you have to depend on playing, not necessarily perfectly, but to a point that you don't make these mistakes. And that's unfortunately what we have seen, at least out of Fearless Furies.
Oh, speaking of mistakes, getting hit with the instant parry, one of the worst things that can happen to you in lane for Lotus. Coffin immediately going down, feeding the Yamato, and Yamato not paying much of a health tax for it. A brutal beginning. And what wasn't Coffin that also just... No, I think it was Fargareco that had the super long range punch into punish earlier. It's just like, some of these parries feel a little bit more free than they should be.
Yeah, yeah, that's all I'll say. Yeah. But I mean, look at these lanes. I know you ask me this all the time, ZP, but I'm gonna ask you for once. How are you feeling about these lane matchups, and which ones are you focused on, more importantly?
I mean, I'm looking at here, I think mid lane is looking absurdly good. Even without the early opening pick, the Bebop Yamato is also pretty darn strong overall, because you're getting consistent poke damage from the Yamato while still getting the poke and hook threat from the Bebop at the same time. You have to play against it so carefully or it will snowball wildly out of control. And I think we've almost passed that event horizon in middle when you take a look at how dominant it has already turned out to be.
Oh my gosh, this is disgusting. Like, what? Why are you taking this much damage? I know you want to melee the minions, but my lord. Like, a missed dash out of Ray 8 causes him to die, and then Pyro comes in, takes a ton of damage for almost no reason. That you continue to have to play on that back foot. What I'm actually kind of surprised to not see right now, ZP, that we had happen this last week, lane swaps. Are we not seeing these lane swaps come through? I think we have to almost have them happen now.
It may be too late. A lot of the lane swaps would usually happen in the first minute or two because you're looking for a specific matchup. Like, you see it all the time versus like the Shiv Kelvin lane, trying to get a good matchup versus that. But I think they're just going to stay the course, and that course may be about akin to running into the iceberg as the Titanic. this has been very one-sided here so far, and I think the most brutal thing at the moment probably is the middle lane, where you talk about the double threat. Not only may you lose Guardian early on in middle with how it's been going, but Eplifine is going to be able to just sit here, get really big, and then Ayano is going to be able to go around the map and make your left and right lanes even more imbalanced.
Yeah, this is getting tough. I mean, again, the thing is, Fearless Fears are not perfect. Like, they are prone to making mistakes here. So even with a strong start, it's not like we can say this game is over. So if they do, you know, tighten up from that last match, they should have a very good chance of winning this game with how like aggressive they're able to be. I mean, Eplifine was already a massive threat on Yamato the first time. Able to secure it up a second time here. It's definitely one of the big factors for them winning out in that last match. At least for Lotus on this right-hand side, they're looking a little bit more confident. They're playing a little bit more, well, yeah, with confidence and not really losing out too much. But they are leaving behind a decent amount of souls compared to Nakman and Fargareco at the moment.
Just looking at middle and, you know, wondering when the next shoe is going to drop here between the two teams. And for now, it looks like Eplifine just going off. A little bit of box running. Or, wait. It potentially matching its Holiday. I think Yamato's on the roof and Holiday's right underneath. So you see it crossing on the mini-map, but yeah, the two ships in the night do not actually meet.
I do wonder how they're going to work around, like, height differences on the mini-map. It's for spectator mode.
It does get a little bit unclear sometimes.
Yeah.
When you look at it, because you look at it as like, wait, collision, and that's like, well, actually, someone's on top of the roof, and the other person is down in the subway. It's like, oh, I guess they weren't close at all. You know, it is close though. Yamato up close and personal, getting rid of Kakarzo as the middle lane continues to be a problem for Lodos.
1,200 soul difference between Eplifine and Kakarzo in the mid lane. 1,000 between him and Pyro. I mean, Pyro's not even in his lane, he doesn't have to worry about him, but that's like how one-sided this is so far. I mean, you can see Force's face there, just like taking a breath of like, this game is rough. Like this is a rough start here for them. And if you talked about before them needing to have a good early start with this composition, if you start picking up kills, at least they're able to get Fargareco down and maybe the kill to knock him in. At least they have one lane starting to go for themselves after losing out early on.
Yeah, I mean, at least one thing to clutch on here, but here's the problem, Jason. Middle Guardian just went down, and you're going to look at two things here. You're going to look at Eplifine, as Eplifine is going to be able to stay roughly in middle, secure farm, and then you got to look at Ayano, who's going to be moving, and that lasso just whiffs. That completely whiffs.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to look like they're playing a little bit more confident though in a couple of different lanes. But you already kind of hit the nail on the head. It's like it's looking towards Eplifine. Him and Ayano, what are they going to do? Are they going to split up? Are they going to look just defend this middle Guardian to make sure they don't lose it? I think you just shove the lane and then you can send a player to go for these ganks. But maybe they're just going to look confident enough to fight in the mid lane still. Kakarzo's, they popped the affliction on Eplifine. They actually might be able to win on this trade. This actually would be huge if he's able to secure it.
Him was looking decent. Eplifine, though, maybe able to get away with just the smallest of margins. Ayano there with the support. And you see right now the Sinclair is trying to get out of there and maybe Bebop pick up more than you could chew here as the audience participation hyper beam sends him running for the hills.
Uh-oh. This could be a kill. X comes through. The melee hits as well. Ayano on 1 HP.
Oh, the
gets the
uppercut!
knockback and actually forces him to run away. I did not expect him to actually escape from that.
Oh no, man. Ayano just somehow getting away. The uppercut at the last possible moment. Lives to fight another day. And, okay, this is also I'm not expecting. Normally you'd have the Yamato farm middle. You have Eplifine off the top rope, over into the right-hand side. Surprise Yamato gank, takes down Pyro. I don't entirely hate it. I mean, normally it's a little bit off meta in the sense that normally you just have the Yamato take solo farm, but if you get Guardian here, it's hard to argue with it too much, Jason.
Oh my, don't tell me another couple of kills. And Fargareco's actually joined in the mid lane. Hyper Beam takes down another kill. This one's on the coffin. Shows them the true power of the real Hyper Beam. And he's going for the chase on the car. So on top of this, pops into the briefcase for a quick second to just get away from that bomb damage. Even gets the melee, or I think that was maybe even the parry on Tayano. And he'll escape and live to fight another day here. But Epifine, where's it going to be? He went back to base. They're just giving up that right lane Guardian for free here.
Epifine died after going in the right, so they got one pick off, and then it just... Again, what I don't understand is that why is the Yamato being the one to roam when you can send the Bebop overall? It's very non-standard relative to what you expect, because you think about Epifine's farm. Epifine was starting to get ahead of the game, and instead all that farm went over to the Iono, and it kind of evened them both out.
And now we're going to see Nakaman maybe getting caught out here up against the Holiday and the Paradox Rake, and Pyro looking for a kill on towards him, but you still see he's very healthy. And Epifine, I mean, he's kind of doing the AVG role for like melee creeps, or well, I guess I should say hydration now, is that he's not farming, he's just looking for skirmishes. He's looking to help out his other lanes. He's looking just to get his soul income based off of kills. But I don't think that's necessarily the smartest deadlock right now, as we've been talking about. Like, you shouldn't be leaving this farm to Yano over a Yamato.
Allocation for the Furies just a little bit off right now, but Pocket once more in a little bit of pressure, drops the affliction, but won't be living to tell the tale afterwards. So the Yamato Bebop connection continues, at the very least maintaining control over the middle lane, even though it's staying as a combo much longer than I think we'd expect.
Yeah, and that happened even in the first game too. They kind of stuck around as a duo in the mid lane after getting that tower. I believe it was the first game, maybe it was second. It kind of all just runs together. Like really tough times. I mean, it shows only a 1k soul difference, but honestly, ZP doesn't really feel... Okay, no, I have to correct myself. I was gonna say it doesn't feel like a 1,000 soul difference. It feels like it's much wider than that for Fearless Furies. But I think I only say that because I forget the fact that they haven't just been feeding Epifine. He's only at 8.4 thousand souls. Remember, he was like 1,200 ahead of his opponent, was it Kakarzo in mid lane, but he wasn't able to convert that to like even bigger gaps and to pull off leaps beyond more souls than like the rest of Lotus could have had.
The rotations were genuinely a little bit baffling, is the best way of putting it. And also, you look at the overall lanes, both teams down one Guardian. A pause into a unpause into another pause into an unpause.
Into a pause.
Just into another pause.
I was messing around and then it happened.
Well, actually, I think it may be me, because when it pauses, I turn my light back on in case we have to go to camera. And then when they unpause, I turn the light off. So I'm just sitting here, light goes on, light goes off, light goes on, light goes off, and then we pause. Like, why have we paused and unpaused like 4 times in a row? I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, I mean, I think is I can't hear really any in-game sounds. I can't hear any chat messages are being sent. Because normally you would ask, like, are you ready? So to me, seeing a pause immediately after an unpause means like the other team wasn't ready yet.
Or someone is like, actually, reconnecting is a good idea. I'm gonna do that. But we're unpaused. I'm turning off the light, Jason. Okay, we haven't paused. It might not be me. I don't know. My eyes, after many days of casting in a row, just start getting a little bit tired. Finding word, connecting, telekinesis, over. Looking for Viscous. Iron just gonna keep on rolling away. Meanwhile, rest of Lodos here in the left-hand side. The coffin a little bit far up, gets punished. Fearless Furies with 3 themselves, gonna be looking for the left Guardian, bringing pressure to bear. And not too much resistance being shown here, Jason. They do have the Lash goes in for the Death Slam. Not finding too much in turn.
Yeah, Epifine's there though. And he's lurking behind the tower. Why are you guys leaving? Why are you guys leaving this Guardian? Help him out here. Secure the kills. Secure this Guardian. You should not be backing away from this lane. I don't get this. I do not understand why Argreco left.
I feel like the in-game shot calls have been a little bit off, but also just walking directly into the Yamato. Like, you have a...
Help him.
Yeah, this is actually ridiculous. Epifine is against the world right now. You thought it would just be an easy fight, but okay. Flying Strike coming at the very end, and Force living to tell the tale, but Yeah, you're looking at the mini map and where people are at, and this has just been so confusing. There's no way. There's no way. Jason, if you're Amplifying, are you justified in saying team? Question mark after that.
I mean, pretty much, yeah. Like, if they were able to dunk the urn turn-in off of that, that'd be like, okay, I understand now. They wanted to make the urn turn-in happen. They weren't just concerned about guaranteeing the actual kills, but they do get the urn turn-in. It might cost them a lot, though. They actually do use the compressed combustion to keep Psy away, so they actually secure it through, but it's going to cost a life of Nakaman, and maybe potentially more, because the respawns of the players who die on that left-hand side have come over to the right lane.
Yeah, and they're looking for Apocycle right now. Apocycle able to just slowly get away, reinforced by Ano at the last moment. And look, I got one word for it right now, Jason, and it's sloppy. I think we're seeing a bit of sloppy deadlock here at the moment.
You know, the funny thing is, I think Lotus came out ahead in that. They trade 2 for 2 kills and they get a Guardian. Yeah, they lose the urn turn in, but that's only 3,000 souls right now. I think they'll be happy with that. They get themselves a flex slot unlocked. Like that's a trade you'll take.
Oh, going off to the right-hand side. I don't know. Getting caught. Fearless Furies again on the back foot. You got an allocation of 4 right now for Lotus on the right-hand side, but after that pick, looking to spread out a bit. You got both the Sinclair and Holiday rotating over towards middle. Just kind of floating between mid and right, and now going back a little bit over towards right. Maybe looking for the overload on the Nakaman once more.
Okay, like, what do you do on this left-hand side? Do you push the walker because they're pushing your own? Are you going to go back and teleport over? It looks like they will both head back and retreat away with the zip line to teleport to defend this right lane. But Ray gets a kill. That's Nakaman going down. I mean, the walker still has a lot of HP left. Just about re-engaging, more importantly, and turn these into more kills, punishing them for going for that walker for so heavily. But the rest of Lotus escaped through ZP, it seems.
Also, maybe over chasing. There was a moment where Apocycle pulled off to go for the wave, but now it's going to be a little bit later to fight on chase down, where you could have just went in with the last stand. And it's a little bit split. We got Ivy fighting Paradox here, just left alone on an island. There's no... How does this keep happening for Fearless Furies? I'm so confused. You see teammates close on the map, and then like people just decide, no, I don't want any part of that, and Ivy just gets murdered in the streets.
Actually, I don't even think it's Team ZP. I think it's Argareco? Because he went off by himself. I don't know, man. That's his awkward. And now, Epiphine's left alone with no one here to help him defend against like the 3 players. Maybe he can actually pick up the kills himself because of how fed he is at 13,000. He should be able to turn this into a kill. Show Translution going to be stolen away, and well, it's not going to matter for Coffin. The hook comes through in the middle of the death slam, denies the slam from actually connecting onto anything. Actually, to pick up, I think, at least 2 kills off of this. This might turn out to be finally a good fight for Fearless Furies.
Amplifying at the beginning of the fight kind of had do-it-myself energy, but does get some necessary backup towards the very end. Yamato at 14k overall, not super ahead of the game, but definitely on top. Now, a little bit of a quick melee fight here. Amplifying, lower HP though. Have to healing right and try the getaway. Paradox still potentially chasing and should be fine as Amplifying.
Counter push though on the right-hand walker. Ooh, the cube and the airdrop to get Apocycle to safety. Heavy investment to keep them alive, but you know what? It works out for them. They don't lose anyone on that retreat. And you know what? I'll give them credit for that. That was very smooth. That was very well done.
The old airdrop. It's not quite the airdrop ult that you still want to see, that you don't really see very often, but hey, you know, it's progress, Jason.
One day, man, a last stand with an airdrop. Oh, a singularity with an airdrop, or Stormcloud with an airdrop. Just give me one of those, man, and I'm gonna lose
air burst?
my
How
voice.
About the air burst? You lift up a furnace doing concussive combustion. You just drop it in. Do an actual dive bomb. Emphasis
That
on
would
the
for
bomb.
sure. Yeah, that's a proper tactical nuke, I'd say.
All right, well, taking a look. Fake. Drops a barrel off the way of Iron. Now the getting chased over. Apocycle into the fight. No last stand though. If this gets really intense, at least for a moment. Not quite a full strength Warden. Gonna go for the Urn pickup, get a little bit of Urn control, and you'd think Fearless Furies now would be a little bit cautious, but okay, Epifine might be running into a significant amount here. Look at the map. There's about 3-4 people in and around. And Fearless Furies are a bit spread, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, they do have 2 players set up already around the urn. I think Epifine is looking to pick up a kill just before they go for the turn. I mean, Deathslam's about to come up here for size. This would be the perfect time to pull off this kill if you can. But they've lost Knockem in the left-hand side by the 2-man squad that was left there by Lotus to contest the urn turn-in. And now with Ayano with the urn in hand, he cannot go for the turn-in. There's even a fight breaking on the right-hand side here with Iron trying to defend a potential push out of Coffin.
Our green walker is under attack.
Yeah, Iron right now just working on Sinclair control to make sure they don't lose Walker while setting up for Urn. Now we're going to get Ayano heading out of base. Urn still in tow, but you have a bigger fight taking place here. A little bit poking here from Epifine so far. Looking absolutely good on it. Shadow Transformation still in the bank. Can dive in. Perhaps end up burning it here. I think I need to getting lower on HP. It's eating some cards from the Wraith from behind. But also while this is all going on, I was just able to drop on in and get the Urn, Jason.
Letting that go for free, not finding that most ideal situations, but this is the ideal steal coming in for Coffin. He just can't really go head to head against anyone, it seems, because he's too low on HP now. He's been forced to just teleport back away from this one. And it seems like Fearless Furies, I mean, looking relatively healthy, should be able to force this one back. You can see on the minimap, Rake has scope for a push on this mid lane Walker. Eplefine's the one to actually chase him away, but after all's done and dusted, only 1 kill and the Urn turn-in actually came through here for Fearless Furies.
So, the fisticuffs here on the roof. Epifine chasing down Ray, gonna get it with the Aiden Knockman. And I mean, again, kind of all over the place, but this time around, Fearless Furies coming out ahead. And, Coffin. You know, it's Sinclair, so we'll see how much the actual danger is, but feels a little bit more substantial this time around. Swap, though, coming on in, enough to take down Knockeman, who just gets exposed, focus fired, and down.
Yeah, he's been having a rough game, man. I feel like on the Infernus. I think he's had quite a few deaths here, unfortunately for him. Fire on the Paradox, going for the chase up against the Bebop. Ayano heading back in towards the church. Doesn't have any backup here, so honestly, he should be dying. And it doesn't seem like any cavalry is going to be on the way. But maybe this robot's got the smooth moves he needs to actually dance his way out of this one.
I mean, he's able to make it to one of the bigger jump pads, and now should be able to just jump all the way back in. You got Paradox looking. Misses the carbine. Not that too much what happened, even if it had hit. I mean, Swap was still just slightly off cooldown.
He should not have gotten away from that, though, ZP, I think. You had 4 people from Lotus there. That should have been a kill.
Jason, one thing I've learned from this series is that I'm questioning the word should right now.
No.
Should has lost all meaning.
He
But
should
there's
have hit
only
that
what
paradoxical
is.
swap, but he didn't.
Our green walker is under attack.
Oh. Barbareko. Airdrop. Meanwhile, Holiday goes for the lasso, and there was no greater plan there. Just lasso and then start getting shot in the back by Apocycle, who's more than willing to take a fight. Going to go for the last stand here. Sinclair under pressure. Kakarzo going to go down. Also in the fire here, and this Walker absolutely going to go down.
Nice pickup here for Fearless Furies. Gonna quickly head back to defend their right lane Walker. Actually, they might just turn their attention towards the mid lane. I thought they would throw someone towards the right lane. Maybe it's actually be Fargareko to be the one to do so. And Epifine, I mean, they're swarmed completely around this Walker. You cannot really get in to defend this safely. They're behind it, they're in front of it, they're on the sides of it. They're covering it from left, right, and center. And you just have to get this up for Lotus. You cannot afford to keep losing players here. We realistically could see a mid Walker turn into a rejuve right now.
Yeah, they're just continuing staggering bit by bit, piece by piece.
Headed to York.
And Fearless Furies,
You're not gonna stop me.
for a second, looked like they may have been considering mid-boss, but instead just taking the map.
Life is missing.
Honestly, I will say, I don't know if I entirely agree with that. I actually think they could have gone mid-boss here, because if you think about it, you got Yamato. The one thing we see teams, particularly teams like VP do all the time, or Abraham's, is that when they're running Yamato, one of the key upsides of Yamato is that you can just be super aggressive on going for Rejuvenator.
Yeah, I think they could have taken it, but I don't think they have the confidence right now. I think they're still worried about too many things, like grouping up for an Infliction, a Hex, maybe a Death Slam as well. But at least they do get another catch here onto Rake this time while they're trying to run the urn. But we can see on the minimap again, like Lotus are pushing multiple lanes here. They should be able to get the right lane Walker, which give him another flex slot. And the urn's in the hands of Irian here, who cannot go for the turn-in just yet.
Not quite. And also, maybe this is a little bit of stress from the last game, but I am nervous for Fearless Furies on them going for the enemy territory urn turn-in, because this is the exact same situation that they lost control of the last game. I think, though, the key difference is that the late game is way worse for Lotus this time around.
At least it's open area this time, right? It's not the enclosed area. So
yeah.
And they don't have like the big ultimates that they should have used to confirm them, but I completely agree. And a great hook comes through. Pyro gets completely caught out. Kratos will swap by him just a few seconds of time, but it's not going to allow him to stop the urn turn-in. And I would say now, you know, necessarily don't need to go for mid boss. This is where you look for the last walker, but the lane's so shoved on that right hand side, you cannot get it so easily.
Yeah, right now though, they're gonna get a few base guardians on top of it, just taking what they can get the flex slot for that.
Let's go to York.
Also, we haven't even talked. You notice where Force is right now.
Yeah. He took the walker like right in front of Fargo Echo. He's like, yeah, I don't care. You can attack me, I'm gonna take it.
Is Fargo Echo chasing Wraith right now? This is hard to... No, they're not, but... Back over in the middle.
Oh, wow.
Ivy comes on in. Pocket completely caught out. Just burned down. You see the stolen Ivy coming on out. But now with 2 down, again, if you're Fearless Furies, you could just mid-boss here. You still have the Yamato, and I think they decided to do it even with a little bit of Infernus pilot error.
Yeah, they also have a lot of, I think, a vision around the map, too. They're going to see Paradox. They're going to see Rake as well on the right-hand lane. They only really have to worry about Coffin, but again, Shao Transformation, you should not really lose this. So obviously the Hex is something you have to deal with, and I think they actually sent Ayano to deal with him, to keep him away from this turn-in, or to keep him away, from the Rejuvenator. I think it's a smart play, actually, to deny any sort of steal and to get the clean take. And they might be able to get, I was going to say a kill here, but that is some jukes that will break your neck here and your ankles from Coffin.
I mean, generally speaking, one thing I'd like to see from teams that run Yamato and use the Shao Transformation for the secure, just relax a little bit. You have plenty of time, the Rejuvenator. Don't immediately take a fight while Yamato ult is down. I feel like teams ignore the fact Yamato ult is down and go for the engage a little bit too quickly after Rejuve, and as a result, things don't go quite as well, but they're not going in as well. Off here on the right, Warden under pressure from all ends, gonna get the cube though. Last stand gonna be activated, and now more rotations coming over here to the right. And Apocycle for now staying reasonably healthy. As Fargo Echo looks to hop on in. Ayano coming up to the rooftops here. Sinclair is getting very, very low. Chased on down to the bottom and taken on out by Apocycle.
Bro, Fargo Echo, man, he's been a pain on this Ivy. The amount of stone form stuns he is hitting in this match is ridiculous. Like, he had a really sick one against Kakarza earlier on when he was inside the briefcase. But I've seen him here on these like high grounds time and time again, hitting these stone forms, allowing them to turn it into kills. I think really well done by him, as I really praised his Paradox in Volume 5 of One Win Bombshell. I have to praise his Ivy right now.
Walker going down on the right side. So Fearless Furies converting some of their advantage now into more objectives. Ayano just beaming down Ray. And Fargo Echo going in. Double parry into more base guardian takes. So this time around, 40k difference here, Jason. I think for as rough as Fearless Furies may have looked at points in last map, this one now feels like it would be tough to have go to the wayside.
Yeah, once we passed the 30k lead, I was like, okay, now we're safe. Now it looks like they would have closed it out here, because I was a little bit worried at the 30k point. I mean, these are the shrines going down. First stage Patron's already been transformed now as well. You're gonna see Fearless Furies. I mean, they have Rejuvenator. I wouldn't have hated to see them kind of try to go for the finish, but I think they're a little bit scared after the last match. They go for something risky like that. But I mean, everything is going their way. They have a huge lead. They have a really good comp. They have farm pretty much where it needs to be on the right players. Again, bar a meteor hitting the internet for Fearless Furies, that this should be them advancing on to play against One Win after this.
Another urn pickup here.
Oh no. Oh no, I'm getting scared, CP.
Yeah, it's just like, well, Is this the meteor? Is it approaching? Last stand right now in the tank. Gonna drop it. No interrupt. It's good. And now you get to just chase down the Lash here in close quarters. Warden very comfortable with that sort of fight. Now elsewhere on playing field. Taking a look at Epplefine right now. Flying strike. Locked in. Ready to go. Drop down. Power slash here onto Holiday. Now looking for the pursuit. Up, over, looking. Connects from downtown through the wall. This is a video game character, Jason. And yet Holiday still may get away.
I really wonder if they're going to look at changing that at some point. Or like...
It just looks weird. It looks so weird.
Yeah.
If they change it to where, like, what she had animations where she, like, fluidly, like, you know, crawled against the wall or something. It'd probably be
oh, that'd be more creepy, man. It'd be in a horror movie at that point. That's what Mustang used to take the walker here, and it looks like he'll actually get it. That's the last walker of the game now down. The thing is, he's losing his own base.
I think it is an animation issue, though. You just gotta change it. But yeah, okay, they're gonna go on in, and Fearless Furies will survive to take on one-win team Lodos. Not out here in the lower bracket in the one-win tournament. Bombshell Vol.6 finals, or playoffs rather.
Yeah, so credit to Lotus though, man. They had a better performance in Vol.6 than they did in Vol.5. They got much deeper into the tournament. They got into playoffs where they previously were knocked out in the group stage. So credit to them for that one. Obviously a mix-up of rosters as well from last time. But they still have obviously a lot of room to grow. A lot of room as a team. They showed they can come back when given the opportunity. But I think step one to become a better team for them, it's the draft. Like whether that's like figuring out your hero pools better or just figuring out your strategy in the draft, that has been very lacking in this series, and it's become very apparent that's a weak point for them.
The draft is really hard to wrap your head around because the only draft that was mostly competitive was the second map draft, and it still wasn't the greatest, but at least they had heroes that going into the end game were noticeable threats. They completely stacked the deck with heroes here that were not going to excel in the late game, and they got behind on top of it. It's putting yourself in a no-win situation. It's like trying to play Deadlock on hard mode, and overall, probably not the best approach, but take a look at the highlights here. You know, we got a few space Yamato flying strikes, just grapple through the walls a bit here on the highlights.
Yeah, it's... I like the mechanic of it, but you get away with a lot of things. Yeah, that was this tone form out of a briefcase I was talking about before that looks so good. It was like so sick. Like Fargreco was consistently doing it. You see another one here as well. They used his airdrop to get the knockup so you couldn't go anywhere. I think there was even a lightning scroll I saw for a quick second. Just pretty crazy stuff out of him. I mean, I don't know if I would give him the MVP. I think you can't really give it to him when you have Epplefine doing things on Yamato like he was. But he's definitely like a close runner-up for me of this series.
Looking here at the final stats, yeah, kind of checks out. When you think about who you were seeing engaged in most of the fights, it was a lot of Epplefine that we were looking at. Apocycle, not quite as much, but sometimes alone, where I would say the most confusing part about Fearless Furies at times is just you see everyone in a given area, and then you see one person go deeper while the other three people leave. And the person that stays oftentimes just getting mugged. It happened in game one where Epplefine was chasing down an Ivy and just got left to their own devices. And, you know, it happened at one point here where Fargareco got abandoned, or, I mean, who knows? Maybe they got abandoned. Maybe they didn't listen to the call, but, you know, some of the team play for Fearless Fury is a little bit weird at times.
Yeah. And I think I was looking at the damage numbers, like player damage, and I was like, wow, Knockman doesn't have much player damage done. But then I remembered, I mean, he spent a lot of time in lane, whether it was defending walkers or he was pushing walkers, which is reflected obviously in the objective damage he did. But it kind of like reflects what he was doing. Ayano being on like second most player damage on the team. I think that's the real surprising part with the Bebop. 23,000 compared to Apocycle at 19,000. If I'm perfectly honest, I don't feel like the last stands in this series really were crazy or like insane. Well, get insane value, I think I'll say, ZP, compared to what we have been able to see in the past, whether that's like a user error or just really smart play out of the opposing team to like position themselves away from it. We didn't really see like big 3-4 man last stands.
Also, it's a little bit hard to judge because obviously the team comp overall is not good, but overall, not entirely pleased with the Wraith here. Like, I'm not a total Wraith believer, is what I'll say. But Jason, going forward here, we got ourselves an interview, and it's going to be Sai joining us here to talk a little bit about the games.
Hello, guys.
There's that handsome man.
You know, Jason, with that lead in, you get the first question.
I get the first question. Okay. I want to get your opinion on how you guys, or not your opinion, I want to know, how do you guys go through your drafts currently? As like ZP and I are watching in some of these games, the draft seems a little bit like off. I just kind of want to hear like what's your guys' mindset about how you draft in these games?
So I am the person who drafts in the team, right? So I've been experimenting a bit with the draft because, for example, yesterday and like the group stage, we played a little bit in other heroes. Also, the patch came out, so I'm not really sure what's the best heroes right now. So I'm trying to find the right meta for us. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
I guess
that makes sense.
my follow-up there is that when you take a look at it, overall meta-wise, a lot of teams are really prioritizing your stereotypical like strong frontline heroes, your Geist, your Warden, Yamato at times, and you guys seem to be more willing to play comps that almost are, you know, hit and run comps, that you're staying away from, you know, heroes on the tankiness and going for, you know, heroes that generally have to play on the outskirts. I guess, what was your attitude towards team fights when you're avoiding the heroes that generally make a lot of space?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we have some troubles with pool of heroes in our team. So like we don't have really like much to flex here, and yeah, I don't really like to play like with not mob with heroes that do not have mobility, like Guys, Shift. I don't really see like how you can outplay enemies with that. It's just like fighting and hoping that you will like press buttons better than the opponents. It's not my style, I would say. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we should pick Geist and Shift. Maybe we could win. But I don't know.
Well, that's something I wanted to get your opinion on, because like looking back at some of your games, like we've seen like Pyro play Ward and we've seen like Force play Ward, and we've seen you guys like switch things up depending on the situation. I'm assuming then that's obviously due to the limitations of the hero pools.
Not exactly. Like we could play, like, so initially Force was playing hard carry, right? So like Race, Infernus, 7, and Pyro playing like offlaners like Yamato, Shiv, and etc. But I don't know. I felt like we could change something maybe, and it will be good for us. That's why, like, yeah.
So
I tried to experiment a bit.
So I guess final question here, because sometimes teams do come and go in the EU region. What's next for Lodos now that this bombshell is in the rearview mirror? You guys going to stay together and, you know, continue to look to improve, or I guess where's the next time that we're going to see Lodos around?
Yeah. So I think I will stay in the team, but maybe there will be some readjustments in terms of the roster of the players, but I don't know yet. I'm not sure. I need to think because the game just ended, so yeah, I need my time.
Yeah. I have to say one more thing before we let you go. I love your frog posters in the background. Those things are amazing.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you, Sai, of course, for Lodos. Just eliminated here, Jason. You know, obviously, you know, we see is that there's a lot of figuring stuff out here in Deadlock. You know, even amongst the top teams, things change every week, and you know, some weeks you have the answers, some weeks you don't, and yeah, that's just how it sometimes goes. But overall, interesting match here in the lower bracket. Fearless Furies moves on, and that's going to be our next match when we come back from the break, Jason. It's going to be Fearless Furies taking on One Win Team.
Breakdown.
It's back-to-back elimination matches here on One Win Bombshell Volume 6. Fearless Furies, Jason, they are going through the gauntlet, and the challenge gets all the more steeper, going up against One Win Team, one of the deadly trio of teams here in EU that has been on the top for months. And Jason, they may have been able to get through Lodos a moment ago, but this test will be starkly harder. Yeah, and I mean, One Win also, when it comes to the draft, as you say, they're going to draft pretty reasonably, not really differing from the other top teams in Europe. So Fearless Furies, they're not going to have a free ride in the draft as they kind of did versus Lotus, where it was very interesting, though, to get some of the perspective on why Lotus was drafting the way they were, what they were valuing. And, you know, I think it's kind of the old MOBA mentality, like going way, way back to the idea of mobility is king. The idea of just, you know, what is the number one thing that lets you outplay? That being said, I think there's nuance that's being missed out there because heroes like Geist, heroes like Warden, we have seen them have a lot of outplay moments. And, you know, even the Infernuses of the world, right? You think about what Leffa at times is able to do. They get 1v2s, 1v3s. So I think there's multiple worlds of outplay that, you know, at times will go way beyond just as simple as like, well, do you have the mobility of a, you know, a Blink style ability or not? Oh, Jason, your VMix.
Ah, there we go. I've been muting VMix the whole time. So no wonder
There you
people
go.
are saying I'm speaking the truth. Now you guys understand. You guys have no idea what I was saying. Even Listic messaged me on Discord that I'm muted. So thanks for the heads up. But I don't even remember what I said in the beginning. I remember what I did say, actually, no, is that when we looked at the Lodos match up against Fearless Furies, the FF team got a lot of like freedom in the draft and the early picks. And OneWin's not gonna let that happen. ZP chimed in talking about that a bit. I think OneWin should easily come in as a favored team in this matchup for sure. I think they're gonna be a true test for the Furies, and I don't know if they can really take them down in their current state, because you make any sort of mistake against them and they're gonna completely take the match against you.
Yeah, I mean, I will say though, of the like unholy EU trio, OneWin team is the most likely to throw away a lead. I mean, ask me how I know. One of the first memories I have of OneWin team when they're on the come up before they got ABL, it was that one game, I think it was against VP, where they slammed the throne 3 times in a row, each to like lesser and lesser success when they were way ahead of the game. They just wanted the patron down over and over again. It didn't happen. OneWin team is also a team where, you know, it doesn't matter if they don't have things to necessarily secure mid boss. If they feel they have a positional advantage, they're going to go in for it, oftentimes to their detriment. And also, OneWin team, while being one of the absolute most skilled teams mechanically and getting micro level pickoffs, they don't always translate some of those pickoffs into tangible results in the way that a team like VP often does, where VP is probably the most dangerous team right now in EU, where if you give them a little bit of lead, they're just able to continually exchange small bits of currency for larger bits. You know, like someone in old school ARPG just trading a low rune for a high rune. It's kind of ridiculous.
Already off the bat, we can see, I mean, Geist being banned out yet again. Fearless Furies feeling like they're not going to be able to get Warden off the bat. They do ban that away. But when they secure the Yamato, and that's been one of the keys to success for them, is that Epplefine playing the Yamato. And now without having that available, I'd imagine he's maybe going to go back to a pocket.
Yeah. And I think it's interesting here too. I kind of like the OneWin team strategy here, especially against Fearless Furies, because what you're getting here is not only when you ban the Geist, you incentivize the other team to ban Warden, because you don't want to have one team to have one while you have none of them. But you know, Epplefine is really incredibly good on the Yamato, and now picking the Yamato first makes a lot of sense. So I think not only does OneWin team pick up a hero that is best in class in frontline with the other 2 heroes gone, but you also take away a power pick from Epplefine, who has looked disproportionately good on the Yamato. So in terms of draft strategy, to me, this is very much a victory for OneWin team so far.
So weird to see those Shiv being picked now for Fearless Furies, because that was like their second ban quite consistently in that last matchup. If you can play it, why not play it? I mean, I guess it was because they were given so much freedom in the start of the drafts, like getting your Warden, your Yamatos like off the bat. Maybe they didn't want to have to play the Shiv as well, so that would make perfect sense. But picking the Sinclair first, like that to me is such a risky thing to do. I know Sinclair can be a very like dominating kind of hero, but he does depend a lot on having some like really decent ultimates to steal from. And right now there's really nothing there except the Traveler if you want to match up 1-1 when it comes to split pushing.
You know, maybe it's a little bit of deterrence for the idea of OneWin team coming in with something like a 7, but I do think, deterrence or not, they still may go for it, just because we've seen the power of being able to run things like Bebop and 7 together for a pretty high amount of lane control. So we'll see where this one goes, Jason, but the Sinclair could give a little bit of value on the back end, but I tend to agree. I don't love the idea of picking the Sinclair this early.
Yeah, it didn't work out for Lodos when we saw it in the last match of the series. I'm kind of curious about like who's all going to be playing what. Like looking at OneWin over the last couple weeks, I think ever since kind of like a week or 2 after their downfall in DFN, they've really like switched up who's like the carry of the team in my eyes. Like they've given a lot more responsibility to Xenon and Empty Dreams. I mean, Empty Dreams already was before, but I think they've given more ground for Xenon to be one of those star players, because ABL was originally it. It was ABL and Empty Dreams were talking about how powerful the duo they were playing their carries. But ABL's taken that like, kind of like step back. But I wonder with the Yamato pick, is it going to be given over to like Zanya to allow him to be like a carry as well?
I would say usually yes. Even though ABL, of course, plays a legendarily good Yamato, in a lot of the matches in recent history, it has been Zanya that's usually on the Yamatos. So at this point for one win team, I think we're kind of past the ABL Yamato era, unless it's a very specific hero pool issue. I think Zanya is number one Yamato on the roster, regardless of whether or not Zanya is the best Yamato on the roster. That's just kind of how they've been running it. I do like the ban coming in from, I do and I don't like the ban coming in from Fearless Furies. I think it is right to respect the terror of 7 and how one win team can play it and how Abrahams can play it. But I do wonder about why you are banning it when you also have the Sinclair, because the reality is you talk about really good alts to use audience participation on. If Last Stand isn't available, let me tell you, Stormcloud is still one of the best in class.
I mean, what do they have to steal right now, honestly? Like, Worthy. The Hyper... No, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say it. Not any Hyper Beam. Lasso. That's it. Like, one win aren't even giving them really an opportunity to have a good audience participation because there's just nothing there. You also pick a Lash into a Bebop. So you're going to be hooked most likely. I mean, it's overseas, right? He's one of the best Bebop players in the world. He's going to be hooking you out of your death slams. This is a very tough like draft for sure.
You know what's interesting? I wonder if one win will come in with Hayes as a final pick here. Fearless Furies clearly has not been on the Hayes train in the same way that like Abrahams and VP very much enjoy running Hayes recently. You know, that's another hero where like some teams are like, yes, we value this. Other teams more so, no, we don't value this quite as much. Kind of curious thinking about how one win
Hayes can kind of be good just because I look at like natural slowing hex builders. Like Warden's going to be one of them. Hayes is going to be one of them. And when you have like 3 heroes right now that depend on mobility, that is a really easy way to shut one of them down. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be like what they pick up, but I could see the viability of it.
I mean, one win team might not go for that though. Think about it. I mean, you got Holiday and Bebop there for initiation. Oftentimes you pick Hayes, you kind of do it when you're lacking something like a Holiday. Or at times like you can run with Bebop, but like the fact they have both, I kind of look at one win team and wonder, okay, what are you going to get to like shore things up a little bit? Calico is still on the board, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting Infernus to be picked up by Fearless Furies. And then, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Calico actually being secured for one win if it gets let through at this point. Gives you like another like frontliner with Yamato, the ability to like dive in to the jungle as well and, you know, gather some really good information. See the Paradox 6 pick, just really, I'll never get used to that. Considering how many months we saw her as being the number 1 pick for every team out there.
Well,
I don't know. Fearless Furies look really squishy to me right now, ZP.
They do, and also I think for Paradox, she fell out of the meta when Rescue Beam became really widespread. Rescue Beam is gone, and now you're sort of, it's like the ecosystem got devastated, and now we need to wait for like the new generation to spawn in effectively. Come back as like, wait, you know, nature is healing. The Paradox numbers are going back up now that Rescue Beam is a little bit less used.
Almost went extinct.
Yes. I truthfully don't know where to put it. I mean, there's some arguments against Paradox just giving you less overall presence in the game than other options, even though Swap, of course, is very good. But then, like, teams will just constantly pick Paradox and other metas and go, well, Swap is just too good. Can't do it. What? Okay. Well, I was not expecting the Wraith final pick. Honestly, Calico, I feel like would have made more sense, but you know, in this case, they're just going with it. Not necessarily gun Guinness pilled if you're looking for an extra carry.
I understand Wraith's not as strong right now, but the one thing I can think about in terms of usefulness is, again, it's a very big objective damage dealer, but also if you get a hook into a telekinesis, I'm pretty sure you're dead. I'm pretty sure there's no really escaping that. So you have some like really good kill potential there. Also, like you would naturally build a capacitor to help counter the viscous. I could just be BSing right now, to be honest, AP. I'm just trying to figure out like reasons for it to be a valid pick. I think I hit a couple in there, but yeah, I mean, it is definitely a questionable pick now, which is, it's so funny because she fell out of the meta so hard because of like changes. Then she comes back into the meta with the item or the shop rework, and then like one more patch hits or 2 more patches hits and right back out of the meta again.
Well, okay, there's a reason for that, and I didn't like see the data myself, but just kind of repeating what I had heard is that someone had mentioned that there was something like 100 new Eternus players, and most of them were Wraith 1 tricks. Like I assume Valve may have had data that was just like, oh, This character is vastly overperforming, and people are like just gigantically shooting up the ranks as a result of this, which, given the like scale of nerfs she got, I mean, 18% nerf to bullet growth is kind of ridiculous. So I kind of look at that and go, okay, maybe this was just a let's hit this with the hammer now, see what happens, and then slowly boost her back up sort of deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. But look at the rest of like the comp to kind of like go back to just the overarching like compositions we have. I feel like Fearless Furies, they're in for a rough time. Like, again, there's just no good ultimates to steal, bar the lasso. I think you have a lot of like really good range damage with the Vindicta, with the Mirage, with the Wraith. I think you have some decent protection, like depending on Zanya on the Yamato, assuming he's playing Yamato. Like, you can draw a lot of attention your way. There's a lot of safety with Tether. You have the hook as well for protection. You have the lasso plus jump pads. I feel like it's going to be kind of like difficult to necessarily get into the back line, but I also feel it's going to get difficult. I have a tongue infection now. To even get like past the early stages of the game without one getting too far ahead.
I also look at this. I don't, when it comes to how things are going to break out, I don't really love the idea of Shiv being your main frontliner in this instance. Like, yeah, you're going to get a little bit of extra support from the Viscus in the front, but I feel like Shiv does better as, you know, even though he's going to be kind of leading things at times, like Shiv does better being number 2 rather than number 1, just by the fact that you want Shiv to be able to, be in the fight until the very end and not feel the need to retreat before you actually get the opportunity to go for killing blow chain. So Shiv just kind of being on his lonesome in that respect, I don't necessarily think is the best look. But Jason, we are into it. Got a look of the lanes and how they're shaping up. What are you looking at?
Let me think. I would just probably say mid lane. I'm looking towards Yamato. Just because we've had so much great success with Yamato so far, plus the Yamato Bebop already doing some really good damage and already a kill on Amplify. I mean, damn, that's like the worst start you could possibly have. I think you have to play now super defensive in this lane if you already didn't have to before.
Well, not only that, but it was a free kill. At least when we saw the early Yamato kill in the previous game, Yamato went down to half HP. Overseas, just nothing but a scratch. At this point. So if you take a look at mid lane, it's already up in the Guardian. You see the Guardian HP just melting before our very eyes on the minimap and now the main screen.
I mean, now they're trying to get aggressive here. I still worry, like, overseas, the hooks he can hit, man, are kind of insane. ABL going to be on the holiday. I just had to point that out really quickly. I still find that so interesting and yet so weird. But we'll see how it's going to work out for in this matchup. And you were talking about the Shiv before, about kind of like on its own, you need to have like these, you need to have enough damage behind your team for the Shiv to be able to get those executes off and those killing blows to reset. I don't know if the damage is necessarily going to be there. I'm also curious, what kind of build is Apocycle going to go? Is it going to be the melee Shiv? Is it going to be the dash Shiv? Is it going to be the dagger or the serrated blade Shiv? There's a lot of like different routes you can go. Or sorry, I guess the tank Shiv, I should say, or the gun Shiv. There's a lot of different routes you can go, and I would almost have to say here, ZP, that like tank Shiv might be what they need, because they need to have like a little bit semi-extended fights, especially for Nakaman to like really kick into gear with the damage he can do.
Oh, okay, the bomb collateral damage there, Jason. Bebop went in, got the bomb on the lash, uppercuts to the back, and gets the collateral on the end. That's pain.
Like the alley-oop or something right there. Or home run? I don't know. Sports.
Home run, kind of. I mean, I'd almost think bowling, but there's not enough pins being involved. Amplify does come back and get a little bit of immediate revenge on you. Overstaying their welcome at lower HP. Overseas actually also a little bit wounded, so you take a little bit of caution there.
At least for Apocycle, by the way, if you go back to Shiv really quickly, he does have like survivability in the lane with Irie in there on the Viscus. Like, it does have that safety net, so you can play a little bit more aggressive. I think it's tough though, because you're up against ABL over on the holiday. ABL has proven to be like one of the strongest players in the region over here in EU, and that does kind of worry you when he's on a playmaker like Holiday. speaking of playmakers, like Overseas again, he's slapping down Lash, and the lore behind this has got to be frustrating for Mr. Lash himself.
I feel like Eplephine has some reckless confidence in some of these fights, where Eplephine is taking fights that are going to end in HP deficits repeatedly here on the Lash. Wait,
We had a
Eplephine might be
cornhole, by
about
the
to
way.
fall here again. Yeah, Eplephine just got caught in the middle of the veil, and things looking a little bit grim over here on the left-hand side too.
ZP,
Oh, Lasso
cornhole.
missed.
Is that the right one?
The core. Not sure. Jason, I'm not sure, but you know what is the right one? The Guardian, gone. Did that segue entirely work? No, but the Guardian's still dead, so I'll stand by it as, yeah, Overseas gets caught, but it's hard to argue with the prize.
I'll take it. I think it works. But yeah, they get the Guardian. At least Anya went down to the Guardian, so no one got credit for that. It was only lose down to Overseas, but they're going to be more than fine with that trade. And now this is where we're going to see a big difference. Zanya, he doesn't go back to the mid lane. They don't pair up as a duo in mid lane anymore. He goes to start ganking lanes and looking for kills. I guess actually it's kind of similar to what we saw before, but he's not sticking around in lane as much as we did see Eplephine do in that last series.
So 23k to 22k. It's kind of interesting here where when you evaluate early deadlock, you know, at time, hold that thought, swap, Yamato 40 HP, and you know, Zanya maybe not respecting the swap there, although it does end up in a trade. Still a trade you generally would like to take. Paradox for Yamato, you're usually okay with that.
We did have backup coming. I just don't think they got there in time. You could see on the minimap that like Flammable and ABL were coming in hot pursuit from that mid lane. But yeah, I mean, heavy investment to get in the kill in Azania, but still going to be worth it for themselves. But we can see the swap up come through. I mean, we actually do have a big change up. They throw Overseas in the left lane now to pair with Empty Dreams. And they put ABL in the mid lane, who was previously in the right lane. And then they throw Zanya to the right lane to join in with Xenon. So like some big like switches happening to try to overpower all these other Guardians.
Seems to make sense. Sinclair going for the clone lasso, putting ABL in a bit of danger, goes for a lasso of his own. At the same time, off over in the Guardian, and no, ABL still going to fall. And however, you got Vindicta swapping it over. No assassinate right now. 5 seconds till the next bullet is loaded into the chamber. 4. I'm counting it down. Jason, take a look. Here's Barrage. Teleports on in with the Traveler. Looking, loading, shooting, missing at the same time. Greco might live to tell the tale, but no, not quite.
I hate to see it. You put too much pressure on Flammable, man.
I was hyping it up. I was ready. We had the long build-up. It was 5 seconds, and Eplephine is just totally dead.
Yeah, that's feels bad to miss those shots, but at least Xenon was there to clean it up. And you get another kill. Another second kill comes through. 34 to 29k. Almost 7 minutes in. So we're starting to build up a lead here for one win. I mean, at least credit to Fearless Furies. They're able to get a tower down on the right-hand side, which I think is a really big saving grace, because this lead could definitely be more than 5k at this point. Zon is just trying to escape. Shred Transformation used just to get the Spectral Assistant back out since it resets your cooldowns. And he's got him low in HP. The minion comes in and actually heals him up just enough for him to stay alive, but only long enough for Knockaman to come in to finish off the kill.
Only long enough for them to go, wait. You're telling me she's right back there? Yep. Behind the electricity box? Yep. Also, speaking of people in trouble, Apocycle getting hit from all ends right now. Bebop in his face, looking for the parry, and just gonna punch him on down while grabbing the Guardian at the same time. So one team adding on to the Guardians, now 2 down, finding Ayano over in the middle. And over. Just another pickoff happening as pressure coming in here onto the Guardian. Fearless Fury is going to get it, but it comes at a pretty high cost, Jason.
Yeah. Is it going to be worth it? I think if it was last patch, yeah, but this patch, no, because 2 isn't going to get you that flex slot. But it is a middle lane Guardian at least, which is a pretty big one to take. We can already see, like on the minimap, it looks like Winman are starting to feign over towards this right-hand side to get this last Guardian down, as they also taken away a lot of the jungle. And I feel like that's something we didn't see a lot in the last series. I don't remember off the top of my head like Fearless Furies or seeing Lodos heavily invade in the enemy jungle to take it away, to really limit the amount of souls the enemy team could get. And we're seeing like Winman start to build up, you know, even bigger lead now up to 6k. We're going to start to approach that 7k mark relatively soon.
Yeah, I mean, OneWin is just adding on to their advantages at the moment. Taking a look here, though. Flammable. Kind of low HP here on the right-hand side. Seemingly getting chased. Taking refuge here in the Veil. And, yeah, just... Sinclair just walks up and goes, what are you doing here? What's going on?
Oh. Okay, wait,
Oh,
what?
parry! Wait, it's not enough to save, but still, I respect the effort that came on in.
Yeah, it was a pretty damn good parry, to be honest. I didn't really expect the melee to come through there. And yeah, again, like Zanya, he's a master when it comes to his Yamato, and actually is able to escape this one. Kind of ridiculous. The chase down souls, they come through. Another stolen Shadow Transformation. You almost have to commit for the kill. You're not going to escape this one.
Looking back here on the left-hand side, Orion in a bit of danger here. This gets a little bit slippery. Going to go to the high ground, and Wraith just looks at us like, nah, I actually cannot be bothered to chase Goo over there. It's fine.
Wow, we went from like 6k to 10k so fast, ZP, and like no objectives were taken.
It ramped up pretty quickly, to put it mildly.
And there was like a kill or two that came through.
It's kind of what happens in Deadlock. Again, I think it's really easy to take it for granted because you know, a lot of Deadlock matches right now, you just see the top 3 teams play each other over and over again. But little mistakes in Deadlock can quickly add up. Also, amplifying. Death Slam. Looking to bring the fight here, the Vindicta. Vindicta completely crushed. One-win team, though. Coming in on the left-hand side. They're defending with 2 on the right. So look over the Urn turn in on the left, or rather Urn pickup on the left. On the right hand side, Nakamen. Again, taken advantage of here by the Mirage. 2 more shots should be all it takes. I mean, again, I love the evasion there. You know, mixing in the crouches, good 80-80 strafing, but the stat differential just way too much.
You thought you could get up close with me?
Funny thing is, though, I'm surprised to see Amplifying use the Death Slam, only get 1 kill, but they still managed to pick up the Urn and turn it in because it was on their side of the map. Like, that's how far behind they were here for this first Urn, and we're actually below 10k now. We're about, 7k difference. But a lot of kills and a lot of objectives are to be taken out of 1 win to lengthen that back to another 10k lead here. Fearless Furies are pretty much just left to pick up scraps. As Upfine looking to punish Flammable once again, and he gets... Well, he's gonna die. He's gonna die for sure. There's no really escaping this one. Even a stolen lasso comes through, and ABL, maybe he can live to fight another day here, but he still has 3 players behind him going for the chase, and he has no backup in sight.
ABL, yeah, just completely mobbed over on the right-hand side, where I feel like we see this a decent amount for both Fearless Furies and Lotus when they're playing, of just being more willing to stack 4 in a lane for some pickoffs. Generally speaking, you don't see a lot of the other teams bring that many, so I think it can catch teams off guard here and there, but I'm also not sure it's like the way to go because you are giving up souls and map presence if you go that heavy in for kills. But the Guardian gonna go down. Both teams having their flex slot now at 12 minutes. No flex slot watch of this game.
Yeah. I mean, I remember a couple of games we've had like 17 minutes or even games finished without teams getting that first flex slot unlocked, but obviously you're gonna expect a stomp when it comes to that. We haven't necessarily had a stomp, though. It's definitely felt like one. I think the Soli doesn't really reflect that of how kind of one-sided one wins domination has been in this game, and we can't quickly see how many kills they have an advantage. Death Slam coming through, connects onto 2, throws him back into his team, which actually is a very good start here. He might be able to convert these into some of these kills, and yet with the Hyper Beam, as you mentioned in the last series, used to just zone control and force them away to keep his teammates alive. Overseas doing a great job of an Overwatch position.
Hyper Beam, I think, is probably one of the ults that has gotten much better in player judgment of how to use it over time, where I think originally in Deadlock, people looked at the Hyper Beam as just like, okay, how can I use it to get kills after a hook? Now people use Hyper Beam more of a, I want to control space in an area for a specific period of time, and that's how I'm going to use this ability. And it is a much more logical use, especially, and it also takes more advantage of the fact that, hey, get Bebop in the air. Or in this case, Bebop, grab a hook, bring it on in. Chases on here on the left. Shiv, though, gonna get a little bit back up here from the Viscous. Bebop saying, okay, they bit off more than I can chew. More coming in here from Fierce Furies, looking at the map. And one team in a little bit of a rough spot here. Apocycle able to get killing blow on 1. See if there's a little bit more, but looks like they're backing off.
He messed up his movement too there. Didn't get high enough to get onto the vent to be launched with the guy who was chasing. He did max his ultimate though. So going to be going for the resets as quick as possible. In the meantime though, they're pushing the right lane Walker while Fearless Furies are doing the same on the left-hand side. Here comes Empty Dreams from behind, looking for the initial damage, and he's doing a hell of a lot here over against Ayano. Should be able to confirm this kill. Then again, we do have Irian able to come in to support him. That Walker, I mean, still about half HP. One would have been able to take the right hand side. We're even seeing the Traveler being used here to help defend against this one. Xenon's gonna be joining the mix once again. And yeah, Apple Fine, you've gone a little bit too deep here. You might cost your life. It's gonna cost your life. Maybe get the Walker, but you're gonna go down for it.
Oh, Walker for Walker trade. Hard to feel too bad about that. For Fearless Furies is Iron just so incredibly low. Just, you know, the least viscous we've ever seen at that point. And it was more of a waterfall towards the end. But yeah, the 87k, 82k. I mean, Fearless Furies, I would say keeping this way more even at this point than I think many people thought coming in.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, 100%. Like a 6k difference is really not that big of a deal considering how this game's kind of felt. I think they've done a great job of taking objectives and kind of matching the pace of what Wonwin's going for. I mean, they were able to take the left-hand Walker. Yeah, they lost 2 players, but they realized there's no way to really defend the right-hand side either. I feel like they're playing to the level of their opponents, if that makes sense. I feel like they kind of played down to Lotus a little bit, but now they're currently like playing up to 1-win.
Yeah, I think that's an astute observation of what we're seeing. And oh, from downtown, Cube gonna mitigate some of the worst of it. Sinclair going up to the rooftops right after. Apple Fine looking for Death Slam. Gets Vindicta once more. Vindicta continually the victim of this, but says, hey, I'm not dead yet. Assassinate being used in the moment. 1 win. Still flawless here in this fight. A little bit wounded, perhaps, but all 6 still alive. As ABL going to cut down another area and going down. Urn's going to be secured here by 1-win team, along with even more kills. I mean, getting Urn control and 4, Jason, that is devastating to what was, up to this point, a nearly even game.
Yeah, I mean, the counter response was Ayano taking some damage onto the right lane Walker. Actually might be able to finish it off. Oh, gets extremely close to doing so. They're losing 5 players now and the Urn. Yeah, as we were just talking about, you know, playing up to their opponents here for Fearless Furies, that fight alone has put them so far now in the hole that I don't know if they can even see the light anymore. This is going to be such a tough comeback now with just the advantage 1-win created.
Also overseas, though, maybe getting caught here where, you know, one thing, I said this earlier in the week, players have gotten so much better at denying mantles with quick melees. It is so noticeable how heavily the tech has spread and become second nature in really just the last month.
Yeah, I think especially when the quote-unquote meta gets like stale or there's no patches for a long period of time, all you can really do is just find those little things to min-max on that can give you an advantage. And I think we're starting to see that out of a lot of the teams. Reju, the crystal going to be falling to the ground. Shot transmission used to secure it here, and this could be a big contest out of both teams, but Zanya does lock it down.
Yeah, Zanya, benefit of Rain Yamato here, and now 1-win team, they want a little bit more. They've gotten the Rejuvenator, they've gotten 2. You got Iron right rolling around his goo ball, but are they going to be out of the sewer right now? Absolutely not. 4 down. And 1-win team really taking the advantage now in the game. They're up in souls, Jason. They have the Rejuvenator. Another flawless team fight back-to-back. Great team fights for a 1-win team. And Fearless Furies, I mean, they were putting up a really good fight for a long time, but it feels like things are now starting to crumble.
Yeah, crumble is a nice way of putting it, I think. Definitely feels a little... I don't know what's like a good synonym for crumble that's like more intense.
Did you say deathy there for a second? Like, you said deathy feels or something, then like shifted gears. Like, what is going on here? Just the inadvertent deathy strays.
I just see
but
Lash
there's nothing
die,
stray
and I
about the
think
power
deathy,
slash.
you know?
Just took Amplified out of the air. Gonna get a cloned Shao transformation, but I don't think you got it here, Fargreco. Wait, everyone's chasing. No one's looking at the back duke here potentially. And okay, Fargreco. Are they able to get away? Telekinesis just barely stops Fargreco from getting to safety.
I mean, you can respect Fearless Furies for trying to do something a little bit crazy with the rejuve take, but it's a Yamato. There's a reason, as we said before in the last series, why you see VP, if they ever pick Yamato early, you know, a very, like a 12-minute rejuve is definitely possible for them. And we can still see the pain just coming their way. Arians, he's going to go down. Fargareko's already picked off before. ABL takes down Amphicycles. They're looking to continue to push through into this mid lane. And they're going to take down the base guards on top of this. The final flex slot going to be unlocked now. And this base is just going to be completely wide open. And now they have to be careful because these resets, like if they keep losing players one by one here, they're not going to have anyone alive to defend for the phase 2. We could see the game end at 19 minutes.
Dust Slam, opportunity by Amplify, trying to do anything to slow it down. I mean, does result in Flammable falling. So, a little bit of reprieve here for Flammable Furies, but can they get a little bit more? They've already lost first stage Patron. One team deciding, no, we don't need to stay for now. We're just going to back out. We're happy with what we got. Okay. Yes, crouch like that while down 30K. You know what? Show them what you got.
I just feel like they go back by and then they can probably push for a catch and a finish. Just wait for Overseas to get up, hits a hook, and then I think that's just almost game.
I mean, realistically, I'm not even sure they need the hook. I think they're very close to the point where they can just walk in and have things go their way. You know, we haven't really talked too much about solo allocation this game because I don't think there's been too many massive outliers. It's been kind of relatively even balance in both teams. I guess it's worth noting for the Furies that Apocycle and Nakaman have been able to be a little bit ahead of the rest of their team, but neither team having anyone getting truly super mega far ahead relative to the overall state of the game.
I think they just get popped too quickly to like sustain long or to drag the fights out long enough for Apocycle to get these resets. I've only seen like one killing blow out of him since he's had max rank ult. With the Urn in hand, a missed actually no, the Paradoxical swap did land. I think it did connect onto ABL. He's just getting beaten and battered here by the bowling ball of Irian. And his team's going to be there to keep him alive for now. I mean, the Urn, they can still turn it out as a massive sack on the ground to be picked up. And honestly, you don't even need to go for the Urn turn in here for one when this should be the first match now done. 3 players dead. And there's the 4th. Apocycle and Ayano just trying to survive. And Apocycle, I mean, he might be good. He might be on Shiv, but there's no way he can defend against 6 players just beating you down. And OneWin will get themselves now 1 map away from the loser bracket finals here in the Woman Bombshell Volume 6.
Now, one team just saying, hey, we want our rematch. Give us the rematch. And we'll see if they're going to be able to find it. But, yeah. Coming on in is one team about as strong as expected. But on the same note, I mean, Fearless Furies, cannot forget, they kept this one close up until about the 85, 90K mark. And then, Jason, it was just 2 really bad fights in a row. And one team didn't let them get back up after that.
Yeah, there was some times where it was like 10, almost like 15K. Then there was like a decent turnaround. But like from that point on, there was just no chance to really come back into it. And to be honest, I mean, maybe I'm like misjudging, but it didn't even feel necessarily like OneWin were trying super hard either. I think that was just like a normal standard game for them off the get-go with the fisticuffs we saw happen with Applefine up against Overseas in the mid. You could just kind of see like who felt confident in that matchup, and that middle lane was just a downward spiral from there on. Even OneWin going for a lot of rotations after that, swapping the players around to give some more advantageous lanes to the people that needed it. And a very tough game. I mean, Fearless Furies, they didn't get really any of their comfort picks in the top 3, I would say. And that's just the difference of what's going to happen with a team that you're playing against who has a more confident draft.
Back to the last one Bombshell, which is the last time we saw a good amount of Eplifine playing. I definitely think there's a Jekyll and Hyde thing going on there where the hero pool difference for Eplifine in particular is pretty stark depending on what they're on. And Eplifine on Yamato looks phenomenal. Eplifine on Lash, I think at times tends to overestimate how deep they can go in, how safe they are, and even going back to the lane phase, right? Where the game started out with Eplifine just dying to Yamato in lane because they took something a little bit more aggressive than they should have. So if you're Fearless Furies going for the next match, I think you need to angle the draft such that at a minimum you get Yamato for Eplifine. I think they've looked far better when that is the case, and OneWin team by comparison, I think their draft strategy was sublime in how they handled it, what they made Fearless Furies go into, and how the Yamato got denied very early in the draft.
I mean, if that's the plan, I mean, I'm thinking for one win, they ended up banning Geist, even though they had first pick. And then the response was a Warden ban out of Fearless Furies. So I'm kind of curious if they're trying to snatch Yamato as an early pick, or I mean, I don't even know how they snatch Yamato as an early pick. I guess they get choice of first pick, first ban or second ban. But if you go first pick and you take Yamato, what are you leaving open? Because that means one could just leave Geist on the table. And maybe they feel confident enough to let Geist through because they know that the enemy team wants Yamato, or maybe it just gives it one when Yamato and Warden has a pickup. I'm curious to see how the second draft actually will break down from that.
Well, I mean, what they could do in terms of Yamato and I'm just saying they could kind of do to one would team what was just done to them, right? If they are first pick, you go first pick, you ban Geist, and then you wonder if one would team wants to take that gamble where if you don't ban Warden, you give the other team Warden while you don't have Geist. It would mean you'd be able to get the Yamato for sure, but it depends on what they're playing for. Are you playing for overall power at the moment, or are you playing to deny good things from the other team? Personally, I think from what we've seen, Furies having Yamato is probably scarier than them having Warden. But yeah,
it's kind of weird, ZP, because we talked to Sai from Lodos, and they said that they're not really picking Geist because they don't feel confident that they can outplay with it. But Fearless Furies ban Geist every single time. So I don't think Fearless Furies know that Lotus didn't really have a plan to play Geist. This time around, I think one win were actually the ones to ban away Geist. So I think there's an option of you just leave Geist open and you kind of expect them to not play it. Otherwise, why would they be banning it away if Fearless Furies has first pick? Why would they ban Geist when they know they could be first picking it? So I don't think anyone of Fearless Furies really plays Geist. So this could easily play into one win's hands.
I mean, that in this meta feels like the death knell of death knells. If you have a team meeting and you go, all right, guys, we're just not going to worry about Geist. No. That seems to be an inherently bad idea because, again, thinking back to how we've discussed it, is that Geist is kind of unique in Deadlock at the moment in the sense that Geist doesn't have a bad period of game. She's a very much above average laner. She's good in the early mid game, and she's one of the premier heroes of the game that you can funnel your souls into. She can be a soul carrier, and it will be good for you at the end game. It's just, she's so versatile relative to that. And also, she also has the ability, Jason, where even if she does end up behind, where usually she doesn't, but if she did end up behind, she's still a threat because of the nature of how swap works.
Yeah, I mean, especially the amount of time. I feel like we've seen adaptation over time of how people bait on Geist, where they specifically head towards these team fights on low HP. They specifically try to have low health going into these fights because they know they're looking for swap right off the bat to then convert that into a kill instead of, I'm going to play this fight with full HP. Oh, I got low, I have to swap. So I think the intention is we go in looking for that swap for a kill instead of when you get, I guess the other option is you get caught out and you're forced to use a swap to buy time for your team to get there. But if you're a one man, I think that's the play. If you look at the bans, you look at how the Furies just have not been trying to play her, you leave her open. And then, you may give up Yamato, but you're either going to force it. Actually, you won't even force them to ban it because, actually, I take that back. If they first pick, they have to first ban. So I think they would end up banning Geist still if I'm Furies. Now I think about it.
All right. Well, some of these questions may be answered and more heading into the draft. And
okay, never mind.
Viscous ban first.
All right. Okay.
But
so, I mean, you have your chance.
If you're one win team here, I'm just thinking about in terms of bans. I think you don't ban any of the trio. And if they've banned Viscous here, maybe you ban something like a Mirage. And then you come back and you get the two frontliners that Fearless Furies doesn't grab. So maybe they open with a Geist, but a Geist, then you could open with Warden Yamato. They open Warden, you can go Yamato Geist.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that the Furies don't play Geist, according to the way they've been banning. So if you ban Yamato, okay, you give them one of the other two bruisers. Oh, they did it. Okay, never mind. They're playing Geist. I don't know why they didn't play Geist before. They were always first banning Geist, even if they had first pick. I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit weird, but also I feel like this is great for one team. Like, yeah, okay, you're going to have to deal with the Kelvin Shiv lane. One team by response by is probably going to angle for Infernus. I think if you do Kelvin Shiv lane, I think you should ban Infernus, because the biggest answer the Kelvin Shiv lane that we've seen over and over again used is a lane swapped Infernus, the matchup against that particular lane. But overall, this still feels like a win for one team for me, because they get the Yamato out of Eplefine's hands. Yeah, they have to deal with the Geist, but they're also going to get the Warden, which they've been really good at overall. And I don't value Kelvin Shiv as highly if you have to expend this level of draft capital to get it.
I think for one win, you end up taking Infernus here, and you take Pocket as well at some point. I think you take all the anti-healing, and you also, more importantly, deny away the hero that's such a good counter to Warden of limiting like what his last stand could do. But then it also like works really well against what you're dealing with. I mean, you have 3 heroes that anti-healing would be massive for. So I don't know. Maybe Fearless Furies, maybe you look at actually banning a Pocket or banning an Infernus in this next turn to kind of protect what you have already picked.
I 100% think they should ban Infernus, especially given the fact that Infernus is probably going to come in 4th pick. Infernus, I feel like, has been the most notable 4th pick of all the teams in the Unholy Trio that we've been seeing on the whole. So, yeah, I think if they don't ban Infernus, the odds that comes in right now for one team pretty high.
I'm trying to think, what do you ban out if you're one win going into this? I mean, maybe Mirage. Maybe take him out of the, or you pick Mirage instead. Okay, that also works. They banned Bebops. They're gonna be are they gonna pick a Paradox here then at some point? Or are they gonna play with a Lash? Or are they gonna play without a pick?
Or it could go Haze at times if you're looking for other initiation. I'm not entirely sold that they do that, but I mean, right now you don't have access to Holiday. You don't really like Paradox. Haze has often been the hero of choice in these situations. One win team, they very well could just end up here with Haze and Infernus as the final 2 picks. I think the Infernus is still super, super likely, especially with the Pocket off the table. But we'll see what Fearless Furies looks to end things up with. They get one more pick before it just shifts over to one win team. And yeah, I mean, on their end, they should probably take the Infernus.
Is there a world ZP? I might be stretching a bit here, that Fearless Furies ban Viscous because they expected one win to ban Geist, and then they realized, crap, Geist is left open. We have to take Geist. Like, there's no way we can leave Geist to one win. Is there a world you think where like Fearless Furies like put up a bluff and one win called it?
Possibility. I mean, it kind of makes sense to an extent where one wind's like, all right, let's see if they'll pick it. What it's a little bit weird to me in terms of experimenting over the course of the tournament is one win team went from not picking Paradox for weeks and now deciding to mix it up in here with a Lash at the same time. And so, it's probably going to be ABL on the Paradox here too.
Yeah, because I was going to say, because they did play Paradox twice today against Virtus Pro, which is why I kind of mentioned Paradox before, and why it amazes me, like why ABL is actually the one playing Paradox for the roster. But yeah, it's a bit surprising, but they also went with like 2 of the pick heroes. So instead of going Haze as like their pick, they go Paradox and Lash. Kelvin's a pretty good counter to Lash, to be perfectly honest. And if I'm looking at these 2 compositions, I'm kind of liking Fearless Furies, to be honest. It's kind of well-rounded. I think the only thing you're really lacking though is like that, like the range kind of carry, but
yeah,
Ivy can technically go that way. I think maybe like, I don't know, maybe an Infernus would have been a better pick for them instead of like Ivy if they wanted to have like a long range carry.
Well, given that they have Kelvin, it has to be a Gun Ivy setup, but I don't love Gun Ivy over Infernus. I think you look at when the 2 have been played recently, you look at what Infernus has been able to do for teams, that have been generally picking it more highly. I can't really make a good argument for the Ivy over the Infernus in this instance, especially when you have the Kelvin, you already have like a decent amount of help on the support end. So it's a little strange to me.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still going to favor, even though I'm kind of like leaning towards Fearless Furies in comp, I'm still going to favor one win this matchup for sure. I mean, there is a big gap between like our tier 1 teams and our tier 2 teams. And I think we kind of see a little bit in the last match. that one didn't really look too pressured, even though they had, an okay lead in the beginning, and then it got even bigger, then it kind of disappeared. It's still gonna be a tough game for Fearless Furies, but at least they have like a much better comp, I'd say, to deal with them. The map 1 comp was really like kind of outrageous in what they picked early on, like really investing into that Seclair in the beginning as a first pick just didn't show its value in the actual match.
No, not quite. And for Fearless Furies, of course, if you're just tuning in, this is the lower bracket. Teams are fighting for their survival. 1-1 team on match point. Should Fearless Furies go down here, that will be it. They will be out of the Bombshell tournament, and we will have our final 3 teams set for the finals tomorrow, where, you take a look at it here, Jason, on the whole...
Abrahams is waiting right now for their opponent. Is it going to be 1-1? Is it going to be Fearless Furies? And then Virtus Pro, they're in the finals for a 6th time in a row, ZP. Like, they've won all 5 1-win Bombshells. To be able to take a 6th as well would be kind of insane. And I mean, just thinking about how much money is that? That's like 30K they've won from these events of just winning every single time.
Yeah, and teams also make the kind of joke is like, well, they can't keep getting away for it, because it's not like Virtus Pro has been the undisputed best team all the time. It's just their highs are miraculously timed when you have a even higher prize pool on the line than the usual. So just like, all right, guys, we got to figure it out. But I do think with the staff that VP have behind them, certainly one of the better coaches in the scene with Lightbringer, that they the longer format here in Moment Bombshell, where there's many games in the week. There's more room to adapt and get better if relative to if the more one-off around.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're in bed and they're like, oh, you want to come play in this 1K tournament? And they sleep. But then Lightbringer's like, but it's 5K. And they're like, huh? And now we try. Hard.
The funniest part about it is that they're always trying in all of them, and it's just the timing has just been very good for VP. But we'll see. They're waiting in the finals to see who goes through. And Jason, Zanya has to be our all-time pause leader, surely.
Yeah, I think he has like the worst internet, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
He has like always internet problems, and he has to like wait for it to stabilize at the beginning of the game. Man, someone needs to get this guy like Starlink or like a 5G box or something. I mean, I'm even on Wi-Fi right now on my PC because I can't run a cable that far in my my apartment.
Yeah, I mean, your internet is its own special brand of hell, but Zanya's, it's on a lower level, Jason. What is it? It goes, Dante's Inferno, it goes like from really high heat to just absolutely frozen. Zanya's probably in the freezer by comparison. But looking at lanes here, Jason, and where things are at, the middle feels kind of equivalent to me. The Holiday Calc on one side, Yamato Mirage in there. Maybe a slight edge, actually, to the Yamato Mirage for 1-1 team.
I mean, okay, well, it's already looking horrible. Like, the fact that Fargareco is already down to like not even half HP, a quarter of HP, even less than that on this left-hand side. I think what I'm honestly focused on right now, ZP, in all these matchups and probably a majority of this game is how is Nakaman going to do on the Geist? Like, I'm not looking really at anyone else except Nakaman and like what kind of performance you can have, because you stop banning Geist, you're given Geist now. If you want to be like a competent team and like a team that can potentially win tournaments like this and like compete against the best, there is no room for a team who cannot play Geist right now with how strong she is. Like the second she gets let through, you have to have someone who's so good at her that you can just win games almost with just her alone.
She's way too meta-defining in that regard, but Fargareco getting a little bit frisky here. May have put themselves in a bad spot in the Cosmic Veil. Getting hit from behind. It's just enough cover from the Geist up top, but this is a little bit perilous on this left-hand side. And Warden can use the barrier, come on up. Getting pretty beneficial trades here versus Geist. Bomb, though, comes on into the other side, and yeah, 100 HP, and Geist is going to go down. However, Vindicta's super low, trying to get away here from Ivy. 2 HP does get melted at the end. Was Ivy going to be able to escape the Warden here? Binding Word, not quite going to connect. 140 HP. Is Warden going to do the healing right? Going to look for more, instantly canceled. Doesn't get too much value and has to be wary of the respawn that surely is going to be here in just a second. Can he finish it off before it happens? Flask does it. 340 HP should be enough to get away.
No, I see the guys coming. I see Knockerman coming through. Only at 1.9k souls though. And then again, so's Overseas to help support this one. So they are going to put their foot down on this lane. Early aggression does get the advantage. Knockerman already down to half HP once again. You have to wait for that healing right to come through and maybe delay the build out of Empty Dreams, who picks up extra regen on top of that. But either way, I mean, they're keeping the Geist in check so far. And that's, I think, the most important part about this lane.
Yeah, and not always the easiest, given Geist's general power in lanes, especially since she isn't always against premium laners. But in middle, a little bit of skirmishing here between Yamato and Calico. Warden super low. Getting dove real far behind. Far Greco needs one more hit. Just needs one more hit.
Bro!
What? Why? Jason, my brain just broke.
Just
That shouldn't have that.
I get why you don't want to melee because you don't want to be parried, but bro, he just beat you down with like 30 HP.
That just should not happen.
Well, it did though, but it shouldn't.
I know it did. It absolutely did. But my God, that was actually ridiculous. Also, Ayano real low at the moment. I don't know if there's a stack of Jin's mark on there. I think by now it's already passed, but very, very close to falling from this pressure in middle as I try and just clear my brain of what we just witnessed.
I can't. I don't know how. Tell me how you're clearing your brain because I can't, man. That's not good. That's not good, man.
No, and that's what. It's also not good that for him that the camera caught. That's one of those things where it's like it happens in game. You're like, man, I sure hope the broadcast didn't catch that one.
Yep.
Exactly. Last stand though, being charged up. We're swapping sides here though. Off to the right. Nope. Back to the left. To the right. To the left. Jason. Right to the left. Gonna be a little bit of Guardian pressure though. Soon to be.
I think Fargareko's desk might have just broken too. Like I would have hit the hell out of my desk to have that happen. But I'll try to move on from it right now because, or we kind of have to. Applefine. Talking about him being a playmaker here on the Shiv, gets himself a kill, which is important. Applecycle not gonna be playing the Shiv this time as he's rotated over to the Calico. Now Flambeau is just trying to escape here on very low health, but the dives continue to come through, and you know what? This is a good bounce back out of the Fearless Furies.
Yeah, not too bad. 25k, 26k here. Things somewhat evened up. Guys, though, gonna be hit here, staked and shot. And Vindicta was to blame.
I think my dog is a little bit
back in
concerned.
here. Is this? I'm not entirely sure if this is the easiest fight to go into here. I mean, yeah, getting a little bit of free damage, also getting chunked down and nearly back in assassinate range.
I think my dog heard me like making those sounds earlier about Fargareko and came to check on me, and he's like, "What happened? I'm here." He's like, my emotional support dog now as he's just sitting here getting pets. Yeah, wild stuff, but I mean, a good bounce back. Like to see Applefine strike back, him and Appocycle together. Like they need someone to step up here for Fearless Furies if they want to have a chance in this series and take it to a game 3. And those are kind of like the perfect players you want to have a good game if you want to have that chance. Obviously, Knockerman, he's fallen far behind, man. Like he's having a struggle. 3.9 thousand souls. He is very far behind the rest of his team.
Power slash Shao transformation. Zanya thinks there's blood in the water. Looking, flying strike, surely about to come out. Nope, just a quick little power slash, tapped and done. And yeah, I mean, it's actually, you know, you've been kind of banging the drum of like, do they like Geist? And we don't see Geist actually fall this far behind in soul allocation very often. So honestly, I'm buying the Jason narrative here.
Oh no!
The book.
Are you okay? Are you
Copy,
sick?
Jason.
I think my infection spread to you, ZP. I've never heard you like follow the Jason narrative. You're like against it.
Your flowers plenty of times. What is this? Maybe your ears have just been blocked a little bit longer than you ever expected. But oh god, the guy is down again, finding Warden to assassinate. And hey, wait, last stand. Warden thinks there's more world changing to be done, and well, sometimes you just clean the street. Little good deeds here, Jason, also change the world a little bit at a time.
That's true, man. Just put the trash in the garbage, made the streets looking all nice, swoop them up. You can change the world in many ways. It doesn't have to be with a full 6-man wipe. And that guard on the right hand side though, gonna be going down. Fearless Furies able to respawn, keeping things equal in terms to objectives, but it doesn't feel like it's been equal. And the paradoxical swap had come through. But again, Applefine able to get a kill. He's low on HP. He still has his Kelvin Arian off to his side to heal him up. This is actually a pretty big chase out of ABL. This is very aggressive, but he gets on the zip line. And he gets away with it. Oh my god, ABL.
ABL's just like, what? You thought this character was dead? But my income may be dead, but I still got the moves.
Jeez, man. That's dirty.
I mean, I guess technically speaking, you don't really want Paradox to have that much income right now anyways, but it feels bad when you think about how ABL's had so many good carry performances overall, is now playing a little bit more on the supportive end.
Oh man, they're still continuing to just be so aggressive here. I mean, they're looking for like the mid lane guardian. It seems like both teams are sending a lot of players here, but in the meantime, Arian able to actually get a double parry off because he has been caught off in the jungle. He will be finished off here in just a second. I can't imagine a world he survives this one. And there you go. Finally, he goes down. That's a big player to lose out, especially when the Frozen Shelter is about to come online here. And this could be a moment now for one win to start to gain some ground in the objective game.
Well, I mean, you got 30 seconds till buffs and first urn starts floating down. So certainly one win team going to be looking to make the most of it. Also, you think about how the urn fights will kind of transpire here. On one hand, you can do Frozen Shelter secures for Fearless Furies, but if Shelter isn't perfect, Flammable is going to be able to get a lot of room and a lot of space in both urn pickup and urn turning fights. But what's more, overseas, in the air, another snipe, perhaps coming out. Fargreco down, and we got ourselves paused.
At least it wasn't, you know, one win pausing after getting the kill. It was Applefine. Don't have to pause. I mean, just look at the minimap right now. Applefine, 9.8 thousand. You know, I don't want to say it's like for sure doable, but you remember last time we were casting one win Bombshell ZP in Volume 5, there was a match with Paravision versus Virtus Pro, and together single-handedly carried that game on Shiv.
Yes.
Yeah, not trying to jump the gun, but he's at almost 10,000 souls.
I mean, it's looking good. However, I think with the rest of the team comp, I don't know. We'll see. Applefine, though, I think definitely a better look on the Shiv than what we saw on the Lash. Like, hold the phone, though. Got Lasso in. Zanya getting super, super low here. No Shadow Transformation, no save. Just a quick execution coming in from Mayano, and we'll take a look. They're going to transfer this pickoff into a Guardian kill. Quick and easy for Fearless Furies.
Really nice, actually. A really smart play. Perfect timing. The urns there as well. If they can get this kill or a couple more kills, they can easily turn this into a turn-in and actually take the solo lead for the first time in this game, too, or probably for the first time in the series. You can see, again, like, Arian just under his own guardian goes down. He's having a very tough game. 8.1 thousand souls. He's now going to be the, well, he's not even the lowest. It's Ayano, who's currently the lowest, overseas. Catches up the stone form, gets stunned up, but you know this is gonna be a kill on Fargreco.
I'm the statue. Leave me alone. No, you can't miss that shot. Okay. I mean, you can miss that shot, but you still shouldn't.
Yeah. All the CS players out there getting real angry, seeing people miss those flick off shots. And not gonna DC is not gonna be a good start.
Hey, sportsmanship though. Zanya's like, hey, look, you're DC'd. I'll pause for you. Or it's the normal Zanya pause that just happened to overlap at the same time. It actually is kind of a dealer's choice in that one.
We'll go with the former. I mean, oh man, I don't know about you and your games, but like when I play, I like to be, fair. So if I see someone not moving on the enemy team, on the enemy team, right, I will pause. And I'm like, I'm not going to take that kill. I'm not going to, like, if I win, I want to earn the win. I don't want to, like, win because I took advantage of you DCing.
I think it depends. It depends on my state of mind, Jason. Am I on a losing streak? If I'm on a losing streak, I will take my mana from the heavens and get the W. If I've been on a winning streak, I will be gracious and go for the pause.
Bro, they're going to reset
really,
ranked anyways. Like, come on.
No. Look, overall, I just think it just depends on your mood on the day, Sometimes you really want the dub.
So like when I join queue, when I play, there's normally longish queues, like 5 minutes at least. I'll like queue and I'll go to the bathroom real quick, or I'll go get a drink. I'll come back and I'm sitting there being shot at like in lane, and I'm like, bro, like, why are people like this? Why can't they just be respectful and just be like, oh, you're clearly not there. Let me just pause for you. But maybe they had a bad, losing streak, like you're saying, ZP.
Also, since we're in a middle of pauses where we can take a little bit of break, look at chat, and apparently there's a non-zero percentage of chat that thought Fearless Furies, as in, the Greek Furies, is a different thing. We're Fearless Furries. It's only one R. This is that one R makes an enormous amount of difference in how you perceive the name. Just to be clear.
It's sad. I only just realized that when they sent that message. Even though I was saying it the correct way the whole time.
And I didn't notice.
No, I've been saying it the right way, but I thought it was the other way.
The internet has corrupted us all.
But it makes more sense. Like that makes way more sense now, though, because they're referencing the harpies, like the three furies.
Yeah.
I know my Greek mythology. Clearly, I have a lot of brain rot, though.
We're looking at the statues here. What do you think about the Great Bull debate in Deadlock? Should they add them or not? We don't have to say it, but should they add them?
Nah, I'm fine without it. Doesn't the statue in Chicago not have it?
The real statue has them, Jason.
It does have them?
Yeah, the real statue, like the bull is very robust.
So
robust,
definitely well endowed
virile.
bull. Yeah. You know what? I think it could make some funny moments, so add it in. One thing I like, though, as just a quick side note, I freaking love all these one-win banners in game. They look so good. They are so good, man.
Do look really, really nice. And also, you got to credit Valve for just creating a game in 2025 that has a bit of an open ecosystem. The fact is that a lot of the other games you will see in the gaming space, developers lock it down and they go, no, you're not going to touch our stuff. Valve is just like, yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Being able to brand,
at the very least, they're not stopping you. I don't know if there's ever like an explicit go ahead, but as more so, we'll tell you if you've crossed the line. And so far, we've been able to do cool stuff with banners and that sort of thing.
Like branding and like having sponsors and stuff like in the game like this is so cool because it references like modern day sports. You look at like soccer or football if you're in EU. Like you see it everywhere. There's like it's not even actually there in person, but it's all added on like post, and it looks so cool. I love it. Anyways,
really well done. Also, this is well done right now. Fearless Fury. Now I'm doing it. This is Fearless Furies keeping pace. 63k to 65k.
One of us.
Why is this happening? Why is Calico just faded to have pain? Ivy trying to save it, but you got Empty Dreams chasing it down. Goes for the immediate flick. Last stand. I don't know if anything was there. I think that was a little bit paranoia creeping into good old Warden there. But hey, sometimes you just want to make sure that you're going to live in a situation like that.
It was like that cool guys, don't look at explosions. They walk away from them kind of thing. It gets the kill and then last stands after because he knew he could have got it with it, but he wanted to just, style on you. Speaking of styling, Knockerman is going to have his soul exchange, pops it off. But I don't think he's going to be tanky enough to survive the aftermath from it, though. And he's going to fall with Empty Dreams coming to the side, using that sharp transformation to buy some time out of Zanya. And another turnaround after losing 2 players. Even trying to apply some pressure on the left-hand side for that Walker. But that right lane Guardian, one win, they have yet to pick... one win have yet to pick up the last Guardian of the game to get themselves a flex slot. And yet they're still rocking about a 4K lead.
You have to think it's going to be coming soon. You cannot leave the Guardian up there for that long. And also, I mean, that Guardian's actually pretty full. Like, that is a very defensible Guardian still, too. I mean, it makes sense with what happened on the right-hand side, the fact that their Walker's already down. And, I mean, right lane is probably going to be heavy contest just because not only do you need the Guardian there, but Fearless Furies on the other end. They want the Walker, and they're absolutely all over Empty Dreams. We're watching Ivy right now, but Empty Dreams is in the world of pain and ends up going down right by the Walker.
If only he had that last stand that he used right after that kill we saw in towards mid pit.
Yeah,
maybe that could have kept him alive. But this Walker, it's not long for this world. It's gonna fall here, and Fearless Furies have been able to really get themselves back in this game. They have a lead by 2K, ZP, and honestly, with like the way the draft was working out, actually, no, I did like their draft to be fair, but the way that first game played out, I didn't expect them to be able to bounce back so aggressively like they are here in match 2.
Well, also, you had the question of, Can Eplephine pull off the together? Can you be just the Shiv hero? 18,000 souls, Jason, on Eplephine. Yes, matched by Empty Dreams at 17k on the other side, but it's looking good. And by comparison, it's not looking good. And yeah, there's several mouths to feed on one team's side, but Zanya is not rocking the highest bank account balance at the moment.
Yeah. Actually, ABL has more souls than him. Even Xenon only at 11k. The economy game out of 1-win has been quite a struggle, but they're looking to deal finally with Eplephine, and they're going to do so, throwing everything, even the kitchen sink into this one, and yet he's able to stay alive with the help of that Frost Grenade coming through Navirian. But eventually he will fall, so will the Kelvin, and those 2 kills will translate into a Guardian take as well, with the Flex Stop being unlocked, and maybe some Ivy meat. And Fargo Echo does die.
Ivy meat. That doesn't sound pleasant.
Probably not tasty. I'm a little bit concerned though. ABL, did he max out his time bomb? I don't really see paradoxes these days who play like as a playmaker take that.
He might have. We'll know next time it shifts on over. However, at the same time, this Walker is getting crunched in the right-hand lane. Right has been where it's at so far as lane pressure goes. It went all the way up, all the way back down. 2 Walkers dead, Guardian dead. But surely some of the emphasis on the right lane is about to go to the wayside. Okay, Flammable walks up, says hi. Getting chased by Ana right now. Low HP, goes for the ground strike the other way and just hit from both ends.
I mean, that chase though cost the left lane Walker for the Fearless Furies. Great push out of Overseas, and Xenon allows them to secure that take. So now they get themselves 2 Walkers. They extend their lead to over 10k, and well, the response to the Fearless Furies is go for that rejuve. But what happened last time in match 1 when they went for it? It was stolen away. Zanya does not have Shared Transformation up just yet. Neither is any position. He's quickly hurrying over. Their Shared Transformation won't be up either because of that reduced timer. And here we go. Fearless Furies, can you lock it in?
Yeah, absolutely. There's just not enough time for one team to get there. One team that came in really scattered. I don't know if this is going to be a good cleanup. We'll see. Epicycle takes down 1 here at the beginning. Fragoreko also down in turn. Xenon went down early after what was a pretty big tornado, but you see this over here. Imato just getting hit from all ends. Got low HP at the beginning of the fight. Death Slam comes on in from Flammable, trying to make a little bit of space. One team perhaps they're trying to bounce out a little bit, make a bit of space. But Fearless Furies there, Jason, I mean, they get the Rejuvenator, they get 2 kills, they don't get wiped out and lose a lot of the impact of the Rejuvenator. Big advantage too, a little over 11k with Rejuvenator, the best they've looked so far against one of these top 3 teams.
But I have to say this though, ZP, I have to pop the balloon a little bit. We saw Fearless Furies with a 30k lead and they still threw it away against a much less skilled team.
Yes.
And they're still down 12k right now. Like, I don't know if they know macro wise of like, what are the next steps to get themselves back in the game in the current stage, and what can they do to get themselves a lead and continue that lead and build that lead furthermore. We did catch ABL though. He did actually max his time bomb. He's only has 1 point in his paradoxical swap, which is quite different than the way we've seen Paradox build normally. I don't know if this is the new trend for Paradox, but he's definitely going more of a damage heavy Paradox compared to like the Initiator.
It definitely gives you a little bit more area denial on top of it. That much is for sure. What's going on here? We in a different game entirely? We just got a sniper hiding in the cloud of smoke. Overseas just brought me to a different time and place, Jason.
What's that sniper game called? Is it Sniper?
I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking more of the, the game that has battlegrounds at the end of it. Something you're a little familiar with.
Okay. I see what you mean. Well, I mean, with the rejuve, it seemed like more of just a take of opportunity, not of actual use. I mean, with the way that they're spread across the map here, still at the halfway mark, they're not grouping up to look for fights. They're not looking to take a walker at the moment. It was just it was just a take of opportunity. Like, they're not really accomplishing anything off of this take, and the Rejuvenator is not going to have that much time remaining.
I think this has to be a difference in experience, because if you put Abrahams or VP in the situation, they are making things happen.
I'm so sorry to jump in. Echo Shard for ABL. So he's playing a completely different style for Paradox for sure.
The Xenon just got mugged, went to the zip line, got knocked off, and you just got Apocycle saying, "What's up?"
Hey, dude.
Oh, it's like, oh, hey, wait, I thought you were a cat.
This is tough now. A man down. Again, like even being a man up here for Fearless Furies, they're not pushing. They're not doing anything off of that kill and the rejuve. I mean, it does kind of worry me a little bit. I mean, they have their ultimates up that they need.
I see Yamato.
Even their lead, which was around 12k, it's almost like they've taken less of the jungle here. On top of it, like their lead has dwindled in the middle of the Rejuvenator. I think partly because the lane's pushing up, but okay. Flammable, gonna get caught. A little bit of Geist pressure off towards the 1-win end, and yeah, I mean, they're gonna get earned, and I guess this is kind of about it. The Rejuvenator gonna be fading soon. Use it for an earn, and you know, that'll be it. Assuming that they're able to get it. I think the fact that Flammable is down does make this earn contest a little bit questionable, unless there's an intercept, in which case, we'll see. Very early shout transmission going to be used here. Looking for Kelvin, already low. Zanya for a little bit more right now, dancing in and around the frozen shelter, starting to beat their match, taken on down, can't get away.
Did I just see a knockdown? I'm pretty sure I just saw a knockdown being used actually on the Zanya there at the end. We were just talking about that item and how it's kind of like disappeared and how it doesn't really fit into a lot of the builds, but either way, we'll see actually how it's going to work out for them as the last stand comes through. A Estoppel also picked up here for Empty Dreams at 26,000 souls, but really only things that to get off this ultimate is just some farm. Not the most ideal situation or ultimate out of him. Either way, we've seen Fearless Furies get the lead for themselves. I think if I remember correctly, like right around Reju time, they were down 12,000. So they've been able to actually swing it very heavily in their favor with that Reju, even though they didn't really accomplish much off of taking any objectives.
All right. I mean, it's kind of a half empty, half full situation here as I look at it, where Fearless Furies had a great take at mid-boss. Do they turn it into a bigger advantage? They don't. They kind of stay stagnant the entire time. They don't really feed kills or anything with Rejuvenator, but they could have gotten more off this. And in fact, I feel like they lost farm during the Rejuvenator a bit. I think the lanes pushing up cost them lane farm, and they didn't compensate with jungle. So, I mean, 1-win team, yeah, they lost Rejuvenator, but they're still feeling pretty good on the whole right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to how these fights break down. At least ABL, he's got a lot of zone control with this double time bomb, and some of the positions they've been fighting actually are just, it's super going to benefit. You can see the damage he's able to do. It's not going to be completely blowing him up. That felt like almost just him alone. And again, I mean, he's a 27k Geist. I was going to say it's just a Geist because we've seen him so under farm, but he's actually been able to get a lot of farm for himself to become a threat. Then you have to worry about Applefine coming through on the Shiv. He's looking for the resets, gets the first kill on Empty Dreams. Has his ultimate backup yet again here, but you can see the damage of the time bomb and the slows it's able to do for some good disengage. In the meantime, all this is happening. ZP Flamble's pushing the mid lane Walker.
Applefine, I believe the killing blow there towards the end. 1-win team down 3. And you know, Jason, I'm starting to become a believer in map 3 with where this is going. I mean, 1-win team falling further behind, and Applefine is a monster, an absolute monster at the moment. If you think about it, 31k Shiv, 28k Warden, that's not close.
Yeah, not at all. And 31k. It's not really the Applefine show just yet, but he definitely has the potential to do so. Trying to keep this last Walker alive would be massive for 1 win, or a huge take for the Furies. Getting themselves another flex that unlocked here. And again, look how tightly compact the Furies are sticking together. There's a lot of like AoE damage that can completely decimate them, as they are being forced to actually head back and retreat because the rejuve's up. And you don't want to be losing players right now when you have both teams already sitting in the middle.
Still, I think the thing you have to worry about here for Fearless Furies is, do they have it in them to finish out strong while gaining an edge with something as big of an advantage as Applefine being super farmed? Swap though coming in here from 1-win team. See if the follow through is there. Is Fargo Echo getting pretty low rather. Frozen Shelter forced out here by Fearless Furies as they try and withstand. Benya looking for some options. Holding on to the Shadow Transformation. Rotating off and around, down to half HP. May have to pop the transformation sooner rather than later. Getting super, super low. Gets hit with the mantle delay. And just down. The quick melee. Just doing just enough towards the very end. And the cleanup is there. Xenon also very likely to go down and does 2 clean pickoffs here for the Furies. And Jason, they're doing it.
Yeah, I think they might be able to take this game, man. They're gonna have a rejuve off of this. ABL, Empty Dreams, Overseas. What are you gonna do here? You cannot defend against this. They should be losing their Walker too, so it should be a flex slot, rejuve taken, and also Earn spawning in. This should be like a huge lead built up for the Furies if they play their cards right. And they've already headed over towards the rejuve now. I mean, to be fair, ABL can do a ton of damage to them trying to take it here with them all grouped up on top of the mid boss. You can see the time bombs already coming through. Frozen Shelter just trying to delay, trying to heal up. More importantly, if he gets another set of time bombs down, this is going to be a pain. Oh my god, how are they actually turning this around? The rejuve is going to start to fall here. Is anyone actually going to contest it and try to go for the steal? You can see Empty Dreams coming through. He's on a low HP. The time bomb comes through once again. That will be the Rejuvenator locked in for Nakaman and for the Fearless Furies.
That bomb is so large, but there's not the follow through to go along with it. Still, 2 pickoffs for one team, even as they lose Rejuvenator. What could have been a chance for a steal doesn't quite happen. Zanya, though, able to go over here for App Cycle. Not quite going to full chase. Again, poked from the side. But Fearless Furies, biggest lead here so far in the match. Quick little swap, though, going to come on the Geist into another bomb. ABL able to finish off. And you're kind of wondering, it's like, well, what about this Paradox build? Jason, does this New Age Paradox build, you know, do you give it a little bit more credit right now?
I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm feeling it, to be honest. I think it's getting away with. I don't think you run this build against a VP. You don't run this build against Abrahams. Maybe you run it against the Furies. I think the only thing he's missing right now, though, is Vortex Web. That would be kind of sick to be able to pull them all to keep them in the time bomb.
I mean, it would actually potentially be good. I mean, it's a heavy investment, but also, you know, in soul allocation, it is interesting where I don't know if this was according to the script for Woman Team, but who ordered the carry Paradox at 34k?
Let's push blue.
35.
Yeah, I ordered that, but I had a side salad with it, ZP. Okay, I'm kidding. It wasn't a side salad. It was the side of chicken nuggets with some ranch.
I don't believe you. You've said repeatedly you can't get that in Italy.
Well, the ranch, no, but the chicken nuggets, yeah.
Okay.
I have chicken nuggets waiting for me after this series is done. So
I bet they're gonna be super warm at that point.
So warm.
So both teams rotating around, and one win team backs kind of against the wall here, and what an upset it would be. Losing a map, honestly, enough, but were Fearless Furies able to win this map and the next? That would be something no one would have expected heading into this day. But Jason, they still need to close out this game, and Echo Shard Vindicta coming on in. Something that's been growing in popularity as of late.
I'm pretty sure it's Echo Shard. Oh my god, Echo Shard Tether and an Echo Shard Time Bomb. Oh my god. And he has escalating exposure, I believe I saw. Oh,
yeah, if I were to pull a puck and be like, hey Jason, we're gonna call that combo. For me, I'm gonna say Stuck in Time. That's right. Yeah,
that's pretty good. I'm worried about ABL throwing these time bombs at my place here in Italy, man, like to shut me up, because this is gonna be nasty. But speaking of nasty, you actually could see a nasty lasso coming through if one would overextend. But luckily, I think they have been able to spot. Yeah, they definitely spotted out Holiday going to be there, so no surprise lasso going to be coming through just yet.
It's so big, Jason. The time bomb is just, you look at it, it's like, wait, it's no longer a normal small area of effect bomb. It's basically, we're seeing ABL drop swimming pools, effectively.
Swimming pools of time?
Swimming pools of time, yes.
Oh, this is so dirty.
Oh boy, it may be spreading. So, you know, since we're paused, we could. No, we're not paused anymore.
You're worried about
we're
the light
paused for
again?
a brief second. No, I kept the light off the entire time. I was willing to accept the being in the darkness if it came down to for a split second.
See, this is where I'm kind of worried for the Furies, though. Is like, this is the second reju that they gotten.
You won't have the rejuvenator.
and they've not really getting anything off of it. I think they're too afraid to like push in to one win. I think they're too afraid to force a fight. And I mean, to be fair, you have a Lash, you have the build ABL has of swimming in time or stuck in time with overseas there to support. Like, they do have a lot of damage, and it is a tier 1 team, so if you make a mistake, they will punish you for it. But I don't like that at the same time for Furies, because like, how are you going to win this game if you can't force the fight? You need to be able to force the fight.
I think in a way, Furies is probably hoping for one win to make a mistake, or maybe, more importantly, it may just come down to another mid-boss fight.
Maybe they're waiting for Vortex Web to be picked up from ABL, or maybe overseas picks it up for ABL.
I mean, when was the last time we saw Paradox at 40k overall? Maybe it happened earlier today, but it just
not very often, to be honest.
It's pretty rare. Carbine miss, and Yamato. Pretty long flying strike. There was a little bit in after it, but the team's very separated at the moment. It's gonna be an earn pickup here for Iran. And you know, I kind of look at this, and if you're a one-win team, do you love fighting for earn here? I mean, I guess in the upside, it's in your territory, and that's gonna be closed in. This is a closed-in spot, is it not? So
yeah, I mean, this is the perfect place.
Kind of actually good for time bomb.
Yeah, this is like the place you want to fight, I think, for the earn. I think they're gonna Frozen Shelter take it, but like, you fight right after the Frozen Shelter. Like, you can let them get the turn in, but you with Rejuve gone now too, you have the potential for such a huge fight here for a one-win team.
Oh, fight. Early openings here. Last Stand gonna be coming out here from Empty Dreams, chasing things down. Iron turns in the Urn in the middle of this. Priority on the Urn turn in from the Fearless Furies. Drop the Frozen Shelter as we see Azania just running and dancing the whole way through. Knockdown! Gonna connect directly on top of Flammable's head. A clean 4 so far. Only 1 lost in turn for Fearless Furies. And they're gonna look to bring this even further. Everyone wiped out except for ABL. And that's gonna be Shrines and at a minimum the first stage patron here, Jason.
I think it should be game. It only takes like 20 seconds off of your respawn timers.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna see a map 3 here between one win and the Fearless Furies, man. Like, Eplifine at 44k was able to like force them back while the Urn was being turned in. The respawns are way too long in ZP. Yeah, I think it's gonna happen. We're going to map 3.
Barring the biggest bombs we've ever seen, I don't think they're big enough. Fearless Furies taking one-win team to the limit here in map 2. Deciding elimination not in the cards, not just yet. The patron going on down. That's Fearless Furies evening up the series 1-1.
Damn. Yeah. I can understand the Paradox build, but it did not work in this case. Fearless Furies, considering how far Garecko, I mean, we were laughing at how that 1v1 with him and Empty Dreams went down. If we don't forget about that in the beginning of the game, we can't let them winning make us forget about what happened, the history that was made. ZP, but OneWin had such a strong start. They were getting kills constantly around the map, but a fantastic turnaround out of the Furies to get themselves into a map 3 completely unexpected. I had this written off as a 2-0, but they did it technically without Geist. Like, they had Geist playing, but it's not like Geist took over the game, not even close.
Yeah, and I mean, truthfully, I kind of look at the end of draft for one-win team. I do wonder, was this the right play? I mean, the bomb paradox is pretty interesting and funny at points, but if you have all the souls that ABL had, do you really want all the souls on ABL as opposed to maybe getting those souls on the Zanya with a different play style? It was sort of, the allocation was very strange to me in this game, but as we look at the highlights, we'll get a little bit about that bomb action, and ABL on a mechanical level had a pretty good game, but you know, on the whole, Jason, I'm not sure one-win entirely played to their strengths.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of something I mentioned as well in the first match, is that they didn't really look like they were trying super hard. I mean, I feel like the draft kind of got away from them a little bit as well. I think they had a little bit of fun with it. Like, if you imagine that 40k farm on ABL with the Paradox instead on Zanya on the Yamato, I think you have a completely different game. Or even over to Empty Dreams on the Warden, you would have a completely different game. It's definitely fun to see with the Echo Shards, and I kind of saw what they were going for with it. but I think they kind of underestimated the Fearless Furies, and it allowed them to get back in the game. Like, you could just see Zanya, he was 9k behind ABL here at this point. There's just nothing he could do in these fights. He couldn't kill anyone 1v1. There was too much sustain. I don't think there's really that much anti-healing built up. Like, why didn't they just go Infernus? Infernus would have been a much better pick for them to help deal, because they're even Pocket, and Pocket is in the wheelhouse of Empty Dreams and of ABL. It's just a lot of confusing picks in that draft, and I think that's kind of why things ended up playing out the way they did.
Well, I'm trying to remember. I think I would have to go back and look, but I'm like 80% sure Pocket did get banned by Fearless Furies in the mid-round bans, but the Infernus was 100% available.
I'm just gonna double check.
Infernus, and the
No, it
Infernus
was
not
Warden
being
7.
Wait,
sorry, that was game
Warden...
1.
I was gonna say this game. I think the Pocket was bad. Again, I may be misremembering, but
no, you probably are right. But still, there's Infernus there to choose.
Yeah, Infernus still would have been a great choice for one win, and I'm not entirely not going for it was a little strange to me. Again, maybe it's just hero pool stuff with what they had already committed to, but either way, Eplifine got massive in this game. And, you know, Jason, you're the one that called it, saying like, hey, you know, can Eplifine pull it together? Can Eplifine be the one to bring this ahead on Shiv? And the answer was a resounding yes against one win team.
I'm sorry, look at ABL's damage real quick.
I mean,
50k. No one came close. But hey, you could do 100,000 player damage and still lose the game here. I think some credit has to also be given to Nakaman beyond Eplifine, because he had such a tough game. Like, he was doing nothing for the majority of it, but he really bounced back. And I know we're used to seeing Geis with some, you know, really good damage because the amount of AoE that you do, but he ended up coming out as a top soul farmer, having some pretty good damage. He became a threat towards the end. I think that's very tough to do when you have a very like tilting game like he did in the beginning.
Also, I'll call it out for ABL on the damage set. It's a lot of damage, but it reminds me of games where you have like Spirit Warden and the damage is highly padded. Yes, it's a significant amount of damage, but how often is the damage immediately lethal the way that it is for other characters? It's just kind of like general area reducing HP, but we are directly back into the next draft here, Jason. One win team is first pick. They ban the Geist. They don't want to deal with it and come in with a first pick Warden. So for how Fearless Furies seems to operate, probably going to be coming in with a Sinclair, if I had to guess. It's been more the norm as the days have gone on that if Warden comes out, Sinclair will be picked by the next team in the next two picks.
Yeah, especially with the matches we've seen, or matches we've been covering here. It wouldn't be surprising to see. I'm just curious, will they also lock in a Yamato to get to Eplifine? And that would be a pretty strong like starting setup for them. I mean, you could obviously just go like Calico and Yamato as well if you don't want to take the Sinclair right away. But I think Sinclair at this point, we definitely criticized Sinclair being first picked when there wasn't good ultimates on the other side. But this is definitely already like a good start for it, considering as a Warden.
That was the second thing I was going to say. Sinclair Yamato makes perfect sense. Eplifine gets to play Yamato. You got the Sinclair as a little bit of deterrent to the Warden. Very early pick on Bebop coming in from Woman Team. And I mean, we do have Bebop inflation that's been going on where it just keeps on rising. Went from Bebop not being picked to now being picked to now getting picked third. And I mean, look, Overseas is a very good Bebop. Doesn't entirely surprise me to see it coming on in.
Yeah, but I mean, there's still Holiday. There's still like Paradox. I'm surprised that I wouldn't imagine Bebop would be getting banned on the turn unless Fearless committed to taking like a Holiday in their top 3.
Fearless may take Holiday in time. They've prioritized Holiday reasonably high. Maybe I'm getting confused with Lotus, but Holiday has gotten picked a little bit higher today, so we'll see what they go with it. And okay, yeah, they go with Holiday. So they go Holiday, ban Shiv. Don't want one win team doing to them what just happened, or what they just did to one win team with the Shiv gameplay. And I still think for one win team and heroes to go for, I would still love to see the Infernus come out fourth. It just seems like a generally strong pick. They also, in their wheelhouse, potentially Pocket. You're looking at filling out this roster at the moment.
I don't know. I'm just so like torn with like one win. I don't understand them sometimes, because I feel like they've massively struggled to like adapt to any of the metas lately. Like, I know we consider them at the moment like a top 3 team, but I don't know if they're like really top 3. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they just do some wacky, stupid stuff sometimes.
I think what you're getting at here is that, is it top 3 teams and then a tier break, or is it Virtus Pro and Abraham's tier break, 1-win team tier break? If you're doing like a tier list, like effectively, do you have actually the top 3, or do you have the top 2 and the best of the rest? Is kind of,
yeah. I think that's more appropriate, to be honest. I mean, like, again, you're playing a $10,000 dollar tournament here. I obviously, you can argue that the Paradox did a lot of damage, but that build is just not like a standard thing you would see. I would not see Abrahams or VP running that, and I don't want to sound too negative towards ABL, but like, that's just not going to win you games in that sense. Like, I know you might be better than Fearless Furies just based off past results, but I mean, they took the map off you, and right now you're on the back foot of being forced to bounce back.
Yeah, and if you're 1-win team, I think there's a lot of stress in this, where coming into the tournament in terms of expectations for the team, I think within expectations, if 1-win team gets third, it's kind of like, well, it's where we've been and it's still fine. I think dropping down here would be very jarring, but this time around, Jason, I think they're drafting way more appropriately. Unlike last time where they ignored it, this time they come in with the Infernus at 4th. This feels to me significantly stronger than what they were running before. And also, I would love to see them get Calico last to like really round this out.
You do or don't? Sorry, I had to turn it down a little bit.
Like,
yeah. Okay.
I think Calico would be a very good pick here. It gives them just enough extra frontline presence. They have the Kelvin. I think it would be solid.
Okay. I'm also curious, like, what lane is Kelvin going to be with? I feel like in the past we've seen Kelvin and Furnace be a thing. I'm kind of hoping we see Bebop and Warden though together. That would be kind of a sick lane combo, though I don't think we're actually going to have it happen. For Fearless though, like, I think one thing they're lacking is something to help support Epifine on the Yamato, and they actually are the ones to take the Calico. So they do have somewhat of a front line now with the Ivy there to support. I don't necessarily hate the Furies like lineup so far. I mean, it kind of plays to their strengths on an individual level.
I'm just kind of thinking, what do you think the last pick for 1-win team is going to be here? I'm just kind of thinking through various different hero pools, various options. I mean, there is a world, Jason, where they bring out the Paradox again.
I mean, yeah.
I wouldn't love it, but I feel like it could be coming.
Overseas, Flammable, Empty Dreams. Actually, who's playing the Kelvin?
It could be Kelvin on Flammable is probably going to be Kelvin, and then ABL could be on the Lash.
Yeah,
because like ABL has also played a decent amount of Lash, and if ABL is on Lash, that probably means that Paradox is not going to be the last pick. If Paradox is the last pick, then I got no idea how this is going to go. And okay, Paradox is the last pick. Well, I still think it's going to be Flammable on Kelvin. I think it'll definitely be ABL on Paradox, and I guess we'll see who plays Lash in this case, because Flammable and ABL have both played it a lot in the past.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to load in as soon as possible and get this last game underway. We're actually into our last map of the night. We still have 2 more series to come up tomorrow. We have our loser bracket final, which is the winner of this match up against Abrahams. And the winner of that match goes to play against a Virtus Pro in a best-of-5 finals for $5,000 for first place, $3,000 for second. And of course, the loser of the first match tomorrow comes out with $1,500. But at least these 2 teams, at a minimum, taking home $500 for themselves. Whether it's going to be 1-win or Fearless is still yet to be decided, though.
And I feel like for Fearless here, Jason, they got to be pumped. Taking the map off of 1-win team, now putting in a scenario where you just need 1 map to get yourself in the money to beat a team no one thought you were going to beat coming on in. In a way, you're kind of playing with the house money here. It's like if you lose, well, everyone expected you to lose, but now you have the upside of the win. Meanwhile, for 1-win team, you're sitting here probably stressed, very, very stressed, as we get ready to head into what will be our final map of the day.
I mean, look at the group stage, right? The big 3 all went 2-0 the entire way through, whether it was 2-0 or 0-2, depending on who they played, right? They went 0-2 against each other at some points, and they went 2-0 against every team that was not those 3 teams. And now you have Fearless Furies coming in and taking a map off them is already a big improvement. and it not an easy thing to do necessarily against like any of these big dog teams. So definitely some credit deserved to go their way, especially with how that last match started out. I think they had a little bit of help though with ABL and the Paradox. That way built it, to be fair. But now with the Infernus locked in, more of like a I guess serious composition here, and Overseas back on the Bebop. I mean, that's such a tough win to pull off against probably the best. I don't want to say best Bebop player now in EU, because Task kind of made me shut up after seeing him last week on DFN.
Task has that title right now until further notice. But look, it wasn't even ABL's build that was a problem per se. It was ABL's consumption. It was the fact that ABL just went to the buffet and didn't stop eating. And you got Zanya over there just, basically dying for basic essential nutrients by comparison.
Just one bread roll, please.
Yes, essentially. Well, stop and think of that too. We didn't get like a breakdown on neutral creeps, but I'd assume that when you're going like full time wall build, look, one of the upsides is you are plowing through the neutrals, like you are consuming them. But then again, like your Yamato runs by is just, they're in a food desert. It's not good.
I mean, and also you have kinetic carbines, so you get around the map really quickly compared to Yamato too. So you kind of get there and kill them before they actually have a chance to farm things up. Like, I don't know. We'll see how this one's gonna break down. We're gonna see who's gonna be on who again. More importantly, once we hop into this one. But this is the final map of the night, and it's the final chance for both these two teams to advance on further into the event.
All right, Jason, do or die. Who will survive to the final day here in One Win Bombshell Volume 6? And already, we got a Lash.
What is this burger boxing?
First time it's happened today. The quick melee, the knock the mantle. Super low. And wait, reloading. Looking dead. Zanya taken on out by Fargareko. And that is a brutal start for this lane.
I think it's only fitting that Fargareko kind of redeems himself from the start of the last game. Watching that there.
True.
But this burger boxing, man, I don't know what's going on with that. That was a lot of meleeing going on before like the creeps even got to the lanes. At least the upside is you're not going to miss out on too much farm, I believe, once you get back.
Well, a little bit of early action as things settle down into a little bit more of a stable approach. But we also got our answer there, Jason. Who's playing the Lash? It's Zanya on the Lash. And I have to go pretty far back to remember the last time Zanya was on Lash. I don't think we've seen it very often in the last 2 months. Might be wrong, but...
I'm not going to look back at that database to find out.
No,
it's too much
that was not the trigger for you to go look at the database. Like, we're good. Oh, Furnace, again, hooked on in, mid Flame Dash. Actually, Flame Dash kind of burning Overseas quite a bit in turn, but... Taking a look. You got this Holiday Yamato lane in middle, and it's a lot of pressure. It is a significant amount of pressure and not the easiest to deal with. Baby Bebop lands a good hook, but if not... Middle Guardian could be going down first against One Win team.
Definitely wouldn't be the ideal start. I mean, I will have good credit to the Furies in the sense that they took the last match. I still have questions about whether or not they can take control of the game like we know our top teams can. Because with the 2 Rejuves they got, they really didn't accomplish too much off of it. They were able at least to punish out on One Win when they did push out of their base. And what was that? Yeah, Overseas, like... pretty much 1 HP in the mid lane here. He has to be so careful, and this is going to take so much damage out of this Guardian, down to below half HP already. Whoa. But that's a great hook.
That hook looks sneaky even to us, and we see everything. Just a quick little hit. Not a ton of extra damage coming on in, but Overseas doing little bits here and there to try and keep the lane stable. Still a rough case. I mean, Overseas and Empty Dreams, they're looking beaten up right now, Jason.
Yeah, very beaten up. I mean, I even just look at like the soul difference as well. 2.7 for Ayano compared to like the 2.1 for the 2 players of One Win there. They've even been forced back. That Guardian's already taken. This is a massive lead. I mean, we're 3.5 minutes in. They already have a 3K lead and the Guardian being down. A phenomenal start here out of the Fearless Furies. But again, for me, it's not about the start. It's about how they use this lead and continue to grow it and take control of the game if they want to have a chance to close out this series.
Apocycle just barely getting away. I gotta tell you, Jason, right now I am invested in this story. The underdog story here, right before the final day. Fearless Furies potentially setting the stage for a massive upset with their performance here so far. Apocycle on the punish on the Zenon. And this, if you're a fan of One Win Team, this is looking dire already, Jason. Only 4 minutes in.
Yeah, Lasso comes in. I'll facilitate another kill. Apocycle gets that one down. He has enter the shadows now. And Empty Dreams very low on health, but then again, so's Applefine on 100 HP. A bomb doing significant damage. Here comes Abiel as well, and the Paradox. He's just not going to have any low HP targets for him to finish off, at least for now. I mean, even with like the Fury still having like a 5k lead right now, I'm not going to be 100% convinced, just because today we've not seen them be able to take these leads and snowball them and to turn them into victories. They still have to fight extremely hard, and they're very susceptible to making mistakes like we saw up against Lotus in match 2. I'm not trying to, you know, put a downer on their potential upset against One Win, but I got to be realistic about it. So they haven't looked necessarily be the cleanest of teams, but they also haven't looked as strong this early on so far today.
I mean, what we got here, we got a running back that is really, really fast, but, you know, clumsy hands. Fearless Furies. They can fumble a bit, but here on the top, not fumbling is Applefine, taking down Overseas, where this is also a bit troubling. If you think about it, Jason, the fact that Overseas usually has really good early games when on the Bebop, and is one of the players of One Win Team is depending on to get them out of this, but the middle lane has been just a complete disaster. The exact opposite that you want for this sort of Bebop lane. And on top of it, you think about where Applefine is. Applefine is going to continue to get ahead within this lane right now, especially if Overseas and Empty Dreams don't get a little bit of help.
I just don't feel like you gave him a lane that he could be successful in. That's the thing for me. Like Infernus and the Bebop, how are you supposed to really pick up kills like that? I don't think you do. And that's what kind of worries me, is they're not really setting him up for success, especially if they depend on him as being like one of the linchpins for them to win these matches.
Sinclair able to get out of the Frozen Dome. Lasso grabbing Warden, post last stand, barrel and done. Very nice movement here from Fearless Furies. However, we got One Win Team rotating on in. The Hyper Beam just continues. It continues. Knock him in. Getting burned down. Here comes Applefine, though. Full HP. Looking for a little bit of cleanup. Going here onto Lash. Quick melee. Mantle down. 400 HP. The table's just so quickly turned by the focus fire here of One Win Team. 400 HP. Slash. Miss. Bomb. Huge. Down goes Applefine. And One Win Team able to work around what was a bloodlusted Yamato.
That was bad. That was bad, man. He missed a power slash on Zanya. That should have been a kill. And then he overcommits, ends up dying for it. Like I was saying before, you've seen them make mistakes. They don't play super clean. And that's one of the mistakes I'm talking about. That gets them, you know, right back into the game here. One Win, almost tying things up in Souls, even though they're still going to be down objective. A good hook comes through. Greco's forced to use the stone form to get away from this one. And he's actually going to fall. Like, yeah, One Win, you had a really rough start, man. You were down like 5k, but just like that, things are all tied up just a few minutes later, ZP.
How quickly things can turn. Xenon still gonna get caught. There's a look over here towards the right. Shifting back and forth where the battle is at. Mirage trying to defend Guardian now on the left-hand side. Apocycle moving forward. Take a look here at Ayano. A little bit of fisticuffs. This time Overseas gonna go down. As we see Fearless Fury is going up a little bit on the left-hand side, but also need to drop back, finish off the creeps. And take a look at Zanya right now. On the run. Ivy hunting it down. Lash messes up a little bit of the movement. Keeps messing up. Gets the parry. Wait, there's no way. After all those mess-ups, Zanya rotating over. Movement messed up. Under pressure. Gets another melee versus the mantle. Ivy just getting her ankles broken. Here in the moment. Teleporter. No, not enough. Zanya nearly salvaging the botched jumps there, Jason.
If I had to say bro one more time, I was going to scream. Oh my god. That should not have taken that long to get the kill. He does get it in the end, but now they're going to lose 2 players across the map. Parker goes down as well eventually here. Oh, this is breaking my heart, man. Some of these like plays we're seeing. The lead completely gone for the Furies, and now One Win, they're gonna be able to get their first Guardian of the game here on this this left-hand side, or sorry, right-hand side, and now they're gonna be the ones in the lead. Like this is why I can't really get behind the Furies getting such a strong start, because I know it just takes one mistake for one win to easily bounce themselves back into this game. And Overseas and Empty Dreams, who are having a very tough time. I mean, look at Empty Dreams now, 8.3k. He has the most souls in the game after losing their tower 3 minutes in. That's just how much more effective they are at their soul allocation. That's something that we've seen the Furies really struggle with, and something we've been talking about all day long.
It's been a weak point for the Furies, although I will say it's not, the soul allocation for them isn't too bad at the moment, where 45k to 47k, Eplephine on the top end. I think Eplephine, if they had hit that power slash before and made a few different decisions, could be significantly more far ahead given how middle lane went, but not the end of the world. Stone form over and in. Empty Dreams turned into a rabbit, has a gargoyle dropped on down. Now Yamato over power slash, dead. Able to, I mean, that was a pretty big team effort on the whole there, Jason, but they get the kill in the end. Overseas though responding, hook. Ayano out, 1 for 1.
He just wanted to play the game, man, but he was like stuck in stone form. He was hexed up as a rabbit. Just could not catch a break here, as we do see a fight breaking out on the Urn pickup. Arian's able to secure it. Frozen Shelter's gonna be invested into this because they want to deny it away, and they've got one target locked in, and Fargareka is gonna be the one to pay the price for it. And the Urn gonna be back in the hands of One Win, as they're gonna head across the map now looking for the turn in. And honestly, like with the comps they have, I would definitely favor them as being like the stronger team into it. They do have the Death Slam. They do have the hook to counter a stolen Death Slam. This is gonna be I think a breaking point for Furies if they contest it and fail.
Jason, just saw a little bit of aura there from Empty Dreams. Empty Dreams just looking up ahead, forces out the Return the Shadow. But Vent, last stand in here from Xenon, and I'm not sure what Xenon is standing against, but sometimes it gets used. Urn turn in, comes on in, no contest in there. Probably just thought there'd be a little bit more opposition, where meanwhile finding some people stuck here in the corner. Rabbit Hex comes on in. Myron trying to make a little bit of room here. One Win team a bit wounded, getting chased on the left.
Don't forget those ZP. Free Urn turn in for One Win. No one contested from the Fury side. They link their lead up to 5k now. At least they don't push off the back of that for a walker. And the Furies are able to push on the left-hand side themselves, trying to get a catch. And I think they are going to get flammable here on this one. But they're going to lose the mid lane Guardian. Like, this is going to be, I mean, well, they haven't lost it just yet, but this could be like the first flex slot picked up now for One Win.
Very close to it, but ABL moving up a little bit here. Is not quite the interaction between ABL and Calico that might have seen from the minimap, just both missing each other at the right time. However, Arian right by Warden off on the left as we get yet another pause here. Just wouldn't be a final game without at least a handful of pauses.
Of course, but it's a good time to remind you guys, hydration check, make sure you get some water. I'm gonna take my little break.
Hydration check, make sure that his team is not talking to your team if you're the second best team in NA.
Oh, man, don't get me started on that. They're not the Hydra Nation anymore. They're just Reaper Nation. Just killing every
Reaper
team.
Nation.
Yep.
Just give him the cheat death icon. It's just like,
it's yeah, that's a topic for maybe a podcast show day or something. But let me ask you,
esports.
Since you've been casting, oh, the break's over. Never mind. I was gonna say I'll save it for later. But I was just curious about your favorite kind of, or your biggest story from the event so far. But I don't know if we have time to talk about that now, since you covered all the group stage.
Well, for now, we got Yamato over and in. Shadow transformation, looking to put the pressure here on the Overseas. Overseas already pretty low after the Crimson Slash. However, enough rotations in to kind of force Yamato out afterwards. Overseas dropping the beam here in response, getting a decent amount of clearance, and 1 for 1 here, Jason. But you take a look at it, about as even as it gets to 11k for 11k.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking also, the Guardians all even across the board. The next Urn, I mean, you still have a while to go for that, as well as the runes. A lot of jungle that could be taken right now. And then again, looking at the farm for both teams, it looks like Empty Dreams has fallen a little bit behind. But speaking of falling behind, like Fargareka he's the one that's kind of the farthest behind across the board, only at 9k. And I mean, I know you talk about like supports, but like low budget heroes, I don't necessarily think Ivy is going to be one of those low budget heroes that you need. Like Lightning Scroll, Mystic Expansion, like some really important pickups to make Ivy really good in the late game.
Cycle looking fully caught here. Down to Zanya. One win just stacking the deck over on the left. And kind of in a bit of, I feel like we're in a little bit of a holding pattern right now, Jason, until next buffs come out. As I say that, another catch. One win team across the board, finding people. Empty Dreams not quite able to get out of that one. But Fargo Echo, low HP down. And just as I think we may be waiting for Earn, things start to open up here on the left-hand side. Death Slam dropping on in to Zanya. And most of this here, if you get the kill, it's gravy. But what you really want here, Jason, is serious damage onto the Walker.
And they're going to get it too. The reinforcements, Opcycle is going to be there. At least getting some decent damage onto the Walker. Now looking to retreat. The Frozen Shelters traps Opcycle inside. I don't think there's really enough people in there to help actually pick up this kill. Instead, they might focus onto Sinclair. Irian down just a sliver of health as he gets back towards the Walker as well. And it looks like both teams will retreat with really no kills coming through. Kind of surprising considering how invested it seemed like one win were in that fight.
All right. Things heating up a bit. Taking a look at Epifine here. Rotating over towards middle. And the chase down. ABL in danger. Drops the wall. Drops the swap. Still super low HP. The wall hits the time, or the barrel hits the time wall. Buying a little more time. Hits the bomb and no. Wait. Still down. Took so much damage on the chase for ABL.
I mean, the shot transformation comes out of Epifine. He's at 15,000 souls, but actually, I was gonna say we haven't seen him being that effective, but to be fair, he has done pretty well so far. Not necessarily a standout as much as he was in the prior series, but still doing what he needs to at the moment on Yamato. Able to keep toe to toe up against Xenon, who's the leader on the opposing side. But here we go. The Urn has been picked up in the hands of Opcycle, and of course, there being a neutral turn in. I would imagine one won't let this go in for free unless they're just gonna hard push this right lane Walker.
I mean, trading out, definitely an option here. I feel like we've seen more actual Earn fights today than we have trade outs, but I think it called it here. They're not really too interested in Earn right now. They want Walker. One team coalescing here on the right-hand side. Frozen Shelter dropping here from Flammable. Looking to put him into the dome. One kill here so far. Swap comes on in. Calico in all sorts of danger. Again, frozen out. A lot of lives to escape, but certainly one win, bringing the pressure now into the Walker. Anyone that has been over here defending, getting very, very low. And also at the meanwhile, Zanya was able to pick up the Urn here, Jason. One win, getting a lot on all fronts.
And they're gonna have a 2-for-1. I don't think Nakame can really defend against this. He's actually positioned himself in a way in the 1v1 to not even go for the contest. He's just trying to take down Empty Dreams, but I think he might fall from this one as they get the Urn turn in. Lash is gonna be here in just a few seconds. And there it is. They get the Urn turn in, they get 2 kills, and they might even get the right lane Walker because they're still contesting on this right-hand side.
They put themselves so far ahead with this, Jason. They got everything they wanted. A great fight by the Walker, getting the Walker thereafter, able to get onto the Urn right over. And Fargreco, why are you still here?
Oh, still in last stand. He's trying to change his own world here for the team. As he only gets the 1 kill, might be able to lock down things on a Xenon. But does I think mess up the movement.
If Xenon can live a little bit, he can actually delay to last stand,
what was
potentially. He was actually able to just get out entirely.
Did you see Ayano's like swimming motion? I think he was stunned by the Walker, knocked back or something. That was pretty funny to see him on the ground. Yeah, a huge swing. Like look at the soul difference now. We're almost at 20k for 1 win. The Furies had was like a 5,000 lead like 5 minutes in, and that's completely gone now. Like I mean, obviously it was gone a while ago, but like 1 win have taken full control of this game. This is going to be very difficult for the Furies to get back into it with how things are playing out.
Yeah, needless to say, it is getting rough for the Furies, where remember, they were well, not super far ahead, but reasonably far ahead in the beginning. Zanya, though, gonna get chased on down. A few cleanup kills can help mend some of the gap. We see the double dive here between Apocycle and Epifine, looking for more, aided here by the Ivy. Airdrop done. Gotta be careful heading into Walker. Shadow transformation going to be used. And custom combustion from the team's trying to make a little bit room. And you got Kelvin over and in the save. Is this going to be enough? Yamato getting the business here in the freezer by the Walker. The saving play from Flammable keeps the Infernus alive, puts Amplifine back in the ground. And honestly here, Jason, that may have been the dagger in the heart.
The dagger, the arrow, the sword, like everything in the heart right now. Like Amplifine is struggling here, thinking he had that 1v1, getting too cocky. A little bit of a friendly fire hook there, but it doesn't matter. It's still get the kill. And you know what? Mid boss is like right up there to be taken, to be honest. 2 kills. You got the Yamato down. No shot transformation to have to deal with. It's a very realistic world where we could see them go for it, but instead it looks like they're just going to barrel down, I was going to say, on this mid lane. But they haven't even made up their decision just yet.
I would have thought they would have gone mid there, but at this point, I think if you're one team, you've kind of had some cursed mid bosses. Maybe you don't, but Bargareco, the long hook just caught midair for a little bit. Extra delay, hit a little bit more en route. And Fearless Furies, Jason, there's a lot of staggering going on here. I feel like if there's ever time for a tactical pause, take a deep breath and regroup your mental, this would be it.
For sure. For sure, man. Like you need a second to just rethink, take a second just to kind of calm down. I think there's definitely some tilting going on for the Fury side. The next 30 seconds, we have the urn coming back in. We have the rune spawning back in. It should be spawning on the left-hand side here, but no one's really set up for it just yet. I mean, 24k ZP, like, it's not easy to come back from 10k of a deficit from against 1 win, but if they can't contest this next turn, they can't prevent it from going in, and they lose players, we're looking at a 30k lead, and we're looking at pretty much 1 win going through to play against Abrahams tomorrow.
1 win. Looking to hold serve to get out of what has been a deadly lower bracket match. Overseas, though. Under the gun here. Flammable already down. Gonna try and some Duke maneuvers here from overseas, but the end looking inevitable. Gets hit with the vent. And the Yamato. Flying strike. Surely about to finish it off. Cuts him on down. Decent engage here from Fearless Furies. Right now, a 2 for 3.
Yeah, good start. It can be a good finish. And probably not, because look at how much damage Empty Dreams is doing at 26k. Amplifine should fall from this one. Zani comes in for the slam for picking up 2 in that fight, and they get themselves 5 kills for 3 deaths. Don't they have the damage to go for the rejuve here, but the urn is very likely. But it's going to be an enemy territory turn-in, so they have to, if anything, just pick it up and deny it away. Instead, they actually do turn towards the mid-boss. They're going to go for it here.
Yeah, mid-boss on the menu, and you know, every now and then when I see 1 win team go for mid-boss, I get a little bit nervous. I think they're a team that's had more cursed mid-boss attempts than others. Is this one probably going to be okay? The answer is likely yes. Well, especially you look at the mini-map here, no one's going to get here in time, so
yeah,
they're good.
No one even trying to contest that one. And they get the urn pickup. And they have everyone alive and ready to go for a push for the urn turn-in an open area where Lash is going to reign supreme. Yeah, I think you have to let this go if you're Furies. I don't think you can contest this. Even if you win the fight, you lose the fight because of the Rejuvenator.
I do wonder, though, are they just going to let go for free? Oftentimes, even though I think you are right, it is probably the proper decision. You look at how they're positioning, they want to fight it.
Yeah, a little bit questionable. I think you hold the urn towards the right-hand side. You can maybe push the mid lane Walker down if they overcommit players for the urn turn-in, or vice versa. You see them out of position, you just rush it in. No one's really here at the right place, the right time for the Furies. Frozen Shelter being used just to lock it in, and they actually capture themselves a cat. It's Apocycle, who just tries to stay alive for as long as possible.
Engages in. Frozen Shelter already gone. 1 win team, no decisive picks here just yet, but Xenon dropping the last stand, moving up and around. Fragareco gonna be first to fall. Apocycle super low in turn. Zanya gets caught in the interim, doesn't even get a chance to use Death Slam. But 1 win team, the difference in stats, Jason, a little bit too stark here. Even with the trade outs, it is all 1 win towards the end, only giving up 2. And now for Fearless Furies, they came a long way, Jason. They made this match competitive when no one really expected that to be the case. But here in our 3rd map, they now face elimination as 1 win team. has a very decisive advantage.
The thing is, the reason, and I mean, I know you agree with me, the reason I say you don't fight that is that there's just no waiting for that. Oh my god, he gets the swap on him in spawn. They're going to kill Amplify, and he's not going to get away from this one. And the stagger is going to be huge, 50 seconds. But if you take that fight, if you don't win it like 6-0, you're losing that fight. They're going to respawn back in time. They're already on your side of the map, ready to take down your base guardians, your shrines, your patron. There's no winning for you in that fight unless you're so confident you can win 6-0 being down 30,000 souls. This is like the punishment from the pain of that just occurred, and this is going to continue to be a landslide.
Yeah, I mean, when you're already down to that much in economy, look, adding an extra urn is not tangibly changing things that much, whereas that was just a bad area to fight. And as you say, if you lose, is going to snowball that much more heavily against you.
Yeah.
The One Win team, they're taking most advantage of this opportunity. They're going to get first stage patron down. And, you know, Jason, even though there's plenty of ways to say, hey, play it safe, hop on back, One Win team, I feel like you could just stay in here, end it now, get your berth into the final day of playoffs here tomorrow, taking down Arian there towards the end. I think they're going to stay, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, no reason not to. Look at these respawn timers. And honestly, it was a good showing by the Fearless Furies, but we expected One Win to get through either way. Definitely one of our top 3 teams over here in EU. And the Furies put up a good fight, man. Map 2 was not an easy comeback. It was not an easy stroll through the park for them to get themselves into a map 3. But I think when we got to that third map, you could just see how outclassed they were as One Win do finally lock it in and get themselves up against Abrahams in our loser bracket final tomorrow. And ZP, the interesting thing about that is they already beat Abrahams 2-0 in the group stage. It's possible for them to do it again.
Yeah. I mean, Abrahams, who came in as the overwhelming #1 favorite, who even won the trio with Mo and Krill 1v1s to get the bye. It was a tough day for Abrahams. They get knocked to the lower bracket, and they have to get through their kryptonite tomorrow and One Win team. So, yes, if you're a One Win team, you got through what was an unexpected terror here in Fearless Furies, and now you may be able to take it to Abrahams tomorrow, get to the grand finals, and who knows, Jason, what happens when you get to a best of 5.
Yeah, best of 5 is going to be a true test of your hero pools, of how smart you can draft, but also your mentality and how well you can hold things together when everything comes down to the line. And not to mention, you're playing against VP, who have won it 5 times, looking for their 6th title. No one's been able to take them down, but one team has been able to take them to the full 5, and it was one team in Volume 4.
Man, oh man, Jason. Look, the stage is set for tomorrow, and while overall this it's not a surprise, the final results that we've gotten to here, it's been an exciting journey. Like, we've had some twists and turns, and I mean, you're asking me about, you know, my favorite stories overall for the event. It's just the fact that we've also just had the meta change up again, where things have been highlighted. You know, it's continually moving back and forth, where, you know, now we've just kind of entered the meta where people have kind of realized, okay, Ward and Geist, you know, very top. Like, it's gotten predictable in a good way in terms of how teams have understood to play this iteration of the game. And I love how Deadlock is just in a state where even in weeks where you don't have as many changes, it just feels like it's always evolving day to day.
Oh man, we did, what was it, one more Bombshell Volume 5, and we started to see like a very set meta coming out. Like Abrams was like very highly picked. There's a couple of others that like we were for sure were seeing as like being a massive thing. Then flash forward a few days later to DFN, and everything changed, and we were like, what? There's been no patch, nothing's mixed up, and yet the meta's completely shifted. Definitely true in your statement about like things continually are adapting and changing, and it's just really a testament to like how good of a team testament to a team who can stay on top with how often things are changing.
Yeah, I mean, I think back to those eras. You know, we had a few drafts where it's like, okay, you got to draft a Holiday Mo in the first 3, or it's gonna be tough for you. Like,
crazy times, man.
Yeah, take a look at the final damage sets here. I mean, look, Amplify was pumping on the Yamato, but all in all, you know, Fearless Furies, you think about the progression of this game, they got ahead early, Jason. It was looking so bad for a One Win team, and you were the one where you were the, you know, the bellwether of Warden. It's like, wait, this will not last. We've seen them throw and fall behind, and Fearless Furies wasn't able to hold on to the early lead that they had established for themselves. One team was just able to get a good fight here, a good fight there, and before you know it, it's back to even, and just took better advantage of opportunities consistently over the course of the game.
Just forever the pessimist I am, ZP. While I seem to be always the optimist. I mean, I think back to that first urn. Empty Dreams gets a free turn in, then win a fight on the urn pickup side, so the opposite side of the map, and then they get like a Guardian off of that. Like it could not have gotten better from them, even after the burger boxing we had right in the beginning with Fargareco taking down Zanya. Yeah, it's a shame they weren't able to take that lead and push it forward, but I honestly think they've learned a lot over the course of this event. And this is why I'm so happy that we have these one-win bombshells and can be a part of it. Is you get this experience for teams who normally wouldn't have those opportunities in like a tournament environment. And I think if you're the Furies, you go back to the drawing board and you're like, okay, let's figure out what we're lacking and come back even stronger.
So, Jason, we are prepping here for an interview with Xenon. May be ready right now, maybe not, but we'll be getting to him in just a moment. So get to hear a little bit of information and, prep about what to expect for tomorrow. So
I know exactly what I'm going to ask him.
Well, we're welcoming Xenon in right now, Jason. And as Xenon comes in, first interview question goes to you, Jason. What's on your mind?
So Xenon, hello, first of all.
Hey guys.
My question, I'm so sorry, it's not even revolving around you. It's revolving around this Paradox build that ABL is doing. I want to hear your thoughts on it with the Echo Shard Time Bomb, because this is definitely something we don't see that often out of Paradox players.
Yeah, so basically the original Paradox player overseas says that Paradox is kind of bad right now, but ABO says no, I can make it viable by this build. And yeah, but the problem is that on the second map, the guy has 30k souls, while me and Yamato starving from the start of the game because no one comes to help us on the middle. Like the guy has a lot of souls, but by what cost?
Yeah, I mean, we did have Flammable. I think it was overseas on the Vindicta pairing with like Echo Shard Tether too in that game. That was kind of like hilarious.
So I find it so hilarious, you mentioned that, because on broadcast we were continually making jokes about ABL just being well fed, Yamato just going through the food desert that entire game. It's like, yeah, this is great, but like you've put so many souls on your Paradox. What about everyone else? So happy our read was correct there. But I'd like to shift gears and kind of focus on tomorrow, where you're going to be going up against Abrahams, of course, do or die in the lower bracket for the right to go up against VP again. And, you guys have had some pretty good success against Abrahams. Why are you matching up better against them than overall, say, VP has done in recent times, aside from, the upper bracket?
I'm not sure about them that much because we won only one series so far. They don't scream that much, so we can't really say that we are better that much than them. But I don't know, I feel like might be our struggle against VP is about the lack of confidence, which we don't really have against them for some reason. I'm not sure why. Maybe tech, maybe names, but it feels like it, at least from my POV.
Okay. I'll ask one more question because I'm kind of curious. We did hear from Listic earlier on when he was being interviewed about the changes to the flex slots. I was just curious, like, what's your thoughts on the change to how the flex slots have been moved a little bit into more of a difficult position to get?
I feel like it's a really good change in terms of the third objectives were not really mattering that much, except space, I would say. But this change made macro a little bit more important because in previous patch, basically, I think that could be a reason why Abraham starts to struggle right now, is that you could sacrifice one of the 3 lanes because to secure the flex, you need only 2 towers. So you could say, okay, this lane is kind of FK, but we're going to turn online in like 10 minutes on first turn by 7, who is really bad laner, and then win. But now every single lane matters because if you get the tower first, you start to roam, you start to create more pressure on the other sides, and you're going to get flex earlier than enemy. And then you can just reply to the enemy actions, which is easier than do it by yourself.
Okay.
All right. Well, Xenon, thank you so much for your time. It was great to get some insight, and definitely looking forward to the matches tomorrow to see how everything concludes here in One Win Bombshell Volume 6. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Thank you.
So it seems like everyone really likes the change, and you know what? I like it as well. I think it definitely puts a better like skill level on the game where it should be to be able to get those flex thoughts and to reward you.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a pretty impactful change to drop in the middle of the tournament. I mean, technically early part of group stages where, you know, half the games in the beginning were against melee creeps where it doesn't matter anyways, but still, you know, it's mid-tournament. You didn't get the prep pre-tournament for it. And, you know, seeing the teams just evolve to the changes, really, really cool. But Jason, the stage is set for tomorrow. And, you know, not too many games, but the games we're going to have will be fantastic, including a best of 3, or rather best of 5 grand final, and those are always something.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I mean, it's our top 3 teams that we come to expect every single time, but it's a bit of a change up, right? We've had Abrahams being the team that's dominant in DFN, the one that always gets to play in these best of 3s, and it's come down to VP and OneWin to go head to head. But now to see Abrahams having to fight for their spot in towards the grand finals, it's going to be a tough one, and I know we're going to have so many crazy matches tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow, but this is the schedule bracket for tomorrow. We just talked about it. Now you're going to see it. This was the path to be taken here, where Abrahams, they got ahead of the triangle, Jason, by winning the Mo 1v1s after the 3-way tie, but just got stomped by a Resurgence VP that went through OneWin team earlier today in a close series, got through Abrahams right after, and now is looking for their 6th championship here at OneWin Bombshell. Of course, looking down at the bottom, Lodos falling to Fearless Furies giving OneWin team a great scare. But tomorrow, 2 matches remain, and it is going to be just something. OneWin team versus Abrahams, and Abrahams fighting for the right to go against VP to try and upset them and take the title of champion away. OneWin team, Abrahams, both super hungry to be the ones to break the VP streak, and all the action is going to be right here on this channel here tomorrow, Jason. All the people got to do is tune back in.
Yeah, I have to say, by the way, I love the Abrahams logo in this like vector form or whatever. It looks so sick. Even the Melee Creeps logo looks so good. But I actually hope like some of these teams adapt it as their new logo, because OneWin did some really cool stuff with them. But man, I can't think of a better way to spend a Sunday. 2 back-to-back games, a best of 3 and a best of 5, to see who's the best in EU. Can't wait to find out who's going to win.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And also, if you've been enjoying the tournament here before we go away, that's right, we got the QR code there. Production in sync, full mind meld. But yeah, look at it, get your phone out, subscribe, check out all the OneWin socials on social media. They've been putting on great content here for the Deadlock scene over and over again, really helping support the EU side and just giving us great storylines and ever-evolving stuff to watch here in the Deadlock community, Jason. It's been
man. Support them and keep hoping these events keep coming, man. They're always a thing of beauty to see, and I'm always a big fan of being able to watch them, and of course when I don't have double ear infections, be on them.
Well, Jason, you heard it from here. He developed superhuman healing just to get back here in time for playoffs. He's going to be here tomorrow. You should be too. But that brings us to the end of the broadcast here today. We'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion.